Welcome, everybody, to Day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore, the second largest online VGC tournament ever, and the largest regulation MB tournament. Probably the last big tournament until Worlds, at least as far as I know right now. Besides, of course, our Venezuela tournament next week. Now, we have had some exciting battles from over 4,000 players. We're down to a little under 400. And there are some really, really interesting things going on here. If we look at the usage stats for our or just our generic Mega Evolutions, and we are seeing something that we have seen a lot of in the last few months of Pokemon Champions, which is once again, when we get to Day 2, King Gambit spikes to #1 usage. I feel like we hear people talking about saying Garchomp's the best Pokemon or Basculegion, but King Gambit is just there. He's always good, and he's always everywhere. I wonder if it's the Delphox Blastoise teams making it so popular right now, but we'll have our analysts talk about that a little later. Now, next we want to look at our Mega Evolutions, and the first two, not too surprising. Charizard, Floette, the Pokemon we've come to expect. But from there, we're seeing Delphox and Blastoise very high up on the back of these really dedicated setup teams. A Mega Swampert, because of how much he's helped with Rain, and of course, we're seeing Mega Aerodactyl, a Pokemon that has been seeing a lot of usage as a sort of secondary Mega on these Charizard Farigiraf teams for a very long time. But it's not just the Pokemon that we're seeing a lot of that are exciting this weekend. There are some pretty interesting, unique choices in Day 2 of this tournament. We are seeing Pokemon, and so here we're seeing some, not all, but a lot of the Pokemon that have exactly one player using them in Day 2 of the tournament with their usernames underneath. I mean, there is a Drampa. That's not a Mega Drampa. It is a base Drampa. There is a Glaceon. There is a Hisuian Avalugg. Did you remember Avalugg has a Hisuian form? I bet you didn't. And now we are going to talk about the Mega Pokemon that have just a little bit of usage. We have a Mega Abomasnow, seeing a little bit of play as a Trick Room's Mega. We have Mega Alakazam and Mega Manectric, both of which are being played on the same team that has 3 Mega Evolutions on it. Very unique. Mega Barbaracle, Mega Dragalge. We're seeing Mega Garchomp, which we saw a little bit of in Regulation MA. Mega Sceptile seeing a little bit of play. And at the end there, we're seeing one of the most controversial Mega Evolutions, Mega Starmie. And it's not only that there was a Mega Starmie in Day 2, but there is a Mega Starmie at 8-0. Undefeated. Mega Starmie is the only Pokemon that beat Fede Campo, one of the best Italian VGC players, yesterday. That's what last day means, yesterday. So I think it's time to take it away to our casters to start the beginning of the tournament. Cedric and Chuppa to take us away and see that Mega Starmie. Chuppa, Cedric, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. Of course, my name is Cedric Bernier. I'm joined by Chippa Cross the Fourth on the mic today. How are you doing, Chippa?
Doing great, Cedric. Really excited to be behind the desk with you as we look forward to a Mega Starmie game. Maybe not the Pokemon I was expecting to talk about in round 9 of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob said that, of course, this is a controversial pick, of course. Really uncommon was found to have weapons of mass destruction, so something we got to watch out for. Huge power, a devastating ability, especially with the coaching Sneasler on the team. We were running some calcs before this, and it's an impressive Pokemon that we're going to get to feature on round 9 of this broadcast.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to be pulling up the Mega Starmie team in the background. But yeah, I think a Pokemon that maybe going into the generation I had slightly higher hopes for than we've actually seen represented in usage. I just feel like Huge Power is one of those abilities that you can give to almost any Pokemon. It becomes more interesting. Like even, Diggersby, one of those like kind of Route 1 favorites of its generation, actually a pretty powerful VGC Pokemon of its time. And I think with Starmie, I expected some of the same things. But ultimately, I think it's a Pokemon that ran into a lot of competition from Basculete Legion, which just fills a pretty similar niche in terms of its coverage, its speed tier with the Choice Scarf set, its attacking power. But I still think Starmie's really interesting. I don't think it's something I'm like completely shocked to see at 8-0, and I think especially with it being the only Mega on this team, something that we'll hopefully get to see used in the match.
Yeah, oftentimes we have these kind of trickier Pokemon that may not come to a match, but like you said, the only Mega on the team really has a lot of focus around it. It has the Sinistcha to redirect any attention, the Sneasel with the coaching to boost up the liquidations to absurd levels. If we see a Charizard go against the Starmie, we might see a pretty surprising calc with the liquidation, potentially knocking out even an extremely bulky Charizard. That's what I'm hoping for, but yeah, there's a lot of really cool things in this tournament. There are 494 players in day 2. I think, Chuppa, a lot of the even bigger regionals when we were coming up was like less than that. Like 400 was a big regional when we were coming up, and now like day 2 after 8 grueling rounds, we've eliminated down to only these 6-2 players, and we have nearly 500 players remaining. So it's a big field, and some interesting choices have started to rise to the top.
I think even when looking at these players at 8-0, Jacob told us like, oh, we don't have pairings ready. We're going to start by, we know we'll have Mega Starmie, but we don't know who their opponent is going to be. And I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it's going to be 1 or 2 other players at 8-0. We think about what the matchups are going to be. I think there are 15 players that with an 8-0 record, even at regionals, you will not see anywhere close to that amount. No one knows who they're going to play yet. And I think, we'll all find that out very soon as we start to get into our matches.
Yeah, I think one note about the player using the Mega Starmie, Jacob, I believe, said this is their first tournament, and going this deep with Mega Starmie, going to be trying to continue that momentum into the top cut bracket. Of course, to make it, we have made it into the phase 2, you need to take 2 losses or less. You need to remain 2 losses or less to make it into the final top cut bracket of the tournament. Nominally going to be around top 32. I honestly don't know how it breaks down for 4,000 players, but it's going to be a pretty big top cut, but going to be an extremely competitive tournament.
Yeah, I think players today are going to need a record of 12-2 to advance, almost as if we were playing a very large regional or international. So if you're 8-0, that means you're going to need to win 4 out of your games, and if you're coming into today with a 6-2 record, I think that means you're going to have to win all 6 of your games. So that is going to be a really grueling bracket for anyone at 6-2. Ultimately, though, like you said, almost 500 players still in the running for a slot in their top cut where they can play to earn money and other fabulous prizes.
Yeah, I was trying, usually before these tournament streams, I try and review, there's some more interesting choices around the 6-2s and lower, but truly it's just so hard to review all the teams. 500, I think there's like over 400 6-2s, so going to be basically a regional at that level, but very competitive. But yeah, like Jacob mentioned, a lot of interesting choices in both the top cut usage, the top 12 usage brackets, but also those unique picks. The #1 win rate Pokemon was actually Rotom Wash, which I think maybe you could gesture towards the prominence of the rain teams, the Mega Swamperts, the Pelipers, for Pokemon like that. I know Goodra also had a similar level of success, so lots of interesting picks to answer the more meta trends in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Rotom Wash an especially interesting one because I think coming out of Indianapolis, that was one of the Pokemon, like maybe not with the highest win rate overall, but an incredible conversion rate into phase 2 of the tournament, and then top cut, I think doing very well with Tyranitar at that tournament especially. So, I love Rotom Wash. It's a very classic VGC Pokemon, something that I would love to see keep up its success.
Cut you off, Chuppa. I believe I meant to say Rotom Mo,
not
Rotom Wash.
Okay, maybe a slightly more surprising face, but again, all of the Rotom forms are interchangeable in some extent. You're looking at them for that Thunderbolt, that secondary coverage, and of course that Will-O-Wisp to shut down so many of the strong physical attackers in this format. I don't know if we've had a chance to feature one of those Rotom Mo's on stream, but hey, maybe we will in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I believe there were 5, and it had roughly a 70% win percentage, so a pretty good conversion rate overall. But beyond that, some of the less interesting picks, the Eternal Floette, I believe, was the Mega with the best Mega conversion rate. I think we behind the scenes talked a little bit about the influence of mobile, essentially the players with Switch having more access to Eternal Floette. Maybe that indexes a little bit more towards these more experienced players who have been playing on the Switch a bit longer than those who are only playing on mobile, where it's very difficult to access that Eternal Floette. And then Blastoise, a very interesting pick as well, just below Mega Floette. That's a kind of recent metagame trend as of North American Internationals. Could you talk about Blastoise a little bit, Chuppa?
Yeah, so Blastoise is a Pokemon that by the time of North American Internationals found itself as a really dedicated pairing with Delphox specifically. I know before that we'd seen it on some of these like Furrygraph hard trick room teams where they're really trying to make you play games of whether it's going to be a Shell Smash sweep with Blastoise or a trick room Torkoal sweep with the Furrygraph. After our NAIC, we've really seen Blastoise hang out out Delphox a little bit more. Just another great set of Pokemon to be paired with partners like Sneasler, Incineroar, Sinistcha. And I think you could even see that on the Mega usage stats where Blastoise was only a couple percent lower than Delphox. I think it's no surprise to me that those two are so similar. And also two Pokemon that pair really nicely with Floette, like you mentioned. Just either of them could be the secondary setup Mega with it. They can be paired with each other. I believe some people made it to day 2 with all 3 of them.
Yeah, that was a really interesting choice. I'm not sure if they finished in the 8-0 or 7-0 or 7-1, but essentially running those 2 fake out Pokemon of the Incineroar and the Sneasler, the Sinistcha, and then just picking one of your Mega Pokemon and, just going with it from there. It's do or die. I'm going to have my Mega and all supports from there. But I think that sort of gestures to an interesting breakdown of Regulation M, or rather Regulation MB that we've seen in that some of the popular teams, I would say the Charizard teams are more indexed on the strong attackers, the strong Basculesian, King Gambit, Aerodactyl in the format, along with the Mega Charizard, and trying to support those really strong attackers. And then there's these more support-oriented teams where you're focused on actually supporting the Mega to get set up and sweep on its own, where the Incineroar, the Sneasler, the Sinistcha do have the capability in certain situations to go on the offensive for sure, but they're primarily there to allow for the Mega Pokemon to take over the game. And it's kind of an interesting dichotomy that I'm not sure a lot of people were expecting coming out from the start of NA, but has been an interesting development as we progress into the World Championship.
Yeah, and in terms of like some of the other strong teams of the format, I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head. Those feel like 2 of the biggest ones to me. After those, I think we have Rain as another really strong archetype, further bolstered by the addition of Swampert to the format. Just a relatively powerful new Mega. No surprise to see it making up, I think, the number 6 slot on our graphic. I actually want to look at another Pokemon that seems pretty well represented comparatively at the 8-0 bracket. We see 2 Blazikens up here with an 8-0 record. Just another one of those Hoenn starters that got a Mega Evolution, really powerful ability and that speed boost. Cedric, tell me, do you have any thoughts on Blaziken?
I actually have a lot of thoughts on Blaziken. I think it might even be better than Mega Swampert, in my opinion. I think it's a really solid secondary Mega. It's not going to be the main Mega oftentimes in teams, although it does have the capability to function. We've seen it paired with Mega Venusaur, so 2 really uncommon Megas on some of the teams, but oftentimes it's going to be paired with that Ninetales, which is an interesting choice, but essentially it allows you to override the weather of the rain teams that can otherwise be really difficult for you. The Ninetales can run the Evermouth Ice. We've also seen a Choice Scarf set, but that serves to be really effective at freeze drying the Pelipper and the Swampert, which, as we mentioned, the other Hoenn starter. You can also actually, if you're the Choice Scarf set, outspeed and one-hit KO the other Hoenn starter, Sceptile, but that's a little bit less represented at the top tables, but could be, you never know what you're going to see in these larger tournaments. But yeah, I do really like the Mega Blaziken. I think we've most often seen it paired with the King Gambit, and I was going to say Bisharp just because I was thinking way back to 2018 where it was just a very strong combination. The same principle applies here. You don't want to get your Blaziken intimidated, plop it next to a King Gambit with Defiant to boost up and really punish the opponent for trying to limit the damage of your Mega Pokemon.
I think it's kind of funny how, almost a decade later, Bisharp has evolved into King Gambit, and it still supports some of the same Pokemon like Aerodactyl, like Blaziken, like you mentioned. And as opposed to being like, at the time, I think those were like maybe a little more niche, like relatively offensive teams. Now things like King Gambit, Aerodactyl, just absolute format staple that you expect to see everywhere. So really a big blow up for both of those Pokemon.
Absolutely. Coming into this tournament, and I think the World Championship, the team, or one of the teams that's on everyone's mind has to be that Aerodactyl, Focus Ash, King Gambit with the Farigiraf and the Sylveon, paired with the Mega Charizard, just an extremely strong combination that was represented by both the finalists at the North American International Championship. And a lot of European and American players are still favoring that. The ability to go for that faster Tailwind mode in combination with the slower Farigiraf mode means that you get the best of both worlds. You have that really fast mode, and you also have the opportunity to bulk down your Mega Pokemon in the Charizard to function in these slower and faster environments to really keep your opponent on their toes.
I think something that's actually happened since the NAIC tournament that I found really interesting was after seeing Francesco and Eric in the finals kind of duke it out with their more Aerodactyl focus versions of the team. We've seen a little bit less of the Charizard and Floette dual Mega teams kind of making up that famous Big Six combination, or the Japan Nationals winning team that's really only a couple of months different, but has that Floette as a secondary Mega. I think in this tournament, I'm sure there's still some people using that. There is someone using that team to get an 8-0 record. I think multiple people that use that team, which is not too surprising. But I think over the course of the summer leading up to Worlds, I'm really curious which version of that team players are going to end up favoring, or as you see right now, is it just going to continue to be a relatively even split of the two teams?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I would say for our online tournaments, it's going to be jury's out, at least with regards to the representation from Japan. I think as I've been tracking online, the Japanese players seem to be a little bit more experimental in this early Regulation B phase. I think they've been favoring Pokemon like Mamoswine. I see a lot of experimentation with that on the Charizard teams. Metagross a little bit, Mawile, Annihilate for the most part, not really seen in the Western metagame, but they've been experimenting with that as well. But yeah, I think whether they are, in a honeymoon phase with these newer Pokemon, or they end up returning to that, of course, as you said, the Big Six combination with the Whimsicott, so Mega Floette and the Charizard remains to be seen, but I think it's definitely something on players' mind. What Japan's going to opt into, but it does seem, like you said, the West, it seems to be shifting a little bit away from that.
I think one of the most remarkable things about Charizard is just like most people would be able to tell you Charizard is the strongest Mega in the format, and one of the consequences of that is just the range of teams you can see Charizard on. Like one of the big stories coming out of last weekend, this weekend, to me, is just this rise of Charizard rain teams, just something that seems very unintuitive on paper, but we see people like Lexicon, I know Rajan used it last weekend, just lots of strong players making this team look good, and I think especially for this weekend, a lot of European players kind of picked up on those ideas and are succeeding with it in this tournament. I think in terms of its representation at like the 7-1 and 8-0 brackets, it's a team that's like absolutely overperforming statistically.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. There's a lot of choices. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, sorry. I was looking at a previous pairing and I thought our Starmie player had somehow got paired back into their round 8, but of course I was just looking at round 8. But yeah, I think the Rain Charizard team, an interesting innovation, and there's also some differences between those teams. Of course, on Lexicon's, I believe it running the Solar Beam Charizard, whereas a lot of the European players that picked it up chose to switch over to the Hurricane on the Charizard to make sure that it's more functional inside the rain condition if you get in that situation. That's common enough. You don't want to be only limited to your water type weather balls in the rain. Having the option to go for a same type attack bonus, Hurricane is absolutely a valuable asset on those teams. But yeah, like you said, I think the innovation on the Charizard teams is something that I don't think anyone would have guessed at the start of MB that we would have seen the Pelipper, one of the main partners for Mega Charizard, but it does have a lot of value. Of course, you can go for the wide guard to stop the rock slides. That's a passive value, and then you can kind of, this one's a little tricky, but if you want to, you can set up your Charizard early with the Sun, switch into your Pelipper, and switch out the Charizard, and then instead of coming in later with your Charizard with, kind of burned out Sun turns, you're coming on the field with fresh Sun, having previously overridden the current rain conditions. So kind of one of the softer strengths of the Pelipper and Charizard combination.
And in terms of like other weathers that are doing well, I know we touched on a little bit with Alolan Ninetales as a partner for Blaziken, but there's another very powerful weather setter in that Frostlass Pokemon that's actually dipped in usage a little bit since in MA, where I believe it's fallen out of the top 6 usage. But we do still see that infamous Frostlass and Lycanroc team that really showed up at the end of Regulation MA to hunt down some of those Charizard teams. That team is represented at the 8-0 record. I believe there's people using it to go 7-1. And I guess really no big surprise to see that team hang around. As long as there's still a Charizard team, that's something that your Lycanroc is going to be really happy to say.
Yeah, the only large change outside of these newer compositions on the Charizard teams is the Life Orb Garchomp, and really just the existence of the Life Orb in general. There's been a little bit of Grimmsnarl presence on some of those teams, but I would say that's more fringe. But yeah, the Frostlass team absolutely still handles those Charizards very well. The combination of the Frostlass and the Lycanroc means that you're able to knock out the Charizard fairly easily and allow the Frostlass to buy some turns to go for the Royveil, to bulk up your team, and also just deal lots of damage to things like the Garchomp. Life Orb's not going to matter if you're, knocked out off the field, so that kind of gets rid of that advantage.
I'm not sure if this is a Pokemon that we're going to be seeing too many of today because I don't believe many players are using it, but one of our top finishers with a 7-1 record was using a Vanillux. I guess just a sign that there are absolutely going to be some more fringe weather setters that we can still expect to see play. Cedric, I think it's kind of remarkable that we haven't even mentioned Tyranitar yet. I don't think that's a Pokemon that actually seems very common on some of these top teams, but absolutely a Pokemon that I think has room to play with some of these other Pokemon. I know it's something that seems like it performed well in the last ranked season, and especially with Houndstone recently, seems like it's been making a bit of a splash in some of these online tournaments and online ladders.
Yeah, I think Tyranitar is an interesting one, right? Because at Indianapolis, the first tournament of Regulation MA, we saw Wolf Glick doing extremely well with his Mega Tyranitar and Mega Steelix team, making it to the finals, and it was really proliferated throughout the entirety of the top 16, doing really overperforming relative to its usage stat. And now it's died out a little bit. However, there is a fair amount of representation on the the Champions MB ranked ladder in game, of course dominated by a lot of Japan players, but yeah, I think they were experimenting a lot with Mega Tyranitar. It wasn't always Mega, as along with the Mega Staraptor, a new addition that's kind of been underperforming. I know in the early tournaments of Regulation MB, we were kind of seeing an underperformance from Staraptor, and I think myself and a lot of more experienced players were under the impression that it wasn't necessarily washed, but that we hadn't quite figured it out. But it seems like people are starting to get their legs underneath them with the Staraptor teams.
Yeah, and with Staraptor especially, it's this Pokemon that when you see this contrary ability, I can see why people would initially say like, oh, I want to pair this with Whimsicott for moves like Charm, Tickle, Fake Tears. But it seems like Staraptor is essentially just like well-statted Pokemon. It can set up Tailwind, it has Contrary to scare off Intimidate. You can use it in like maybe more of an offensive role and just use it to enable other Pokemon like Tyranitar or Extrafill just by being on the field. Definitely something that some of the Japanese players high on ladder were making look really good last season. I still think Pokemon that there's going to be a lot of development for it, just something that is going to reward some of that more creative team building in a way that I think is only going to mature and continue to grow over time.
Yeah, absolutely. One interesting Pokemon, Jacob had it on the graphic, I think only one representation, is similar typing but to the Tyranitars, but very different in another way, the Mega Barbaracle. That's a Pokemon that I know, yeah, I think the jury's out on how to use it correctly. I think some people have said, you know what, Shell Smash is the way to do it, and then some others have been like, dude, look at this thing's stats. It's so bulky, it's so strong. Just use it as an attacker. It has, the rock typing does the close combats. It's just a strong Pokemon overall. Tough Claws, close combat coming off of that attack stack, going to deal a lot of damage. So yeah, an interesting Pokemon for sure.
Yeah, definitely not one that I've seen in action quite as often, but again, it's like a Mega with a relatively powerful ability, strong offensive typing, Tough Claws, and access to Shell Smash. Just like such a terrifying move for sweeping. It feels like it's been a little while since we saw Shell Smash be as relevant in VGC as it has been this format, but with Blastoise especially, it just looks like an absolutely like terrifying sweeping threat whenever it's coming up in its games.
Mm-hmm. One other Mega Pokemon I want to cover is actually the Mawile. Surprisingly, we hadn't actually identified it, just because it kind of blends in relative to the other Charizard teams. But at 8-0, Izzy Wooperstand with a Mega Mawile team on the Charizard, Whimsicott, Basket Legion, Farigiraf, and Garchomp. So it shares a lot of similarities to these other Charizard teams that we have, but it has that Mega Mawile as a Trick Room sweeper instead of going for the Mega Charizard. So it has a cool moveset. I think a lot of these Mawile players have identified that Rock Slide is a very important coverage move to have on the Mega Mawile in Trick Room to make sure that you're not, getting into these Trick Rooms with the Farigiraf and the Mawile and still kind of just hapless against Mega Charizards. Having the Rock Slide to take knockouts or potentially get flinches, deals a lot of damage to Incineroar as it tries to intimidate you, is pretty cool. But of course you can't get intimidated if you're Hyper Cutter. That's an interesting innovation that we've seen relative to previous years where Mawile's Intimidate was kind of just, a non-starter. You basically had to have it. It was so valuable. With the presence of King Gambit and, not wanting to get intimidated itself before it goes for the Mega Evolution, we've seen that Hyper Cutter be really strong.
And Mawile isn't actually the only Pokemon on this team that's playing around with its ability a little bit. Like the Charizard Y on this team that Cedric was talking about actually has the solar power for its ability. But enough of that. Let's get into our game with Mega Starmie facing off against a Toxapex Charizard Venusaur team.
Yeah, looks like the trainer name is Davide, running a similar team to the rest of the Italian player, or a contingent of really strong Italian players that have run. Gotta assume that is, of course, Davide Care. But yeah, we're going to be getting into the battle now, just a little bit, I believe. Yep, we are going to get into the battle now. Of course, we have Bagla Saga against Desu running the Starmie and the Sneasel on lead against the Charizard and the Garchomp. Not sure what the Garchomp item is. I believe it is typically Choice Scarf on this team, which could poise it really well against the Sneasel, depending on its item, whether it be the Focus Sash or the Mental Herb. I have to imagine it being the Focus Sash, but yeah, the coaching could be really strong here.
Yeah, Charizard and Garchomp, both absolutely terrifying Pokemon here. I think that having access to the Charizard for Sun right away without Starmie being able to do anything to counter that, really shutting down the damage of some of that liquidation. This is just a very sensible lead from Desu, making sure that he has a good combination of offense and defense here. I think Bagla is absolutely going to have to figure out a way to keep up with this before this Choice Scarf Garchomp is able to sweep them.
Yeah, we're going to see a Mega Evolution right off the bat from the Mega Starmie, getting that huge power ability and a massive boost to its speed and attacking prowess off of that. Of course, typically a special attacker, but now going to be hitting very strong on the attacking side. Mega Charizard going for the Mega Evolution, getting that drought set up, going to slightly weaken the Liquidations and Aqua Jets, and really just the water type damage coming out to Desu's side as that drought gets set up. And there is a Fake Out coming out onto the Garchomp from the Sneasel, going to chip away at that Sneasel Focus Sash as the Starmie is going to go for a Psycho Cut. Goes going to do a lot of damage, but just falling shy of a KO. The Garchomp lives healthily as a Weather Ball is going to come out. Yeah, that is going to do a lot of damage into the Starmie, a little over a 2-hit KO.
I think that was a pretty good effort by Starmie that turn. Garchomp absolutely took a lot of damage, and this is a Starmie that would usually be able to finish that Garchomp off with an Aqua Jet, but I believe due to the Sun in play, it is probably going to fall just a little bit short of it, so this Garchomp is still looking absolutely terrifying with an Earthquake right now. I wonder what sorts of things Bogla could do to keep up with that. I guess we also see something like the Pelipper in the back could be just the Pokemon to activate a stronger Aqua Jet.
Yeah, Aqua Jet should easily take out the Garchomp if Bogla chooses to go for that, and it is going to be Aqua Jet going to clear that Garchomp off the field for the Sneasel. Of course, it was the White Herb, was a mistake on my part, hadn't gotten updated on the team sheet, so, but yeah, now no longer going to be at risk of a KO on future turns. Weather Ball is the move of choice going into the Pelipper. Hurricane could have done a lot of damage, but you don't want to risk that 50% accuracy if the Pelipper had not switched in, of course, but that's still doing a lot of damage, definitely in range of a Hurricane on the next turn, so down a Pokemon, but absolutely in a decent position if you can answer this Starmie, which is now really poised to do a lot of damage. But Desu brings in the Incineroar, going to start quelling that damage output with the Intimidate and the immediate Fake Out pressure on this turn.
Something that's important to note about this particular Charizard is actually the moveset of Heat Wave, Weather Ball, and Helping Hand for that last move before Protect. So this is a Charizard that's really going to be very uncomfortable when the rain is up. Still going to have Weather Ball, but not much else. Incin, potentially a good Pokemon to buy a turn, but actually going to withdraw for Desu's side.
Yeah, Toxapex hits the field, a really strong defensive Pokemon against these rain teams typically, but of course the Psycho Cut would be strong into that. The Starmie not going for that, goes for the Protect this turn to protect itself from any potential Fake Out, as Desu also on the defensive gets a Protect, wants to stall a turn. Toxapex really isn't threatened too much, but oh, great call from Bogla, goes for the Tailwind, get the speed advantage, maintain the speed advantage on future turns, but to make sure at least the Pelipper will be outspeeding the Charizard. Now going to be really pinned down on that Charizard with Water-type moves on their coming turns.
Yeah, having a guaranteed Fire-type in that slot seems like it's going to be really hard for Desu to make sense of here, but Toxapex could be the defensive Pokemon that Desu needs to get back into the game right now.
Yeah, Hydreigon is going to hit the field. The Starmie doesn't love being on there with the Intimidate, especially when another is about to hit the field. Incineroar is the switch of choice. Let's see what the Pokemon go for. Intimidate not going to be so effective here. What does Pelipper go for? It is the Weather Ball into the Incineroar. Is it going to be a KO? Looks to be Impish, should be a KO. It is a knockout on the Incineroar, and that goes down. Critical hit. We're going to see if that matters, I guess, later on in the battle, but Pelipper, a very strong Pokemon. The Toxapex still yet to move, goes for the Infestation. Good catch on the Hydreigon, not super effective, but not doing a lot of damage, but at least locking it on the field. A kind of cool option to make sure that a Pokemon is unable to switch, but unfortunately not into the Pelipper. Would have been an interesting play to lock that on the field and make sure it would not be able to override, or switch out and override the Sun, which of course, Desu has no more Pokemon remaining. The Sun will remain on the field. No option to reset it for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised to see that Infestation target the Hydreigon instead, maybe reading something like a Protect on the Pelipper. But with the Pelipper able to swap in and out here, that means that Desu is potentially going to run out of control of the weather very soon. I think the Hydreigon is just going to be a tough Pokemon for Charizard and Toxapex to knock out as efficiently as they need to when you're down a 2-4 disadvantage like Desu has.
Like you mentioned, Infestation not active on the Pelipper. It's going to leave the field and buy a turn for the Sneasel to come in. Dark Pulse going to do a lot of damage to the Charizard, a little less, or not a whole lot of damage, but 37%, bringing it low, definitely in range of Water-type moves later on in the game. The Weather Ball, a fair amount of damage, but after it's going to need a Toxic and an Infestation to take the knockout. And the Infestation falls into the Sneasel. Again, did it actually even take down a single percent? I don't think I've ever seen that Chuppa in Pokemon Champions, but of course going to take a little bit this turn. Unfortunately, yeah, the Tailwind advantage is still there, but most importantly, that Pelipper is lurking in the back.
Yeah, Hydreigon and Sneasel are looking like very strong Pokemon to be able to wrap up this game right now. Again, I guess Charizard and Toxapex are both relatively healthy. Both of Bogla's Pokemon are going to be affected by that Infestation now, so we're not going to be able to see any switches. But I still believe Desu's side is very pinned down by these strong attacks from Charizard and Sneasel. Even if we see Desu able to pick up a knockout, another really strong Water type is poised to replace either of the Pokemon that Bogla has on the field right now.
Yeah, I think the damage not lacking to the Charizard, but the Toxapex potentially if the Psycho Cut isn't able to take an immediate KO, but we're just going to see a slow down turn, Fake Out into the Charizard as the Toxapex protects, and it's going to be an Earth Power. Yeah, just trying to get that Toxapex a little bit lower. Not everyone knows their Toxapex calc, so maybe trying to chip that for sure in range of a Psycho Cut. But we're going to see the Infestations start to chip down the Pokemon, but I believe, yeah, it's going to depend on the speed. I think Tailwind will be ending this turn, but the Sneasel should be able to outspeed and likely get a Fierce Dark Claw into that Charizard if it wants.
Yeah, you do have to wonder whether Dark Claw is going to be enough to knock out Charizard from here based on the Wave Chain. Absolutely can see it surviving that. But the thing is, I'm not so sure if the Charizard will be able to outrun Hydreigon, another Pokemon that's around a similar speed set. And if it can't, Hydreigon would be able to connect something like an Earth Power into Toxapex. And this Toxapex is not running Recover, so any damage that that is on it is really going to stick. I believe any hit would comfortably knock in range of something like the Starmie's Psycho Cut if it's not already in range of it at full HP.
Dark Claw comes out. Is it going to be the knockout? The Charizard survives barely, and there's no status activation. It is the timid Hydreigon outspeeding the modest Charizard, so lots of damage into that Toxapex. Cleanly in range of the Psycho Cut, you have to imagine, as the Charizard follows up with the Weather Ball. Going to finish off this Sneasler. 63 all the way down to 0. An easy KO for the offensive mammoth that is the Mega Charizard Y. And we're going to see a bit of a slower end of the turn as the Infestation does not take quite the KO. The Infestation is going to knock it out, of course, with the passive effect. And then it's going to be a double switch, but one that Bogla probably not too happy about seeing.
Something that's interesting about the Starmie and Pelipper hitting the field right now is you have to assume the speed orders are going to be Starmie, Charizard, Pelipper, Toxapex in that order. And Starmie's targeting is really the thing that we have to pay attention to here, because even if it can probably pick up a knockout on either of Desu's Pokemon right now, if Desu is able to protect one of these Pokemon, the one that Starmie is going after, and then maybe use the other Pokemon's attack to go after Starmie, we could actually see a reverse of fortune here, especially with the Pelipper probably not being able to get rid of that Toxapex with just one Hurricane right now. So it's a little bit difficult to say what the ideal targeting for Starmie is right now.
Yeah, that Earthquake that it took earlier in the game starting to pay dividends. That Starmie maybe not in range of one turn of Infestation, but it's going to be close. I think Desu probably, like you said, needs to get the timing or the targeting on the Protect properly. If that happens, potentially has the time to be able to stall out the Starmie, be able to 1v1 the Pelipper afterwards. But it's really going to come down to whether the Charizard protects and there's Liquidation into it, or the Toxapex protects as there's a Psycho Cut into it. The Hurricane from the Charizard, poised to take a KO on either Pokemon here. It's really about targeting. Let's see what these players opt into as Bogla and Desu size each other up. It is going to be Protect on the Starmie, delaying the game a little bit. Doesn't want to make that targeting call yet. Let's see if Desu goes for a Protect. It is the Weather Ball into the Charizard. Of course, no Hurricane. It is the Helping Hand. My mistake, but that is going to do a lot of damage. Let's see how the Pelipper is going to follow up. Deals a lot with the Citrus Berry. That HP could actually be very critical in allowing it to beat the Toxapex, but doesn't swing on the Charizard. Could have taken away a little bit of the ambiguity on the next turn, but it is Infestation into Starmie, so a bit of a null turn. No Protects burned on Desu's side critically, so that decision is not really there anymore because the Pelipper went for the Tailwind, so now you have a fairly safe Weather Ball into the Charizard and Cycle Cut.
Yeah, Tailwind a very safe move for Pelipper to go for there, just to ensure that it actually has a speed advantage instead of a speed deficit compared to the Charizard. I think what we're going to see come into play here is, like you said, Bogla can very safely split their targeting against both of these, and Toxapex is going to have to rely on some Baneful Bunker poisons at this point.
Yeah, Charizard protects and the Baneful Bunker comes out. I don't think Psycho Cut's a contact move, so shouldn't be poisoned as far as I know. Let's confirm. Let's confirm my suspicion or deny it. Let's go. Okay, yeah, it does not connect. That's actually very critical for the HP on the Starmie. Now at this point, it does feel like outside of a lot of protects, it's going to be very challenging for Desu to win this game. I think both of us missed that, yeah, the option of the Protect and the Tailwind, given the Charizard didn't have Hurricane, but the less common Helping Hand, really was quite a safe play.
Absolutely, especially considering seems like a pretty bulky Citrus Berry Pelipper. Definitely a set that you can just like swap in and out of the field a little more easily, and that's definitely part of why we see this Pelipper even surviving into the late game after the offense early in the game.
Double Baneful Bunker, Shades of Wolf Glick here. Let's see what the Charizard goes for. No double Protect. I mean, maybe it's hoping to just outspeed the Pelipper, but with the Tailwind up, that's a shot. You know, that's a tough ask, but of course the Pelipper is going to outspeed and mop up that Charizard with the 9% on that Weather Ball.
Yeah, not very much for Desu to hope for at this point. Even if they had been able to stall out the Tailwind, I think it would have been very, very tough to go up against the Starmie at this point. And with the writing on the wall, that is going to be a forfeit for Desu for game one.
Yeah, an Impish Toxapex, so maybe not wanting to reveal the specifics of the training on the Toxapex. Don't want to reveal that exact role. I'm sure that's something Desu calced against the Adamant max attack on the Starmie, but maybe his opponent does not know. But that was a really interesting game. I think a lot of the Starmie really did apply a lot of pressure. We thought it would try and target into that into that Charizard early on, but it really just aggressively targeted down that Garchomp early in the game.
Yeah, I think part of the story of the early game here is just Desu losing weather control pretty immediately to that Pelipper, and then having a Charizard that was stranded on the field as it watched Garchomp get knocked out before it was really able to do much in the game. If I'm Desu looking at this next game, I'm going to have to figure out a completely different plan to deal with that Starmie, maybe involving Pokemon like Venusaur.
Yeah, I think the Venusaur is an interesting pick. Of course, going to switch in way better than the Incineroar and the Charizard into those Water-type moves, but of course also weak to the Psycho Cut, so maybe a reason for it not coming early on. But we're going to see a switch up from Bogla, actually, having won the first game, but switches leads to the Sneasler and the Hydreigon. Same leads from Desu on Charizard and Garchomp.
Yeah, one important thing to remember here is that this is a Choice Scarf Garchomp that's not actually going to be able to go for a Protect if it's worried about something like a Fake Out Draco Meteor coming out from Bongla's side. However, if Desu's repeating these leads, I have to wonder that he has a Toxapex in the back, potentially a really good swamp in against Bongla's Pokemon in the field right now.
Yeah, I think the Earthquake, a potential to KO the Sneasel if you want to go for that, but the Hoblinberry protecting the Hydreigon. But one thing to note is, of course, the Hydreigon and the Sneasel outspeed the Garchomp. There is potential, if you read the switch out, to go for a double up into the Charizard. It is going to be a Protect on the Charizard from Desu. Doesn't want to mess with that at all. Maybe baiting out a Draco Meteor to try and lower the special attack of the Hydreigon. Fake out into the Charizard. Gonna fall, but it is Draco Meteor into that, Garchomp slot. So I was risking the Earthquake, just knocking out the Sneasel, but does a lot of damage, but critically the Toxapex with the Regenerator should be able to heal that up with that, and in combination with the leftovers on future turns if it wants to switch out.
The special attack drop on Hydreigon is really significant here because this is a Hydreigon that is now no longer actually threatening very much damage on Desu's side, even if its typing still looks good. And actually a Pokemon that Bogla is going to have a lot of pressure to get out of here immediately because Toxapex could potentially trap it on the field with this Draco drop, just lock it in, watch it get worn down. So I think Hydreigon's really feeling a lot of pressure to switch, leaving Sneasel a little bit isolated on the field.
Yeah, it is not Focus Sash, so would be susceptible to a Weather Ball potentially knocking it out. And of course, the interaction between the switch out into the Pelipper and the Charizard Mega Evolution, the Drought would activate second, allowing it to go for that full power Weather Ball. So not a lot of defensive recourse at this point for Bogla, unless you maybe fish for a Dire Claw, Paralysis, or Sleep on the Charizard. But we're going to see the Hydreigon, as you said, doesn't want to get infested into a -2 Draco Meteor. Pelipper is going to enter the field, but I mean, that Charizard going right for the Mega Evolution, as we alluded to, going to override that rain immediately into the Drought, and the Sun is going to have full power Weather Ball and Heat Waves on this upcoming turn. And I'm not sure if the Sneasel is going to be bulky enough to take it. That's something that really only Bogla knows, how bulky that Sneasel is. It's going to be the Dire Claw. Does it get an activation? It is not going to activate anything, and the Charizard is able to double connect a Heat Wave. Based on that damage, yeah, Weather Ball would have been a KO, but deals a lot of damage. Any damage into this Pelipper is going to be important. The Infestation and the Heat Wave going to be racking up damage over time. Now the Pelipper is critically locked on the field, unable to switch out for the remainder of the Infestation.
I think that's just an incredible turn for Desu, getting away with making a relatively safe play because of how important that Draco Meteor drop was on the Hydreigon. I think Pelipper being trapped here is just very, very bad news for Bongla. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to deal with Charizard too easily, and of course not with Toxapex too easily. This is a Pelipper that's going to have to rely on Fire-type Weather Ball and inaccurate Hurricane right now. Just not exactly the moves that you want to have when you're going up against something like Toxapex, which is the Pokemon that I think Bogla is going to have to figure out a way to deal with very quickly and not find themselves having tools for.
Yeah, there's really no tools to deal with this Toxapex in the field. You don't really even have to risk the Charizard this turn if you don't want to. Maybe you go for an Infestation and get that initial chip damage onto the Sneasel, let an additional Infestation chip down on the Pelipper, then follow up the next turn with a Weather Ball into the Pelipper and just knock out the Sneasel. As Protect does start to come out. Maybe we're going to see what the Toxapex goes for, but it is going to draw the Dire Claw into that Protect. No damage on the Charizard, trying to play things extremely safe, but Bogla saying, you know what, I'm not able to do very much damage at all this turn, but maybe I can set myself up offensively for later turns, as in a Toxic onto the Pelipper is now going to be taking the Infestation chip and the Toxic, mounting up and increasing over time.
Yeah, Desu deciding that they need to focus on the Pelipper right now. I think on Bogla's side, I like the decision to go for a Tailwind with Pelipper, but this feels a little bit early to go for it. This Tailwind is going to be something that Desu is already planning on stalling out some of the next couple of turns, so it is going to be fewer turns of Tailwind for Bogla to ultimately use after Pokemon like Pelipper and Sneasel go down, which feels like it is going to be hard for them to avoid with this Toxapex essentially just trapping the Pelipper on the field.
Yeah, the Charizard now in a position where it is the Pelipper can go for Hurricanes. They're at 50% accuracy, but I think, prime opportunity to switch the Charizard into I'm hoping the Garchomp. Yeah, that would draw a Dire Claw and a Weather Ball or a Hurricane fabulously. In addition, the Rough Skin going to chip that Sneasel down into potentially a KO. Let's see what it's at. It's just shy of the Rough Skin being able to take a KO, but an Infestation should mop it up. And it is the Fire-type Weather Ball expert switch from Desu, taking a lot of damage on the Garchomp, but still able to hit the field and maintain the Charizard at a fair amount of HP, as the Infestation is going to clean up that Sneasel this turn. And the Pelipper is still stranded on the field in the sun with little recourse, little damage. Although it got the Tailwind up, still not loving the Infestation of the Toxic starting to mount and mount.
If there's any silver lining for Desu here, it is going to for Bogla here, it is going to be the fact that Sneasel are going down does let them choose what kind of Pokemon to replace it with, whether that would be the Hydreigon that we've already seen or the Starmie that we have to suspect is lurking in the back. However, with how out of place the Pelipper feels on the field right now, that other Pokemon is going to have to put in a lot of work to really improve Bogla's fortunes here. Another thing that I like about their position is just the fact that this is a Choice Scarf Garchomp. It swapped in really nicely in that turn, but it isn't actually going to be able to protect in front of whatever attacks Bogla wants to go for it on this turn.
Yeah, I think the Starmie set up very well on the field. Can go for a Psycho Cut into Toxapex or just knock out the Garchomp in turn. Honestly, even though the Rain is likely never to get set up for the rest of the battle, Pelipper going to be primed to get KO'd on future turns. The Charizard in the back is low enough that a Liquidation or a Psycho Cut should potentially be able to take a knockout, but I think we do need to keep in mind the final Pokemon for Desu, whether it's the Incineroar or the potential Venusaur we gestured towards in the past.
Yeah, definitely whatever that last Pokemon is going to be is really important. It doesn't seem like Desu actually has such a clear plan yet to deal with this Starmie well if the tailwind is up. As we're actually going to see Garchomp withdraw.
Yeah, going to be the Incineroar, the same 4 brings from the previous game. Same order, just adjusting the game plan a little bit. Intimidating the Starmie as it does go for the Mega Evolution, activating that huge power. If it goes for Psycho Cut, it would be a clean KO into the Garchomp, but would fall to an immunity on the Incineroar and would also buy the Toxapex potential time if it didn't go for the Baneful Bunker. Doesn't want any of that smoke from the Psycho Cut, so going to protect in front of that. And we'll see what the Starmie did go for. Yeah, it's going to be Psycho Cut, and it fell into the Baneful Bunker. Not the Incineroar, which maybe would have felt a little bit worse, and it is a Weather Ball to follow up. So maybe Balgavelle not entirely sure of the damage, or rather, maybe was preparing for the Intimidate to come in preemptively, and was trying to double up and get a little bit more value out of the Pelipper.
I think this is ultimately just such a safe switch on Desu's side. Instant just very tough to cover for in terms of its hype synergy coming out of Garchomp there. And the other thing is that once your Instant hits the field safely, you're going to have a pretty safe fake out into the Starmie slot while your Toxapex can just, do that last 2% of damage to Pelipper with the Infestation automatically. And once you have Bogla down to just 2 Pokemon, it's going to be a little bit easier for Desu sides to stall out that tailwind and get a revenge sweep with the Choice Scarf Garchomp.
Yeah, Desu getting that Starmie intimidated out of there, doesn't want to take the fake out. Wow, aggressive fake out targeting into the Pelipper. Expected the Starmie to switch off the field and takes that KO. Doesn't want any more Hurricane damage. But the Toxapex, able to go for the Toxic, hitting the Hydreigon on switch, putting a timer on that Pokemon. Actually kind of important given that it is a Hobbenberry Hydreigon, just getting that potentially lower and lower in range of the Dragon Claw in the late game. It is, of course, the Starmie and the Hydreigon against the world, kind of in a flip from the previous game where Desu was stuck on the field with no ability to gain range or the weather superiority. Now, really, if Sun hits the field, it's going to stick for the rest of the battle. And the Starmie is not going to love losing the damage or the high base power on its water type moves.
Something that's really interesting about that turn is just the fact that Desu was willing to leave in the Toxapex to potentially take a hit from Starmie. Maybe a sign that Desu is actually comfortable that the Toxapex was going to be able to live a Starmie hit there.
Yeah, I think at the -1 on the Intimidate, it should have been able to survive that fairly cleanly, but at this point, yeah, just sets up the Sun. Maybe the Charizard less of an offensive piece and just wants to make sure that the Liquidation, maybe for the Incineroar even, will be, yeah, it can take those a little bit later, later in the game. Liquidation comes out, and we see the raw power of that Liquidation able to KO the Charizard from about 60%, even with the Sun being active, an indication that maybe with the coaching it could take KO in the future of the set. But yeah, the Earth Power going to fall into the Baneful Bunker on the Toxapex as it gets another 12% onto that Hydreigon. Yeah, the damage is mounting, and pretty soon, I would say, in another turn, it'll be pretty close to if Dragon Claw KOs, and then in 2 turns for sure. And yeah, Desu just trying to stall out those 2 turns by getting the Incineroar, actively intimidating the Starmie, and applying Fake Out pressure once again.
Yeah, absolutely stalling seems to be the name of the game for Desu here, who I think needs to connect a couple more of these residual effects on Bogla's side, whether that's the poison damage continuing to mount against Hydreigon, or being able to connect a poison on Starmie as well, another Pokemon that's relatively bulky. It's not like it's going to be anything to 1 Garchomp attack.
Fake Out into the Hydreigon, doesn't want to take a hit. Psycho Cut does have a high critical hit rate, and it's going to take the critical hit. Knocks out the Toxapex in 1 hit, up -1 attack. Doesn't matter because of the critical hit. Huge knockout, no more passive damage going to mount. And yeah, the Garchomp will hit the field. Another turn of Fake Out. I mean, that Hydreigon's getting low, should be in range of the Dragon Claw, but I think that was really important to get Hydreigon into the stationary Toxic to start whittling away at this full HP Starmie. It is intimidated the Garchomp. I think it was really close last game, took about 75% from the Psycho Cut. It's at 57% now, but in combination with an Aqua Jet could be a KO, but I think the Incineroar's HP pool is also very important here. But I think, yeah, going to be a tough battle, but of course the Hydreigon protecting the HP is going to continue to mount, and we'll see what the Garchomp goes for. Dragon Claw into the Hydreigon's protect. Desu trying to take that clean knockout, not going to come out. It is the Psycho Cut into Garchomp. Does it KO? No, it's able to survive, and honestly should survive a Liquid or an Aqua Jet going forward. Throat Chop, a great offensive option from the Incineroar, brings that Starmie in range with a Dragon Claw easily.
Yeah, I think the throat chop from Incin was something that we hadn't talked about up until this point. You have to remember, this is an Incin staring down an intimidated Starmie in the sun. It's not like Liquidation is going to be able to get rid of the Incin once. So I think even after that critical hit, Desu finding just enough offensive power on their team to be able to get through the rest of Bongo's Pokemon. Aqua Jet not able to pick up a knockout on the Garchomp.
Yeah, huge. If it had knocked out, I think that's probably the game for Baklava. But of course, the Hydreigon does get to eat the Hobbenberry. Dragon Claw is going to take the knockout fairly cleanly, 25% HP. And now the Incineroar yet to move. It's really its choice of anything. Could go for Flare Blitz, but most likely maybe that Throat Chop to clean up this Starmie and get a Game 2 win for Desu after a untimely crit, but ultimately had it planned out perfectly to still find that win. Well, I mean, it looked like it needed the 2 Psycho Cut crits, but still a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, this Incin in the sun actually looking like such a strong Pokemon on Desu's team. Maybe not something that I would have expected to be quite the star player that it was in this game, but I think something that's going to be a really critical part of their strategy, potentially moving forward into Game 3. I think especially to enable that Incin, something that Desu really did well was just getting that relatively early knockout on Sneasler, isolating Pelipper, making sure that it wasn't going to be able to control the weather. Once you fulfill those conditions, just the matchup starts to look so much better for Desu's side. So I have to wonder how Bogla is going to adapt to Game 3 after seeing Desu masterfully pilot in that Game 2.
Yeah, I think name of the game is absolutely never letting the Pelipper get infested. Just having that stranded Pelipper in the sun made it so difficult to actually gain some momentum. And as we said, I think the key difference between that Game 1 and that Game 2 was the Incineroar. In Game 1, it just switched in on a Weather Ball, got knocked out immediately, and it was kind of game from there. But in Game 2, the Incineroar switched in and out multiple times, activated the Intimidate, kept the Starmie in check, and was also an offensive sweeper in Sun ultimately at the end of the day. So I think a key factor for both these players is how they're going to be playing around the Incineroar.
Yeah, something to note about Bakla's team is they do actually have 2 ghost types in the Golden Go and the Sinistcha Pokemon that would be immune to that trapping effect from Infestation. The problem is just that neither of those Pokemon actually sound very appealing for this matchup. There's so many threats on Desu's team that are going to make those very difficult Pokemon to bring, so I think the reality of the matchup is whatever Infestation hits is very likely going to end up trapped in and really at Desu's mercy in terms of how he wants to deal with it.
Yeah, the struggle is you really only have that Starmie to immediately deal a lot of damage to that Toxapex, so it can kind of hit the field whenever it wants to and get an infestation off. Let's see how Bagla is going to try and answer that. No change up on the lead, except maybe in the ordering. Garchomp and the Charizard against the Sneasler and the Starmie. It worked in Game 1. Let's go for it Game 2. Yeah.
I really like this decision to go back to this lead for Bagla. I think it's going to be relatively successful at making sure the Charizard doesn't have as many immediate threats. Something that we did see in Game 1 was just the fact that Charizard kind of went off the defensive with the Protect. I wonder if we're going to see the same strategy from Desu this time.
Starmie goes for the Mega Evolution, and we'll see whether the Charizard goes for the Protect or goes for the Mega Evolution. Goes for the Mega Evolution, maybe tipping the hand. Would probably go for the Mega Evolution so that you can switch it around regardless, but most likely an indication going on the offensive this turn, so not a repeat from the Game 1. Charizard's Drought is activating, lowering the offensive output of that Starmie on the water type damage. Fake Out goes into the Garchomp, Rough Skin activates, chipping that Starmie down as the Garchomp is flinching this turn. Liquidation is going to come out, going to do a lot of damage to the Charizard. Let's see how much it is able to survive the attack, indicating a lot of bulk investment on the Charizard. And it's going to follow up with the Weather Ball into the Starmie, prioritizing damage, potentially putting that in range of the Earthquake on the next turn.
With some really titanic damage from the Weather Ball there. Just a reminder that Charizard does not care about resistances in this format. So, Cedric, compared to Game 1, we actually see Charizard taking that hit instead of Garchomp, which means Garchomp is under no threat from something like an Aqua Jet right now.
Yeah, like you said, in Game 1 it was the Pelipper switch and the Aqua Jet to KO the Garchomp, and now the Sneasler very stranded. It doesn't have Protect. If the Garchomp goes for Earthquake, that's going to be a clean KO. Charizard does not want to take any attacks here, goes for the Protect of its own, doesn't want to be Aqua Jetted potentially. The Garchomp is going to go for that Earthquake, going to most likely knock out this Sneasler. Although you can train a lot of bulk on the Sneasers, Earthquake from 87% going to, I would say, a knockout for the most part. Yeah, going to knock out that Sneasler and make sure that there's no more close combats coming out. Going to be a critical hit, but I think that's the Incineroar breathing a sigh of relief. Doesn't have to take a White Herb activated close combat later on in the game for sure, as the Pelipper is going to hit the field, override the Sun, and maybe buy the Starmie a strong Aqua Jet on this turn.
Yeah, it's a strong Aqua Jet for sure, but definitely not enough to knock out an 85% Garchomp. I really have to wonder whether Garchomp would be able to knock out Starmie with another Earthquake from here, because if so, Desu's position could potentially be even better. However, if Starmie is able to take an Earthquake here, we could definitely see a little bit of a reversal of fortune, because this Charizard is very pressured to get off the field. We know that the Garchomp is locked into an Earthquake, which isn't going to be able to do anything about the Pelipper here. Bogla is going to have to figure out a strategy very quickly to get back into the game after this Pokemon deficit.
On Bogla's side, you could have the Hydreigon as the bring again, which would fare very well against this Choice Scarf Garchomp into the Earthquake, and the Charizard wouldn't really love having to go for Weather Balls against that either. Starmie going to take the time to switch out of the field, and it is going to be the Hydreigon, so double Earthquake. No way for the Earthquake to hit anything on the field unless Desu decides to actually Earthquake. Their own Pokemon, it would be the Toxapex, so I can't imagine that is the case. Oh wow, the Garchomp goes for the Earthquake into the Toxapex, going to deal a lot of damage and also buys a turn for the Pelipper to act with no damage. This is the kind of swing that could swing a battle that was otherwise really in Desu's favor. 50% over a 2 KO on, wow, just, oh my god, doubling up onto the Toxapex. That's so much damage. It's now in range of another Hurricane. What a turn of favor for Bogla.
Yeah, Bogla realizing exactly how out of position Desu was on that turn and just taking full advantage of it, not only with the Swamp to Hydreigon, but realizing this is a Choice Scarf Garchomp that is going to be forced to hit its own partner with an Earthquake there. Pelipper and Hydreigon looking so strong on the field, Pelipper not even going for an early Tailwind like we'd seen before, realizing just a perfect turn to go on the offense. Garchomp actually going to withdraw on Desu's side.
Yeah, doesn't want to take a potential Draco Meteor coming out, and Desu trying to get some positioning back. Fake out, and Incineroar the best Pokemon potential to do that, as the Toxapex is going to leave the field, going to the Charizard, so making sure that if it's a Hurricane or a Weather Ball, those are at least going to be very inaccurate or not doing a lot of damage to the double fire types. Earth Power falls into the Charizard, just another immunity on a flying type, as it is Weather Ball into the Incineroar. A great turn from Desu, potentially what he needs to actually get back in this game.
Yeah, a reminder that Incin is really one of the strongest Pokemon on Desu's team. I'm sure Desu breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that Charizard was actually able to hit the field safely there after coming out of Toxapex. Now it looks like Desu is going to be the one in weather control, with Hydreigon going for a protect.
Yeah, both Pokemon on Bogla's side have the option to go for a protect, not wide guard like many of the Pelippers run, and it's proven to be effective here, as the fake out is going to fall on Deaf Ears, Protect going to be blocking that on the Hydreigon, as it is a Weather Ball follow-up into the Pelipper, trying to chip that down. Of course, yeah, I think damage into this Pelipper is actually kind of something that Desu should be prioritizing. It is going to be a little bit difficult outside of just the Citrus is just such a bulky Pokemon, so you want to take that damage early. The Protect from the Charizard is going to come out. These players moving at a breakneck pace as the Hydreigon goes for the Earth Power, damaging on that Incineroar, super valuable. I think a Hurricane would follow up for a KO. Let's see if it is a Citrus Berry on the Incineroar. Thankfully it is, so a Hurricane shy of a critical hit should be able to survive. It is the Tailwind, doesn't want to take that big risk on the Pelipper side.
Yeah, Bogla doing a really good job taking advantage of Charizard's Protect on that turn, as Incin is able to go for a parting shot out of Hydreigon. And one parting shot is actually going to be very important here, because especially with Toxapex's Regenerator, that is a Pokemon just going to be able to, potentially undo all the damage that's come out into it earlier and really begin to get its HP stat back up. And the thing is, once Toxapex goes for just one attack in this game, whether that's an Infestation or a Toxic, it could really be the thing that Desu needs to kind of claw their way back into the match.
Yeah, the Hydreigon, though, still has a really powerful Earth Power into both of these Pokemon, hasn't dropped that Draco and lowered its special attacks. And the Toxapex maybe is going to be close, whether it's in range. I'd imagine it's able to survive the Earth Power. The Charizard leaves the field, wants to make sure that later in the battle, if the Pelipper switches out, you're able to gain the weather control from there. Incineroar hits the field, now Fake Out Pressure active once again. Earth Power, no Baneful Bunker from the Toxapex, not a knockout. I think it's going to need to be a Hurricane to knock out that Toxapex. Let's see if it comes out. It is the it is the Weather Ball into the Charizard, just trying to clean up that low HP Pokemon. The Incineroar is going to get chipped down a little bit more, now in range of the Earth Power, but the Toxapex gets a turn to go for the Infestation. Doesn't lock the Pelipper on the field, but locks the Hydreigon on the field.
Yeah, I think Desu realizing that really locking in either Pokemon right now doesn't necessarily have to be Pelipper to lock in the Sun. I think being able to trap in either of these Pokemon is an outcome that they're pretty happy with. Like you called out, Pelipper wasn't able to go for a Hurricane to finish off that Toxapex, and that is just going to be critical to the outcome of this game. I wonder what Desu's plan for stalling out the next couple of turns is, because a number of their Pokemon are really starting to look pretty low on health. Pokemon like Incin, Garth, and Charizard both pretty near fainting. only the Garchomp in the back actually relatively healthy on Desu's side right now.
Yeah, I think the Infestation into the Hydreigon is actually key for that Garchomp, getting it potentially in range of a Dragon Claw even through Habon later in the game. Fake Out, trying to get even more damage. Every bit helps against that in that damage range. As Weather Ball comes out, Bogla doesn't want to go for those Hurricanes and risk that miss, just wants steady progress on this Incineroar. Now getting pretty close to a Hurricane taking a knockout, or at least 2 Weather Balls. Infestation, though, locking the Pelipper on the field, no longer having any opportunity to switch on both the Bogla side. Essentially, Toxapex has activated the Shadow Tag.
Yeah, this damage is really going to begin to add up on Bogla's side right now. The weather ending on Desu's side is interesting. This might be the thing that they have to look at for repositioning. And one thing that you have to remember about Infestation is that move is essentially trying to Toxapex staying alive. So if Toxapex goes down, the Infestation will end, the Trapping will end. It is a Pokemon that Desu has to protect at all costs, and it's not even a Pokemon that could swap out, because again, the Infestation would still end the moment Toxapex leaves the field.
Yeah, I think Desu's position precarious more than he might it might look. The Incineroar is going to leave the field Baneful Bunker. The Toxapex wants those Infestations active, but it's an opportunity to target into this Garchomp. It is the Dark Pulse, potentially predicting the switch or wanting to catch the Charizard. There's a lot of damage to the Garchomp and doubles into the slot, identifying that Desu wants to keep the Toxapex on the field. Garchomp should be in range of another Dark Pulse, but still, that Toxapex Infestation is mounting on the Hydreigon. It's getting low. It's now at a little over 50% HP. Dragon Claw, it's going to depend on the training of both of these Pokemon, but might be in range for a KO at this point. And although the Pelipper can, I think it's actually favorable that the Tailwind ends this turn, but the Pelipper, could set up a Tailwind, but I think the damage definitely very suspect at this point.
Yeah, this feels very precarious for both players. Like you said, I think it's very questionable whether the Garchomp is actually going to be able to get a knockout on either of Bogla's Pokemon here. If Bogla is able to be bold and just leave in their Pokemon, could be a way for them to get back into the match. But we're going to see a safer Protect from Hydreigon.
Yeah, Protect going to block that Dragon Claw, potentially buying time for the Pelipper to go for a Tailwind and set it up to go for a Draco Meteor into the next turn, or a Dark Pulse in combination with a Weather Ball. But it buys a turn for the Toxapex to go for the Toxic. That damage is going to increase over time on the Pelipper, and it's at 74% HP now. It still has the Citrus Berry, but this is just going to continue taking away over time. And of course, with the Infestation, no option to switch out and reset the Toxic counter.
Yeah, one thing to note about the way that Bogla's been playing this is that we haven't actually seen a Hurricane from the Pelipper yet. Could be a really important way for them to kind of up their damage from Pelipper, especially now that Weather Ball is just going to be a 50 base power normal move without any weather active. However, that Garchomp definitely feeling very uncomfortable in front of Hydreigon might feel a bit of pressure to withdraw into something like Incineroar. If Bogla can get their calls right in terms of what Pokemon to attack and whether Toxapex is going to be protecting, we might see them get back into the match.
Toxapex left open, and the Garchomp survives on 5 HP from the Dark Pulse, and it outspeeds the Pelipper in the Tailwind, goes for the Dragon Claw. That's surely going to knock out the Hydreigon at this point, and that is one of the, that is the the second Pokemon knocked out, only the Starmie and the Pelipper remaining on Bogla's side. So the Incineroar can cleanly come in later in the game. For their trouble, is able to at least get the Weather Ball into the Garchomp to clean that up, so that there's nothing that can naturally outspeed the Pelipper even when the Tailwind ends. But I think probably very upset about the Pelipper not outspeeding the Garchomp there. A huge swing in momentum for this battle.
Yeah, let's think about what's going on in the match right now. So we know that Bogla is going to be forced to swap in their Starmie in the back. Pelipper actually not having its Citrus Berry, so a Pokemon that's going to be with us for a few more turns. But with the Toxic and Infestation beginning to tick down, I think Pelipper might be here with us for only 2 more turns, maybe 3.
Yeah, not entirely sure of that. We'll see what Desu ends up switching into. Goes into the Starmie first for Bogla. Of course, the only option in the Incineroar, just trying to stack those Intimidates and get Fake Out active to stall the remaining turns of Tailwind. As you mentioned, of course, only the Weather Ball and Hurricane available. The Weather Ball, or the Hurricane, at least now 70% accurate, the only really thing in Bogla's favor. So you can potentially knock out that Incineroar and get the Starmie on the field against the Charizard to have a shot. But yeah, the Intimidate going to be really important. The Toxapex with the Intimidate and the Leftovers healing going to be important.
Yeah, actually going to be instant withdrawing for a Charizard right away.
Yeah, Charizard hits the field. The Trout now on the field, of course, going to make it so that the Incineroar later in the battle will take much more liquidation. The Starmie doesn't want any of the Fake Out. That's another turn that Desu has gotten correctly, and the Baneful Bunker, to its credit, probably wasn't going to take too much damage that turn, so maybe wanted to delay that one turn, but a very safe play overall. And the Hurricane finally does come out, and the Charizard is going to dodge. That, of course, would have netted a knockout on the 22% Charizard.
Yeah, we see there part of the reason why Pogba had been so hesitant to go for a Hurricane yet. I think that Charizard swap is so interesting from Desu because I think the fake out is sort of like the level 1 play there. You know it's going to be able to buy your Starmie a little bit of time, but by going into the Charizard, kind of conditioning your opponent to connect, Desu really kind of baited Pogba into going for something a little more passive, and they have a Charizard on the field to show for it that can now withdraw into Instant again to activate another round of Intimidate and potentially save Toxapex from being knocked out by anything.
Yeah, I think at this point could also just delay bringing the Incineroar to make sure that you get it in safely against the Starmie, but of course just going in potentially on the Cycle Cut into the Toxapex, the final opportunity for it to take a KO. That's definitely a strong switch from Desu. Also intimidating that Starmie, as you mentioned, Cheppa. The Charizard is going to get on the defensive, go for a Protect. I think Toxic at this point can be very close to knocking out the Helper. Liquidation does come out, and it is going to take the KO on the Incineroar. So great call from Bogla. However, the Intimidate damage is done. It's a -2 on the Starmie, so probably going to need a critical hit on the future turns to actually knock out that Toxapex.
And I'm not sure, is Pelipper, it is not going down to the poison yet, and because Toxapex left the field, there's no infestation to speak, but Pelipper is going to be here for at least one more turn right now. Toxapex hitting the field again after having activated that regenerator, and is actually, Toxapex is in incredible shape. I did not realize it had healed practically back up to full at this point.
Yeah, I think going to be a question of whether you're going to be able to Psycho Cut crit through all that HP pool, and I mean, you still also just have to target into the Charizard correctly. I believe it just went for a Protect, so maybe a 3-turn to go for that, but still the Psycho Cut not going to be shy of a crit and knock out the Toxapex.
Yeah, on Desu's side, we're going to see a Psycho Cut come into Toxapex, but this is going to leave the Charizard wide open to respond with an attack of its own.
Yeah, Weather Ball is going to come out. We saw from the previous battle, I think this battle, the fact that it does over 50%, and that is going to prove to be the case once again, as the Starmie is going to be knocked out here. And now just the Pelipper, only single target attacks, and of course the Toxic, making it its final turn on the battle. Weather Ball, the final ditch effort, but of course the Charizard sticking around on the field with all that bulk as the Toxapex and the Charizard close it out. The Infestation, of course, fittingly not going to take the knockout, so we're going to get one more turn of Infestation. Dr. Pelly inflicted by the Infestation. We're going to see which one activates first. I haven't been paying attention truthfully, but the Poison does go before the Infestation. Good to know. And that is going to take the knockout for Desu after losing that first game. Ends up going up in the next two to close out the match, and yeah, go to 9-0 in the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, what a well-played game by Desu. In some of these longer matches where using Pokemon like Toxapex and Instant and really playing such a long game, you have a lot of chances to kind of like display your mastery over your archetype, but also the game in general. And I think especially by the end of that last game, we were just seeing Desu do some really creative swapping, kind of conditioning Pogba based on how they'd played up until that point, really making sure that Desu was playing as tricky as possible, making all these swaps as safely as possible, and just never having the right targets for Pogba at the right time.
Yeah, it felt like maybe there were some opportunities, like if the Hurricane crit, maybe you get one more shot to go for a Psycho Cut crit, or later in that game 3, but I think just an excellent played game by Desu, both with the Toxapex. I mean, we thought, okay, the Earthquake goes out into the Toxapex, it's at like 10% HP, and it ends the game around 50% HP, nearly 90 on the penultimate turn, but ultimately expertly played, knew exactly how to spread the damage throughout the battle, even targeting their own Pokemon, but was still able to come out on top.
Yeah, something to remember about that Earthquake turn that really changed up the momentum in the early game is the reason Bogla found themselves in that position was because they lost their Sneasler so early in the game. They didn't find a turn where they had great momentum like that at no cost. And being down a whole Pokemon against something like Toxapex that is just going to slowly wear you down the game, it's just a resource that you don't have to be able to do things like connect a close combat on something like an Instant, which was another Pokemon that we saw essentially survive until the end of this game 3 through whatever Bogla tried to throw at it.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting decision, like you said, to leave the Sneasler in, given you did have the 2 potential switch-ins to come in. Perhaps there was some assumption that maybe it's actually not going to be the Earthquake, could be a Stomping Tantrum or another move. Yeah, it does have Stomping Tantrum on the Garchomp, but regardless, left the Sneasler in, got knocked out, and as you said, not able to clear out that Incineroar, as it proved to be very pesky once again in preventing the Starmie from being an effective counter to the Toxapex, like I think Bogla was intending for it to be.
Yeah, the fact that Starmie went down to Weather Balls in that matchup is also so funny. Charizard showing us that it is a truly more proficient user of Fire-type Weather Ball than Pelipper there, being able to use it even to knock out a really powerful Water-type like Starmie, and really, Starmie's not a slouch in terms of bulk either, so I'm just like, as usual, pretty impressed by Charizard's special attacking damage output.
Yeah, definitely an impressive Pokemon, but yeah, I was very interested in, I think it's a sign of a really good player when you don't just use the Incineroar for just the fake out and the parting shot cycling. I think Desu identified, especially in that game 2, that the Incineroar's HP pool was actually a very important resource after essentially losing it in the game 1, just identifying, you know what, if I keep the Incineroar at healthy HP, I can use it as an offensive attacker. If I get Sun active and it's at full HP, I have an effective counter to the Starmie as long as Sun is up, and just played towards that endgame expertly and executed, and actually entirely shifted away from that in game 2 and used it in the more traditional sense.
Yeah, another Pokemon on Bongo's team that's really unique is the Habanberry Hydreigon, just not something we've seen quite as much since the early days of the format, letting it survive one of most of the Dragon-type moves in the format. Kind of a jack-of-all-trades Pokemon, I'd say, capable of doing lots of damage to lots of different targets, but struggling to get one-shot knockouts a lot of the time, unless it's something like a Garchomp, which I don't think ever saw it actually connect a Draco Meteor against. Guys, I think that has been about everything for round 1 of phase 2 of this tournament. We are going to...
We're actually going to go through the usage stats for just a little bit before we move on to a waiting stream a little bit later. We still got some time on the stream, but we want to look over some of the usage for the the phase 2 of the tournament. Lots of interesting things, so we're going to push over to that briefly. But yeah, it's an interesting tournament. I think Jacob identified in the preview that essentially the King Gambit, a huge conversion rate. I don't think it was number 1 in day 1, but now is it sitting comfortably at the number 1 usage stat in day 2.
Yeah, looking at that King Gambit usage stat, it's so close to that 50%. I have to wonder whether it's going to tip over into that of more than 50% usage as we later make it to the top cut phase of this tournament, followed up very closely by Incineroar and Garchomp, other Pokemon that are just like extremely powerful in the format. Really just so many of the established favorites of the early Champions metagame.
Yeah, I would essentially just look at this graphic and say that any of these Pokemon you could combine into a pretty competent Charizard or Floette team, and yeah, that's represented by the Megas on the graphic. Of course, the Charizard at 40% and the Mega Floette at 23%. I think, yeah, just the Mega Floette I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of it on the stream, but we can see its influence in this metagame. Of course, the Whimsicott, which we've seen as more of a supporting Pokemon, you have the capacity to run the Focus Sash, max speed, max special attack, and essentially you're holding a Life Orb when you're next to the Floette, able to do impressive damage. And then the Sylveon, kind of a Pokemon that is essentially your Floette substitute on a lot of the Charizard teams where you don't want to go for the double Mega and you actually have the really potent combination of the Fairy and the Fire type moves active that you're not able to accomplish that these big 6 teams, although you have the Fairy and the strong special attacking fire type damage on the team, you can't really do it at the same time.
Yeah, and very interesting to see the Sylveon kind of sandwiched here between Aerodactyl and Furrygraph, really 2 of its best partners in the format for whether it wants to go on a Tailwind offensive mode or be paired with that Furrygraph to kind of shore up its lower speed stat and just go for a Trick Room with priority block instead. Also just very powerful partners for that Charizard. Cedric, I think something that's interesting here is just how Sinister's usage, it feels like it's on a bit of a sine curve in Champions so far. I believe for the first Grand Champions Festival we saw Sinister looking pretty high like this, maybe around formats like NAIC we saw Sinister dropping down by a bit, and now it's really come back up now that some of these Delphox setup teams and Floette setup teams are doing some of the strongest that they ever have.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think the Sinistra, a huge consequence of these setup teams where it's so valuable. I mean, we saw it actually win the first tournament in Indianapolis with the combination of the Calm Mind Floette, and the Sinistra just proves to be really effective. I think a lot of people, like you mentioned, switched away from the Calm Mind Floette into more aggressive setup options, the Nasty Plot Delphox, the Shell Smash Blastoise, and that has been dominating this tournament. Of course, Floette, the number 1 win stat usage in day 1, but Blastoise following closely behind it. Not on the usage graphic, but absolutely one of the more surprising Megas to come out and on top in Regulation MB.
Yeah, and it seems like the usage in the store, at least some of the teams that we focus on the stream, make it seem like the format is potentially becoming a little bit, not the absolute most centralized that it's ever been. This is still a format where a lot of Pokemon are going to be hovering around that 50% usage, but we also haven't actually seen as many things of, like, let's say that Aerodactyl and King Gambit mirror, Charizard mirrors, like we might normally expect to do. So I think it's fun to be able to focus on some of these, like, more unusual Pokemon like Starmie that you usually are not going to see making an appearance on the usage graphs instead.
Yeah, I know it's interesting because Pelipper was on the day 1 usage stat. I believe it was 12 in Aerodactyl's current place, but yeah, has fallen a little bit out of favor, but ultimately was really strong in that set. Ultimately, yeah, just barely came out short against the more consistent combination of Incineroar, Garchomp, and Charizard that Desu was piloting. But I think we see why those sort of teams are good. Essentially, even if you have not a counter team, but of course the Starmie, I would say, should be really well poised into a combination of Incineroar, Charizard, and Toxapex, but was able, these Pokemon have just such robust options, even if there's the Hop and Berry Hydreigon, you can use the tools, you can get the fake out, you can get the chip consistently to put it into situations where Pokemon that would typically beat you in a vacuum, you're able through positional play actually get to a advantage state.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we saw in that match was just like kind of the showcase of why Pelipper is a Pokemon that doesn't have access to a Mega Evolution and ends up just feeling like a much lower stat Pokemon than something like a Charizard, which is not only a Sun Abuser, but a Sun Setter in one. While Pelipper is more going to be about setting the rain. It has access to that Tailwind, but ultimately its attacking stats and its bulk stats are not quite the same as something like a Charizard.
Yeah, I love Pelipper, but one thing I saw a tweet recently that I fully agree with. If Pelipper was its own Mega Evolution and it gained no stats and no changes at all, but it just reset the Mega ability, it would be way more effective, and we kind of see why that is. When you get trapped on the field with the inability to switch, or even having to switch and just lose your positional advantage, it is just such a disadvantage against these Charizard teams that don't have that same issue. They can sit on the field and immediately gain the weather superiority at any point, and although you know, of course, once they've set it, it's set, they have to switch out. It is just such an advantage to be able to do that.
Yeah, kind of noteworthy that Rain is the only weather that doesn't have a Mega that's able to set it. Every other weather has something that can kind of choose exactly when to activate that weather condition. I think it's great that Frostlass has been added to the format of Champions, because having that option of when exactly to set your weather really just lets you customize your board state exactly to your liking, get that weather up exactly when you need it, maybe wait for your opponent's weather to hit the field first. Maybe Pelipper will get that opportunity one day.
Yeah, I mean, there is Frostlass, but of course there's also Obama Snow. Don't forget about Obama Snow. Chuppa, also a strong snow setter. But yeah,
it's a snow setter.
Yeah, absolutely. Your point taken. I think these weather teams that do not have and definitely can be at a little bit of a disadvantage. I think, although we haven't seen a whole lot of it on the stream, it's very interesting to me, the Pyroar teams that seemingly Japan really enjoys playing. They were really dominating the MB ladder early on with that Mega Pyroar, with the Torkoal as the main Sunsetter, kind of calling back to Scarlet and Violet, those bulkier Torkoal teams where you have the option to go for Helping Hand or Sweep and Trick Room, but really just trying to set up for your strong Fire-type speedy attacker in the Pyroar with your Helping Hand drought-boosted Heat Waves.
Yeah, Pyroar definitely one of the funnier Pokemon added to the new format. I think it's pretty interesting.
Funny is an apt description.
Well, one of Pyroar's shortcomings is just the fact that it really feels like it ends up relying on those Fire-type moves, almost the same way that something like a Floette or a Xerneas is just like, oh, my Fairy moves are so strong, why would I even use other coverage moves? And in Pyroar's case, it didn't get to keep that Earth power that I know is so known for in Legend CA. It's going to have to rely on other things like Hyper Voice instead. And the problem with relying on those Fire-type attacks, and maybe even being paired up with a Fire-type Weather Setter like a Torkoal or a Ninetales, what happens when your opponent throws out a pretty strong Fire-type resist like a Garchomp or an Incineroar? It's just something that Pokemon has to put in overtime as soon as those Fire-type resistances show up.
Yeah, the Garchomp, I think kind of the winner of MB in a lot of ways. Even though it isn't #1 in the usage graphics, I believe it was ending up, I think number 3 or number 2, very high up, but essentially the Life Orb, one of the main benefactors. Although it was the Choice Scarf in the previous set, I think one of the more dominant items has been that Life Orb on more offensive compositions. This the ability to suddenly get a Rock Slide that prior to, I mean, you could train the Charizard to go for the Rock Slide to be able to survive it in the past, but the Life Orb makes that so much more difficult to do. But that is going to do it for us on the mic for round 9. We will be back with you shortly in round 10. We're going to send it to a break, but stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. My name is Cedric Bernier. I go by Talon, and of course, I have Chippa Cross, the fourth, on the mic with me. How you doing, Chippa?
Doing good. We got to catch a really excellent game last time, and this round is going to be no different as we take a look at some of these teams that we'll be featuring this round. Being able to advance to the 9-0 record, as we saw Desu winning last round, and both the players featured in this round are going to be, again, getting really close to that score of 12-2 that a player will need to advance to the top cut phase in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be extremely important to secure another win. Yeah, going to be, at this point, 9-0. They're going to try and get that additional win. They'll need 2 more after, even if they win this match, but every little bit of cushion for the remaining tournament is absolutely astoundingly important in these late stages of the tournament. We have some interesting teams. Of course, we have a player that we featured yesterday, Snorlax Pikachu, I believe, Mateo Boschman, the NAIC senior finalist who came in second at that tournament with another interesting team. Now going to be featuring the Blaziken and King Gambit. We kind of previewed in a previous in the interlude between the previous matches, but a very interesting combination.
Yeah, I think Blaziken is a Pokemon that I'm really excited to be able to talk about, just not something that I've seen used too much, and on their team, it looks like they're going with the Stone Edge instead of the more standard Rock side, really just packing as much of that Rock-type, Fire-type power into this Blaziken as we can expect. Cedric, what kind of Mega do you think you expect to see Mateo using in this matchup, as they have both the option of the Blaziken and the Venusaur at their disposal?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question, just because in theory the Venusaur should play way better into the Mega Floette, just having great resistances to it and doing a lot of damage with the Sludge Bomb, whereas the Blaziken, the Stone Edge, like you mentioned, going to be very effective against the Mega Charizard Y. Of course, on Liam VGC's side, on the other side against Mateo, is going to be that Big Six combination. Of course, we've seen a lot of debate about its name. I know, of course, friend of the show, Jamie Boyd, saying, you know what, it can't be Big Six. I think at some point we're going to have to come to some consensus on that. But yeah, I believe the Charizard and the Mega Floette are going to be really important in this matchup. Just the interaction between the two, really the Mega Roulette between the two trainers.
Yeah, and I definitely think Mateo's team has ample opportunities to take on some of these Pokemon on Liam's team, like the Ninetales being able to shut down Garchomp and Lycan Rock for Charizard. Actually seems like a matchup that they have pretty ample tools for.
Yeah, the Whimsicott and the Garchomp will hit the field right off the bat. The Ninetales looking very strong against 2 super effective targets for that Blizzard, and not a lot of immediate pressure against it.
If anything, Whimsicott looks like it might be able to set up that Tailwind immediately to kind of flip around the speed order, but ultimately a huge lead for Mateo. Ninetales just under no immediate pressure, and no immediate reason for this Ninetales to do anything other than fling out a super effective Blizzard.
Yeah, Charizard is going to hit the field. It's not going to love taking the Blizzard, but at least isn't going to be a one-hit knockout like the Garchomp would otherwise. Taking Mega Venusaur, going to activate that Mega Evolution and activate the Thick Fat, making it be able to take the Heat Waves a little bit better from the Charizard on future turns. Whimsicott not wanting to take any Ice-type damage this turn, goes for the Protect, as the Ninetales is going to start it off with the Blizzard, dealing a lot of damage to the Charizard. Of course, hasn't gotten that special defensive boost from that Mega Evolution yet that augments its bulk. It is doing a fair amount of damage, does have the opportunity to freeze, but not going to be the case on this turn, as the Sludge Bomb, great double up into that. Is it going to get the poison? No poison on the Charizard, so we'll stick around for at least one turn.
That's an absolutely huge Sludge Bomb follow-up from Mateo, just taking the full pin on that slot and taking advantage of Charizard's lower special defense before it Megas, leaving it with just a couple of hit points left. Even if Charizard is able to flip the weather due to Venusaur's Thick Fat ability, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to cut through it quite efficiently enough to stop another Sludge Bomb from coming out. If you're on Mateo's side, you know that you've lost the weather war for the time being, so this could be a great opportunity to withdraw your Ninetales, as you know there's a Garchomp in the back that you're going to have to think about saving it for.
Yeah, I think the Ninetales probably going to leave the field. It's not the Focus Sash like the Whimsicott has, so if a Heat Wave came out in combination with a Tailwind, it would cleanly knock it out if it doesn't go for a Protect. So probably some level of defensive countermeasure, but the Venusaur really well poised, as you mentioned. The Thick Fat can allow it to survive this turn, as the Ninetales does come out into the Lycan Rock, which won't love taking a Heat Wave, but at least, can take it nominally. As the Charizard is going to go for the Mega Evolution, it's going to start this turn off, activate the Drought, and override that weather that the Ninetales had previously set up, and the Heat Wave is going. Well, we don't know yet. The Drought is course is coming out. Moonblast, no Tailwind actually, very aggressive, but goes into the Venusaur, trying to chip it down a little bit or potentially catch a switch in, but not going to do a lot of damage at all. And it is going to be the Weather Ball double up into the Charizard, so critically the Focus Sash from the Lycan Rock will remain intact. Oh my goodness, very close to a knockout. You can see why the Moonblast came out. Maybe expecting a little bit less special bulk, but the Sludge Bomb follows up. Is it going to get the poison on the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott? It's over one so far. The Focus Sash is going to activate, and there is going to be no poison on the Whimsicott, so it lives to see another day.
I was very worried for this Lycanroc's fortune, seeing it swap in against two pretty powerful special attackers, but actually making the switch scot-free at the cost of so much of Venusaur's health. Looks like Mateo there chose not to go after Charizard yet, knowing that that Lycanroc will potentially be able to deal with it with an Accelerock later in the game. However, Accelerock might not be quite fast enough to stop this Whimsicott from going for a Tailwind before it goes down this turn. Seems like a turn for Liam to reposition.
Yeah, reposition you will, as the Garchomp hits the field. Would be a prime candidate to take an Accelerock, as the Whimsicott goes for a Tailwind. Wants to make sure at least it gets that if an Accelerock comes its way, as the Lycanroc follows up with the Accelerock into the Garchomp. I believe a contact move, so potentially going to break the Focus Sash. Yeah, going to break the Focus Sash on the Lycanroc. Could be critical for a Pokemon in the back, or even the Garchomp itself can take the knockout on the future turn. Whimsicott, you know, taking 1 HP and 1 HP transferring to the Venusaur on the Giga Drain. Probably not going to be super meaningful, but hey, you never know.
1 HP is better than none HP. Yeah, like we had talked about, just a turn for Liam to reposition, let Whimsicott go down to make way for another Pokemon back. It's going to be Basculegion filling in to take its place, not that Charizard, who is still under so much threat from an Accelerock. I think if you're Liam at this point, you have to figure out how to use your Tailwind the best way you possibly can, because you know that once Tailwind ends, you are going to have to be staring down that Ninetales again, a Pokemon that can naturally outrun and knock out Pokemon like Garchomp. However, I think Liam still has to be pretty happy about how much damage they've done to this Venusaur, an absolutely critical Pokemon to have on red HP when you've got a powerful water type like Basculegion on the field.
Yeah, I think really strong offensive position for Liam here with the Wave Crash to the last respects. Potentially going to prime a knockout into Lycanroc, and the Garchomp, you know, has a KO on either with Earthquake if you want to go for it. But it's really on Snorlax Pikachu to stall a couple of turns and get that Ninetales in. They'll have speed superiority for the rest of the battle if it can get rid of that Tailwind, as the Lycanroc is going to start off the turn with a Protect, going to start chipping away at those Tailwind turns, as the Venusaur is going to remain unprotected, going to take a Life Orb Rock Slide. Does it connect? It is, and it's going to chip the Venusaur down and take it out. Probably pretty close, a very bulky Pokemon, but the critical hit securing that knockout for Liam to see. As the Basculegion, you know, that can go for anything, but of course going to fall onto that Protect on the Lycanroc.
I think the decision to go for the Protect with only Lycanroc, keeping it safe from last respects from Basculegion, there is interesting, because it means that Mateo wants to position one of their other Pokemon next to this Lycanroc there, saying that they would rather just have the low HP Venusaur go down rather than letting themselves get double knocked out that turn. I wonder if this is going to be an opportunity for us to see if that last unrevealed Pokemon they're back, which could be any of Basculegion, Kingambit, or Blaziken. Looks like it's the Kingambit coming out. I think that absolutely makes sense. Pokemon threatening this Basculegion with the Sucker Punch, and we have to remember this Kingambit is the Life Orb set, which will comfortably be able to get a knockout on almost any Basculegion out there. However, this Garchomp is still positioned quite well here. Don't think it's a Pokemon that Mateo actually has a way to stop from attacking.
Yeah, Protect coming out from Basculegion doesn't want to take a Sucker Punch just yet, as the Kingambit itself maybe predicting a Protect Earthquake play from the Garchomp goes on the defensive as well. Lycanroc does get a Accelerock off. Of course, the Tailwind would allow the Garchomp to outspeed, as it is the Earthquake. Wanted a double KO, or probably not going to knock out the Kingambit, but a whole lot of damage. Not going to get it on that slot, but should be able to clean up this Lycanroc. But most importantly, that is the second KO of the battle for Liam VGC. That means that the Ninetales is going to be forced to hit the field and set up the snow on this turn.
Yeah, Ninetales coming in with just one more turn of Tailwind. However, the fact that it's next to Kingambit like this, and I think this is part of why we've seen Mateo let their Pokemon go down in this order, is that the Kingambit could potentially try and protect Ninetales from hitting something like a Wave Crash or a Last Respect by pointing a Sucker Punch at that Basculegion. So definitely a lot to think about for both players here. Something else to remember is Ninetales would really like to be able to go for Blizzard to hit both these Pokemon for significant damage, but with that Charizard in the back, Liam does have a way to prevent that Blizzard from being perfectly accurate.
Octodret coming out trying to dodge a Sucker Punch, and it is going to be the Sucker Punch from Snorlax Pikachu. Not going to hit in, of course, the priority moving first on Basculegion. Earthquake going to come out, going to deal damage to the Basculegion, should be able to survive, but not a knockout of the Kingambit. But most importantly, 9% HP left on the Kingambit. One Life Orb tick remaining with the Ninetales, gets to strike, and strike it will with the Blizzard, going to knock out the Garchomp. A lot of damage to the Basculegion, but not a knockout, of course, but does have the opportunity to freeze. We'll see if it's able to execute, but I think at this point, things looking fairly solid. The Charizard at very low HP in the back, and it is a standardly trained fast Ninetales against, of course, the modest Charizard. Looking like a fairly clean win for the Ninetales.
Yeah, this is still really tough to say what's going to happen, because I think if Liam is able to predict what the Basculegion, or sorry, what the Kingambit on the opponent, on the opposing side wants to do, whether it's going to be a Sucker Punch that you have to stop with something like an Aqua Jet or a Protect on your side, I definitely think either player could come out ahead But with this King Gambit and Basket Legion, really seem like it's going to be so important for both sides to understand what their opposing end is doing.
Yeah, I think the Aqua Jet with the Mystic Water is going to be close if it's able to knock out the King Gambit, but with Freeze Dry on Ninetales, it should be a Ninetales Freeze Dry into the Basket Legion and Sucker Punch into the Basket Charizard to lock that slot down to close it out, but it's really going to be dependent if the King Gambit can survive this harsh sunlight dropped Aqua Jet from the Basket Legion. I think it's going to all come down to that, Chapa.
Yeah, Freeze Dry, very important move for Ninetales to have. It's comfortably threatening a knockout on either of Liam's Pokemon left. It's like almost all of these Pokemon here have the potential to knock out something on the opposing team. I think after this game we will know.
No, Aqua Jet Sucker Punch is going to knock out the Basket Legion in one, and that's going to retarget whatever was going into the Basket Legion, if anything, from the Ninetales. Did it go for Freeze Dry or a Blizzard? Should have been the... I mean, it's got to be the Freeze Dry, but we've seen like Pikachu go for these Blizzards before in interesting situations. Let's see if it's going to be the Freeze Dry. It is that low HP Charizard from all those targets ago. I think essentially turn one, that damage proving to be so effective in allowing this Ninetales to 1v1 the Charizard in the late game. Incredible win from Snorlax Pikachu.
Yeah, Snorlax finding exactly the move that they need to go for to wrap up that game, kind of calling that they did not think Basket Legion was going to Aqua Jet, or that they just didn't have a problem even if it was.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Essentially just identifying, you know what, even if Aqua Jet comes out here, I am so confident I'm going to survive the attack, so that buys me the opportunity to go for the Freeze Dry and just take the KO on the Charizard. So working out really excellently. I'm interested in seeing what Liam adjusts in this game too.
Yeah, I think the start of the game there definitely seemed like it was pretty rough on Liam's end. Seeing Charizard take all that damage on the first turn of the game to that combination of Blizzard and Sludge Bomb, I believe it was, really seems like something that set them back, especially with Charizard being such a relevant Pokemon to have against Pokemon like Ninetales and King Gambit. I wonder if the strategy that we're going to see them go for in Game 2 revolves around trying to find a better position for that Charizard, and part of why we saw Charizard in that really dicey position was just the fact that we had a Garchomp on lead against Ninetales, really just putting them on the back foot immediately.
Yeah, it was a perfect lead, like you mentioned, from that Ninetales. Could have faced a Charizard on turn 1, but for Mateo's bravery, was faced with the Whimsicott and the Garchomp. Let's see if Liam switches up that game plan coming into Game 2. It is a Lycanroc Venusaur switch up from Snorlax Pikachu, and then on Liam's side, Whimsicott Garchomp once again confident in their guns.
Yeah, Liam definitely getting the better end of the trade this time with a Garchomp that's relatively comfortable here, and a Lycanroc that is a little bit less than comfortable, as Charizard is definitely its favorite Pokemon to hunt down in this matchup, and it is just not finding it.
Quick moves from both of these players. They know what they're going to do. They're 9-0, and they are confident as the Mega Venusaur goes for that Mega Evolution. Of course, the only Pokemon on the field available to do so. Going to be getting that bulk augmentation there. Whimsicott goes for Protect, doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb and a Rock Slide combination for KO. As the Lycanroc, to its credit, also not wanting to get knocked out easily with a Garchomp Earthquake. Garchomp going for that Earthquake. Of course, didn't want to Earthquake on Focus Sash, another element of that play, and then going to do a lot of damage to this Venusaur. It's not running the impish nature that we sometimes see, but rather a modest nature. So if it goes for the Giga Drain, going to heal a lot of HP back. Let's see if it's Sludge Bomb or Giga Drain from the Venusaur. It's going to be the Giga Drain. Oh, that's a lot of damage. With the Life Orb, actually a 2-hit KO, just the value of that modest nature, meaning that a bulkier Venusaur would have been a 3-hit KO, and that Garchomp would have had more opportunities to go for those Earthquakes.
Yeah, between the Life Orb on the Garchomp and Modest on the Venusaur, those two both trading so much damage, but Venusaur definitely getting the better end of it and healing back a huge amount of the damage that Garchomp had done to it. And also, Liam using up their Protect on Whimsicott. If Liam wants to repeat that Earthquake play, they're going to be forced to hit their partner with it, whether that's Whimsicott or anything else.
Garchomp leaves the field, doesn't want to take another Giga Drain and get knocked out for its troubles. King Gambit enters the field, but of course Lycanroc could go for a close combat if it wants to get aggressive. Mateo switching out the Lycanroc, not wanting to take an Earthquake, which brings their own King Gambit on the field. Going to be an interesting matchup between these two Pokemon, but I think the King Gambit really well poised against the opposing Venusaur, at least wherever the Venusaur. Great targeting once again, Sludge Bomb into the Whimsicott. It's gone for 2. Is it going to go 0 for 3 on Sludge Bomb poison? I think it's really critical if you're able to knock out the Whimsicott with that additional poison activation. Ooh. And it is finally able to do that. Up 1 game, the Venusaur finally comes through on the Sludge Bombs. It's going to prevent the Whimsicott from going for another move in the rest of the battle.
Yeah, seeing Whimsicott go down this early is just going to be really significant to the outcome of this game. Cedric, one thing I want to talk about is these King Gambit movesets, as King Gambit is a Pokemon that can be really threatening in the mirror against itself when it's running Low Kick. That is the case for neither of these King Gambits, as they're both running both of their common Dark moves and an Iron headset, so not actually Pokemon that are likely to get a knockout on themselves. However, seeing that Liam has a Charizard, he might not have to rely on very much help from his King Gambit to get a knockout on its opposing number.
Absolutely. The Charizard has hit the field, has the opportunity to go for the Mega Evolution. And as we saw in the previous battle, that Venusaur does not love taking Weather Balls. Won't love taking a Heat Wave either if it's able to connect. The combination of Sucker Punch and Heat Wave, with how frail this Venusaur is looking, might be able to take a knockout. It's going to be very close, but we're going to see this turn. Mega Charizard Y is going to go for the Mega Evolution. We'll see whether it locks into that consistent Weather Ball to knock out the opposing Kingambit or deal a lot of damage to that Venusaur, or tries to hedge its bets and get the best of both worlds and target both with the Heat Wave. Venusaur doesn't want any damage this turn, wants to preserve that HP pool, and goes for the Protect, as it is a Sucker Punch from Liam's Kingambit going for the Sucker into Venusaur, as the Sucker Punch from the Life Orb Kingambit going to deal, wow, that's a bulky Charizard, a little less than 50, or a little more than 50% HP, but yeah, that's extremely bulky as the Heat Wave comes out. Is it able to connect? This is one of the main ways to knock out the Kingambit remaining. It is going to knock it out, and that is going to be a clean KO for Liam to try and get back in this game.
Yeah, seeing the Sucker Punch do more than half the Charizard do that Life Orb is really one of the most significant reasons to be using Life Orb Kingambit, as it's the only set that's going to be able to consistently do that against the bulkiest Charizard in the format. Kingambit being knocked out and replaced by Lycanroc, though, a Pokemon that has much more pressure against this Charizard, even from full HP, probably worried about an Accelerock knockout, but certainly from half. And this Lycanroc not only threatening the Charizard, but also the Kingambit with something like a close combat. Just an absolutely terrifying Pokemon for Liam to go up against, as they probably look for a way to get their Garchomp back onto the field to actually threaten this Lycanroc with an Earthquake.
Yeah, I think we can see why Snorlax Pikachu was so willing to sacrifice the Kingambit. Just take the damage into the Charizard, make sure that, I mean, it's so bulky now, you at least guarantee that the Accelerock will KO, but the Lycanroc takes the defense this turn. What doesn't, maybe wants to stall out a Protect from the opposing Kingambit, which is going to come out, so a free close combat into that slot if you want to take it on the next turn, but the Venusaur has used its Protect on the previous turn, will be susceptible to this Heat Wave, which does come out, and it is going to connect. We'll see how much it does. Venusaur takes a lot of damage, but we saw a lot of Sludge Bomb damage in the previous turn. Does it target with the Sludge Bomb into the Charizard? Another perfect targeting here. Does it get the poison? Not going to be the case, so the Charizard 4 HP in a dream, but definitely not loving staring down the Lycanroc, but at least demands attention from it to be knocked out.
Liam definitely not all the way out of the game here yet, just because of that Lycanroc does want to go for a close combat point at the Kingambit. It would be susceptible to something like a Sucker Punch in the meantime.
Yeah, we're going to see the switch in the Garchomp. If it's close combat and a Heat Wave, it would lose the Rough Skin and still take a lot of damage, but it is a Accelerock knocking out the Charizard. Another perfect targeting from our Senior Division NAIC finalist. Great play so far at the 9-0 record. And now an Earth Power into the Garchomp. Not quite a KO, but getting very close. At this point, it's going to be pretty close if even a Accelerock can KO, but most importantly, the Lycanroc is going to be well poised against the Kingambit and the Garchomp in the endgame with its Focus Sash still intact.
Yeah, and this Garchomp at 10% also have to assume that it's going to be in range of being knocked out by its own Life Orb. Something to note is that we haven't actually seen Snorlax's last Pokemon. I think we have to assume it's going to be the Ninetales at this point, which would be a great Pokemon to wrap up that Garchomp, but also not something that would do as hot against the Kingambit, so it's still going to be very important for Snorlax to find a way to actually keep their Lycanroc safe so that it can connect a close combat against that Kingambit.
Yeah, the Garchomp will go for the Protect this turn, doesn't want to take any damage on the turn, going to protect itself. Lycanroc also going for Protect, wants to preserve its Focus Sash an additional turn. Seems like it had a great offensive position, but wants to secure a KO on the next turn, potentially bait out the Protect. Venusaur Giga Drains into the Garchomp as the Kingambit goes for an Iron Head. Another good targeting call from Snorlax Pikachu.
Yeah, that was actually a huge turn for Liam, I think. Being able to protect Garchomp for even one more turn and try and find a way for it to be able to do something to deal with this Lycanroc. Because again, assuming that's a Ninetales in the back, if Liam can find a way to knock out this Lycanroc with their Kingambit, I think they could actually find a way back into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I think if you can deal with this Lycanroc, there is a way, but it's going to be tough. The one saving grace, you didn't protect your Kingambit on the previous turn, so you could at least make some indecision on whether you can protect that and survive a close combat to close it out with the Kingambit. But it's going to be on Snorlax Pikachu, who's been lightning hot, or red hot with the reads in this game.
Yeah, I wonder, this could even be, yes, a Lycanroc swap from Snorlax's end.
Yeah, it's Snorlax going into the Ninetales, so gonna override the Sun, not so critical, but at least reveals the final Pokemon, another thing that can outspeed the opposing Garchomp and make it a little bit easier for the Lycanroc to close the game out. Venusaur goes for the Protect, Dragon Claw into the Venusaur, another great targeting call from Mateo as the Iron Head, wow, does strike the Lycanroc, so was the most likely target, but no protecting the Kingambit, really preserving that perfectly. I think Snorlax Pikachu is just trying to bait those out, but hasn't gotten it yet. Has done a lot of protect calls correctly, but none on the King Gambit.
And the thing is, these protect calls aren't actually advancing the game for them. What Snorlax really wanted to happen that turn was watch Garchomp go down to its own Life Orb damage, but because that's been 2 turns in a row of Garchomp not taking damage, whether that's from a protect or Dragon Calling into protect, this Garchomp is just staying at 10%, and 10% is all you need to be able to click one more Earthquake or survive one more, not survive, but force the Lycanroc to go for an Excel Rock and take rough skin damage in the process, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. If the Garchomp goes down, I think that's, yeah, you can't go into the Lycanroc. The Focus Sash, like you mentioned, the most important resource on that Lycanroc, so going to be important to preserve that while also taking the King Gambit on the same turn, but running out of ways to do that safely. Another Protect from, let's see if there's restraint on the Protect from the King Gambit. Once again, the King Gambit also does not go for the Protect. Once again, that's going to leave the Garchomp available to go for an Earth. Wow, Earthquake into your own Pokemon. I think it makes sense given that, close combat's going to KO regardless, but it does put you in range of an Earth Power to be a clean KO, but you did, of course, knock out the Venusaur, so not going to be a case. But yeah, I think at this point, I guess was the turn that you finally need to go for Protect, but was well locked down, especially with the slightly above 10% in actuality HP Garchomp to close that out.
Yeah, Liam, the one person here who knew that their Garchomp was going to be able to survive another take of Life Orb, absolutely critical. I wonder if that is going to be enough for them to secure the win against this Lycanroc, as this is still really close. I think both players are still going to need to figure out what call to make here to come out on top.
Yeah, Garchomp goes for Protect, so no damage here. Close Combat finally strikes into the King Gambit, and there's no Sucker Punch, meaning that at this point, yeah, you just are safely able to go for a Close Combat and knock out the opposing Garchomp. You could go for an Accelerock too if you wanted, just to use that specialty move. But of course, now with the Focus Sash attack, Garchomp 1 HP in a Dream, but the Dream is it's a dead Chuppa.
Absolute, sorry.
Go for it.
No, absolute nail biter. I think both players, like, some of these King Gambit endgames are just so dicey where it's like, it feels like either player can really figure out what's going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see that knockout finally taken on the Garchomp. So that's going to go down, of course, a 2-0 lead for Snorlax Pikachu. Mateo going to the 10-0 record. Overall in this tournament, 2 wins away from completing the the top cut berth. Of course, 4 rounds of Swiss remaining in the tournament overall. Incredible win for Mateo.
Yeah, and Lycanroc kind of showcasing that Frostlass is not the only ice type that it pairs really naturally with. There are many other strong ice types like that. Ninetales to set up Snow that will let it clear the Garchomp away.
Yeah, we're seeing the gameplay. Of course, that Sucker Punch into the Basque Legion in the first game when there was no Aqua Jet, a critical juncture in the battle that allowed Snorlax Pikachu to cleanly take the Freeze Dry KO. On the next turn, we saw the Life Orb damage being really important. Looked to have fallen, not Liam or Mateo's weight in that turn, but ultimately didn't matter as the Ninetales was able to mop it up. But in the next game, yeah, made it a lot dicier with that Life Orb chip.
Yeah, something that's pretty important about the opening of both games here is just the fact that Venusaur looked incredible against Whimsicott. I think the fact that Liam found themselves leading a Whimsicott into Venusaur in both matches and coming up on the short end of those 2 grass types was really one of the things that kind of moved the needle in Snorlax's favor, as that was just an easy knockout that they were able to get at the beginning of both of these matches.
Yeah, the Venusaur's damage output, I was really sleeping on the Modest one, really. I expected the Impish, that's what I'm more used to as an old head, but the Modest, the damage, proof in the pudding. The Giga Drain putting the Garchomp and forcing it off the field to where it wasn't able to keep the Lycanroc off the field. The rest of the battle allowed it to exert that pressure for the rest on the King Gambit, although Lian got pretty much every call towards the end of the game correctly. Ultimately, the pressure from those Pokemon was just too much to overcome.
Yep, just a really close end game, but Snorlax being the player that was able to figure out what their opponent was doing with their King Gambit and get all their calls right when they most needed to.
Yeah. That is going to do it for us for round 10. We are going to throw it to a quick break before we return with round 11. Of course, I believe we're going to be switching to some different casters. Chup and I will be back later in the day, but that is it for us for now. With all that being said, yeah, enjoy the Grand Champions Festival. We'll be back with round 11 shortly.
Welcome to Open That Pack. Experience virtual pack openings with real cards inside. Choose your packs and boxes. Open them online and see your pulls instantly. Love what you see? Get your cards shipped straight to your door. Not a fan of a card? Trade unwanted pulls for credits. Trade, collect, cash out. Start your online card opening journey today with Open That Pack.
Wow, what a great way to start day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We saw Mega Starmie from a player who was who I think has never played an event before this weekend, almost take down one of the best players in the game, playing one of the most popular, powerful archetypes in Regulation MB. And then just now, we saw Raghav Malavia, our champion from the Grand Champions Festival last year, go to 9-1. We saw them lose their very first round, and they haven't lost a game since. Clearly, there is no way of knowing if we're going to have a brand new champion who's never played the game before, or if we're going to have somebody who is established and won the largest Pokemon tournament ever take it all again. It's so exciting to not know what's going to happen next and what Pokemon are going to do well. Speaking of Pokemon we didn't expect to do well, next round we're going to see a Min-Speed Trick Room Vanillix. I hope you'll stick around for Lorcy and Courtney to take away round 11 and 12 in just a little bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm Courtney Rogers, and today I'm with my lovely and dear friend, Lorcy. How's it going?
I'm doing good. We're finishing up round 10. Long hours of Pokemon from yesterday and today. I hope a lot of our trainers got a lot of rest from last night because, playing Pokemon for that many hours is not easy, right? Especially when you want to win a tournament going into the day 2. But we do have some unique looking or different Pokemon, not the main meta Pokemon, but we do have something different and we like to talk about it. So guys, let's take a look at these unique Pokemon in the Grand Champion Festival Encore, starting with that Araquanid. Very interesting Pokemon.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday when Skybro brought that mono bug team, and the Araquanid actually did so much more than I really thought it was going to do. And being able to have that liquidation aspect to it, even against that Mega Charizard Y yesterday, was really fascinating to see. And as you know, Josh, I love bug type Pokemon, so it's been really cool to see Araquanid go ahead and kind of make its mark. But I think, honestly, out of this group that we see here, one that I really love to see, and I think everybody who is a true Pokemon fan also loves to see, is Greninja.
Yeah, Greninja, one of the main Pokemon from the anime, right? One of Ash's best friends, right? But that being said, Greninja always had some weird use case. I remember back in maybe I think it was I could be wrong, maybe 2014 or 2015, people were trying to use Greninja a little bit. I think it was 2015 actually. Yeah, seeing it here in day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival was very, very interesting. I'm not too sure what the set they're using, but I mean, if you made it this far in this tournament, it's got to be good, right?
It has to be good. And also what's really good, I know we talk about Sylveon a lot because of Pixelate and it just being such a dynamic Pokemon, but we see that Banana Free is running Glaceon, which I think is something that we usually don't really see because we have Alola Ninetales that really just wreaks a lot of havoc. But Glaceon is finally getting its moment in this festival.
Yeah, Glaceon's getting its moment, right? Being able to abuse either the Snow Cloak ability and or Ice Ball, preferably the Snow Cloak ability, right? You want to be evasive, right, when the snow is up. And we know that weather is a big priority right now in Regulation MB. Heavy on the rain, heavy on sun, but also having, Frostlass and Ninetales be somewhat common within the meta. I do see some value in bringing Glaceon, and as so does Banana Free, bringing this Pokemon into the day too.
Now, I would say looking at all of these Pokemon in front of us, which Pokemon, first question is, are you going to try next? The moment you leave here and you open up Pokemon Champions, which one are you adding into your team builder?
So funny enough, this is true. I have text to prove it. Day before this event started, I get a text from Justin Karras, one of our casters from the Grand Champion Festival from a month or 2 ago, right? And he's like, yo, look at this team. And it's a Mudsdale team. No. I'm a big Mudsdale fan. Big Mudbray fan, actually, and I do love the evolved form of Mudsdale. And it had a team consisting of, I think it was Gholdengo, Dragonite, and it had Mudsdale. And I'm like, whoa, wait. And it got really high within the ranked ladder. I think it peaked at probably maybe top 50 in the Champions tier. So that's really, really good. So I think after this event, I'm going to have some fun before my Worlds prep, and I just use some Mudsdale on ladder just to see what's good about it. But it definitely does have a good ability, right? Has multiple good abilities, actually. Mudsdale is one of those Pokemon that has Inner Focus, Own Tempo, and Stamina, which are really, really great abilities. Own Tempo being you can't be infused and you're immune to Intimidate. Inner Focus is really, really good because you can't be faked out or flinch, and also immune to Intimidate. And Stamina, if you want to stack up those boosts, we know that very well from our Chaladon, right?
Yes.
So these are one of the 3 best abilities currently right now in Regulation MB, just because the high priority and fake out, right, with the Incineroar and Sneasler teams, that Inner Focus can be really, really valuable in that, and also blocking Intimidate from the Incineroar is really good as well. So Mudsdale is very interesting. We did see Rhyperior though in day 1. I think it was round 2 or 3, and I think Rhyperior is also a very, very interesting Pokemon as well.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm really excited to see that. Also, just a warning to all the trainers, if you do see a Mudsdale on the ladder, it might just be Joshua Lorcy. But what also might be happening is us going into our next round, which I know we are super jazzed about. We were talking about this prior to sitting down into this casting desk, and we are going to see Vanillix.
Yeah, and it's not going to be your typical choice Scarf Vanillix. Courtney. It's going to be something just a little bit different. Well, a lot of bit different, actually.
Maybe a little bit sweeter.
Maybe a little
say.
bit slower.
Interesting.
I don't know, but we'll see. Well, once we get into the match, we'll talk about it more. Very interesting stuff in this day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm very excited to see how these trainers decide to train their Pokemon within this match, because that's going to bring a lot of, let's say, dividends to this matchup. But nonetheless, yeah, Vanillix is a very interesting Pokemon. Not your typical snow setting Pokemon, right? People usually opt for either Ninetales or the Mega Frostlass, correct? So having Vanillix is very interesting. It does have a pretty high special attack stat as well. So I really do like the idea of using Vanillix, but I do want to see how this trainer approaches this matchup with Vanillix if they bring it, because it's definitely something that is not like your normal way of utilizing this Pokemon.
Yeah, it's not very conventional in that retrospect. But I also think when we kind of take a look at the other trainers' team, they are kind of running that traditional one that you usually see, which is the Alolan Ninetales. So really kind of working in that dynamic with them. But I think one thing that they have to keep in mind is Blaziken. They're running the Blaziken, and one thing that Ice really doesn't like is fire.
Yeah, Ice does not want to stand in front of fire, but one thing that this generation of Pokemon has brought upon us is that these Ice type Pokemon do get a defense boost, and Blaziken being a physical type attacking Pokemon, that does help. Not saying Alolan Ninetales, or sorry, Vanillix will eat a Flare Blitz from Mega Blaziken, but you know, you might withstand some physical type attacks. So I'm very excited to see what these trainers decide to do. What I do like from both ends is that they both have a setter. That's something that we've been seeing very common so far in this just event. Everybody has something to a weather setter: rain, snow, ice, whatever you name it, it's there, right? One thing to also note is that the Trick Room option on the end of, I believe, Liam, is that name? Sorry, pardon.
Yeah, no, and I think that's when we're talking about that hard Trick Room. We haven't really been seeing it a lot this tournament, but I'm really excited to see kind of how Firefall goes into it as we go into our round 11 match. We're going to go ahead and see on Firefall's side the Farigiraf and Staraptor lead, and on Loth's side the Floette and Whimsicott. So a little bit interesting.
Very interesting leads, right? On the end of Firefalls, you have an immediate pressure with that Choice Scarf Staraptor that's able to hit those final Gambits that will definitely knock out this Floette, and this will definitely knock this Whimsicott. But one thing to note, Whimsicott does have the Prankster ability, getting up that tailwind and moving first. So I think on the end of Loth, like, this is a really good board position to be in. You're threatening a lot of damage with that lighter, potentially Rider Ruin and or Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast, just disabling the final Gambit moment. So Firefall has to make a decision on, do you want to click the final Gambit move in front of a Pokemon that can move fast, potentially move faster than you with the tailwind on Whimsicott, or do you want to maybe try to reposition or switch out your Pokemon here? But this is one of the issues with Trick Room, right? Once you pick your leads, it's usually hard to like play defensively after that. Your goal is to get Trick Room up and then force the offense. And if somebody has a way to stop or mitigate you from getting that Trick Room up, then you can't really maneuver in that way. But we're going to just see a Mega Evolve from the Floette.
Yeah, and that's, you know, true as tale is time with the Mega Floette, because Floette doesn't want to be out there from there. We're going to see that Whimsicott go for the Tailwind, so if Firefall does go for that Trick Room, it is going to be kind of dicey on that side. The Floette is going to go for the Light of Ruin into that Farigiraf slot, and it's going to go ahead and do a hefty amount of damage and getting a one-hit KO, a critical hit, turn 1?
Critical hit turn 1, right? Pretty impressive. On the end of Loth, if I am Loth, I'm giving that Floette a pat on the back, because you just stopped the one goal of this team, to get Trick Room up. There will be no Trick Room going up for the remaining of the game, and we've just seen the final Gambit. So you're already down 2 Pokemon, and all you had to lose was your Mega Floette here. If I'm Loth, I'm feeling very confident and very happy about that turn 1.
Yeah, and if I am Firefalls, I am loathing the rest of this match right now, because I'm not even sure how I would come back from this. As someone who has been dabbling a lot into hard Trick Room, it's really difficult in this position. But we're going to go ahead and see Loth is going to switch out for that King Gambit, while we see that Firefall has the Camera Up and King Gambit as well. More than likely, that Camera Up is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve this next turn, but really is in a dicey situation.
Yeah, really in a dicey situation here. One thing to note is that these King Gambits both don't have low kicks, so they don't have any way of really doing effective damage to each other. But like we said, Trick Room can't go up, so I'm pretty confident in that the King Gambit on the end of Loth is faster than the King Gambit on the end of Firefall. So Firefall, I think, is in a pretty advantageous position, but this camera up is also sitting very comfortably here. I'm not taking too much damage from either Pokemon, although the King Gambit on the end of Firefalls is a Life Orb set. I don't think that trading-wise, I don't think that it's in favor of Loth currently, but I still do like the board position of not being in Trick Room at the moment. But Whimsicott is just going to protect.
Well, of course, Whimsicott's going to protect. It says, hey, I don't want to take anything from this Mega Camera Up, as well as the King Gambit. They said, hey, we're going to scout out, see what Firefalls is going to go ahead and do, because they definitely don't want to take anything on that side. The King Gambit on Firefall's side is also going to go for a Protect, and Camera Up is going to say, hey, I have a Heat Wave. But unfortunately, you guys don't really want to have my Heat right now, so we're going to wait until this next turn. But I think you're right. I think with these King Gambit sitting foe to foe right now, it's very fascinating. Where you see on Loth's side, they are running the Black Glasses King Gambit with Protect, Kowtow, Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Low Kick. So one does have Low Kick, which can kind of change things up. But on Firefall's side, they are running that Life Orb set, Kowtow, Cleave, Iron Head, Protect, and Sucker Punch. So it's a little bit dynamic, but we're going to see that the Whimsicott is going to go for the Encore into that camera up, locking it into Heat Wave on that side. The King Gambit from low side is going to be targeted into that King Gambit that did get the double Protect on for Firefalls, as camera up does go for the Heat Wave, getting a one-hit KO on the King Gambit and taking that Whimsicott right down to 1 HP.
Yeah, taking that King Gambit down and taking on that Whimsicott down to 1 HP is a really good board position for Firefalls, right? Like I said, this camera up is sitting in a pretty prime position because there's no damaging moves that could really do that much damage to, and we're just going to see a board flip. So interesting enough, I thought that not being able to set Trick Room was the problem. Maybe it was just the camera up and how to deal with it, right? You brought two fairy-type Pokemon in front of a Furgraf and a Staraptor, right? Which is really good, really amazing. But the problem is dealing with the camera up, actually, because you have no way to hit it for super effective damage. And camera up, as we know, is a really, really bulky Pokemon and also a really slow Pokemon. And I thought, like, maybe, like, you cannot do anything without getting Trick Room up. But Firefall shows that, like, no, okay, like, if I don't get Trick Room up, sure. But what's the way that you're going to deal with my actual camera up after the fact?
Well, I think that's the thing is camera up also just deals so much damage. I think right now we're really blinded by Mega Charizard Y and just how much damage it could do with the Heat Wave that we're not really respecting camera up for what the Pokemon actually is. And that even though it's slow, hey, as people say, slow and steady wins the race. And obviously it won Firefall that first game. So I'm really excited to kind of see where we go from here. But for you, Josh, how would you change it up?
As far as adjustments goes, I think that Basculegion almost has to be brought, seeing how that turn 1 went. I do like how the turn 1 went for Loth here, right? Getting that knockout immediately on the Furgraf was amazing, but just dealing with that camera was definitely the issue. And I like the fact that they also didn't reveal information on what they had in the back. They knew that the writing was on the wall. I don't need to show you what I had in the back. I'm going to go to game 2, maybe go with the same approach, and probably most likely we'll kind of see that Basculegion here on adjustments. But let's see. We're getting into game 2, Firefalls versus Loth. Loth ending up losing that game 1, but let's see how they adjust here. We're going to see on leads for Rigrath and Blastoise.
Wow, Big Man Blastoise is going to hit the field. As you see on low side, that Floette and Whimsicott lead once again. So it's quite a change up on this side, which means maybe that camera up isn't coming because obviously you're going to want to Mega Evolve Blastoise.
Yeah, you're going to want to Mega Evolve Blastoise, but maybe this could just be just a fake out mon just to use. You didn't like the fact that this Floette was freely allowed to just go for damage. You're going to leave this Blastoise here, go for the fake out into the highest damaging mon, which is the Mega Floette, and then set up Trick Room and get it up safely, right? You won without Trick Room, but you can win even more comfortably with having set Trick Room, right? So I think this is the approach that Firefall decided to go for. I do like this approach a lot, but let's see how Loth can combat that, right? Let's see how you can deal with your Pokemon within the Trick Room if it does get up this turn.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Mega Floette is going to go ahead and hit the field as the Blastoise is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve as well. Really taking up, hey, I brought camera up last time, but this time we're changing it up for Big Man Blastoise for round 11. We see the Blastoise is going to go for that fake out into the Mega Floette, making sure that it's not going to do much damage, while the Whimsicott goes for a Moonblast into the Mega Blastoise slot on Firefall's side, taking down to 62 HP, so taking it pretty comfortably. Obviously, the flinch happens on the Mega Floette, and the Farigiraf sets the Trick Room.
So now Loth is in danger here, right? I think that the Blastoise here did its job. Like, yes, it's the Mega, but they do have threats in the back, such as King Gambit, and potentially you could even bring camera up, right? Like, there's no reason not to. But the Blastoise here could just simply go for Water Spout here and just effectively just trade damage into the opposing Whimsicott and Mega Floette here. You just want to get off damage and actually probably want your Blastoise to go down here to bring in your other threats such as King Gambit, Camerupt, and maybe even that Vanillix.
I would love to see the Vanillix, and I actually think the Vanillix has a place in this matchup, especially kind of looking at Lowe's team. Like, we know that the Blaziken is probably not coming, and probably not the Alolan Ninetales either, but we are going to go ahead and see that Firefall is going to bring back the Mega Blastoise and swap it out for that King Gambit. Obviously, such a pillar Pokemon right now. While the Mega Floette on Lowe's side is going to go for the Protect to make sure that no damage comes from it, even if there was that Mega Blastoise, while the Farigiraf goes for that Hyper Voice into their opposing Pokemon, hitting onto the Whimsicott, getting it down to about 57 HP, while the Whimsicott goes for that Moonblast.
So yeah, I do like this turn a lot on the end of Firefall. Just calling out the Protect from the Floette, knowing that the Floette doesn't want to take damage here. Also saving out that Blastoise for later for potentially getting up a Trick Room later because that Fake Out is now reset, right? So Protect on the end of Floette, this makes that Floette slot vulnerable. And knowing this team, there's not that many great switches for Lowe's, but we're going to see a Farigiraf switch here. We're going to see that Camerupt, like I said, coming. So no Mega, no needed. That's the one thing that's cool about these hard Trick Room teams. You're able to have offensive touch with both Blastoise and Camerupt, even without Mega. And we're going to see that King Gambit here switch in for that Floette.
And if I'm Camerupt, one Pokemon I'm really excited to see is King Gambit for that. You can go ahead and see that Firefall is going to go for that Iron Head into the Whimsicott slot, and I honestly think Firefall is in a really great position. We still have Trick Room up. It's still going out for 2 more turns, and I think you and I both know good and well that Camerupt might be the slowest Pokemon on that field right now.
Yeah, and this is where Trick Room pays off, right? Firefall's team is definitely natured to be slower than most teams, right? We have the quiet nature on the Camerupt and the brave nature on this King Gambit, and on the other side we have an adamant nature on the King Gambit. So we could assume that Firefall's Pokemon is moving faster within Trick Room, right? So this is a good position to be in for Firefalls, but also to know we do have 2 turns of Trick Room. So whatever you want to get done, you probably want to get it done now as soon as possible. But one thing I do like that Firefalls did was reset the Fake Out setter and the Trick Room setter with the Farigiraf in the back. So we're going to see a Heat Wave.
Yeah, and that Heat Wave is going to knock out the Whimsicott on low side and take a lot of damage onto the King Gambit as well. And we're going to see the Couch Cleave also target into Low's King Gambit as well, taking down to 7 HP, so hang in there just to see what's going to happen. A little bit of Life Orb chip, no problem for Firefall's King Gambit, as the King Gambit from their side goes for Low Kick, knocking out the King Gambit on Firefall's side, which I'm saying, I don't even know how many times I just said King Gambit in the last 30 seconds, but one's gone, so at least it's a little bit less now.
Yeah, it's day 2, right? This is the highest used Pokemon currently in day 2, so we're going to be saying King Gambit a lot for the rest of the day, right? Basculegion, that's the adjustment that we wanted to see. We definitely do see it here, but it might just be a little bit too late, right? This Camerupt here is not in the best positions, obviously standing in front of that Basculegion, but one thing to note is that there's a Blastoise in the back, right? And I believe this Blastoise is also carrying the Dark Pulse move, although Trick Room is going to end this turn. I do think that there's a safe route of getting Trick Room back up with having that Blastoise in the back. The one thing to note is this King Gambit. Does the King Gambit here on the end of low, does it protect or does it decide to attack this turn? And does Firefalls decide to switch the camera out into this Blastoise set turn? And we're going to see the camera switch.
Look at you, Lorcy. It's almost like you're a really great competitive Pokemon player, but we're going to go ahead and see Firefall is going to swap out for that Mega Blastoise, as Lowe's does go for that Protect on the King Gambit just to make sure it's going to survive another day, as the Farigiraf goes for the Hyper Voice into both of the Pokemon. Obviously, it doesn't affect Basculegion, and it's not going to affect the King Gambit either. Well, the Last Respects goes into that Mega Blastoise spot and going ahead and knocking it out.
Yeah, very good awareness on Los and going for that Last Respects, covering that switch, right? You do not want Trick Room to go up. And one way Firefalls could get Trick Room up is bringing that Blastoise and resetting that Fake Out, especially in front of a King Gambit that just protected because you're allowed to do that turn. But Lo said, I know that you don't want to eat any water move currently, and a switch is most likely to reset that Trick Room, seeing as though there's only one turn of Trick Room left. The dimensions are returned to normal. This Camerupt is sitting in a weird position where do you decide to protect, or does Loaf decide to protect this, double attack into this Farigiraf here? We do not, this Farigiraf does not have protect, it does have that Citrus Berry. And from what I know from social media, this Farigiraf is just known to just living up double ups, but I don't know if it could live a double up from a potential Kowtown Sleep and a Wave Crash, and we will see the Wave Crash into this Farigiraf.
Oh my gosh, that Wave Crash did so much damage into that Farigiraf, taking it down to 16 HP on that side. Josh, I'm pretty sure that, hey, if that Kowtown Cleave goes into it, even with the Citrus Berry, I'm not sure if it's going to survive, but we're going to see it. Is it going to survive? It does not survive as the Farigiraf goes down on Firefall's side, making Camerupt the last lone Pokemon against Load.
Yeah, but great awareness on both sides, right? I do like the fact that Firefalls knew that I can't protect my camera up here. It needs to go for a damaging move because I can't allow for them to just get a positive turn with just a double up into a protect. So although like you lose the game most likely, I do like both options. Just the awareness about the turns of Trick Room and playing into the game as well. Like I do like how Firefalls and Loth both approach this game too, but we're just going to see Loth ended up winning on adjustments here in game 2, bringing in that Bastion. Like I said, you know, it might be a little pro here. I don't know, but
a little pro. I think you might be a really, really big pro, but I think you really made that call right, and I think Loth did as well. Is that Basculegion was such a pillar Pokemon, especially against that matchup.
Yep.
I do think that Firefall really made that conscious decision of swapping in that Blastoise over the Staraptor, because the Staraptor really didn't do too much game 1, but I feel like the Blastoise really wasn't doing that much either. So I think we really have to kind of sit, hey, do I want to use Camera Up for my Mega Evolution, or maybe do I want to switch it up? I'm just saying, Firefall, if you can hear us, Vanillix, please, we would love to see it, but we would also love to see either trainer win this match. Round 11 is so far to take it into day 2, so I'm just really excited for just some good Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game 3 right now. We both know the approach that these players want to go for. Loth wants to go the traditional Whimsicott Floette. I want to get burst damage off immediately. I do not want to allow you to get a Trick Room, right? Game 2 on adjustments, Firefall says, like, okay, like I saw what happened with Floette. I saw that it took out my Frigoraph. I'm maybe not too sure on my damage calcs. Although it was a crit into the Frigoraph, maybe this just knocks out completely. That's the reason why they went for it. So I'm going to go for the safe route and go and play Blastoise and Frigoraph and go for Fake Out Trick Room and get my Trick Room up safely. So now game 3 is a little bit weird. Now it's like, do you bring Blastoise again? Because we probably don't need it because we won without it. We do know that Basculegion is for sure bringing game 3. It was very crucial. That last respects into that the camera up switch in Blastoise was pretty crucial, right? So let's see what these trainers decide to do. This is going to be game 3 of round 11. Staraptor and actual camera up on Lisa Firefall.
I'm shocked right now, Josh. Let me tell you, and Loth is going to go ahead and stick tried and true to that Whimsicott and Floette as well, which is going to obviously be their Mega Evolved Pokemon. Now, this is a very big switch up. I am actually shocked to see Staraptor and Camera up next to each other.
I'm shocked, but also I'm not too shocked. Let's talk about awareness, right? Firefalls realizes that 2 fairy types are always being led in every game, and what no better way to have a resist than Mega Camera Up, right? And now you also force the Whimsicott to Tailwind, because if you don't Tailwind, this final Gambit is going to take something out. So I like Firefall's board position here. Like, listen, if you don't want anything to go down this turn, you have to go for Tailwind and maybe a Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast into the Staraptor. But with that being said, I'm able to trade off a potential Heat Wave and bring in my Trick Room Center and get that Trick Room up that I wanted, right? Yeah. But one thing to also note is that Light of Ruin. If this Floette is known for its special defense, I don't think it's going to go down to even an eruption from this Mega Camera up here, but we're going to see Floette switch out.
Yeah, it doesn't even want to know what an eruption is going to look like, but the Basculegion definitely is going to want to. As we see, the Camera up is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, which either means that Blastoise is not in the back, or they're just wanting to commit to that Mega Evolution into the Camera up on their side. So really excited to see that. I love the Mega Evolution for Camera up, while the Whimsicott does go for the Protect, kind of scouting out what's going to happen, who's going to be doing what. As we see, the Staraptor is going to go for the Brave Bird into that Basculegion slot that was prior that Floette. So taking a good amount of damage on that Basculegion, while the Camera up does go for that Heat Wave. Targeting into Whimsicott, obviously, nothing's going to happen there, but it is going to do a little bit of damage to the Basculegion, taking it down to 9 HP. So one of the pillar Pokemon from the last match is now really low health in Game 3.
Yeah, one of the pillar Pokemon in that last match is down from Game 3, right? We do have this Basculegion. And also to note, this is not a Choice Scarf, this is a Life Orb Basculegion. So I think this Whimsicott is also still forced to set up that Tailwind, right? I do love the awareness on Firefalls, not clicking that close combat, potentially covering for a switch, and that switch to Basculegion made a lot of sense, right? You don't want your Floette to eat a final Gambit. No better switch than being that Basculegion, that Ghost type, right? Not being able to get hit by Finding type attack moves. But the only thing you do trade off is a lot of damage, right? The risk of Firefalls going for a Braver there was pretty high now that I think about it. And I really do love that play on the end of Firefalls, but we're going to see another switch out.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that Brave Bird, especially from that Staraptor. We do go ahead and see that Whimsicott is going to set up that Tailwind, as you were saying, Josh, to make sure that they've got that speed control. As the Basculegion is going to go for the Wave Crash into the Staraptor slot, getting a knockout on it as well, making sure, hey, I know you were doing some damage with that Brave Bird, but I don't want to see that anymore on that. So now it's a little bit interesting. The Basculegion does go down, so that was a really pillar Pokemon last match. Now, how are we going to dance around this? We don't know the final Pokemon for Firefall. We don't know the final Pokemon for Load. Are we going to see them? Are we not? We're going to have to see.
Now we run into the same issues as Game Rep, right? How do we deal with this camera? The way to deal with camera was Basket Legion. Basket Legion is now gone. Camera is sitting in a very comfortable position. We're in that same atmosphere where it's like, I don't need Trick Room. I just need to get a max amount of damage off. And this King Gambit on the end of Loth, and we do know it's just the black glasses. It's just a simple step. Although black glasses counter cleave seems very appealing into the camera, it will not knock out. And I don't want to be trading Heat Wave in front of a Whimsicott and King Gambit that are, not going to be doing that much damage to the camera.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Whimsicott and King Gambit do not want to take a Heat Wave either. But that camera up, it just has so much damage potential. And even though it's moving last, it's still saving the best for last. We are going to see that Firefall is going to go ahead and swap out their King Gambit for their Farigga Wrap. And the King Gambit on low side is going to go for that Protect, probably scouting out that Heat Wave as well. We're going to see that Whimsicott is going to go ahead and lock into the Moonblast into the camera up just to get some more damage down. But camera up really just does not care about that Moonblast as all. But we're going to see the camera up actually opt to go for the Earth Power into the King Gambit slot.
Yeah, playing it pretty safe there, right? Not wanting to go for any potential Heat Wave miss. I do like the Moonblast play, that low one, where you basically want to go for Moonblast, chip this down, and then potentially go for Moonblast, counter cleave to take this camera out. But we're going to just see a Moonblast into this Farigga. Is this going to be a double up to knock out this potential Trick Room setter?
Yeah, if I am Loath, I'm doing that. We're going to see that counter cleave go into the Farigga and getting a knockout. So that Farigga newly swapped in, but also newly swapped out, getting that knockout from there. But we're going to see that camera up go for the Earth Power into the King Gambit on low side, getting a one-hit KO.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Not committing to that Heat Wave here, just wanting to go for that 100% activating that Earth Power. King Gambit is actually going down this turn, and now Firefalls is up to their last two Pokemon here, and as well as Loth, right? Whimsicott and Floette, and King Gambit and Hammer-Up. So for here, it's very interesting, right? At the end of Firefalls, we do have a Iron Handing King Gambit, and we do have a resist of a fairy type in the camera up here. Matched against two berries, I do like in my odds if I'm Firefalls here, but it may not be over for Floette here and Whimsicott, right? You do have Encore capability. You could Encore this said camera up into Earth Power, not allowing it to click any fire moves, and then potentially go for a Light of Ruin into this King Gambit that could have a chance of knocking it out, turning this to a 2v1 situation. And I do like my odds against Earth Power, but the only thing that's the problem is the Light of Ruin recall, and also you have to hit the Light of Ruin here. So a lot can happen here. This is going to be one of the most crucial turns in this game right here. This could probably be a game deciding turn at that as well. So we're going to see the Mega Floette Mega Bump on the end of Loth.
Yeah, well, we have to have that Mega Evolution, or else Floette's really not going to be doing that much damage, as you and I both know. As we're going to go ahead and see that Fairy Aura is going to be radiating throughout the entire field. That Whimsicott is going to go for the Encore into the camera up slot, just like you were saying, Josh, just to make sure that, hey, there's no Heat Wave, you're stuck to Earth Power, and that's what it's going to be. That Light of Ruin is going to connect onto the King Gambit, and how much damage is it going to do? It's going to get a one-hit KO, but that Mega Floette is going to take a lot of recoil damage based on that.
Yeah, a lot of recoil damage. Now, does this Earth Power? There's going to be the Earth Power into the Whimsicott here. So, unfortunately enough, this is now still a 2v1 situation. If that Earth Power had potentially went to the flow out, it would have just been a 1v1 situation. But now, I do think it all depends on if Camera could withstand the onslaught threat of Whimsicott going for Moonblast and Floette potentially going for either Moonblast of Light or Ruin. This is very exciting. I don't know how this endgame is going to play out, but we do know one thing is that this camera for the remainder of the game will potentially be just locked into Earth Power and not that Heat Wave that it crucially probably should have been locking itself into. But like you said, I understand Fire Pulse. I don't want to miss, because if I potentially miss, I could potentially just lose the game just from momentum. So very interesting board game end game, right? Does Moonblast and Light of Ruin and or Moonblast pick up this camera here?
Yeah, I think if I was Loath, I would be very scared of that Light of Ruin miss. Once again, we were talking about the Heat Wave. We all know good and well is that we've had that really crucial moment to go ahead and hit that move, and we've missed it. But that Whimsicott is going to go for the Moonblast into the camera up, obviously, just to make sure to get some more damage. But what is this Floette going to do? Floette's going to up for Psychic into the camera up top, bringing it down to 25 HP, as the camera up is going to go for Earth Power into that Mega Floette, taking it out. Very interesting choice of moves, Josh.
Very interesting choice of moves here. I don't think this move, as long as it doesn't crit, I don't think this Moonblast is in range to actually pick up this camera up here. I think camera might be have enough defenses on the special defense side to just withstand this hit. Moonblast, does this crit? Does this knock out? Let's see. No, camera.
It doesn't knock out.
Camera was able to take that very comfortably, and here trade an Earth Power and Firefalls wins this game while being Encore into that Earth Power. So very interesting enough. I do understand the end game of both players' minds. Nobody wanted to miss.
Nobody wanted to miss. And like I said, I know the amount of moves that I've missed in very crucial moments is one of those things that has made me not want to have non-accurate moves on my move sets. And seeing that, really interesting, the Psychic Op over the Moonblast from that Mega Floette. I'm kind of shocked by that one, but it's very interesting to kind of see from that side. But really incredible games by Loath and Firefalls going into that matchup. I think that Camera Up is really cool to see. I think so many people have kind of not been really thinking about Mega Camera Up to that way, except I know there's one special VGC player that loves Camera Up that we all know getting well. So I'm glad that it's getting its flowers at the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, Mega Camera was seeing some usage towards the tail end of Regulation MA. Definitely fell off during the beginning of MB due to new toy syndrome, right? But now we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence of Mega Camera, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Same reasoning for, I would say, Pyro, for example, right? That fire type is such a good resist into the common fairy types of Whimsicott and Floette, like we've seen in this game, right? Something to notice too is that this is a sheer force Camera when it's Mega. It does a lot of damage, a lot of potential damage. It's a very scary Pokemon to deal with, especially in Trick Room. And the fact that Firefalls was able to utilize it outside of Trick Room and ended up winning just game one off the sheer force of just Loath not having any answers to it, and then adjusting Loath to game 2 to bring in that Basket Legion, and then winning, and then forcing game 3 to bring that Basket Legion, but on the end of Firefalls, knowing how to pinpoint damage was pretty good, right? Instead of going for that final Gambit, turn 1, game 3, they went for the Brave Bird, just always maximizing the amount of damage that they're doing within said turn. So I really do like that on the end of Firefalls. And I know Loath is probably like thinking, oh man, I should have went for that Light of Ruin. If I'm in a losing position anyways, I might as well should have clicked Light of Ruin, right? Because if I knew my damage, the problem is knowing your damages, and that's why it's so good to use Pokemon that are very unfamiliar. Now, if this was any other Pokemon, any meta Pokemon, I think that that endgame could have definitely went on the end of Loath, because you know exactly what move to click, but not knowing your Camera Up calcs probably played a lot towards that endgame, and it worked out for Firefalls. If I'm Firefalls, I'm not complaining. If I'm Loath, I'm like, okay, next time I see a Camera Up, I'm in that endgame, I'm clicking Light of Ruin. And if I miss, so be it, but I know it for sure Light of Ruin is doing more than a Psychic, right? So, interesting enough, it happens. It's Pokemon. Both players played a really well game. That was a wonderful set. I have nothing else to say. Everybody played good Pokemon there, and that's what we like to see.
And I think that's like the best, most beautiful part of it. I will call out something, Josh, that I actually didn't see until just now. Looking at the team sheet for Loath, they actually were not running Moonblast. They were running Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, Light of Ruin into Protect. So very fascinating, different moves that we haven't really seen before. But really excited. We're going to jump into a new match versus Lexicon and Zorfs. So really excited to see this. I know we all know them very good and well, and it looks like we are going to see a withdrawal from that Charizard on Lexicon side, swapping out for that Basket Legion instead. So currently the board state of Basket Legion and Venusaur with Mousehold and Annihilate on Zorf's side, while the Mousehold is going to go down from that Sludge Bomb from the Venusaur. It's a very interesting match that we just got pulled into.
Yeah, very interesting match we pulled into. This is the most common team that we've been seeing trending really high currently in this Grand Champion Festival Encore, right on the end of Lexicon. This dual weather, like I call it, dual primal for the old heads with the Pelipper and Charizard weather team with that Venusaur as well. This team is really strong. We also have been seeing a sheer spike in Annihilate as well. Annihilate has been kind of spiking in usage because how well it fits against those balanced fake-out teams such as Sneasler and Ensign, and potentially look those Blastoise teams as well. But we're going to just see a flip turn here into the Sinistra. Lexicon not wanting to stay in, wanting to pivot out. A potential Mom that they could switch out is maybe back into that Charizard that they have, and they haven't revealed their fourth Pokemon yet. So let's see what Lexicon decides to do here.
Yeah, no, really excited to see that. It's I'm kind of getting a little bit of nostalgia back to Scarlet and Violet with Zorf's team, looking at kind of the composition of the Goldango, the Grimmsnarl, the Annihilate, the Mousehold, and the Sinistra. It's just making me miss it a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and see that Zorf is going to go for that Trick Room on the Sinistra, making sure that the dimensions are a little bit twisted on that side. So making sure that's going to say, hey, I know you have Pelipper, I know you have Charizard, Basculegion, and Venusaur, but we're going to slow things down just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that for Lexicon, I think Lexicon is in a very prime position, right? You already have 2 knockouts down. Zerof's is down to its last 2 with that Sinister and Annihilate. This is the bulk up beat up set, but I do think it might be just a little too late. This Pelipper is sitting in a prime position, right? Being able to hit super effective Hurricanes into the Sinister and or Annihilate. Whether it chooses, it's going to do a lot of damage. Although there are screens set up, I just don't think the onslaught damage on Lexicon's end with said move is going to be little too late for Zeroff to just handle, right?
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Zeroff is going to go for the Machagacha onto the Pelipper and the Venusaur, healing up just a little bit so that it can get a little bit of a snack back, but we're going to see the Pelipper go for that Hurricane into that Sinistcha, which is going to do a hefty amount of damage, going down to 42 HP on Zeroff's side, while that Annihilate is going to go for the Rage Fist, targeting back into that Pelipper, saying, hey, you are a pesky bird and I want you out, but Pelipper said, no way, Jose, I'm sticking in, I'm eating my berry, and unfortunately, you're going to sleep.
Yeah, you're going to sleep, you're going night-night, right? And one thing that's cool about the interaction was the Annihilate move first, and that the Venusaur went for sleep second, so meaning that Annihilate doesn't get to move this turn, right? So now you can just focus this damage on this potential Sinistcha here and not allow it to do anything, because the Sinistcha does not have Protect, so you could follow up with a Hurricane. Even if I don't think Machagacha's in range, barring a crit, I'm not too sure. So Hurricane is just a pretty safe play. You could potentially switch this Venusaur out too. There's a lot of plays that Lexicon can go for, especially when you have 4 Pokemon remaining. You do have that Basculegion in the back too with that last respects. You could try to stall out as much Trick Room turns as possible and have an endgame solo with a 4v1 with Pelipper, Venusaur, Charizard, and Basculegion choices Annihilate. But I think the most important thing here is taking down this Sinistcha.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Machagacha is going to land both on that Pelipper and that Venusaur and heal up a little bit more. But I know that Pelipper good and well, and if I'm Pelipper right now, I say, in the eyes of a Hurricane, I'm going to focus in onto that Sinistcha. And is it going to be enough? It is going to be enough. That Sinistcha is knocked on Zeroff's side, bringing him down to their last Pokemon, which is a sleepy Annihilate.
Yeah, Annihilate takes its first turn of Sleep Jam, takes a Sludge Bomb at that, right? Just trying to get as much damage as possible. You have probably 2 to 3 more turns of Trick Room left. If I'm Basculegion, I'm feeling really good in the back. Annihilate, it's just a little bit too late to get those bulk ups up. You have to trade damage effectively, because if you're not trading damage and clicking bulk up, like the special attacking Pokemon, although Light Screen is up, it's still going to do a number to you. So this is looking like a game for Lexicon here, going to move potentially 10-1 here. We came late to the set, but I know that it was definitely a good set, right? Going to a Game 3 at that. And I'm pretty happy to see Mousehold and Annihilate back here in Regulation MB. I feel like it's been quite a while, Courtney, since I've seen this duo.
Yeah, I'm really kind of sad about it, because I, first of all, love the little Mousehold. Annihilate, I'm like, okay, whatever about that. But it is really fascinating to kind of see its resurgence going back into it. Back in Scarlet and Violet, it was such a utilized pair, and it was such a pesky pair to also deal with. So it's really cool to see it now in Pokemon Champions. Even though the diversity of Pokemon is so vast, especially with the addition of Mega Evolution, we see a lot more of that. But we're going to see the Annihilate is going to wake up and go for a Protect, saying, hey, I'm down, but I'm not out just yet. The Pelipper is going to go for the Hurricane, targeting into that Annihilate, as well as the Venusaur going for the Earth Power. So it is a really, I think me and you both know, is that Zorbs really does not have a really great position, because not only is there that Pelipper and the Venusaur, but there's got a Basculegion and a Mega Charizard Y just hanging out in the back.
Yeah, you got Basculegion and a Mega Charizard Y hanging about in the back, and the only way that you can recover health is with that leftovers and that Drain Punch, but clicking a Drain Punch into a Venusaur and a Pelipper at 10% is not going to give you enough health to deal with onslaught of 4 Pokemon, right? And we're just going to see that the Venusaur actually move first, because we saw the speed interact with Trick Room, that Annihilate did move first, and that it's going to be game, and Lexicon's going to win that 2-1 against Zero.
Yeah, that was an incredible match just as we jumped into the end of it, and I think that just really shows the incredible trainers that we're having right now, and especially we all know Lexicon good and well, and they're just really showing the dominance with that core team that we've been seeing quite a bit. I think one of my favorite things about Pokemon is that the fascinating aspects of all the different Pokemon that brings the diversity to the team, because if you were to ask little 10-year-old Courtney, is Pelipper going to be a good competitively viable Pokemon, I would have said no way, but hey, look at where we are now.
I know Gen 3 Pelipper right now, sitting in a lot of the cards of Emerald and Sapphire and Ruby, are like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to get my flowers. But you've been getting your flowers in a lot of these formats. I will say, weather setters have been really strong within the history of BGC, and Pelipper being a prime example of one of the best range setters in the game, right? Seeing as though a lot of top players have opted for this team style, like we've seen Lexicon, we've seen William Brown also using this team both at 9-1, now Lexicon now at 10-1. Roghov using this team as well. Multiple Fede Campo using this similar concept as well with the Charizard, Venusaur, Grimmsnarl, and Archaludon. Like, everybody seems to be on this. There's got to be something good with it, right? And then if you're new players at home, you need to be paying attention to what these top players are using. If you're seeing the likes of Fede Campo, Roghov, William Brown, Lexicon, and others using said team, and they all have made it into day 2 with high records, that means that this is good. And this is also definitely unique. This is a unique version of using Charizard and just dual, I call it dual. I'm old, guys. Dual primals, all right? Do your homework, do your research. This is dual primals. If you know, you know. But we're going to go look at some highlights from that game.
I'm so excited, and I think that is one of those things too, kind of on that side, especially like talking about the OLEDs. Like, I think so many trainers are coming back into Pokemon for Pokemon Champions, and I think that's just a really fascinating thing to see, just kind of having that resurgence of Pokemon. And I know we're going to go into some additional bonus coverage in just a second, but trainers, stay tuned. We still have many more rounds to go for the Grand Champions Festival Encore, and I'm sure you might be seeing Lorcy and I once again very soon. But stay tuned, grab some water, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, guys, to the Grand Champion Festival Encore. I'm Joshua Lorsi, and I'm back with my bestie.
Me, Courtney, Rogers, and Heracross. Obviously, we saw Heracross on the field. Yes. Oh, don't be like that. Oh. I actually have a really quick question for you, Josh.
Answer.
I know that we are both on social media and things like that, and I think there's a new trend that's going around about what Pokemon type you think you are. So I think one thing that we could do that's a little fun is that I'm going to talk about what Pokemon type I think you are. I think you give me fire type, but also dark type. You give me Incineroar vibes. I'm sorry to say, Josh.
Well, you know what? Thank God there's an Incineroar potentially in this game with Geronimo, 3-2-1, and Desu. Desu is using the Venu Toxapex team that was been pretty popular that we've seen so far in day 2, and Geronimo is using the more known Charizard team that's been established since Regulation MA that was popularized by Eric Rios and Pokealex in the NEIC of this year. So, as well, these teams are very two strong teams. As leads, we have Charizard and Venu, and Charizard and Geronimo. What's your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating. I think, once again, we kind of see Charizard has just been such a killer Pokemon throughout this tournament and also throughout this regulation, as we see that both of them are going to go ahead and Mega Evolve into that Mega Charizard Y. One shiny, one not so shiny, but both very strong competitors in this matchup. Now, we do have the Venusaur that's sitting next to on Desu's side that is going to go for the Protect to make sure that it cannot take any heat waves or anything from that side, as the Garchomp from Geronimo's side as well going to go for that Protect too.
Yeah, we're going to see a Protect and Heat Wave. Basically, Desu calling out that you do not want to attack this Garchomp because you know what I got on my side of the field. I have this Helping Hand Charizard, and did you know that Helping Hand Solar Beam actually into Garchomp has a great chance of picking up? Actually, I think it's just not one hit knocks out. So that's the move that Geronimo was coming for that one play. So Desu, knowing that he has the capability of knocking out that Garchomp, allowed for that Heat Wave to be fairly safe in front of a Rock Sliding Garchomp that has Life Orb.
That's really fascinating. I did not know that a Helping Hand with Solar Beam knocks out a Garchomp. And as we kind of see throughout the usage stats, Garchomp is one of those Pokemon that is almost on a lot of people's team. So having the ability to get a really clean knockout on it is such a huge momentum movement for especially Desu. So we're going to have to see what's going to happen, but we're actually going to see Geronimo is going to take out their Garchomp instead for that King Gambit.
Yeah, Geronimo's respecting that play, doesn't want to go down to that play, but Desu being the player that he is covering for that, do we just see a Heat Wave into the opposing Pokemon? Venusaur is going to consume that Life Orb. About 10% of its health is going to go down, and just a Heat Wave. And this is what we call conditioning, right? I think that was a masterclass display of conditioning your opponent. And when you know your cows, it's like, especially at a high level like this, 11-0, Geronimo knows that the Solar Beam is going to pick up. I can't lose my Garchomp. It's a pivotal piece in this matchup, and we do see a burn from that Heat Wave. So losing 2 Pokemon instantly there in less than 2 turns, I think Desu will open him on a masterclass. Obviously, there was some luck involved, but the play is overcompensating that, right? Just playing super well Pokemon, knowing that Garchomp does not want to go down to the Solar Beam. Garchomp is one of the key pivotal keys of dealing with this Charizard. If you do not have Garchomp, then it's just so hard to deal with the opposing Charizard, and you're going to just see a forfeit.
Yeah, I think if you're Geronimo in that situation, you kind of know, hey, I cannot make it back with my Garchomp, and I don't really want Desu to see what my final Pokemon is going to be. Mm-hmm. They saw the Garchomp, they saw the Kingambit, they saw the Charizard, and saying, hey, I know I'm not going to win this. Let's just call it a forfeit. Let's get into game 2 so I can reposition and figure out how I can take down that huge starter position of the Venusaur and Charizard.
Yeah, as far as game 2 goes, if I'm Desu, I'm feeling really good. As far as adjustments, it's going to have to be on the end of Geronimo, right? Like, you have to make some calls. And I think Desu got all the calls right in game 1, forcing the Garchomp to protect her one to negate the Helping Hand Solar Beam play. And then Geronimo also calling that maybe potentially that the play would come out turn 2 because my Garchomp protected, switching into Kingambit. And Desu said, nah, I'd rather just take out your Charizard and not deal with the Garchomp here.
Actually, I will take that Charizard off the field.
So, ironically enough, like, Geronimo playing defensively there, actually, it hurt him more than it helped him, right? So, going with that mindset in game 2, I want to see how this trainer of Geronimo's end, who is 11-0, adjust, right? So, we're definitely going to see some great adjustments on the end of maybe both trainers. Like Desu might just go with a whole complete approach. Maybe he will just helping hand Solar Beam the Garchomp turn 1 and just sack the Venu. I think that the trades is really in the favor of Desu here, but let's see how Geronimo can overcome this onslaught of this Venusaur, this Life Orb Venusaur, especially with that helping hand. Let's see if Desu decides to lead this as well, but we're going to see Charizard and Garchomp on the end of Geronimo.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Desu is going to switch it up with the Incineroar and Toxapex lead. So a complete swap from Desu's side saying, hey, I can go ahead and change up this field right now. But Josh, I think one of the things that we have to continue to tell our trainers that are watching is that these two are 11-0 right now. So even though that game 1 was so swift, these trainers are so equipped to continue to move forward into this competition. And not only that, but whoever wins this one, they go straight to top cut.
Yeah, they go straight to top cut here, right? And a lot of information is being learned on both ends of the trainers here. That's something that they probably want to take to top cut, right? Potentially, they might even see each other in top cut. But we do have this Incineroar and Toxapex on the field. Toxapex is in a really good position, right? Garchomp is down at -1, although this is Life Orb. Having this Fake Out and Toxic Infestation cycles is really good, right? You're going to be able to trap a Pokemon especially with Infestation, and also that Toxic, once you get that bad poison, after a couple of turns, it starts to add up and tick, so forcing Pokemon to just die from that combination of Infestation and Toxic. It's just a repeated method that we've been seeing throughout this event. But we're going to see no Fake Outs, no Protects here, straight on damage, straight to the Earthquake here. And that's going to be a critical hit into that Incineroar.
And a one-hit KO nonetheless on that Incineroar. That is incredible. So Geronimo's saying, hey, my Garchomp's not afraid of you this time. Let's go ahead and just shake things up a little bit. Quite literally with that Earthquake too.
Yeah, Incin being a pivotal piece of this Fake Out Infestation cycle duel is a bad piece to lose if I'm Desu, right? I wanted to go into this game and maybe Parting Shot and get as much damage as I want off with that Toxic Infestation combo, but now I can't fake you out. I can't do certain maneuvers that if I had the Incineroar that I would be able to do. So, but we do start off with Infestation. That's one way to start it off, but the trade-off is losing your Incineroar and taking a whopping amount of damage onto your Toxapex here. But Garchomp is going to come in this board scenario. Although the Garchomp on the end of Geronimo's is at -1, I think this is still a playable position. Desu might have to go Rock Slide here and get a little bit lucky and get some clinches here because it's not looking too good after losing that Incineroar.
Yeah, I think that Incineroar was a really pivotal Pokemon for Desu to have. And I think even though that Toxapex, as we've seen with so many different trainers, especially like Dr. Aaron Trailer, bringing it into tournaments, it can shows how much it can really cause issues. But Infestation can only do too much, and I think Geronimo might have brought Bug Spray because I'm pretty sure he can kind of figure out this game too. If he keeps this momentum going, that Toxapex is there. It is going to cause a little bit of issues, but with an Earthquake, take care of it really quick. But we're going to see Desu's going to go for that Rock Slide, taking that Charizard down to 8 HP and just doing a little bit of chip onto the Garchomp on Geronimo's side. So pretty healthy, a critical hit on that Garchomp as well. From there, we're going to see that Garchomp is going to go for the Dragon Claw into Desu's Garchomp and take it down to 23 HP and have a little bit of chip with that rough skin.
Yeah, that Dragon Claw needed to happen, right? Both these trainers are using Garchomp here. Garchomp has been one of the most pivotal Pokemon within this format. We're going to see a double up into that Garchomp, getting rid of it. Geronimo's just on the forefront here. After that critical hit with that Earthquake, there's not much that Des could do. The Rock Slide made a lot of sense. You have a choice called Garchomp. If you're able to get at least one flinch on the Garchomp here, I think that gives you a good chance of winning the game, right? Because if you go for Rock Slide, you get the Toxic off potentially, and that starts to add up, right? And you just keep trying to win. But like I said, losing Incin was not the best way of playing this game too, right? But you can't call for that. So it happens. It is what it is. I think that Desu had a phenomenal game 1, but it's just so hard to recreate that. So I do understand the adjustments on the end of Desu. Going with that Incin, wanted to take a different look. But like you said, you can't account for crits all the time, so it is what it is. Aerodactyl is going to come in on the end of Geronimo. Garchomp here is sitting pretty comfortably in front of Charizard and Toxapex. Although this Toxapex has Wide Guard, it might just be a little too late, right? You have the Aerodactyl on the end of Geronimo. That does have the Dual Wing Beat and Rock Slide. You do not have to commit to Rock Slide. You can commit to maybe Dual Wing Beat. Ice Fang into the Charizard, and potentially a Dragon Claw into the Charizard that could potentially just knock it out. And or you could attack the Toxapex Toxapex, I think you have free room to do a lot on the end of Geronimo. Have many options to deal with the last 2 remaining Pokemon in this game too.
Yeah, and I feel like we haven't seen Geronimo's final Pokemon yet. Now, we have to keep in mind Desu does have a full HP Charizard that is about to Mega Evolve into the situation. However, the Harsh Sunlight is only going out for 3 more turns. We're going to see that Desu is going to go for the Protect on that Charizard, opting not to Mega Evolve at this turn, as Toxapex goes for its Baneful Bunker, kind of making sure that, hey, I'm staying a little bit safe on this side. The Aerodactyl is going to opt for that Rock Slide, and of course, it's not going to do any damage, but Rock Slide is such a good move for that situation, as the Garchomp is going to go for Stomping Tantrum into the Toxapex.
Yeah, so Stomping Tantrum to Toxapex makes a lot of sense because if this Toxapex decides to go to Wide Guard, you counter that, right? By knocking it out here. And I think that's your safest play if you're Geronimo. Rock Slide is also a fair play too, as right, you're sitting in front of a Charizard. Although this Toxapex goes for said Wide Guard, who cares? Whatever Charizard goes for is more than likely not going to knock out this Aerodactyl here. So I think this is just a safe play on the end of Geronimo here. You're not losing much at all. You're covering for the Wide Guard with that Stomping Tantrum, and you're going for Rock Slide just in case they decide to not put that Wide Guard here. Because you know that Aerodactyl is not going to go down, unless maybe a Solar Beam crit, but as far as fire moves goes, I think Aerodactyl can withstand that.
Oh yeah, Aerodactyl can do quite a bit, but we're also going to see that Toxapex is going to go for the Wide Guard, and that Charizard is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve as well. The Aerodactyl is going to go for that Dual Wing B into the Mega Charizard on Desu's side, making sure that, hey, even though it's double, didn't do too much, as the Garchomp is going to go for the Stomping Tantrum into that Toxapex, taking it out, leaving Desu with just 1 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, so the Stomping Tantrum, like I said, just to cover for that Wide Guard, right? We did see the Wide Guard. There's no reason not to go for it because, Toxapex is, definitely going down this turn, right? We're going to see Weather Ball into the Aerodactyl. Like I said, with that, maybe with the crate, it could have picked up, but seeing as the damage is, I think this Aerodactyl was sitting comfortably. Garchomp able to withstand this Toxic Tick, and also being able to switch out. I think this game goes straight into the hands of Geronimo here. Although there could be some potential misses that could happen, you could have a potential I think this turn you definitely protect your Charizard here, so Garchomp could go down from the Toxic Tick. Aerodactyl could miss Rock Slide. It all depends on what Geronimo has in the back. But I do think if I'm Geronimo, I think the odds are most likely on my side. If I'm Desu, how do I approach this game 3? And what I'm hoping for is misses, right? If anything, right? That I'm taking those misses, but you're going to see a Rock Slide. Rock Slide's going to hit. We're going to go into that game 3. Well played set on both parties, right? I think that Geronimo just committing to the Earthquake and Weather Wall, just getting off just damage in that game 2 made a lot of sense, right? I think Desu was just overcompensating for a crit not happening, obviously. Like, if you knew that a crit would happen, you would probably just click Fake Out, but we can't predict the future in Pokemon. And crits is something that's a part of the game and that we as players, we love and hate. I love when I crit, but I hate when I get crit. So if I'm Desu, I'm like, oh man, my plans are ruined, but I had a phenomenal game 1. Do I go back to that? Now this is where we go to adjustments, right? Desu went with the instant Toxapex on adjustments. If I'm Desu, I'm definitely feeling scared of going that because it is susceptible to crits, and we do not want that into that game 3. So I do think that there might be an adjustment on leads on the end of Desu. Maybe we might see that Charizard and Binu back, but the only thing with that lead is that you need to get a lot of calls correct, and especially in the front of the likes of a Garchomp and a Charizard.
Oh, exactly. And I think that Toxapex, even though I think it's such a great Pokemon for all these different types of setups and things like that, especially with the Infestation and Toxic, I do think it does cause a lot of issues. Like, I feel like it caused Desu not to have momentum in that match like it was in that first match. And I do also think that Desu was really, for me, what I maybe would have done, so would have protected that Charizard, seen that Garchomp go down, and see what Geronimo's final Pokemon was. Because Geronimo also played that tact in the first one. He didn't go ahead and he just forfeited, made it so that you could see who that was. And now we don't really know what the final Pokemon is going to be, but we are going to go ahead and see what this final match is going to bring us for round 12. We're going to see that Geronimo is going to lead with that Garchomp and Charizard, while Desu is going to lead with the Charizard and Toxapex. So a little bit of a change up.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up here, right? But there's a whole bunch of mind games. Does this Toxapex go for Wide Guard? Does it not? I think that in terms of leads, Geronimo just has so much offensive pressure with the potential of Dragon Claw, Weather Ball combinations, or Rock Slide if they decide to go for it, and or Stomping Tantrum and Solar Beam into Toxapex. I think that this just shows you why Charizard and Garchomp is one of these staple Pokemon in Regulation MB currently. It's just the amount of offensive pressure and synergy these two Pokemon have is immense, Courtney. But now we're going to see how these Pokemon fare up against a Toxapex and a Charizard. This Toxapex team and our Pokemon itself was just popularized after the NAIC of Regulation MA, most popular by Wolf Flick, right, currently. But now seeing a lot of trainers adopting that, we're going to just see an Incineroar switch out from that Garchomp and protect on the end the Garchomp on Geronimo.
Yeah, that was a great swap, in my opinion, for Desu, as they went ahead and just got the Intimidate down, both on that Garchomp and the Charizard, while Toxapex went for the Toxic into that Garchomp slot. I'm just saying, if I'm Desu, I might be changing my Toxapex nickname to Brittany, because it seems like that Toxapex is a little bit toxic with how they're going ahead and playing. But I think now we have to kind of keep in mind is that we already know that Charizard is there. We have the Incineroar, we have the Toxapex. What is the final Pokemon? On Desu's side, but also how am I as Geronimo going to deal with this? I can't protect this turn, so now I have to start being on the offensive. We're going to see that Geronimo is going to go for that Mega Evolution into that Charizard Y, making sure that that Sunlight is nice and hot for this next turn.
So we're going to see an Earthquake, no Fake Out once again. Desu not wanting to click that Fake Out, but the Earthquake is going to go into the Incineroar, and we're going to see that's going to do little under half to both Pokemon here. Garchomp is going to take that Life Orb recall. Let's see what this trainer decides to go for with this Charizard. Charizard's going to move second, and it's going to be that Weather Ball into that Incineroar, doing immense damage to Incineroar, but Incineroar showing off why its bulk is super good and why it's one of the best utility monsters in this format. And it's going to eat that Citrus Berry and decide to get out of here with that parting shot. And I could see a potential Toxic into that Garchomp, because one thing we don't like is Garchomp and when you have a Charizard on your team.
What, you don't like Garchomp?
I do not like Rock Slide, Courtney. No, I do not.
Okay. I'm just saying, your name isn't Cynthia, so maybe I get it. That's why you might not like Garchomp. But now I'm really fascinated to see how Desu is going to go to this. Is he going to swap out into that that Charizard that is soon to evolve, or bring out their own Garchomp instead? So kind of bringing it back, but we do see the Infestation going into that Charizard on Geronimo's side, which I actually think is a really great play from Desu, saying, hey, I'm going to weaken your Charizard with not only Intimidate, not only Parting Shot, but then I'm going to have my Infestation go onto you and making it pretty much immovable at this point.
Yeah, I like Desu's board position here as long as Dragon Claw picks up the knockout here onto the Garchomp. I think here you have to force the pressure on the Garchomp. That's why you could see the Infestation into the Charizard. You want to lock this Charizard in and put potential pressure onto the opposing Garchomp. And we're going to see that Dragon Claw pick up that knockout here. So great positioning on the end of Desu. That Life Orb recall mattered so much. I think that's one of the most slept on positioning scenarios that Desu went for. I think that a lot of players think that you need to get chip off by yourself, but you could allow the opposing Garchomp to go for a move into the opposing Pokemon and then take the recall like it did in that game 1, turn 1, right? That double Earthquake into the Toxapex and to the Incineroar. The only thing is you took about 40 to 50% on both Pokemon, but the trade-off was that you are now able to get a Dragon Claw and KO this Garchomp that was an immense threat to the Charizard.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have to keep in mind, Josh, in the end of that turn is that Charizard went for Solar Beam into the Toxapex slot, so that Toxapex really was able to eat up quite a bit of that, and that Toxapex going for the Toxic onto the Mega Charizard Y. Now we do see that the Sylveon is going to come out on Geronimo's side. Very fascinating end of turn for me. I think if I were Geronimo, I would say Solar Beam into Garchomp just to start getting rid of it. Don't get me wrong, Toxapex is a little bit of a pest, but I feel like that Garchomp is still threatening that Charizard so much.
Yeah, it's threatening that Garchomp so much, but let's not sleep on what just got removed off the board, that Garchomp. What does that enable? The Charizard on the end of Desu's end, right? So now you don't have anything that's really putting out immense pressure onto the Charizard on Desu's end. It's a Sylveon and Charizard that's moves that Charizard on the end of Desu is going to resist, right? Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, Weather Ball, Heat Wave, these are all resist, and especially paired up with that Toxapex or Y-Guard, this becomes a weird end game, but I think it's more so in the favor of Desu here.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Toxapex go for that Baneful Bunker just to kind of hunker down, as the Garchomp on Desu's side is also going to go for that Dragon Claw into the Mega Charizard Y. That Charizard Y on Geronimo's side is going to go for that Solar Beam and into the Toxapex, which has protected itself, while the Sylveon used Hyper Beam into the Toxapex as well. So a double onto the Toxapex, protecting itself, which means Dramino had no motion onto that side of the turn.
Yeah, no motion on the side of the turn. What I'm seeing from Geronimo's end is that they want to get rid of this Toxapex as much as possible. This is more than likely inclining me to believe that there's an Aerodactyl in the back to helpfully potentially deal with that Charizard, right? So if I'm Dezu here, I see that my opponent wants to heavily get rid of this Toxapex. I'm going to probably want to switch it out, maybe into the likes of Incineroar, maybe sack this Incineroar. I think Incineroar did a pivotal job of getting that parting shot off on that Charizard, right? Making that Solar Beam super weak to that Toxapex, as you see, and having Toxapex withstand the turns that it has so far. With that being said, yeah, I think Toxapex switch is more than likely here, maybe into that Incineroar, but we're just going to see a Wide Guard.
Yeah, that Toxapex is going to go for that Wide Guard just to make sure that nothing really wide is going to go ahead and hit the team. The Garchomp is going to go for that Dragon Claw, taking out that Charizard, making Geronimo only have 2 Pokemon remaining in this match. As we see the Hyper Voice, being protected by that Wide Guard. So Desu just really taking this game with momentum, and now making Geronimo in a really sticky situation, because if it is that Aerodactyl, it's really not going to like what it sees on the field right now, as we do see the Aerodactyl hit the field.
Yeah, it's that Aerodactyl, like I mentioned before. I think that Toxapex here is in a really, really good spot. Being able to have a good matchup with the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon on the tail end of Geronimo here. Incin already did its job. You could probably just switch Toxapex out into Incin. You don't want to probably leave yourself susceptible to maybe a Hyper Beam and or Dual Wing Beat into the Toxapex slot. So maybe switching out, sacking Incineroar, and potentially getting a board position where you could have both Charizard and Toxapex on the end game side of Dezu is probably the board position that you want to go for. But as for Geronimo goes, like, you're not out of it, right? You still have 2 strong Pokemon with Aerodactyl being able to click Rock Slide and or Hyper Voice with the Sylveon here. But we're going to see a Dragon Claw.
Yeah, and the Dragon Claw is going to go ahead and take a hefty amount of damage onto that Aerodactyl as it goes for Dual Wing Beak into that Toxapex. So trickling it down to 30 HP, while we go ahead and see that Sylveon is going to go for the Hyper Beam, actually landing it into that Garchomp. And let me tell you, a Garchomp is really not going to like that as it knocks it out. So I'm just saying, Sylveon is it's really cute, but it is also kind of deadly, Josh.
Yeah, also kind of deadly here. We're going to see the Toxic go onto this Aerodactyl here. Going to put it on a timer here, right? One more important to talk about is that the fact that this Charizard gets to come in when the sun ends and also has its partner Toxapex. And one thing that Toxapex has that we have to know is that Wide Guard. That Wide Guard is super crucial. You want to know why? Because Aerodactyl has a spread move and Rock Slide, and Rock Slide is a 4 times weak move into the Charizard. But Incin is just going to come into, I like this a lot, right? Just put this Aerodactyl on a timer, right? Force Fake Out into the Aerodactyl slot. Let it eat the Toxic tick, and you could definitely double it up with maybe an Infestation or maybe an Infestation into the opposing Sylveon. You just have a lot of options if you're Desert.
You have a lot of options, and we do see that the Incineroar on Desu side is going to go for the Fake Out into that Aerodactyl. Now the Sylveon has to recharge, and the Toxapex is going to go for an Infestation, as I think Desu really identified, if I get rid of this Aerodactyl, I pretty much clean up this game. Sylveon is great in all, but it's not going to be able to do a lot of damage, especially to my Charizard. So as we see with the tick of the Toxic and the Infestation, it is going to knock out the Aerodactyl on Geronimo's side, leaving that poor little Sylveon all by itself.
Yeah, great positioning on the end of Desu. There's a lot of slept-on turns. I mean, the Garchomp taking the recoil early on into Parting Shot, switch into Garchomp, being Scarf, going for the Dragon Claw into Geronimo's was one of the highlights for me of that game. Just getting rid of the threat immediately, and wow, 2 11-0 players, both played phenomenal. The positioning in these 3 games was immense, right? That game 1 on the end of Desu, just being able to just identify and put Venusaur on the map early on and just end the game within said 2 turns. But Geronimo coming back in game 2 with that crucial critical hit into that Incineroar, just not allowing Desu to do the plans that they wanted to do with Toxapex. But now going into game 3, I think that it takes a lot of credit on Desu's end to bring that Toxapex and that Incineroar game plan into game 2, into game 3. Also being a lot different than game 2, but the approach, the idea is the same, right? Just wanting to get off Infestation and Toxic over and over again on the main threats. and getting rid of the Garchomp early on, which I think was a key highlight into winning this game 3 on Desu's end.
Oh, for sure. But we're going to go ahead and see that Charizard is going to Mega Evolve on Desu, so he's taking a hefty amount of damage onto the Sylveon with the Weather Ball. Now it has to recharge, and the Toxapex is being a little bit toxic once again, and going ahead and making sure that Sylveon is really not going to be able to do too much from here on out. Now, I agree. I think that keeping the Charizard in the back for so long, just making sure, hey, I'm going to just keep chipping away at you with my Incineroar and with my Toxapex until the point of no return. And now you have Charizard in here. It's at 100 HP. It has the ability of, like, maybe there's a Hyper Beam sitting across from me, but one more Weather Ball, it's going to clean up this Sylveon. We're going to see that the Toxapex is going to go for that Baneful Bunker just to make sure, hey, anything that comes my way, I'm going to be able to take it. The Quick Attack going into that Charizard, which is cute. We love to see that as the Weather Ball lands into the Sylveon on Geronimo's side, which is going to go ahead and make Desu our first trainer to make top cut of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, Desu is a player that has been around for years. Has been one of the top players within a VGC for a long time, and showing why he is one of the best in the world, and that's amazing to see. Like I said, I love good Pokemon. I think that was like one thing I love to see is like when players play great and understand when to move the pieces. It's like beautiful. It's like chess a little bit, right? I think that Desu in that game 3 just moved the pieces in such a good position. I think that for me, what was the main thing that I loved to see was knowing your calcs. Like, okay, you know that Dragon Claw is not going to knock out at 100% health. So what do you need to do? You need to allow the opposing Garchomp to go for Dragon Claw, get that recall, and then position your Garchomp in to pick that knockout. And I think that was super spot on Desu's end here. As we look at the replays here, that double Earthquake right in that game too. This critical hit into that Incineroar just changed the wavelength of this game 2 here, putting it in Geronimo's favor like 100% over and over again. I do love that a lot. It happens as Pokemon. I think that this is just part of the game, right? And then that Dragon Claw that we mentioned, right? Repositioning out, allowing the Garchomp to take recall, and now your Garchomp being faster because your Choice Scarf and going for that Dragon Claw was a really, really crucial play here. And that double target into that Toxapex. Let's not forget about that. I think it's cool that Geronimo identified the threat to enable his Aerodactyl. And I think it's cool that Desu understood that too. You need to get rid of this in order to win this game, but I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to click Baneful Bunker, and nothing's going to come out of that. This Toxapex is going to withstand all the turns to lead me on to a win into this game 3 and also into top cut.
Well, and I think that you've really said that correct, Josh, especially about great trainers. And when you look at Desu and just the notoriety that they have, I think that's really what's showing what makes a good player really that great. Especially, I really want to highlight, like you were saying, that Garchomp turn, knowing that, hey, that Life Orb is going to happen. It's going to chip down a little bit, and if I bring out my Garchomp and I Dragon Claw, I know I'm going to be able to get rid of it. And that just showcases that it very much is like chess. It's almost like we're playing like almost a strategy game as well, is that you're like, okay, I know if I can get to this position that I'm going to be able to do a quick knockout on that, and it's going to set me up for the rest of the game. But I think also Geronimo had an incredible match as well. That game 2 was incredible to see, and also going 11-0 in this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like,
both players played phenomenally. Let's not forget, Geronimo definitely called a lot of the turns just went to click Earthquake. Like, you're not clicking Wide Guard. I think he got it twice. Getting the Earthquake off was really, really good. Obviously, creating the Incineroar was amazing. But nonetheless, like, listen, 11-1 on one of the second biggest tournaments in VGC history. Listen, I'll take it. Especially losing to the likes of Desu, I'll take it as well. Desu 12-0, I'll take that too. They're playing really well too. It's a great Pokemon. Guys, we had an amazing round. This shout out to Desu being the first, I think, individual going into Top Cut. But we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more Pokemon soon.
Congratulations to Desu for being our first player to achieve 12 wins, guaranteeing them a spot in the top cut of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. Over the course of the next 2 rounds, we're going to see people fighting for their tournament lives to see who it is that can win this whole thing and have a big slice of that $5,500 prize pool. That being said, our next match, and every match we see from now on, will determine somebody's goal to make it into our top cut. And our next match is going to be somebody you're going to be pretty familiar with if you lost the last Grand Champions Festival, Raghav Malavia. We saw him lose round 1 of the tournament, and he has not lost since. If he wins this next match, he will once again be in contention to win the whole thing. With that being said, we'll be getting set up super soon, so let's pass it over to Tyson and Lorcy to bring you round 13 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
I got it. All right, welcome back here for the next round of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm Tyson Hughes, joined here by Joshua Lorcy here on the desk to commentate our next round of Pokemon. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good. The competition is heating up. We're getting to that end point of where we finally get to lock up those top cut positions. Seeing Desu lock up last round was amazing to see, but we have some other trainers fighting to get in that same position again. We have William Brown also 11-1, Volvo Max 11-1, Raghav 11-1, Lexicon 11-1, a lot of 11-1s, and one thing to note, they're all using similar concepts. We've been seeing a trend, right, of this Venusaur Charizard team with the additional weather setter of Pelipper and the abuser of Archaludon. What is your thoughts on those specific teams?
Yeah, so I think that team is really interesting, right, because it features the best of both worlds, that being Rain and Sun, where you get to play both depending on what your opponent is using and kind of use your specific Pokemon in that matchup, right? Into Rain, a lot of the time, people want to bring their own Charizards and use those kinds of pieces, especially like the Venusaur variants, right, are able to hit Swampert really hard with Earth Power on some of the Venusaur as well, able to hit the Archaludon and just do generally well, and, you know, worst case scenario, you have Sleep Powder as well, so Charizard is a good counteract to that as well. You do enable some of their pieces as well into the Sun team, but you're also able to hit back with those Sun boosted Heat Waves, and the team has that connecting piece that I really want to focus on is that Grimmsnarl that really does a good job at pacing the battle with Parting Shot, being able to get out on the Rain mode and set up that Pelipper. As we know, it doesn't have a Mega Evolution to you know, change the weather on the immediate turn. You have to swap out after the Sun from Charizard is set with the Parting Shot to get your Pelipper in, to get the Rain. And you can play around that in terms of that weather, or you could just rip the Charizard Mega Evolution as well, and that's another viable way. So the team does a really good job at controlling when the weather goes up and, you know, how long you want to maintain it for.
Yeah, enabling that weather into your control is pretty big. Right? Grimmsnarl has some really decent bulk as well on top of that, right? So the interaction basically, Tyson is basically trying to explain to the newer players, to just sum it up, is that the reason why Grimmsnarl is so enabling in this type of team course is the fact that when you set up weather goes first before moves. So the Rain will be set, especially if you go for a Mega Evolution and or ability, it's going to be set first, and then the move follows after. And what move is going to follow after? No better than a Prankster ability, Parting Shot, right? It's going to follow subsequently after, and then from there you could set up whatever weather condition you want, whether it be your Charizard, your Mega Evolution Charizard in the back, and or your Pelipper. So that interaction is definitely something that we're seeing that a lot of these top players are using, and with similar records at that, so you know that this is a strong combination and our calm duo going into the World Champions, and this is a lot different from what we've been seeing so far in Regulation MB, but I think this is like, it's on the similar scale of when Delphox, the Delphox Balance Core, when everybody got a taste of it and was like, oh wow, this is really good, and now it's mirroring again. But we're going to get our next battle here. We're going to have Raghav here fighting to get that win to move on to top cut. Our last champion is fighting to reclaim that title. What is your thoughts, Tyson?
Yeah, and I mean, Rogov is facing up against a formidable opponent for sure. Luca Paz, or Iceberg VGC, is another notable player, you know, a Liverpool regional champion. A bit a while ago in a different format with Dondozo, but both players here piloting pretty popular teams, right? I mean, we just talked about how the Charizard on this kind of rain variation is kind of a newer build that we really haven't seen. It's been around, but it hasn't done the best so far. So to see Rogov bring it this far as well against Luca, we're going to get to see how this is played at the highest level, truly, and, you know, how maybe the Charizard might help into the other kind of Charizard's teams, these very popular Charizard Floette teams. And I'm really interested to see as well how Venusaur will interact in this matchup as well. Just kind of being able to stick on the field a little bit longer with that Focus Sash, throw out those sleep powders that can definitely swing the game if you do get a two-turn sleep to enable a lot of the other Pokemon on your team to really do well. And again, both of these trainers are at X1, so whoever wins this will lock up their top cut for the Grand Champions Festival. If they do lose, they'll have to play one more to guarantee it, and they're winning it. But let's get right into game one of Rogov versus Luca here in round number 13 of the Grand Champions Festival. Luca here is going to lead off with the King Gambit and the Floette, and for Rogov, the Grimmsnarl and Charizard.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl and Charizard here is a great lead, right? Not seeing that Garchomp is something that Rogov loves to see. Being able to freely almost get off one Reflect and or Light Screen this turn is an amazing position to be in. But one thing to note, this Charizard not being threatened by any crazy amount of damage on the end of Luca, because Luca has a Eternal Floette that's going for Fairy Moon, and King Gambit is also a Chople Pokemon that does not have any boosting item, although it's an Adamant Nature. Also to note, it can't protect, so I think Rogov is almost guaranteed damage this turn with that Heat Wave and potentially setting up a screen to max. So King Gambit is not going to want to stay in.
And swaps out instead for the Garchomp, which is going to be a resist against this Charizard, who might want to throw off those spread Heat Waves as you described. Floette is going to go for the Mega Evolution here to boost up its damage with that Fairy Aura. Is going to do a large amount of damage to Grimmsnarl if it chooses to do so this turn, as Charizard also decides to set the sun this turn with its Drought ability, boosting up its damage even more. This Pokemon has done so much damage and is a notable force for a reason. There goes the Drought, boosting up its damage, but first the Parting Shot from Grimmsnarl, thanks to that Prankster ability, is going to lower the special attack of that Floette and get out and not want to take a super effective Fairy-type attack from it. And is going to swap into the Archaludon instead, and who doesn't have the best special defense stat, but definitely eats a Fairy-type attack better. But this Moonblast from Floette at -1 does a nice amount of damage, almost 50%. Archaludon eats that, honestly, a lot better than I thought.
Yeah.
And a Heat Wave here to finish off the turn, doing over 50% to Floette, and a nice bit of chip to Garchomp.
Yeah, nice bit of chip to Garchomp too. I like that positioning by Luca. I think that the output of defensive switches on the end of Luca with that team that they're using is very limited, but on that turn it showcased that how good of a player he is, right? Getting that King Gambit out of sight and bringing in that Garchomp is going to be able to resist those Heat Waves, and also Moonblasting, targeting that Grimmsnarl that is now the Archaludon. Although the Parting Shot went to the Floette and got it down to -1, this is a Floette we're talking about. Moonblast still doing really good damage and allowing Luca to bring himself back in position.
And Grimmsnarl coming in for the Archaludon, or excuse me, the Charizard there, wanting to preserve the HP on it and not wanting to take a Garchomp attack. Rock Slide is going to go first into the Protect on that Archaludon and do, a little bit of damage to Grimmsnarl. Even without Reflect, Garchomp is not going to be doing that much. Grimmsnarls are usually very bulky, but Luca following up with this -1 Moonblast gets the knockout on Grimmsnarl. That Rock Slide plus the Moonblast, even at -1, thanks to that super effective damage, is going to knock out the Grimmsnarl and remove a huge piece for Rogov.
Targeting is very important, and Luca showcasing why clicking Rock Slide into that once Charizard slide and following up the Moonblast is very important. Covering for if that Rock Slide does not knock out. If it does knock out, it goes straight into the Archaludon slot. Although Archaludon protected, it allowed for the knockout into the Grimmsnarl because of the way that Luca targeted that turn, clicking Rock Slide and Moonblast into that Charizard slot there.
Yeah, and getting to feature the Pelipper here coming in for that Grimmsnarl on the swap in. A little bit of mix of both weathers, right? The sun and the rain. So now that Charizard is still in the back, we have Pelipper here to give the Archaladon a little bit of a boost now, allowing those Electro Shots to be charged in just one turn as opposed to two. And threatens a bit more damage into both of these Pokemon. We do see a failed Protect on the Archaladon, though, as a Light of Ruin goes off into that slot. We saw Moonblast do 40%, so the Light of Ruin, now that it is hit, definitely knocks out that Archaladon with no screens as the Grimmsnarl went down last turn. And Floette lives on 1% there from the Light of Ruin as Pelipper dodges the Rock Slide from Garchomp. Unfortunately, that 1% isn't going to matter, though, as Pelipper follows up with that Weather Ball, taking the knockout on Floette.
Yeah, that Rock Slide miss was pretty crucial, but Luca has been just maximizing their damage output almost every turn, even with that bad lead that they had, right? Was able to adjust with a pretty good defensive switch. Garchomp basically dictating the switch on the Charizard earlier in the game as well, following up with that double knockout into that Grimmsnarl, following up now to knocking out the Archaladon. So, although, like, the trades have been pretty good for Luca, I don't think Rogov is out of this. I think that Charizard coming in is a pretty good position. Pelipper also to note on Rogov, and also has Wide Guard here, so you're able to avoid getting hit by Rock Slide here. Also, you could probably not click Rock Slide. Not click Rock Slide here, knowing that, and also Pelipper cannot click Wide Guard, knowing that. So there's a lot of mind games this turn. I think that this is more so in the favor of Luca in terms of trades, but Rogov still has a lot of potential to come back here. Although this is the last two Pokemon, I think this is the two Pokemon that you want. A Pokemon that can click Wide Guard and a high damaging Pokemon like Charizard in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of these Pokemon here, being the last two for Rogov, are going to have to decide their moves very carefully to find a way back in the game. As Basculegion on Luca's side of the field goes for a Protect, not wanting to take a Solar Beam. Dragon Claw from the Garchomp doing a good amount of damage to that Charizard we see, which goes for that Solar Beam, wanting to try to get rid of this Basculegion, that Last Respect, threatening so much pressure on the board. And Pelipper hits the raw Hurricane in the sun at 50% accuracy, chipping the Garchomp down under the 50% range, proccing its Citrus Berry and healing it up again, meaning it will be able to take another one. But if this Charizard next turn decides to double up and Rogov hits another Hurricane, that could be very bad for this Garchomp.
Yeah, it can be very bad for this Garchomp, but I think that Luca's in a good spot. Just keep clicking Dragon Claw. Don't play into the Wide Guard mind games. Force this Charizard to go down to minimal health to put it in Sucker Punch range, right? The sun is out. That also helps the Pelipper actually to hit the Kingambit. So we're going to just see a Wide Guard here, not wanting to get hit by Rock Slide. Let's see what the Garchomp decides to go for on the end of Luca. It's just going to be another Dragon Claw.
Yeah, and the Dragon Claw going up into the Charizard as well. The Charizard going for the Solar Beaming here, really wanting to get rid of the Basculegion once and for all. And yeah, it actually hangs on at 3%. Basculegions not always are EV to live that attack, but it does hang on and allows it to get the Last Respect off into that Pelipper, bringing it below into the range to get that Citrus Berry. And this is a very, very phenomenal spot for Luca now. We know that Kingambit is in the back, and Charizard being at the 32% HP is definitely going to be in Sucker Punch range.
Yeah, now it's just all about putting this Pelipper in range of Sucker Punch, right? We don't want this Pelipper to get hit by a potential Weather Ball, Fireball, but the Weather Ball Fire move, right? But the Last Respect's moving first before Pelipper can even move allows Luca to take this game pretty convincingly. Very good defensive switches on the end of Luca. I really love that turn one, analyzing and knowing that, hey, my Kingambit is not in a position to be doing anything here. It should not be on the board right now. Getting the Garchomp in was very crucial. I think Garchomp really dictated how that match went, and also the selecting that Luca decided to go for, right? Going for that Rock Slide and Moonblast into that Charizard slot, getting rid of that Grimmsnarl, and not getting up screens. Like, Grimmsnarl was basically almost brought for nothing, right? And Luca just knowing when to target was pretty good for that game one to go in their favor.
Yeah, and knowing just how much damage Floette did, yes, you got the parting shot with the Grimmsnarl on the Floette to bring it down to that -1, but we saw the Moonblast do almost 50% of the Archaladon anyways, and then even when you miss that KO potentially with another Moonblast, Luca was just like, okay, I'm going to use Light of Ruin then to finish off the KO and not have to worry about any of that. So being able to double up into those slots so well, especially on the Grimmsnarl when it came back in, really solidifying that Luca's spot in that game, recognizing that the Charizard, now that the Archaladon was on the field, the Charizard had really nothing else to swap into that could eat a Moonblast plus Rock Slide. So either the Charizard was going down or in that case, the Grimmsnarl went down, and it was kind of game over from there for Rogov, and we saw even like the double protect on the Archaludon trying to make their way back in the game. So I'm really curious to see how both players are going to adjust, if at all, in this game number 2. But first, we're going to see our leads from our trainers here. Luca with the Floette and Garchomp this time, and from Rogov, the Charizard and Grimmsnarl.
This is pretty good for Luca, right? This is the lead that you probably wanted in game 1, and now you got it in game 2. So bringing the Garchomp at forefront instead of the King Gambit allows you not to have to waste turns on being on the defensive end of things. This team that Luca's using always wants to be on the offensive side of things, wanting to get them out, maximize the amount of damage that they can each turn. And with leading Garchomp and Floette into a Charizard and Grimmsnarl, I'm pretty happy if I'm Luca. But now let's talk about Rogov. How do we get out of this weird scenario where potentially both of our Pokemon can get knocked out, right? Rock Slide and Moonblast potentially into the Grimmsnarl can knock it out, depending on what they decide to go for, whether it's Reflect or Light Screen. And does the Charizard here want to protect? There's a lot that could go on, but no trainers decide to switch here yet. We don't know as for the Grimmsnarl. Let's see what this Grimmsnarl decides to go for, but Charizard is just going to go for Protect.
Yeah, Protect here, not wanting to Mega Evolve just yet, recognizing the threat of the Floette and Garchomp, doubling up into it and knocking it out. We do see a Light Screen from the Grimmsnarl, though, to try to mitigate some of the damage from this Floette. Rock Slide first, though, from the Garchomp into Grimmsnarl. Again, we saw in Game 1, not doing too much, but a Moonblast there, following up into the Grimmsnarl, trying to maximize as much damage, and Grimmsnarl hanging on at 1% there, allowing it another turn on the field to either set up that Reflect or Parting Shot.
And this is where EVs are important. I think that Rogov probably had this scenario in mind, and EV this Grimmsnarl to have a potential chance of living a double up like this, right? And it's pretty important. You want to know why? You're able to either Parting Shot or get off another screens for this tail end of the game. And we know that this Grimmsnarl is carrying that Light Screen, so 8 turns of screens is pretty crucial, especially in the game 2 when your back is against the wall, when you need a win. And you allowing yourself to allow this Grimmsnarl to potentially get either or move off is really good. Now for Charizard. Charizard is still in a really awkward spot. Although the Grimmsnarl could probably get a Reflect off, I don't know if you want to withstand the barrage of maybe a Rock Slide or a Light of Ruin into this Charizard. That's still a lot of damage, and that's still damage I think that Rogov has to respect. But we're not going to see any switches. Charizard is actually going to Mega Evolve, and we are going to see a pretty crucial turn in this game too.
It really is going to come down to if this Charizard can live a double up of these two powerful Titans on Luca's side of the field. A Protect, though, from the Floette on Luca's side, deciding to not go on the offensive, at least with the Floette, as the Reflect from Grimmsnarl goes up, having any of that physical, making you stronger against those physical type moves, and that Rock Slide still does so much damage into that Charizard there, being 4 times super effective, knocking out the Grimmsnarl notably, so Parting Shot is no longer on the table for Rogov. Heat Wave, though, is going to fire off, of course, in that Protect on the Floette, and do a nice chunk of damage to Garchomp. We saw the same roll in Game 1, and no burn, luckily, for Luca there.
Yeah, no burn for Luca. Garchomp sitting in a pretty good spot. Archaludon gets to come in, and this is where Archaludon loves to be in. 2 screens, although it's facing a Garchomp and Floette, but this is the spot that it wants and needs to be in to get off any type of damage. We definitely know that there's a Pelipper in the back for Rogov. We could potentially see a switch and Protect play on the end of Archaludon just to get the Pelipper in safely. Charizard is in a weird spot as well, like a follow-up of maybe a Rock Slide and Dazzling Gleam will definitely pick it up. So there's a lot that Rogov needs to be careful about, especially crits at that. I think that one thing that to note that Luca's team gives off is that offensive pressure. Although screens are up, it's still a deadly combination. This is a Life Orb Garchomp and a Fairy or a Floette. How does Rogov deal with this now losing this Grimmsnarl? There's no Parting Shot. All those screens are up. You don't have. This is the only damage mitigation you have left, and you need to make every turn count here. And we're going to see the Charizard switch.
Charizard's going to swap into that Pelipper, so the same for as we saw of last game. Rain here being activated by Pelipper's Drizzle ability is going to have to take a Dragon Claw on the swap in, though, from Garchomp, and a Moonblast from the Floette here, doing so much to Pelipper even behind both of those screens, forcing it to eat that Citrus Berry and bringing it just to 43%. Electro Shot, though, in the Rain here is not going to have that 2-turn charge and is going to be able to fire off this strong electric move in the Rain here at +1, targeting into that Floette. Does a good amount of damage there at +1, and if you do go for a next turn at +2, you'll definitely be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, I think if you're Luca here, I could see the end game in the writing. You want to basically not focus any damage onto the Archaludon and focus all the damage in the Pelipper slot. Reason being, Pelipper can't protect. And you don't want to give any stamina boost to this Archaludon as well. Let's just focus the damage on the slot that can't protect, solo this Archaludon, and deal with it in an endgame. And I think that's the endgame that Luca is approaching for. Now for Rockhoff, well, this allows your Archaludon to maximize as much special attack boost as it can with that Electro Shot that we mentioned, right? We know that there's no Mega Charizard on the end of Luca, so you dictate how the weather is for this ending of the remaining of the game. Garchomp's actually going to switch out, not seeing any use case, and Whimsicott is actually going to come in.
And Whimsicott actually being a great Pokemon to swap in here. Moonblast, though, first from the Floette is just going to knock out that Pelipper there from that range, and that's going to be a huge knockout as Rockhoff is now going to be down to their last two Pokemon. Electro Shot now bringing Archaludon to +2 special attack, and this Electro Shot is targeting most likely into that Floette slot and is just going to knock it out there at +2. But I think the damage Floette has done is kind of hard to come back from if you're Rockhoff.
Yeah, hard to come back if you're Rockhoff, right? We know what's in play now, Tyson. Encore. Encore is pretty good because you want to know why. You cannot target the Garchomp with an Electro Shot. You can end this game by just literally clicking Encore into this Archaludon here and lock it into Electro Shot for potentially the remainder of the game, because Whimsicott could also protect on these Electro Shot turns if Sun is up now, because you can't do anything now. Dragon Claw or potentially Rock Slide, it all depends if it KOs, right? We've seen that Rock Slide did 47%. Do you go for maybe a Moonblast Rock Slide this turn, or do you Encore this Archaludon and we're just going to see an Encore?
Encore makes the most sense here. Charizard kind of forcing Rockhoff into an awkward spot here, having to set up that Sun instead of the Rain, and Dragon Claw being the move of choice there, not wanting to miss. This is going to be a huge turn. Do we see a burn on either of these Pokemon from the Heat Wave? And we do on the Garchomp, ticking it down bit by bit on its HP. The Focus Sash on Whimsicott is also activated this turn. Citrus Berry, though, is going to give Garchomp a little bit of HP, but that burn is going to be absolutely huge at allowing this Archaludon to potentially thrive in this endgame, because now you're unable to maybe KO this Charizard next turn. You have to hit a Rock Slide now.
Yeah, and hitting that Rock Slide now gives the stamina boost to Archaludon, which you don't want to do. I think Luca's plans have been foiled a little bit, right, with that burn chance of that Heat Wave. But that's good that Rockhoff went for it out, knowing that, hey, if I want to win this game, I need to get a little bit lucky. I'm calling for the Heat Wave to burn this Garchomp, and I'm getting so. Now this puts this Archaludon in a pretty good spot, able to withstand a potential Earthquake. But we're going to see Whimsicott protecting, not wanting to eat an Electro Shot and or a Heat Wave.
We do see the Rock Slide from Garchomp here in an attempt to get a KO. It does connect on just the Archaludon, and that is going to proc a stamina boost there, giving it +1 to its defenses. Now that Charizard has dodged that Rock Slide, the Solar Beam is going to follow up here, most likely targeting down into that Garchomp slot, and is going to do so much damage. That looks like it's in range for sure of at least 2 more turns of that burn chip. So the Pokemon on Luca's side slowly ticking down, and the Whimsicott forced that turn as well to go for the Protect to not eat the Electro Shot.
Yeah, Archaludon is sitting in a very, very comfortable position in front of a Whimsicott and a Garchomp that is burned, right? You have the Light Screen, you have the Reflect. This Archaludon, his goal is to be on the field as much as possible, and with all the stacks of Light Screen and Reflect and the burn going on Garchomp, I think that if I'm the Archaludon player for Rockhoff, I'm feeling really, really good about my positioning. Yes, I did get a little bit lucky, but this is Pokemon, this is what you do. You go for your outs when your back is against the wall, and it happened, right? But now, I don't know if the game is over just yet, but we're going to just see Charizard protected and not wanting to take any attacks.
Yeah, recognizing that it is in range of a Moonblast plus a Dragon Claw or a Rock Slide there, both going to go into that Protect on the Charizard, and the Archaludon actually dodges it, avoiding giving it a stamina boost this turn, but is going to be able to charge up yet again with another Electro Shot, forcing the Whimsicott into a Protect. And I think a really smart turn from Rockhoff, because the Encores ended this turn, and Luca's forced into an awkward spot. Do you protect your Whimsicott to eat the Electro Shot hit, or do you Encore the Charizard, which went for a Protect? Because you know that Luca has to go for an attack into this Charizard to get rid of it this turn. You could go for a double Protect or try to go around it, but the Whimsicott instead is just going to go for Protect, not wanting to drop to this Electro Shot. Rock Slide dodges, it misses our Chaladon, but hits Charizard. Is this enough? It's not, and Charizard hangs on at 9% here. Garchomp is going to go down at the end of the turn no matter what, but this Weather Ball first is going to knock it out before the Burn Chip has a chance to remove it from the field. This Archaladon, now that its Encore has ended, has to be Encored again if Luca wants to keep it in Electroshot.
Yeah, I think the end game planning on Luca was actually very good, right? I don't think there was anything wrong with it besides the variance of Heat Wave getting that burn, right? Bastion Legion being in the back. Yeah, this makes a ton of sense what the end game that Luca was going for. Hey, I want to solo out this Archaladon and leave it by itself, but you also got to take into account for odds, and odds could definitely swing the momentum in the favor of anybody, especially if it's a Heat Waving Charizard that could potentially burn the physical type attacking Pokemon like Garchomp on the end of Luca. So more than likely, I think in this end game scenario, I think Rock Hobbs, Archaladon is sitting pretty comfortable here. Although it's being locked into the Electroshock, I think that this Whimsicott here is sitting on its last leg in terms of this Encore, because now I think that you have to make a decision, right? Who do I keep encoring the Archaladon, and is this Charizard even going to allow me to do that? We do need to note though that this Solar Beam did not do enough to knock out this Bastion Legion. I think Bastion Legion survived on 3% here. But does the Whimsicott encore the Charizard this turn? And this is why potentially why Charizard went for Solar Beam the turn prior, because of the Encore. I think Rockhop played this, even though getting lucky, I think he played this masterfully too as well. Going for his odds and his outs, and then closing off the end game here. And Whimsicott is just going to protect, not wanting to take any type of attacks here.
Yeah, protect on the Whimsicott and Bastion Legion, not wanting to eat the Electroshot, which the Archaladon was just encored into. Heat Wave being thrown off into both of these Pokemon, just trying to knock out the Whimsicott once and for all for no more Electroshots, as well as potentially burning the Basket Legion, maybe starting to take it down as well. This Charizard is kind of dead weight, but Luca has done, or Raghav has done a great job here at kind of forcing these Encore where Charizard gets to go for an attack, it can protect, because Whimsicott can only do so much, and it really is going to come down to here if Moonblast can knock out this Charizard this turn.
Yeah, there's a lot actually to think about right now. Our Charizard can still be sold out. Timer's also in effect as well. Like, this end game is going to be really weird, right? I think Aqua Jet is probably going to go into the end of Charizard, but Charizard is going to protect here, not wanting to eat an Aqua Jet. Let's see what Whimsicott actually just goes for the Moonblast here, and it's going to go into the Archaladon. It's going to do pretty significant damage, actually. I think Luca might actually be the one that could be taking this game, especially with the Last Respects double up doing immense amount of damage to this Archaladon. Electroshot is going to go off. Let's see who does it go into. Is it just going to load up here? Absorbs electricity. It's just going to load up here. The special attack is going to boost. And yeah, it can't move because of no rain. There's nothing that this Archaladon can do. And now this Encore again, right? You could just Encore this Archaladon. Or you could just double protect on this turn because you don't want to eat an Electroshot, right? You don't want to get into that scenario again. And that forces another double protect on the end of Luca. I think that Luca still has this game in the bag just as long as they could get the turn correct the following turn. We're going to see protect on the end of Whimsicott and most likely on the end of Bastion Legion as well.
Yeah, protect on Whimsicott there is going to be the move of choice. We actually, see a protect on Charizard as well, and Bastion Legion. None of these Pokemon wanting to take a hit there. Archaladon going to fire off that Electroshot, but more notably as well, it has broken the Encore here. It has the opportunity to maybe lock into a different move. This turn, you could go for a protect and try to get a cheeky attack off, but this Bastion Legion is primed still. Now that Charizard has just gone for a protect, Aqua Jet could fire off into this slot, and now that Archaladon just fired off, it has to take an extra turn to charge that Electroshot to have a chance to even hit into this Bastion Legion, and we do just see the forfeit. Raghav is going to lose, and Luca taking the win 2-0 in round 13 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, I was pretty mistaken on that towards that end game. I thought that the odds were definitely in the favor of Raghav, but forgetting that, wait, there's no rain. You could just double protect safely, always lock the Encore, and Charizard's already in range of being knocked out by a potential Moonblast and or Aqua Jet on the end of Luca. So even with the odds looking super bad and the stacks of defenses and the light screen and reflect enabling this Archaladon going for Electroshot actually was the worst scenario you wanted to be in, especially with sun being up. And unfortunately enough, it wasn't the sun that was set on Luca's end that that forced this, right? It was the Sun on Rahaga's end. So this could be like one of the issues with this team that when facing against a Whimsicott, because if you are not able to have the rain up and the Sun comes up following that, you could potentially put yourselves in harm's way like we saw in this game too.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a lot of things go Rogov's way as well in that game too as well, like the burn, like the rock slide miss, that allowed this Charizard to hang on the field for a little bit too long, but Luca's still finding a way to play around. Notably that Whimsicott, I really want to emphasize, recognizing that King Gambit wasn't able to do much in that game at all, and bringing the Whimsicott I think was a great change that Luca made in that game too, even though he wasn't down a game. Recognizing that this Childlike can be kind of a problem if Electro Shock goes off. Even in the Sun, the 2-turn charge doesn't really matter. It just still hits for a lot of damage. So recognizing that you could still lock into it and then take advantage of that, it does infinitely more than like a King Gambit hitting into it, infinitely stamina boosting our Chaladon, right? But that's going to be it from our coverage here. Congratulations to Luke again for winning the match 2-0. We're going to cut to some more bonus footage for you guys, but we'll be right back with commentators soon. Yeah, we'll be right back.
What is up, guys? Welcome back. This is going to be round, I believe, 14 of the event. I am with Tyson once again. I think this is our third time commentating.
Third time commentating this weekend, second now, and the last round of the Grand Champions Festival of Swiss before we get to our cut.
Okay, a lot to download there. So everybody who's dying to enter into cut, this is your make it or break it. This is your last shot making it into the top cut of the Grand Champion Festival Encore here. And no way to better end it off with a great best of 3 in Didi Lamales versus Samuel T. Samuel T has got top 4 at the last event. Samuel T is an amazing player, obviously. Being able to place high at the 2 largest events back-to-back is kind of insane, right? Kind of insane to think about. Teo Time, also known as Didi Lamales Online, has been a formidable balanced player in this scene, has been crushing events in the EU side of things, and has been showing why he's one of the best players in the world. And there's no better best of 3 I would want to watch right now between these two, especially in a rain matchup, right? We have a rain matchup with Samuel T. This is our child on Pelipper. We've been seeing a lot of weather teams, but I think we have something a little bit different in terms of DD. We have the balanced team. One of my favorite cores to run, Tyson. I love this team. And funny enough, me and Teo Time actually worked together. This is actually one of my partners heading into Worlds. I've learned a lot through him, and I know that he's a great player, so this is going to be a wonderful best of 3 to watch. Although I know a lot about DD's team, let's take a look at Samuel's team. So what's your thought on this Rain team?
Yeah, I mean, so you broke down kind of the Delphox team a little bit there on DD's side, where it's a lot of the balance, right? You click kind of fake out, you set up a Pokemon, either the Blastoise or the Delphox. But on Samuel's side, you have a bit of a more standard Rain team where you operate around the Grimmsnarl and Pelipper combination that we saw last round, where with the Prankster parting shot on Grimmsnarl, regardless of what the Charizard does that turn, if it Megas or doesn't Mega, you're able to move after the Mega Evolution with the parting shot, get in your Pelipper, and get control of the weather with your Pelipper, setting that drizzle and giving you rain, which enables some Pokemon on the team, like your Swampert or your Archaladon. This team also features a Metagross and a Sneasler over something like the Venusaur, or, you know, just another steel type, or sometimes you see Floette as well. Metagross and Sneasler, I think, giving a different kind of level up to the team as well. This Sneasler has coaching as well with the Focus Sash. So in combination with that and Metagross, some games can definitely spiral out of control if you get a +1 Metagross behind screens. It does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, but I think DD's going to have to thread the needle in this matchup. This is not something that we like to see in terms of matchup cut, but we're going to see Incineroar and Blastoise immediately on the end of Teo Time.
And Grimmsnarl and Archaladon from Samuel T. as we get into Game 1 of Round 14 of the Grand Champions Festival.
So a lot can go on this turn. I think that the safe play is obviously fake out and set up that cell smash here. Here we're going to be focusing all the damage onto the Blastoise. The Blastoise is going to be your main source of damage. I think that the Grimmsnarl can set up screens, that's fine. But for DD, you really want to just set up a cell smash, position your Blastoise, probably get a 2 in this matchup. Try to get as much damage as possible. One thing you need to worry about too is that Pelipper in the back. But Blastoise is simply just going to protect, not wanting to take any attacks right here.
Not risking a Electro Shot or a Dragon Pulse in this case from the Archaladon at all. Is going to just be protected, and Incineroar pivoting out on DD's side of the field with that parting shot, swapping out and giving this Incineroar a chance to reposition that fake out and keep that its HP at full, not wanting to take any sort of damage this turn. Incineroar is going to pivot out though and give DD, you know, a chance to maybe get something more offensive in something like the Sneasler that can maybe threaten the Archaladon a little bit more, or King Gambit, which, you know, can get set up with its Swords Dances and maybe start chipping it down that way. But it is actually going to be the Sinistra instead, giving the opportunity now to DD to redirect any of these Archaladon's attacks. And Grimmsnarl actually not even going for a screen this turn and following up with a Foul Play into the Protect, so huge value for DD that turn.
Huge value for DD. This is exactly what you want as a balance player. Now you got a position. You got your Rexermon in for free. You got the Archaladon on -1. Grimmsnarl, yes, it could set up screens, but now the Blastoise is freely able to get set up and shut up a Shell Smash pretty safely. The only thing that could really hinder this is that Pelipper in the back with that Wide Guard, because the goal is basically set up Shell Smash and go for Water Spouts as much as possible. And the only thing that's really stopping that is that Pelipper in the back. And seeing as though our child on this list, I definitely have a feeling that we might see that Pelipper in the back and or a Mega, right? So I think if I'm DD, I'm pretty happy, especially seeing an Archaladon switch here. And it's just going to be that Pelipper coming in and let's see what this Grimmsnarl decides to go for. Is it going to go for a parting shot? Is it going to set up a screen here? It's going to just be a simple Rage Powder on the end of DD, just playing it safe. Doesn't want its main damage dealing Pokemon to take any type of attacks, and it's just going to be a light screen on the end of Samuel T. With that
And notably as well, no Mega Evolution from the Blastoise here, just going for a Shell Smash immediately instead, trying to boost up its stats as much as possible. A super positive turn for DD, redirecting away any potential damage from that Archaladon. You know, if the Pelipper came in on the Grimmsnarl slot, that Electroshock could have done a lot of damage, so Rage Powder there just to redirect that away. But Blastoise finally is going to go for that Mega Evolution with its increased stats now, and the Shell Smash on top of it. This Pokemon in the rain is going to be doing so much damage even through the light screen. Rage Powder from Sinistcha to redirect away any sort of parting shot that this Grimmsnarl could throw out or attacks from this Pelipper. Water Spout though, no parting shot, is going to do so much damage, and in the rain, take a double knockout against the Grimmsnarl on Pelipper. A critical hit as well, breaking through that screen, none needed on Grimmsnarl. This Blastoise has just removed 2 key Pokemon for Samuel.
Yeah, this is a matchup where it's very good for the balance player if Blastoise is able to do Blastoise things. Clicking that Water Spout, getting off that Shell Smash. Yes, the light screen went up, but I'm in the rain. Shell Smash Mega Blastoise against a Grimmsnarl that's always going to get the knockout here. And then covering for the parting shot with that Rage Powder made a lot of sense here. So pretty good positioning if you're DD, right? Sorry, Teal Time. Instant's able to come back in potentially and reset the Sinistcha here, but no, I think here I can play pretty safe with that Sinistcha. You could probably just go for another Rage Powder depending on if this Swampert has Earthquake. It does have Earthquake, so Rage Powder is going to go online here. Let's see what this Swampert decides to go for here. Blastoise is going to move first, actually. It's going to go for that Water Spout. It's going to move before the Swampert and pick up the knockout here. So yeah, that adamant nature in that Swampert probably playing a little bit of dividends for Samuel T. Right now, that interactions, there's a lot of interactions that we could download, right? The Archaladon being faster than the Incineroar moving second behind the Archaladon. Once the Blastoise got that Shell Smash off, it was actually faster than the Mega Swampert in the rain. So a lot of information being downloaded here in that Game 1. Moving on to Game 2, I think that although the crit on the Pelipper happened, I think that DD, Teal Time, actually played that Game 1 perfectly.
Yeah, allowing yourself to get in that position, recognizing how important the Blastoise is to the matchup, going for that crucial protect at the beginning of the game, not allowing your Incineroar to get baited by staying on the field. You can only protect that once, so Fake Out Protect is a notoriously funny play because you don't really get much done on the turn, so being able to go for Protect instead and Parting Shot out and bring in Sinistcha in the face of your Archaladon to redirect away any attacks or any parting shots, allow DD to set up that Shell Smash without consequence, essentially. And obviously, yes, the critical hit did seal the game. Being able to remove that Pelipper and remove that option at all, even in the face of a wide guard, just allowed DD to kind of steamroll through the game. So I'm really curious, how Samuel can kind of adapt in that Game 2 and play around that Blastoise. I think I want to see maybe the Pelipper on lead, give a little bit more pressure. You threaten both the Sinistcha and the Incineroar with Hurricane and Weather Ball, and even into the Blastoise as well. You threaten Hurricane, and you just have wide guard pressure. And with that Citrus Berry and being a resist to the water type attacks at all, it might be a little bit scary to set up the rain for DD, but it is definitely a defensive piece that Samuel's going to have to manage in this game number 2 if he wants a chance to win. But we're going to see a Sneasler and Blastoise this time from DD instead of the Incineroar, and there it is, the Pelipper and Archaladon from Samuel's side.
Yeah, this is another awkward position, right? Archaladon wants to move, but DD could simply just go for Water Spout and close combat here and just KO this Archaladon. The offensive pressure is definitely on the end of DD, and I think here, if you're the rain player, you don't want to have any passive turns. You don't want to click Protect in front of this because it could be countered by a Fake Out and a Shell Smash. So there's a lot that is in the favor of Teal Time here. Let's see what they decide to go for. I think more than likely, getting rid of the Archaladon and maybe setting up this Blastoise later on is most likely the line that I think that Teal Time would go for. As for Samuel, I don't see them protecting anyone here. You don't want to take any risks, especially being down a game, right? A passive turn like a Protect on Archaladon could go just extremely, extremely wrong here. So I think that Teal Time, definitely with leads, puts on a lot of pressure. As you can see, that Fake Out going straight into that Archaladon.
Fake Out and Archaladon doing a tiny bit of damage, but mainly just trying to stop it from moving this turn. Is going to get flinched before the Blastoise can move, and there it is, the Shell Smash from DD's Blastoise with no Mega Evolution. is going to lower its defense and special defense to greatly raise its stats. Pelipper, though, going to try to match the speed there is going to be very important at raising or doubling the speed of all Pokemon on this side of the field for Samuel, allowing the Archaladon to now outspeed the Blastoise. But you're in a similar spot to game number 1, where now this Blastoise can just go for Protect, and the Sneasler is not really threatened. You could bring in Sinistra here and redirect any attacks next turn. Pelipper, of course, could go for something like a Hurricane into that slot, but if you are DD, you are still feeling really, really good.
Yeah, also to know, the reason why DD's not Mega Evolving their Blastoise, the abilities rain this, so if you do take damage, you actually recover like 1/16 of your health here, so very smart on DD's end, not trying to go for that. But Tailwind now to match the speed of Blastoise, but Blastoise is going to outspeed most likely the Archaladon and Pelipper here. And also to note, screens are not up, so this Blastoise is hitting super hard. But the only thing is there's no redirection to protect this Blastoise here. And seeing as though Sneasler switching out, more than likely going to bring that Incinerate to bring that Fake Out and to just protect this Blastoise again and again.
Yeah, Intimidate going to go down, not going to matter too much here against the Pelipper or Archaladon. Pelipper swapping out actually into the Sneasler here is going to be a great swap for Samuel as the Protect goes off into the Blastoise. Archaladon going for the Electro Shot here, and why this is perfect is now your Sneasler has the faster Fake Out. You know your Archaladon outspeeds this Blastoise because you are equivalent in speed. The Blastoise is +2 speed, while the Archaladon is also +2 essentially in the Tailwind as well. And we saw after the Fake Out that the Archaladon outsped the Blastoise on that turn 1. So your Sneasler being able to Fake Out this Incineroar that is not a Sinistra now, can't redirect, you have the faster Fake Out, you can easily target into this Blastoise, and it has to make the decision this turn if you want to swap out or just take this Electro Shot.
Yeah, great positioning of Samuel, bringing in that Sneasler, right? Just not allowing any type of Fake Outs and shenanigans on the end of DD here, because obviously the Sneasler is going to outpace this Incineroar and go for Fake Out, and then you could punish this Blastoise here because they're protected, and you could hit it with an Electro Shot. But the thing is, does Archaladon go down to a Dark Pulse? Archaladon's not known for its special defenses. I'm not too sure on how the calcs may go. Also, we could definitely just see a Water Spout on the end of Blastoise, and we're just going to see the Mega Evolve happen. So Blastoise will be moving this turn and be doing some type of damage. We're going to see an effective trade on both ends. We might just see the Fake Out into Incineroar to stop that incident from faking out the Archaladon potentially, is what we do see.
Yeah, Incineroar is going to get flinched this turn, and there's the Electro Shot from the Archaladon. Blastoise, having protected last turn, is unable to block this. Assumably, this +2 Electro Shot into the -1. Blastoise is going to definitely be able to finish it off, and there it goes. DD's setup. Blastoise, we saw so much effort into setting it up last game, now is completely gone, and main damage to get rid of this Archaladon is removed.
Yeah, so that interaction is very, very important to see, that we do see that the Archaladon does outpace this Blastoise, almost confirmed, right? We definitely saw the Fake Out play, and then I'm not sure if the flinch happened or occurred prior, and if it did, that means that DD now knows, like, hey, this Archaladon is going to outpace and outspeed my Blastoise. I cannot just allow it to just get hit like how I did this game. Getting this information is good. Going into maybe a potentially game 3, right? This is a lot of information to digest if you're Teo Time, but no other person to download and digest information like this, like a world-class player, just like Teo Time. You lose your Blastoise, maybe potentially lose the game, but as far as positioning goes for game 3, I think that we'll see an adjustment on Teo Time's end.
Yeah, Electro Shot there going off into the Sneasler, though, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. Going to start chipping down chipping is a strong word. Putting the Sneasler down into range of just getting knocked out next turn as this Archaladon continues to build up its special attack thanks to those Electro Shots. Sinistra is going to heal it up just a little bit thanks to that Hospitality, and Incineroar with the Parting Shot lowering the special attack by 1, but you kind of cancel each other out as you go for the Electro Shots and the Parting Shot. You go up and then you go down 1. But this Archaladon is still really well positioned, even against the Sinistra and Sneasler, thanks to the Fake Out that we saw last time. The Archaladon is actually at +1 defense as well, so those close combats will be hurting just a little bit less than they normally would into something like the Archaladon. Of course, Critical Hit doesn't really care about that, as we see the Incineroar come back in here, maybe trying to reset another Intimidate down on the Sneasler, as well as Fake Out. And Dire Claw fishing for a status here on the Sneasler to try to maybe find a way back in the game. Not able to get it. Dire Claw at -2 is unable to get the knockout, though, on Sneasler, and Dragon Pulse going to finish off the Sneasler on DD's side of the field, bringing them down to their last 2 Pokemon.
Bringing them down to the last two Pokemon, this is one of the flaws that this balancing has. Once you lose your main damage dealer, like Blastoise and or Delphox and or Kingambit, it's definitely hard to position and try to get damage on the board, especially against an offensive rain team like this. I think downloading information was super important in that game too, as we saw that this Archalon is definitely going to outspeed this Blastoise. So going into Game 3, having this information for your time, this is something that's going to make it easier for you to map out how to play this Game 3. As for Samuel, it also is easier for how you're going to position your Archalon. What's more important to talk about is how crucial that Archalon is in that matchup, right? Although there's two Fake Out brothers in Sneasler and Incin and a redirection in Sinistra, there's still ways to mitigate and stop the onslaught of just Fake Out setup and getting off damage. And I think that positioning wise, Samuel did that amazingly. Switching out that Pelipper right onto that Sneasler when that Incin came in just changed the momentum of that game swiftly in the favor of Samuel.
Yeah, and I really think the Archalon punishing passive plays like switching Sinistra, like just hard swapping and protecting a Blastoise, trying to reposition your Fake Out, really allows Archalon to kind of spiral out of control as we saw in that game, getting +1 on the Electric Shot, slowly but surely building up damage to the point where you're able to throw it out, and regardless if it's a resist or not, even if you start throwing out Dragon Pulses as well, is going to be doing significant damage. And I really think it's going to come down to, very similar goals for both of these players. Can I get rid of their Titan? In DD's case, can I get rid of this Archalon? And in Samuel's place, can I get rid of this Blastoise or Delphox if DD decides to opt into that? But I definitely think, right, the Blastoise is a great Pokemon to bring in this matchup, taking advantage of the rain that Samuel is setting up, really abusing that fact, and Water Spout's doing infinitely more damage. I mean, we see it with Sun, right? Charizard Heat Wave in the Sun. Adding multipliers is always going to be a sure way to boost up your damage, and I think DD has done a great job at showing that. But let's hop into Game 3 here of Samuel T versus DD in Round 14. Final Game 3, Sinistra and Blastoise against the Swampert and Pelipper. So both trainers switching up their leads.
Yeah, both trainers switching up their leads here. Swampert and Pelipper is a pretty decent lead to the Sinistra and the Blastoise here, right? Being able to bypass redirection by just clicking Earthquake is pretty crucial. Also, if you're Teal Time, you're pretty much almost safe to get off maybe a Shell Smash here. And outpacing the Swampert and Pelipper is pretty crucial here. Even if Pelipper sets up Tailwind, I think that could potentially happen. That's actually a pretty good play because it gives Swampert that Swift Swim and that added speed to actually outpace the Shell Smash Blastoise if DD decides to go for it. Also, the one thing to note is that leading the Sinistra was just the cover for that pesky Archalon, right? You don't want to deal with Electro Shots. You want to Rage Powder and set up as much as you can. And DD was calling that Samuel was going to lead Archalon here because it had such a good offensive matchup and speed stat into the Blastoise that I think that Sinistra was a great lead. But now he's going to switch out his Sinistra into Incin, wanting to cover for that physical type attacking Swampert.
Yeah, and dropping the attack of Swampert by 1 thanks to that Intimidate ability. Blastoise going on the offensive here, it seems, with the Mega Evolution. We know DD in the other two games, when setting up, really wanted to make sure you got that Rain Dish and maybe as much value as possible. Mega Evolution from Swampert as well, going to activate that Swift Swim ability, doubling its speed here without a Shell Smash. Immediately, the Swampert's going to be the fastest thing on the field, and this Earthquake, even at -1, is going to do significant damage to that Incineroar, being super effective, and proccing its Citrus Berry as well, so it is able to eat another one next turn. This Water Spout in the rain, though, even though it's lost a little bit of HP, is still going to do a significant amount of damage to that Swampert, and even a nice little bit of chip to the Pelipper. Pelipper, though, playing around, as you said, Lorsy, for that Shell Smash play, setting up the Tailwind, so now both of these Pokemon are guaranteed to outspeed DD's on this turn.
Yeah, good play on both ends, right? DD being smart enough to analyze, like, going for Shell Smash here is really not safe, especially if they set up Tailwind, right? Just getting off just damage is just what you want to do here. That Water Spout, although taking like 30% from that Earthquake, still does a significant amount of damage. You know, doing a significant chunk to Pelipper and also chipping down this Mega Swampert to under 50% here. And Sinistra coming back, giving its health back into Swampert is amazing to see here. Another Earthquake to follow up, get that damage onto this Blastoise here, but let's see what this Pelipper decides to go for.
Pelipper here has the opportunity to do something great. It's going to be the Hurricane into the Blastoise in combination with the Earthquake is going to bring Blastoise down to 31% and is going to go for a Shell Smash. But again, thanks to that Tailwind, you are still able to outspeed, and now at -1 defense, it's going to be close if this Earthquake can knock out. Sinistra already swapped in this turn, so Hospitality is not going to be able to raise its HP anymore. Your best play is most likely to just go for the Protect on the Blastoise, swap in Incineroar, try to get another Intimidate drop down. But if Samuel calls that out this turn, this could be a huge swing and to be the decider of the game, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the Shell Smash there on DD. He's basically counting off the Tailwind turns. If I'm able to get a Fake Out user in safely and maybe swapping out the Sinistra this turn, I could potentially go for Fake Out and or maybe even switch back into Sinistra the following turn just to get my health back up and or stall out Tailwind turn. So I like this position with DD, but it's just a little bit risky, right? There's a lot that's in the favor of Sam. Samuel could make a lot of call-outs here, maybe not even targeting Blastoise or maybe doubling into the Sinistra slot here because, like you said, that Blastoise is threatened by an Earthquake, but there's going to just be a Protect on Blastoise.
Protect from Blastoise, really making sure it cannot get away with this turn. Earthquake going to try to go off and ruin the rest of, or knock out this Blastoise from the HP that it's at. Sinistra going to take a little bit of damage from it though, and it's going to be a Weather Ball trying to call out that Incineroar. Instead, it's going to be a huge resist into that Sinistra, and if this Sinistra is able to land this Matcha Gotcha that it's going for here into both of these Pokemon, which it does, that's going to be a knockout on Swampert and do so much damage to Pelipper, also notably healing it back up so much HP and maybe able to even eat a Hurricane from that range.
So this is a crucial turn on the end of
The burn as well on the Pelipper.
Yeah, a crucial turn, right? Now you get rid of the spread move attacking Pokemon of Swampert. So Blastoise is kind of safe here because of the Fake Out Brothers in the back and this Sinistra that could go for a potential Rage Powder, right? So now the spread moves is out the field. The thing is, the Water Spout is maybe out of the mindset of DD here. Maybe just clicking Dark Pulse for the remaining of the game and or switching out to be a potential play. But the one thing to know, Blastoise did go for the Protector. Sneaser's going to come in, so you need to be very careful now. Fake Out could just simply go online onto this Blastoise here, and potentially we could see just Hurricane on the Sinistra slot and or Blastoise slot. So a lot can go on this turn. Although Blastoise has done its work getting that Self Smash, is it going to be able to use it? What does the Sneasler decide to go for? Does it go for Fake Out into the Blastoise, or does it go for a damaging move into the Sinistra, doubling it? Does Hurricane pick up the Sinistra? Blastoise is actually going to switch out after this Shell Smash.
Yeah, not wanting to take that Fake Out, having protected last turn, recognizing that Sneasler is in a prime position to kind of destroy the rest of this Blastoise's HP. Dire Claw actually going into the Sinistra though, no Fake Out here, and a Hurricane as well. A magnificent Protect from DD there, able to block all the damage this turn from Samuel's Pokemon as the Tailwind peters out as well. DD has perfectly positioned the Fake Out here to stop this Pelipper from moving this turn and getting another Tailwind, and the Sinistra is going to be able to sit on the field now in front of both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, great positioning once again by Teo Time here, realizing that, hey, the threat is not the Blastoise right now, it's the Sinistra. I need to keep this alive, and I know that my opponent wants to basically double attack the slot because the Blastoise here doesn't want to stay in, or maybe it does want to stay in. So, but I'm going to play safe here. I'm allowed to protect my Sinistra and bring my Instant safely in, but now I'm able to just switch it out and potentially go for a Fake Out play and bring something like the Sneasler in.
Sneasler coming in for that Sinistra slot to reset that Hospitality bonus. Fake Out actually going into the Sneasler instead of the Pelipper is going to get to use a Hurricane now that it was not flinched, bringing that Sneasler down to its Focus Sash actually, and we do not see a Confusion, luckily. Oh, we actually do. A little bit delayed. A Confusion now gives the Sneasler a chance to knock itself out of the Confusion now that it has been brought down to its Focus Sash, and this Pelipper continues to tick down thanks to that burn, and the rain is gone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the confusion online is crucial for DD, but you can also just switch out the Sneasler. You have Sinistra in the back, you have Blastoise, you have party members, but you need to worry about what the Samuel in the back. Most likely, it's that our challenge, so you need to be careful of how you damage this Pelipper slot here. Can't go for a potential throat chop into that slot because it might just be an Archild on switch, and you do not want that. You don't want to give any stamina boost. I could definitely see maybe just a parting shot into Pelipper and a switch from Sneasler like we do see. Teo Time is just playing amazingly, bringing that Sinistra in because, you know, Hurricane is no longer an accurate move because the rain is down. You're going to heal your Incineroar back up, Pelipper's actually going to switch, maybe most likely into that Archalon, like I mentioned. And yeah, Archalon comes in wanting to probably take a hit to get that stamina boost. Post combat's going to go straight into this Incineroar here. Incineroar's going to tank that because it's at -1 due to that Intimidate. And let's see, does Incin decide to pivot or switch? Parting Shot is going to go online into this Archalon here, bringing this Archalon down to -1 special attack. And now the board positioning is in the favor of Teal Time. You could bring in whatever Pokemon you want to bring in. It could be that Sneasler, it could be that Blastoise. Let's see what trainers decide to pick. It's going to be that Blastoise. So one thing to note is that now you could Rage Powder and Shell Smash again. And that's what you want if you're Teal Time.
And this is exactly the position I think DD was looking for in that game number 1 that we saw, where it's just the Sinistcha and the Blastoise being able to redirect both the Sneasel and the Archaludon. I resist from any poison move, as well as the electric attacks that Archaludon likes to throw off, especially with no rain, is not going to be able to do nearly as much damage as you want to the Sinistcha. Poison or Dire Claw going off into it, no status. Dragon Pulse as well, with no special attack raised. Sinistcha is going to be able to hang on, and the Shell Smash from Blastoise is going to be activated yet again. And unlike, you know, some other setup moves as well, this one is really dangerous because it raises your speed and your special attack. So now this Dark Pulse from Blastoise has the potential to start chipping down this Archaludon and doing a lot of damage. Even Water Spout, I think, at +2, even if you're at such a low amount of HP, is going to be doing a lot of damage to Pokemon like Sneasler. Maybe not so much as Archaludon, so it might now be the time to start throwing out those Dark Pulses into the Archaludon slot, especially since you know that there's no Grimmsnarl or anything in the back, that Pelipper is not going to be able to eat a Dark Pulse from this range either.
There's safe plays that you can make now, and this is where the balanced team makes shows its immense power, right? You could just protect your Blastoise, bringing your Fake Armor, maybe like the likes of Incin, because even if you get punished by that, your Sinistcha comes back in, gives you help. So it's not really punishing you, it's more like helping you in a sense. So our Archaludon's just going to protect here, not wanting to get damage here. Let's see what Sinistcha decides to go for. Is it just that Rage Powder? Yes, it does not want to take any hits here. Does Blastoise potentially go for a double Shell Smash, or does it decide to attack? It's just going to be the Dark Pulse actually into the Sneasler, going to pick up that knockout. Wow, the ability, that Mega Launcher ability plus that Dark Pulse, picking up that Sneasler. This is why it's very important to know your damage counts. This is a team that Teal Time has been playing for a long time, Tyson. He knows his damage ranges, and he knew, like, listen, this Dark Pulse definitely has to pick up. I've been playing this, or I've seen the scenario too many times, and it shows. Now, the board positioning is set. Pelipper cannot protect. It does not have any protect moves. It has that Wide Guard, but this makes Sinistcha so pivotal here, because you could just simply just go for a Rage Powder and just another Dark Pulse into that Pelipper slot. And what no better Pokemon to sack and switch in with this Sneasler and Incin, right? 2 Fake Out Mons where you could just immediately just put on the pressure, set up another Shell Smash, and get damage to end off the game.
Yeah, Rage Powder there being the safest play, as Blastoise is the first Pokemon to move. No Protect on Pelipper, as you said before. Dark Pulse going to take the knockout on Pelipper. Dragon Pulse from this Archaludon in an attempt to remove the Sinistcha does remove it finally, but with Sneasler and Incineroar in the back, both having access to Fake Out, and Sneasler in close combat, I'm not sure if this Archaludon is going to be able to win this.
Yeah, I'm not going to be sure if this Archaludon is going to be able to win this. You have a pretty safe play again with Fake Out and Shell Smash just to get as much special attacking damage as you can. You just have multiple. You could close combat. There's just no way Archaludon is going to beat the onslaught of Sneasler and Blastoise here. We're just going to see a simple Fake Out to the Archaludon. Let's see what this Blastoise decides to go for. It's going to be just a Dark Pulse or a Shell Smash. It's going to just be another Shell Smash. And as we know, Archaludon is not known for its special defenses here. This Dark Pulse plus this Mega Launcher and a close combating Sneasler is going to wrap this game off, and Teal Time, DD Lamalice is going to move on to top cut of the Grand Champion Festival Encore.
Yeah, and that was a phenomenal game, I think, played by DD, especially after that explosive Game 1, being able to get that huge Water Spout that we saw take 2 massive KOs on the Grimmsnarl and the Pelipper, just steamrolling through Game 1. Game 2, maybe not finding their footing against that Archaludon, but recognizing exactly how to play around it in that Game 3. You know, absolutely phenomenally played by BDD.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Game 3 and leads, right? The Blastoise Sinistra's lead was to cover for that Archaludon. Knowing that the Archaludon is confirmed faster than your Blastoise, you need to play according to that, because if you do, you could get punished easily, as we saw in that Game 2, with that Sneasler being able to Fake Out the Incineroar, and then thus leaving Archaludon to go for that Electric Shot into the Blastoise. Now, moving on to Game 3. The positioning was amazing. Like I said earlier, that DD is going to have to thread the needle in this matchup. And threading the needle was exactly what he did in that game 3. That pivotal turn was that instant switch out of the Shell Smash Blasters into that Sinister Protect. That allowed the longevity of the Sinister, right? Getting that -1 attack off onto that Sneasler and following up with the fake out and being able to reposition to get your Blastoise back in place to set up a Shell Smash and go for damaging moves. Yes, what you would like to do in game 1 is get off those water spots, right? As we saw, it was so easy to win that game 1, but good players are not going to allow you to repeat the same thing again. And knowing that your Archaludon was faster was a pivotal thing for Samuel in that game 2. Now going to game 3, DD thread that needle, was able to get that Blastoise back into position even after setting up a Self Smash, switching, setting up another Self Smash, and ending off the game in a amazing position. So great positioning on both players from in game 1 and game 2, but I think DD just had that little thread go through that needle more than Samuel did.
Yeah, and definitely being able to swap on that turn of that Shell Smash, just recognizing that Blastoise is kind of the key to this matchup, as you said, in these kind of balanced teams where you have this big powerhouse that is supported by 3 other Pokemon. If you kind of lose that, you lose the game. So recognizing, okay, I shall set up these Shell Smashes. I still have to swap out so that I can reposition it for later in front of the Sinister. And I mean, he found the position and won the game. But that's going to be our last round of Swiss. Give us a little bit of time as we throw it to some bonus coverage. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action and find out who we are for our top cut and our final cut.
Welcome to Open That Pack. Experience virtual pack openings with real cards inside. Choose your packs and boxes. Open them online and see your pulls instantly. Love what you see? Get your cards shipped straight to your door. Not a fan of a card? Trade unwanted pulls for credits. Trade, collect, cash out. Start your online card opening journey today with Open That Pack.
Hi everybody. We're just waiting a few more minutes to make sure everything's situated for the top cut of the Pokemon Grand Champions Festival Encore. From over 4,000 players, we are down to just 24. We'll be showing you one top 32 match, one top 16 match, two top 8 matches, and all of top 4, and of course, our grand finals. Now, at the start of today, we showed you the usage graphics for our Mega Evolutions and for our regular Pokemon, and a lot changed between then and the start of our day 1, and once again, quite a bit has changed. Let's start by looking at the top 6 Mega Evolutions in the top cut of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm going to just be pulling it up here, because I don't have it in front of me here right at the moment. I'm waiting for that graphic to be pulled up, and here we go. We are looking at Mega Charizard Y at 56.52%. An absolutely absurd amount. More than half our players are using Charizard. Shocking. Who could have seen this coming? And right behind it at 17%, we have Mega Floette, which is the Pokemon in our tournament with the highest win rate that has more than, 4 or 5 people using it. I think without that, somehow ended up being Rotom-Mow, but there's no Rotom-Mows in Top Cut, so Mega Floette is the winningest Pokemon at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. Will it win the whole thing? I'm not sure. Coming right behind it is Delphox, which we've seen a lot of on these Delphox Mega Blastoise setup teams with Sneasler, Incineroar, and Sinistcha, an archetype that's been getting more and more and more popular, as we've seen from some of the best players this weekend, players like Time, as we saw Zeddy on the stream. Beyond that, we see Blastoise as a little lower than Delphox at 8%. Not every version of these Delphox teams is using Blastoise, sometimes they're using Floette, but these Blastoise teams are becoming more and more popular with these Shell Smash Water Spouts being absurdly powerful. Next, the first Mega Evolution on this that has not been on any of our usage graphics so far, at 8.7% tied with Mega Blastoise, Mega Blaziken. An absolutely crazy thing. If people were like, Mega Blaziken might be good with Gengar or whatever, but it keeps showing how strong it can be. It's super fast, it hits hard, that speed boost ability means it can outrun Tailwind teams, and it's showing up in force. We've seen it on different styles of teams, sometimes with Toxapex, sometimes with Metagross, sometimes with Mega Frostlass. I believe the Mega Frostlass teams are the ones that we've seen in our top cut, and we'll see that soon. And right after that is Mega Swampert. So, you know what Pokemon has pushed out of our top 6 Mega usage? Mega Aerodactyl. A Mega Evolution that has been towards the top since the very beginning of Pokemon Champions has been bumped out by 2 Hoenn starters in the Grand Champions Festival Encore Top Cut. Not a revelation I expected. I honestly thought Swampert would fall off, but I was wrong. And next, let's take a look at our non-Megas, our sort of just as a whole, all the Pokemon that we are seeing in the Grand Champions Festival Encore Top Cut. And we're looking at, Charizard, the most used Mega Evolution. It's also just the most used Pokemon in Top Cut of our tournament. Followed closely by Basculegion, King Gambit, who fell down from number 1 to number 3 going into this event. We have Venusaur. I believe most of the Venusaurs are Life Orb on these sort of Charizard Toxapex teams, but there are a few Mega Venusaurs as well. Garchomp at 39%, honestly much lower than I would have expected going into this tournament with the addition of Life Orb Regulation MB. Incineroar actually tied with Garchomp. Arcaludon at 30.43%, a strong Pokemon, it makes sense, except there's only Pelipper on around 26% of these teams. Interesting, that's because there are some Politoads coming around, and a lot of these Pelippers are being played with Charizard. Mega Charizard Y on rain teams has become very popular. Our champion from last year, last event, Raghav Malavia, is using it. Alex Underhill, who's new to build with Raghav, is also using it. I think a few more people in that friend group all played this team, and most of them top cut. This double weather, almost reminiscent of the dual primals back in 2016. A very interesting development. From there, we see Sinistcha, Sneasler, interesting Pokemon we've seen since the start of the format, and Toxapex. Toxapex has made our usage graphic. Are we playing OU? No. Toxapex has been getting more and more popular not even at the start of Pokemon Champions, but all the way back in Scarlet and Violet Regulation I, when players like Brendan Zhang, Aaron Trailer, and Justin Karras used it on a Terapagos team with a set of Infestation, Wide Guard, Toxic, and not Spiky Shield, Baneful Bunker, and this set keeps popping up, and people are realizing, trapping things with Infestation, creating this inevitability on these Pokemon that are super bulky and are hard to remove. It's just very powerful, and it's been showing up more and more and more. It's especially powerful on these sort of Charizard weather teams, because Infestation traps a Pokemon on the field. You trap them in, they can't switch out. If it's their weather setter, you've won the weather war without even knocking out their weather setter. A very powerful effect. We should be getting started in just a few minutes here. Let's check where we are at. And it looks like... looks like we are still waiting just a little bit longer, so let's talk a little bit about some of the players that have made it into the top cut of the Grand Champions Festival. Maybe look at some of these more unique Pokemon here. If we go back onto our website and we look to our top cut, what familiar names do we have here? We are looking at players like our player from last year, Raghav Malavia, going from 0-1 to 12-2, making his way back into the event, despite such a not so great start. We have Geronimo 321 playing the sort of typical Aerodactyl team, so Mega Aerodactyl is falling off, but he's not gone. He could still win this whole thing. And our second and third seed are both using the exact same team of Charizard, Venusaur, Incineroar, Toxapex, Annihilate, and Garchomp. Now, this team started to pop up a little bit towards the end of last season's ladder. I believe a rental code was released by a very, very well-known team builder, Shili Yang and it looks like a lot of our Italian players took the team and are all playing it to great success. We've seen it on stream a lot today. I think more than that Big Six team, but that team is still present, he says, thinking he might, which might be a lie as I'm trying to find one. I don't, it looks like there is one player, Ethan, who is playing that classic Big Six, Charizard Y, Garchomp, Whimsicott, Basculegion, King Gambit, and Floette. There's only one player here using that team. Not something, oh, there's two. I lied to you. There's two. We also have Iceberg VGC, that's Luca Paz, I believe. Both of which are using that style of team. A lot less than you would have expected going into this tournament. What other interesting things do we have here? We have Vovomax Ben 10 using a Mega Gardevoir team, the only Mega Gardevoir in our top cut. I know a lot of folks on the stream have been asking to see that Mega Gardevoir. We will try to feature that as soon as we can. Looks like we have at least one Mega Staraptor, a Pokemon that people, thought might be broken, and then thought was bad, and turns out, as usual, somewhere in the middle, with that Sand team. It looks a little inspired by those Houndstone teams that we were seeing at the end of last season's ladder. From there, looks like we have one Mega Gengar, one of those Perish Trap style teams, with a Polito, and, running out of things to say, guys. Maybe we'll talk about how great it is that the Grand Champions Festival Encore has been such a success. I hope you're all excited for our top cut. I hope you're all enjoying the event. Don't ask me to do this again for a while. It's a lot of work. With all that being said, guys, we will be back very, very soon with top cut of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Top Cut of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I am Chup Across the Fourth, and I am joined by my good friend Tyson Hughes. Tyson, how are you doing?
I'm excited to cast here as we start to wrap up our day on the Grand Champions Festival Encore here. We're going to be featuring, some of our Top Cut very soon. But before then, we wanted to do a little bit of team analysis, see what has actually made it to the Top Cut of this tournament. We saw some of the usage stats, just a little bit ago, and Jacob was able to break those down, talking about which Mega Evolutions and which Pokemon have actually done well. But there were a couple Pokemon on both of these teams that I didn't see on the graphic.
Yeah, I believe we want to talk about a couple of the teams that, have done really well and made their way to Top Cut of this tournament that we, like you said, haven't featured on the graphic, and also some players that I don't believe have been featured on our stream yet. So one of the first ones we want to talk about is Vovomax Ben 10, Thiago Latanzi, the top Brazilian player using a team of Gardevoir, Basculegion, Talonflame, Mousehold, Kingambit, and Como. And I believe this is our only representation for Gardevoir in Top Cut of this tournament.
Yeah, and using it as a solo Mega Evolution as well when Floette is there, a lot of people would laugh at you usually for doing that, but Gardevoir has the benefit of having that Psychic typing as well, so those Psyshocks and Psychics will hurt just that much more, as well as that Pixelate ability to boost up those Hyper Voices and do immense amounts of damage, as well as having access to Trick Room, which gives Gardevoir that little bit of edge, and maybe a niche case of where you would want to use it over something like Floette.
Yeah, and on Thiago's team, the Gardevoir isn't actually running that Trick Room. It's kind of running a set of Hyper Voice, Psychic, Protect, extremely standard. You're going to see those on most Gardevoir. And then Thunderbolt for the filler move, kind of taking a page out of Farigrav's book and just saying, like, oh, even if I have these other very reliable coverage types, Electric is just such important coverage for Pokemon like Basculegion, Charizard in the metagame. One fun fact about Gardevoir that I think anyone that's used the Pokemon will be able to tell you this, its Hyper Voice is slightly stronger than Floette's Dazzling Gleam, and that's one of the niches, one of the reasons why you might go with something like a Gardevoir instead. And then on top of that, if you're ever in a matchup against a Float, you're going to be able to benefit from their Fairy R making your moves much stronger than theirs because you have that in addition to your Pixelate.
Yeah, and on lead as well, you have the ability to fish for something with that trace ability on the base Gardevoir. Maybe you get a cheeky Intimidate to help Gardevoir's not so good defensive stat. I've traced Moody before. I've seen people trace Moody and lose off of that as well. So Gardevoir always has the potential to do that as well. On this team as well, it's usually paired with something like the Mousehold, as Vovo has done here, and a lot of other supporting pieces as well, really playing around this Mousehold, giving Friend Guard to your partner Pokemon, allowing them to just thrive and do what they need to do in combination with Feint and Super Fang, where Gardevoir would maybe miss out on some attacks. Super Fang does a great job at, putting at Pokemon's HP to half of whatever it is, regardless of where it is. And then Feint as well to break Protect allows Gardevoir and the other Pokemon on this team to really thrive, as well as something like the Como or the Kingambit, which actually features an Expert Belt on it, which is really interesting to me.
Yeah, seeing the Expert Belt Jolly nature on this Kingambit is so interesting. I guess just a set trained to be as fast as possible, outrun Pokemon like other Kingambit, other Incineroar, and then try and get some really chunky damage onto them. Seeing as it's paired with Gardevoir, that totally makes sense. I think having this Kingambit that's specialized in going after some of the other dark types in the format is so important, especially when Gardevoir is actually going to struggle to get any one-shot knockouts on Pokemon like that, considering that two of our best dark types in the format happen to take neutral damage from Fairy because they're a dark and a fire type and a dark and a steel type.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, and so the Expert Belt does a good job at just giving the Kingambit a little bit of extra edge, and you might be wondering, why is there not just a Life Orb on it? And that's because it's taken by instead the Como, who really wants to boost up its damage to the max with those Clanging Scales, Draco Meteor, and Aura Sphere, so completely opting out of the Clangorous Soul, which will boost, essentially an Omni Boost, or no, it is an Omni Boost on Como for a portion of its HP, but instead opting out of that and instead using just a modest Life Orb Como to fire off immense amounts of damage. And I don't know my modest clanging skills Life Orb Como calcs. I'm sure it does a lot of damage.
Oh, you know what's funny? So I actually do know one calc that I can think of in relation to that. I think the Life Orb instead of the Dragon Fang makes your Garchomp calcs a lot better. I think with just Dragon Fang, Como is not a Pokemon that actually has that high of a special attack stat, and I think Life Orb might be just what you need to be able to getting those knockouts on, the frail Life Orb Garchomp more reliably. Definitely seems like a beneficiary of the Life Orb being in the new format. I think Como, pretty interesting pick for this format. I think something that I would like, not sure if we'll be able to show you one of Tiago's games on stream yet, but hey, maybe we'll get a chance to see this Como. I think one more unique Pokemon on Vovo's team that I want to talk about is that Talonflame, because I don't think there's actually anyone else using it in the top cut of this tournament. I think a Pokemon that's kind of been passed over in that priority tailwind role in favor of Whimsicott on so many teams, but I think Talonflame does still have a lot to offer. One of the unique things about the way that Tiago is running it is that Sharp Beak dual wing beat set, one of the best ways for Talonflame to actually get a knockout on something like a Focus Sash Whimsicott before the Whimsicott can do anything like set a tailwind of its own.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the benefit has of Talonflame versus Whimsicott. Instead of playing, the max speed Sash, timid Whimsicott, trying to outspeed and maybe play Encore games or Moonblast and Tailwind, instead of doing that, as long as you maintain the HP on that Talonflame, you're always going to have that Prankster Tailwind and then Prankster Dual Wing Beat as well for something like the Whimsicott, allowing, as you said, to get rid of that Focus Sash and just completely remove the Whimsicott off the field, of course, if you can land it. And honestly, Flare Blitz as well is good damage into something like King Gambit, and whereas something like Moonblast doesn't do super effective damage, it does nice damage, but not nearly as much as maybe Flare Blitz would do, and those small amounts of damage are going to add up on a team where, again, you have something like the Mousehold with Super Fang, and Como, as you said, misses KOs sometimes on like the Garchomps without Life Orb. A lot of Pokemon that maybe would hang on just the tiny little bit from a lot of the other big damages on this team, like the Gardevoir, like the King Gambit, like the Como. Vovo has like that Talonflame to kind of edge out those other pieces as well and finish up and double up on Pokemon to get those KOs. And of course, the Pokemon, speaking of finishing and getting KOs, the Basculegion with that Choice Scarf to just kind of clean up endgames.
Yeah, I think Talonflame as a pairing for Gardevoir just makes a lot of sense. Gardevoir is like a relatively frail Pokemon on the physical side, and its speed stat is respectable, but not the absolute best, so I think trying to pair it with Pokemon like Talonflame and Mousehold that are going to keep you safe from single target moves, give you that speed control with the Tailwind are just very natural pairings for it. And you probably wouldn't want to do Gardevoir and Whimsicott at the same time, because you would just be doubling down on so many of your type weaknesses. Tyson, what was the other team that we want to talk about? Was it the Tyranitar and Excadrill team that Daredevil used also to finish with a top cut spot? And I believe they'll be playing their play-in round very soon.
Yeah, and that is actually hilarious because that is the player who Vovo played just now to send them to X2. Or actually, that's what got Daredevil to X2 is playing Vovo and actually beating them with what seems like a difficult matchup. I can understand why maybe Vovo was willing to take a negative matchup into this team. Sand is not the most popular weather at all. I would actually put Frostlass above Sand right now in terms of all four of the weathers. Sand just is in a position right now where I think it's really hard to make it work, but Daredevil has done a great job here at kind of supporting the Tyranitar and Excadrill, that core of the Sand team, supporting it with something like the Milotic, which we see pop up a lot this weekend as well as a great deterrent to something like the Incineroar, as well as a Staraptor, a Mega Staraptor, another great deterrent to Incineroar as well. And then, of course, having those ground and rock type moves to damage those give you a little bit more flexibility in other Pokemon that would maybe threaten the Tyranitar and Excadrill, like Garchomp and Milo and Staraptor. Milotic and Staraptor doing great into that Garchomp as well.
Yeah, I think in some ways Staraptor actually a very natural mega pairing for Tyranitar, just doing a pretty good job covering for some of each other's weaknesses. Like, let's say Tyranitar just doesn't like fighting Sneasler or Garchomp very much. Those are definitely some matchups that Staraptor can excel against. I think one of the downsides of the pairing of the two is you might not love fighting the Fairy types as much, but you are still a team with two Steel types in the Excadrill and the Golden Go. I think this team that Daredevil is using is something that was popularized late on ladder last season and that has been seeing success since then. Let's think about some of the other interesting stats on it. I think one of the most curious ones to me is Haze on the Melodic. This Melodic is actually running in some ways very standard, like Citrus Berry, competitive ability, calm nature, Scald, Icy Wind, Protect, all super standard stuff from Melodic, but then instead of anything like Recover, it's using Haze instead to be able to deny the boost from any of these like Blastoise, Delphox, Floette setup teams. Just a move that we haven't actually seen come up that much this format, but historically something that's been really strong in VGC as a way to respond to some of the strongest setup Pokemon that the game has seen, such as Xerneas in the more distant past.
Yeah, and Haze I actually think is a great idea on a team like this where you usually have a lot of offensive pressure, but you want to be able to keep that pressure and kind of keep that power on your side of the field. So removing things like the Intimidate drops on your Tyranitar and Excadrill as you mentioned, like the Blastoise boosting up sounds pretty scary for this team to face. So being able to remove those with Milotic is really strong, and as well as your Golden Go. Haze actually ignores that good as gold, removing all the stat bonuses from everything on the field. So as Golden Go goes for those Make It Rain drops, you can haze them away and will be able to just continue to click it. And especially at -2 now, Make It Rain, being able to boost it back up to neutral every single time, it hits pretty hard with a Life Orb.
Yeah, that's something that we saw Golden Go really benefiting from with Murkrow back in formats like Regulation MA, or maybe occasionally in some of the other ones. So funny to see that come back. Golden Go, I think, Pokemon that has to fight a lot harder to make an impact in the current format, but this is a team that is putting a good amount of effort into supporting it. I think between Staraptor's Tailwind and Sinistcha's Hospitality, this is definitely a team that's giving itself some of the resources to make Golden Go succeed. I don't know if it's a Pokemon that we've had a chance to feature very much on stream this weekend, and hopefully we'll have a chance to. I'm not sure. I think this might be the only Golden Go that we're seeing in Top Cut. I'll have to do a quick check and see if there's any others, but yeah, definitely one of my favorite Pokemon and one that I would love to see featured.
Yeah, that good as gold ability, just really doing a great job at preventing it from, getting affected by any of those pesky status moves, taunt and things like that, unable to work into Golden Go. Nasty Plot is just like such a good move if you can get it off into Floette, balanced teams especially. It's really, really strong. And again, with that Haze ability as well, even if you don't have the turns to click something like the Nasty Plot, you can continue to just click Make It Rain and slowly chip down the team until they're in range of something like the Tyranitar or the Excadrill, which can, again, spam damage at a great in a great way through, again, Rock Slides on either Excadrill or Tyranitar, or even just Excadrill's Earthquakes as well, just hit like a truck.
And I do want to mention there has actually been one other Golden Go team in the Top Cut used alongside another Staraptor, actually a somewhat different team composition featuring Pokemon like Hisuian, Arcanine, and Ninetales as well. Maybe just a sign that Golden Go is a Pokemon that people haven't completely figured out yet, they're still figuring out the absolute best way to use it in the format. That actually being paired, I think there was another Mega Blaziken team as well. Tyson, I want to say Mega Blaziken is one of these Pokemon that I'm actually really surprised to see as the 5th most used Mega in our Top Cut stats. I think definitely a Pokemon that has a lot of potential, but something that we haven't seen explored very much up until this weekend, just due to its relative frailty.
Yeah, and I think Mega Blaziken is one of those Pokemon that is very, very strong given the just where it is positioned in this current meta, both fire and fighting being great typings into a lot of the different Pokemon. King Gambit, most notably, that's coming to mind, as well as having access to Rock Slide, so you're not completely left without a way to hit Charizard. But unfortunately, we're not going to be featuring a Mega Blaziken here on stream for our next match. We did just get word that our next 2 pairings, or our next pairing for stream, is going to be up, and that's going to be Mist Mad versus Lexicon, or known as Alex Underhill. And, this matchup is a bit more standard. And while it is more standard, it's still going to be very interesting on how these teams play out. Lexicon there featuring the team that Rogov was using before, with that Mega Charizard on the Rain team, with, Pelipper, Archaludon, and Grimmsnarl, as well as the Basculegion and Venusaur, whereas Mist is running something more standard for the Rain, and that's Swampert instead for their main Mega Evolution.
Yeah, in some ways, there's actually just a lot of similar faces between the Rain. I believe both players using Pelipper, Archaludon, Basculegion, and Grimmsnarl. Yep, I believe that's right. Or, sorry, no Grimmsnarl. It's a Sinistcha Miss Mad's team, but relatively similar Rain pairings here. And then on Alex's team, just having that Charizard and Venusaur mode instead. I think potentially giving them a way to focus a little bit more on that sun weather control. I think I'm really curious to see whether Lexicon is going to decide to try and change things up with that sun weather, or if they'd rather, kind of mirror the rain, at which point I'm not exactly sure what Charizard would be adding to the game as Lexicon's only mega option.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really difficult as well to kind of position your Archaludon, which is going to have to, of course, break through that Grimmsnarl on both sides, having access to both screens on each side. We're going to be in for a long game for sure, having access to that Light Clay, making those screens last for 8 turns instead of 5, as well as having access to Parting Shot and Spirit Break on both of these Pokemon. So Archaludon is going to be very, very hard to be able to, break it past. And normally you'd be able to clean up into these teams with something like Basculegion, but as you hit into the Archaludon and try to get rid of it and slowly chip it down into range for Basculegion, you're giving it those stamina boosts, and you come to very interesting endgames.
Yeah, I think the Archaludon is definitely going to be one of the most important Pokemon in this matchup for both players, something that these rain teams can struggle to knock out a little bit. I think on Alex's side, some of their best ways of knocking out the opposing Archaludon are going to be relying on that Charizard's Weather Ball, and then on Mist side, there's that Swampert with a really strong Earthquake to go after the enemy Archaludon.
Yeah, and I think something as well that is important to note is, you could also just bring the Grimmsnarl and the Sun mode, and then maybe a Basculegion or Archaludon in the back as well. That Venusaur having access to Sleep Powder, if you can't figure it out, put him to sleep. And with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb, no Grass move on the Venusaur there, instead of opting for that Sleep Powder and Protect instead of, 4 attacks there over the Protect, you unfortunately cannot hit the Swampert for super effective damage with your Venusaur, which normally is nice. But you do have a Charizard, right? So if you are able to get the weather and maintain that sun in the face of a Pelipper, you are going to be rewarded with being able to hit Swampert with super effective damage. But I think that's easier said than done, for sure.
Yeah, in exchange for that Grass move, the Venusaur is actually running Earth Power instead, which could be a key tool against Mads' Archaludon the late game. Looks like we are going to be going ahead with the start of the game here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Archaludon and Grimmsnarl on the side of Mist, and Lexicon off with the Grimmsnarl Archaludon of their own.
Yeah, it seems like a really reliable lead for some of these rain teams. Could be a really easy opportunity for both sides to kind of prioritize getting up that light screen and potentially starting to wear down the Grimmsnarl. These Archaludons really not threatening very much damage on each other yet, and of course, attacking each other this early in the game is actually going to mean giving each other stamina boosts, which could matter for some of their partners later in the match.
Light screen on the side of Mist with their Grimmsnarl, setting it up for 8 turns, starting to tick down. Lexicon on the offensive, going for a Flash Cannon into the opposing Grimmsnarl, recognizing how much of a threat it can be. Electroshot on the side of Mist, going to be revealing going first in this game, number 1. It's going to have to take 2 turns to charge as they are not in the rain, and a Spirit Break from Lexicon's Grimmsnarl does so much damage into the opposing Grimmsnarl, being super effective and knocking it out. So just the light screen from Mist's side of the field.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about these Grimmsnarl mirrors is just the fact that when they have Spirit Break, Grimmsnarl is a Pokemon that actually does so much damage to itself. Lexicon capitalizing on that and getting the double-up knockout on Mist Grim.
Yeah, and here the Swampert coming in for the Grimmsnarl, allowing, Mist to be a bit more offensive. The Grimmsnarl is not going to be doing much damage to either of these Pokemon here, and without Reflect as well, it doesn't really matter too much in the face of this Archaludon. Light screen is really going to be the main important thing against something like the Pelipper or the Venusaur or the Charizard in the back. And we are going to see a Mega Evolution here on the Swampert as well, trying to boost up its attack to the max as well as its bulk, amping up how much damage it's going to do to both of Alex's Pokemon. Light screen, though, from his Grimmsnarl, trying to protect against that incoming Electroshot from the side of Mist. First, it's going to be the Swampert, though. That Wave Crash is going to hurt that Grimmsnarl without that Reflect. Is going to be able to hang on, though, and we're going to see a Speed Tie, actually, as the Dragon Pulse is going to move this time first before Miss and get a critical hit in the Swampert, which is going to be absolutely huge through that light screen. And there it is, the 2-turn Electroshot doubling up on the Grimmsnarl, getting the knockout this turn. So, and a critical hit, but that one not mattering as much. But confirming for sure that both these Archaludon are Speed Tie.
Yeah, really interesting to see both players kind of capitalize on this ability to get like a 1-turn knockout over the course of 2 attacks into each other's Grimmsnarls. And Alex revealing that Charizard in the back. However, Tyson, Mist still has one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back, and I feel like when you've got an Archaludon going for an Electro Shot and a Swampert with that Swift Swim ability, we have to assume it's going to be that Pelipper. This Weather War is still something that both players have to figure out a way to win here, because falling behind in that Weather War could be a way for one of these Archaludons to kind of like take over the game and deny the other the chance to respond.
Yeah, and this is where that critical hit is really going to matter, as that Swampert took so much HP, was taking so much HP away from the Dragon Pulse on the Archaludon of Alex's side there, able to just bring it down to such a low range where even something like a Weather Ball from this Charizard should be able to knock it out. And if you do set the rain for your Swampert to try to gain speed, you know, would get to still take a Water Weather Ball. But the Charizard, no Mega, is just going to go for a Protect, not wanting to set the weather yet. See what Mist wants to do. So going for a Protect of their own on Swampert against the Dragon Pulse there. Alex winning the speed tie again. Not mattering too much, as they have to take a Dragon Pulse of their own from that +1 Archaludon on the side of Mist. And doing a good chunk through Light Screen as well.
Yeah, between both the Charizard and the Swampert going for the Protect there, I feel like that exchange probably has to favor Alex, because that means this Charizard is now safe to activate its Mega and toss out something like a Weather Ball, a Heat Wave, a Solar Beam, really whatever it wants, knowing that Mist can't do anything to respond to it this turn. Pelipper could come in at the start of the turn, and Sun will still be going up immediately after that. This is going to be a huge way for Alex to tip the damage scales in their favor, even after their Archaludon took that Dragon Pulse last turn.
Yeah, and with Light Screen on the field, you're not normally worried about this +1 Archaludon, or you normally are, but with Light Screen, you are able to take the damage a lot better, especially with the Leftovers recovery, giving you that little bit of HP in between the turns. And there it is, the Charizard Mega Evolution to set up the Sun. Pelipper cannot switch in this turn. Sun will be the weather for this turn at least, and Charizard here is going to just have to be able to break through the Swampert. We do see the double protect, though, from Mist. Swampert able to protect against a potential attack. Archaludon also going for a protect here. That is exactly the turn that Mist needed. Now that Charizard has Mega Evolved and set up the Sun, Pelipper is going to be able to come in next turn, and now Lexicon is going to be unable to respond to this Pelipper swap next turn.
Yeah, really critical double protect for Mist to be able to get there. I think realizing that the position was starting to get really suspicious without being able to do that. However, not taking any damage that turn, and suddenly, even though Sun is up, this is a game where the Weather War really is in Mist's favor, assuming that's a Pelipper in the back that can come in and give Mist's Archaludon access to that Electro Shot again, already having +1 and potentially being able to stack even more boost and threaten that Charizard with a knockout from here. However, the Charizard does still have a Pokemon of its own in the back that it can withdraw into. Lexicon far from being out of the game even after getting that play kind of wrong into the double protect on Mist's end.
Yeah, that double protect was really rough there. This Charizard is in such an awkward position now, facing down that Electro Shot potentially from Mist's Archaludon, already at +1. If it's able to get to +2, even through Light Screen, this Charizard is most likely not going to be able to get the attack. But we actually see the swap from the Archaludon on Mist's side, forfeiting that Electro Shot boost, bringing in the Pelipper here, setting up that rain, boosting up the speed with that Swift Swim on the Swampert. Charizard going for Protect, recognizing that it's in danger, and an Earthquake instead, calling it out and taking advantage of the Pelipper being on the field as well. Going to do so much damage to this Archaludon with no Reflect, is going to give it a stamina boost, but that damage has been done now, and Swampert is in an excellent position. Electro Shot, though, recognizing that the rain is coming in on that side, and if this is into the correct slot, this could be a huge turn for Alex, but it's wrong, and it goes into the Swampert, expecting the Pelipper to come in for that slot instead.
Yeah, misusing exactly the right Pokemon to leave onto the field there, not only doing heaps of damage to Alex's Archaludon, but also making sure that their Swampert took nothing from the Electro Shot that turn. Alex may be thinking they were a little ways behind and having to try and go for that Electro Shot knockout, and starting to fall a little ways behind against the Swampert. I think this is another great turn for Mist to keep capitalizing on their advantage now that this Charizard is just thoroughly out of position here. However, it is still something that could threaten a Weather Ball knockout on the Swampert if it's not knocked out by a Wave Crash, which would knock out Swampert in the process. So I wonder what exactly Mist is going to want to do to kind of maintain control of the game at this point.
Yeah, Swampert here having the advantage of the speed as well. With that Swift Swim ability, doubling its speed in the rain is going to be able to be the first thing to move this turn. Can threaten with either an Earthquake or a Wave Crash on either of these Pokemon. Our Chaladon going to protect itself against any of that threat, as well as Pelipper recognizing the Electroshot danger that Swampert threatens. And an Earthquake instead not going to be able to hit Charizard as it's a flying type, nor the Archaladon into that Protect, and it's up to Charizard now to go for an attack. It's going to go for the Weather Ball into that Swampert. No more swapping. Pelipper is going to be stuck here on the field. Charizard is going to be able to swap out for free and reset that Sun, and Archaladon heals just a little bit more HP from that leftovers. With just Archaladon and Pelipper can Mist clutch out this game.
One really nice thing about the weather being up, essentially on Mist side, it's their Pelipper that set it up, is that Alex's Archaladon is the Pokemon that gets the benefit from an Electroshot right now, threatening a pretty comfortable one-shot knockout onto Mist's Pelipper with that Electroshot before it can do anything to respond. However, I don't think we've seen the speed interaction between these two Pokemon. Have to wonder if Archaladon has actually been trained to outrun that Life Orb Pelipper. You have to imagine the Charizard is going to withdraw at this point, just not the absolute most comfortable on the field that it could be.
Yeah, and wants to get that Sun back up, and the last Pokemon revealed for Lexicon is going to be that Basculesian. We see Pelipper try to go for the double protect against this Archaladon, doesn't get it. Alex, winning the speed tie of the Archaladons, is going to be able to fire off this Electroshot in the rain. No charge needed at +1 is definitely going to be enough to knock out this Pelipper and gain control of weather for the rest of this game. It's now just Archaladon versus Basculesian, as well as the Archaladon. Even if you get this turn correct and you Electroshot into the Charizard slot, it's going to be able to come in, and as the screens tick down for the sides of Mist, I'm not sure if they have enough to deal with the Archaladon as well as the Charizard.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Basculesian not even going down to one Electroshot, because you have to remember, both sides did set up that light screen much earlier in the game, which is something that has been kind of cutting down some of these damage calcs. And it looks like on Alex's side, there's actually going to be 2 more turns of that light screen to work with. After all this time, Alex is still going to have to find a way to knock out this Archaladon over on Mist side, but without it having any stamina boost in play, I think the first attack that's probably going to be looking at is something like a Last Respect, which, again, with no Reflect in play, could be doing some really significant damage.
Yeah, it is a one-only boost, though, but doing 43% of that Archaladon still is significant damage. And in combination with that Dragon Pulse, even through the last turn of Light Screen, brings the opposing Archaladon down to 8%. And unfortunately, Mist isn't even able to bring the Charizard back in as the Archaladon hangs on. And with that, the Basculesian should just be able to clean up the game here, even though Archaladon is going to have that +2 thanks to the stamina. It is only able to target down one Pokemon here at a time, and I think just the damage is way too much for Mist to deal with in this game 1.
Yeah, Archaladon not able to come back in a 1-on-3 at this point. Interesting that the light screen was paying such dividends for Alex's side, even really late in the game, kind of letting both of these Pokemon survive attacks that they wouldn't have otherwise. But then again, even if either had gone down, we'd see Charizard able to come back in and replace them. That's going to be Lexicon going up 1-0 in this first top cut set of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see maybe how Mist can kind of adjust, because that game seemed very close, even though, they did lose. I think really the nail in the coffin was bringing in the Pelipper and kind of setting up the rain, and that big turn where Alex was able to call the Pelipper coming in and using the Electroshot to his advantage. Even though he got the turn wrong, it still brought him to that +1 special attack and allowed him to just start threatening so much damage on the board and maintaining the rain on the board and having the patience to not swap out the Charizard, instead going for a Protect and using the rain to his advantage to go for an Electroshot into the Pelipper, even though it had Protect. Forcing it to go for that double Protect was a phenomenal game plan. And what do you think, Mist can maybe do in this game too that, could give them a bit of a better advantage?
If I miss, some of the things that I'd be thinking about are how to, So, being the one player to use your Pelipper in a rain matchup can feel kind of tricky, just because Pelipper is a Pokemon that's going to struggle so much against Archaladon, and if you're the one side bringing Pelipper and your opponent doesn't have it, I think you're probably going to be the one that feels worse about that, just because it is on its own not actually the strongest Pokemon in the matchup, but it is able to set up that rain. I wonder if Mist could find a way to use Pelipper at a different point in the game, but I'm not sure. That feels like it's going to be tricky, especially if Alex is leading with his own Archaludon, just threatening that Pelipper with Electro Shot right away. And if I Mist, I also don't think I'd want to go with the strategy just that's completely forgoing the weather, because I think at that point Alex is just going to run over you with the Charizard. This seems like it could be really tricky for them. Alex just having a little more say over what's going on with the weather, whether that's letting his own Charizard set up the sun for him or relying on Mist to activate Pelipper to kind of fight back against that Charizard.
Yeah, and I really think what is interesting here, the Archaludon and Grimmsnarl lead from both of these trainers just does so much work. I'm really curious to see if they're going to lead it again. No, Mist is actually going to swap it up, recognizing that Grimmsnarl is in grave danger on lead. Instead, opting for a more offensive lead in the Swampert and Archaludon, and for Lexicon, the Grimmsnarl Archaludon sticking to their guns.
Oh, and I think one thing that I really like about this lead from Mist is by keeping Grimmsnarl potentially in the back, we are going to be able to see it use that parting shot. One of the strongest aspects of Grimmsnarl on these rain teams, just being able to flip that weather in the middle of the turn. And by going with the Swampert and Archaludon lead, Mist is setting themselves up to have knockout pressure on Lexicon's Grimmsnarl on turn 1 of the game. I don't believe Grimmsnarl can do anything to survive that Wave Crash Flash Cannon double up, because those are hitting on different sides of the physical special spectrum. You can't go for one screen and have it let you survive both of those moves.
Yeah, and with no Protect here, you are unable to stop this Grimmsnarl from getting doubled up onto if Mist chooses to do that. As we see the Mega Evolution be locked in on the Swampert, Protect from Archaludon on the side of Lexicon. If this is a double up, this could be absolutely huge. Grimmsnarl choosing to lock in Reflect instead of Light Screen there. If this is a double up into the Grimmsnarl, this could be huge. Wave Crash bringing Grimmsnarl down to 51%. If this Mist's Archaludon did lock in Flash Cannon, which it did, is this enough to knock out Grimmsnarl? It is! And no Light Screen is going to be available for Lexicon anymore, and this Archaludon is suddenly looking very scary.
Yeah, I think Mist finding the exact turn one that they wanted to. Lexicon's Archaludon going for a Protect of its own, really just the cherry on top, so Mist comfortably going up a whole Pokemon in exchange for Grimmsnarl getting that Reflect up. However, with Charizard hitting the field, Mist is going to be the one who has to play from behind a little bit and figure out a way to respond to this Charizard's Drought ability. Last game, we saw both players kind of figure out how to play that game of chicken with protecting essentially until the weather is able to go up. If you're Alex, I wonder if you're going to go on the offensive with your Charizard right away here, or if you're going to try and wait one turn, maybe go for something like a Protect first before activating your weather.
Swampert, though, is going to swap out into the Grimmsnarl here, calling out that Protect from Charizard potentially there. Archaludon on Mist's side going for Protect of their own. Also trying to call out Charizard, not protecting, actually going for the Heat Wave here with no Mega is not going to do that much damage to the Grimmsnarl. Dragon Pulse following up as well in the Protect on the Archaludon on the opposing side. That was a really, really good patient turn from Lexicon.
Yeah, I think Mist making a pretty clever play there too, saying like, hey, unless you do Flash Cannon specifically into the Swampert slot, Grimmsnarl was going to be able to come in, and Grimmsnarl hitting the field is so significant because this means now Mist is really the player in control of the weather with that access to a parting shot into Pelipper, which would be able to stuff out this Charizard's weather, you know, kind of regardless of what it wants to do.
Yeah, and you are going to still have to be careful because Lexicon did not protect the last turn. He still could go for it this turn, and if you make a small misplay of something like, you know, going for a parting shot into the Archaludon, you accidentally swap out on while the Charizard protects and burns another turn of not Mega Evolving, you could still find yourself in a position where Lexicon is able to set the sun up. We do just see the Mega Evolution there off the bat, and Charizard is going to be able to set the sun. It's going to come down here to now what the Grimmsnarl wants to do this turn. You know, I could also see Light Screen being very good, but Protect instead from Lexicon. Both these Archaludons not really having done anything so far, just playing very defensively. Light Screen here makes a lot of sense for Mist as well, wanting to block any potential attacks. Weather Ball here, though, going into the Archaludon with Light Screen still does so much damage to Mist's Archaludon.
Ooh, Archaludon actually beginning to charge up an Electro Shot here. Knowing even that rain won't be up, Archaludon still wants to kind of prioritize this rather than anything else. Really curious to see which slot this is going to be going into next turn, because with us seeing the Archaludon on Alex's side protecting, we could actually see Alex choose to protect their Charizard the next turn and make sure that this Electro Shot isn't actually doing the most damage to whatever Pokemon it hits. Overall, I think that was just a huge turn from Mist, seeing their Archaludon not take too much from the Electro Shot. Something important to note is that I don't actually know if these Archaludons are speed type. We could see Mist Archaludon go down before it's able to respond.
Yeah, parting shot there onto the Archaludon on Lexicon's side. Going to be lowering its special attack by 1 with no Electro Shots yet. That's going to be a -1 drop. Pelipper here to set the rain with its Drizzle ability is going to lower the damage of this Charizard's Weather Bolt a significant amount, and that Light Screen's actually going to be doing great work for the Archaludon. They're able to hang on. Now that the Electro Shot is going to be in the rain, it's going to be a 1-turn charge. Dragon Pulse, not enough to knock out the Archaludon. Again, thanks to the Light Screen, and Electro Shot here firing off into the Charizard finally.
Yeah, that double up was Alex's best attempt to try and knock out this Archaludon, but it wasn't quite enough. However, it looks like their Charizard actually able to survive though, which is like pretty impressive considering I don't actually think this Charizard is behind a Light Screen. It's just behind a Reflect, and that survival is just so important because it means this Charizard could still choose to swap out into another Pokemon and then play with the weather later. Tyson, we also have to look at the HP stats on both of these Archaludons, where Alex's is just completely in control if we look at the HPs compared to each other. Mist, on the other hand, really on the verge of being knocked out by anything like a potential Weather Ball into Dragon Pulse combo. Maybe even Dragon Pulse on its own would be able to do it, but I'm not quite sure about that.
Yeah, Dragon Pulse is definitely going to be very, very close to knocking out this opposing Archaludon. It looks like Alex has done a great job at kind of positioning it and getting in a spot now where this Pelipper is forced to come in, and you can just, click Electro Shot into it, and we see Mist recognizing that, swapping out the Pelipper for the Swampert, a ground type, going to be immune to a potential Electro Shot, as, yeah, Mist has to play defensively here, trying to get a little bit of HP back thanks to that leftovers. Charizard completely calling it out, though. Weather Ball into the Swampert does so much damage, even through the Light Screen, and an Electro Shot here from Lexicon's Archaludon to try to boost up its special attack against that parting shot and get it back in a range where maybe Dragon Pulse is able to knock out this Swampert. But that huge Weather Ball calling out the Swampert, or at least covering for it there, recognizing that, Electro Shot is knocking out this Pelipper, or I could do a good chunk to Swampert.
Electro Shot hitting into Swampert's immunity, actually not the worst thing in the world for Alex there, because Electro Shot is still boosting up Archaludon's special attack even when it hits a Protect, and I think one boost like that is enough to make me wonder whether one Dragon Pulse will be enough to knock out Mist's Archaludon at this point. I think once Alex wins the Archaludon war, the game starts to look so much better for him, because I think Mist is really going to struggle to knock out this Archaludon and on Alex's side at this point in the game.
Charizard does have to worry, though, about the Swampert, who does have the rain, giving it that Swift Swim boost, doubling its speed. We're actually going to see a swap of the Swampert into the Grimmsnarl, not wanting to take another Weather Ball. Charizard going for Protect, again, still being patient, staying on the field, recognizing that this Electro Shot is going to be able to do a lot of work for Lexicon in the rain, taking full advantage of it. Going to go up another stage of special attack here, firing off into which slot the Archaludon there on Mist's side of the field is going to hang on at 16% from that Electro Shot, going to get a stamina boost there, and a Dragon Pulse from Mist to follow it up, starting to chip at Lexicon and do a little bit more than that. 48% to this Archaludon is going to heal up a little bit, but that Dragon Pulse hurt.
Yeah, Mist really capitalizing on their boosted up Archaludon to begin to chip away at Alex's here, taking advantage of Charizard's Protector as well. I still don't think this Archaludon situation looks too bad for Alex, and I think the decision to go for Electro Shot there is clever. If you know your Dragon Pulse isn't going to be enough to knock out the enemy Archaludon, might as well chip it and get a boost at the same time, potentially making it easier to follow up with another Dragon Pulse or another Electro Shot onto this turn. Tyson, I have to wonder, when is this Charizard going to leave the field? It really doesn't seem that bothered about spending this much time in the rain, even with that fire burning on its tail. I have to wonder what Alex's last Pokemon is going to be too. Maybe something that's not so comfortable on the field, or something that he thinks is a really valuable resource that he doesn't even want to swap in at this point in the game.
I think if it's anything similar to the game plan of last time, Basket Legion is just going to be able to clean up, but we see Weather Ball go into the Archaludon, able to hang on Mist's side of the field at 4%, but definitely going to be in range of another Electro Shot or Dragon Pulse from Alex's Archaludon, which does get to move again and fire off another electric shot. If this is a double up into Mr. Archelodon, that's going to be the end of this threat, and it is finishing it off. Mist's Archelodon, removing that piece that has been so crucial in both of these games so far. Grimmsnarl also notably not going for a parting shot or anything, just trying to chip down the Archelodon. Does a huge chunk of damage with that critical hit, also lowering down the special attack of Archelodon. But I think now with how many electric shots it's been able to get off, just is in such a good position where it's either neutral or positive, and it's just going to be able to fire off super effective damage into this Pelipper where it won't matter, and this Swampert as well is threatening, but you know, with Reflect on Lexicon's side of the field, as well as the stamina boost that Archelodon has, is not as much of a threat, and Dragon Pulse is going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Mist has a way to knock out this Archelodon yet. I've lost track of how many stamina boosts it's looking at. I want to say it's 2 at this point, in addition to one more turn of that Reflect on Alex's side. So still just an extremely difficult Pokemon for him to knock out, and every attack from this Archelodon at this point is going to be so tough for Mist to deal with, whether that's something like an Electro Shot or a Flash kind of point at the Grimmsnarl or a Dragon Pulse at the Swampert. It's a difficult Pokemon for Mist to stop, and I don't know if they have the tools to stop it at this point. I think Alex really finding a way to stay even in this damage race just by leaving so many of these, Charizard Water Weather Balls on the field.
Yeah, Charizard swapping out instead into that Basculegion. Not going to have to worry about an Electro Shot anymore from a potential Archelodon. Swampert is going to be the main damage dealer here, going for Earthquake. Gonna have to hit your own Grimmsnarl as well. Going to be doing so much damage, even to the Basculegion, doing a nice amount of damage to it as well. Spear Break following up. Basculegion is going to be under 50%. Special attack dropping, not really going to matter too much. The rain has stopped, though, and Grimmsnarl is going to have to get off the field for Pelipper to reset the speed. Otherwise, this Swampert is in huge danger from the Scarf Basculegion as well as the Archelodon.
Yeah, that's a really inopportune time for the Reflect to run out on Alex's side, because both these Pokemon are now staring at that Swampert, very angry and potentially ready to try and follow up with an Earthquake on either of them. I have to wonder if it would be enough. Swampert is a Pokemon known for that pretty high attack stat. If Swampert is able to get 2 knockouts there, that could be the way for Mist to get back into the game, but I'm not sure if it's going to be doing quite enough damage. I think either of these Pokemon being able to attack on Lexicon's side could swing the ball back in his favor.
Yeah, Basculegion here really going to have to put in a lot of work, as well as Archelodon. That critical hit Spirit Break doing huge work. Aqua Jet, though, going to be the move of choice into Swampert, trying to get a little bit of damage before the Grimmsnarl swaps out into the Pelipper. And, you wish kind of that you moved after so you had the rain to boost you up a little bit more, but Aqua Jet wanting to go up before any of that and potentially parting shotting into that slot makes a lot of sense to me. Earthquake, though, going to fire off here. Is Archelodon going to be able to hang on? That is the question. It is at 7%, and now even more importantly, which slot is Lexicon going to target down with the Archelodon? This could make or break the game. Dragon Pulse there off into the Swampert is not enough in combination with the Aqua Jet. Swampert hangs on at 6%.
Yeah, Swampert barely hanging in there. Tyson, let's think about what's going to happen next. So this Charizard coming out for Alex is going to, activate the sun. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So this is probably going to ensure that Charizard is the fastest Pokemon in the field right now, and threaten that Swampert with moves like Weather Ball or Solar Beam or really whatever it wants to. However, it's also going to make sure that the Archelodon on Alex's side isn't able to go for anything like an Electro Shot of its own, at least not in one turn here, which could actually make it so that Pelipper has enough bulk to survive the turn. I have to be honest, I've lost track of how many special attack boosts this Archelodon is working with right now. Maybe not more than 1, or it could even be at -1 special attack if it wasn't able to knock out the Swampert on Mist side there. If you're Mist, I wonder if you're going to be leaving in the Pelipper, trying to swap it out and reset the weather at this point.
Yeah, Charizard here does look like it's in okay position, but full HP Pelipper, even though it's in the sun, is going to be able to do a lot of work. Instead, swapping out, recognizing that the Swampert really needs that speed. Grimmsnarl coming in to take its place, and Swampert, again, recognizing how low it is, recognizing it is the piece to this game, the key to winning. Heat Wave, though, into the Grimmsnarl, which actually dodges the Heat Wave, and Dragon Pulse into the Swampert slot. No damage on this Grimmsnarl this turn at all. Archelodon is going to heal a little bit up of leftovers, and there's the light screen as well. This Grimmsnarl, again, is in a spot where it can click Parting Shot in his Pelipper and continue to lower down the Archaludon's, special attack. But it's going to come down to, can this Archaludon eventually eat an Earthquake?
Tyson, I don't actually know if that miss was a good thing for Missman or not. I think Pelipper hitting the field actually would have been really great there because it would have let Swampert immediately follow up with an Earthquake onto this Archaludon and give Pelipper the space to go for a Tailwind to potentially follow up on the Archaludon if it protected. I think this position has actually gotten a little bit more awkward for Mist because Grimmsnarl was able to hit the field safely. It's going to be a little bit harder for Swampert to figure out which of these Pokemon it has to target now, is what it feels like.
We do see a hard swap, no parting shot, not trying to play around Protect, into the Pelipper there, getting that swap as you just mentioned, putting on the Rain. Archaludon going for Protect, recognizing that it might need those leftovers to survive another Earthquake. Ice Punch getting the targeting correct, knocking out the Charizard, means that it's now Archaludon versus 3 Pokemon on Mist's side, and I'm not sure if Archaludon can do it.
No, that's just going to be Alex seeing the writing on the wall and locking in a forfeit at this point, putting this set to a 1-1 score. Just a really, absolute back-and-forth game between these two trays, not just in terms of the set counts, but within the games. We are just seeing such drastic shifts in momentum, even with both players using the same Pokemon that second game, just using them completely differently than how they did in the first game. I really love the adjustments that we saw on this side there.
Yeah, and that immediate pressure that we saw from Swampert looked a little scary at first, right? Because Alex was able to, or Lexicon was able to kind of find a spot where, start damaging down, preserving the Archaludon. But I think where it all kind of went wrong is that Spirit Break crit number 1 as well. But Mist did a great job at using that Spirit Break and those parting shots, as well as the Light Screen to mitigate the Archaludon. Yeah, it's at 100%, but you're going to have to spend more turns that I can use then to chip down your Archaludon that you have to build up to get that special attack, as where my Archaludon just gets to click buttons because you locked in Reflect turn 1.
Yeah, in both of those sets, we actually saw the player that lost their Grimmsnarl first was the player that ended up losing the game. I wonder if that trend is going to carry forward into the third game. Maybe Grimmsnarl is a Pokemon that both players know that they kind of want to preserve at this point, just with that parting shot, that ability to send in other Pokemon is something that could be really important for it. And Grimmsnarl not actually a Pokemon that has to open up the game by setting screens either. Something that the Grimmsnarl on these teams are known to do is potentially just go for parting shot immediately to keep itself safe. I think that was something that Ralgov actually did a really good job highlighting in their stream game yesterday.
Yeah, and I think parting shot being another way of damage mitigating opponent's Pokemon. Not as permanent as Light Screen, unless of course you're facing something like Brick Break, but parting shot being able to also give you that benefit of swapping out at the cost of them being able to swap out and resetting the drop as well. Another switch-out lead though from Mist, opting into that Swampert and Grimmsnarl this time, and Lexicon opting to keep the Grimmsnarl Archaludon that has worked for them so far.
Yeah, and actually 2 physical attackers on Mist side as opposed to a physical and a special. Seems like it's potentially making it a little bit easier for the Grimmsnarl on Alex's side to go for a Reflect as opposed to having to worry about whether it'll be Reflect or Light Screen. I'm really interested what it made Mist want to mix up their lead for this game and what their plan against Alex's Archaludon is. However, I do still like having the Swampert against it. It's just not a Pokemon that's the absolute most threatened by it at the start of the game, and something that is going to threaten a lot of damage coming up from this side.
Mega Evolution, though, going to be locked in on the Swampert here for Mist. Once again, boosting up its attack to that massive 150 stat number. Parting shot, and there it is. The play we were just talking about is going to go into the Swampert, choosing repositioning over the permanent or the 8 turns of Reflect. Opting to go into the Bascule Legion here is going to take a potential Wave Crash a lot better. Parting shot from Mist as well into the Archaludon, lowering both the attackers on both sides for these players. Going to be different forms of damage mitigation, trying to get a different board state for sure. And the Archaludon going to go in for Mist. And yeah, this Bascule Legion is going to take this Wave Crash a lot better than a Grimmsnarl would have.
Yeah, just a revolving door of Pokemon here. Let's see, it's a Dragon Pulse coming out into Swampert, so maybe Alex making slightly better targeting in awareness of that parting shot. Yeah, still a lot of Pokemon here that just aren't threatening the most damage on each other. I wonder what both players are going to do, because with both of those Grimmsnarls going for parting shot to open up the game, we haven't seen any of the real long-lasting damage mitigation come into play, just the attack drops from that parting shot. So it's a little bit hard to say what both players are going to prioritize here. However, I'm still looking at 2 Archaludons that seem very difficult for either side to knock out, and on the other hand, are going to begin potentially really laying down a lot of damage themselves with that Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it before as well in Game 1, where Lexicon was able to call out when the Pelipper came in and took advantage of that and used the Electro Shot of their own, just positioning it so well. We do see the Swampert swap. This is going to be key. What is it? It's the Pelipper. So this leads me to believe that maybe Mist wants to collect Electro Shot into that Vascular Legion. Is not going to get the chance to, as it turns out against that Pelipper, though into a different Pokemon that will maybe eat this potential Electro Shot a lot better. Grimmsnarl is really your only option, or Venusaur if you switched up your game plan, but yeah, it's going to be that Grimmsnarl for Lexicon. There goes the Electro Shot first on Alex's side, getting the turn correctly, calling that the Pelipper was going to be able to come in. If this is into the Swampert spot, Lexicon is going to be in a phenomenal position here, and it is calling the Pelipper swap, getting the knockout on it, and removing a huge key piece for Mist.
Alex saying one step ahead in this Electro Shot war, potentially reading that Mist was going to make a really aggressive play with this Electro Shot of their own and really managing to stay ahead of them.
Yeah, being able to fire off this Electro Shot now on Mist doesn't seem nearly as impactful, especially because it was in that Vascular Legion slot, not able to remove the Grimmsnarl or the Vascular Legion. A huge piece that Mist kind of needed to control this game is now gone. This Grimmsnarl can only pivot around so much, and this Swampert as well, having already taken chip damage, Alex's Archaludon is perfectly positioned now to just start to build up these Electro Shots against the opposing side and just kind of start to steamroll.
Yeah, Mist is really quickly going to have to find a way to kind of take back control of the game, being down a whole Pokemon, and presumably with Alex having that Charizard in the back, weather control is going to flip in Alex's favor as soon as he wants it to. I wonder, maybe some of the things that Mist could be doing here are starting by getting a knockout on Grimmsnarl could be one thing, but I think it's just going to take a little while for Mist to be able to knock out this Archaludon on Alex's side.
Light Screen, though, coming out from Alex's Grimmsnarl, going to help against those special moves, as well as Light Screen from Mist's side as well. Recognizing that these Archaludons are truly beasts and are going to continue to set up with their special attack, going to +2 now with the, +1 because of the parting shot earlier, going to target into one of these slots there on this side. It's going to be the Grimmsnarl, not doing nearly as much behind that Light Screen. And again, on this side as well, what else? What other better move to click than Electro Shot when you're in the rain?
I think on Mist side, it's especially important to be stacking a lot of these Electro Shot boosts because I think Mist, we already know that they're really going to be relying on this Archaludon to knock out the potential Charizard on Alex's side of the back. I don't think Swampert is going to be the Pokemon to do it, with it then very possibly being stared down by a Solar Beam. So I think this Archaludon absolutely has to get those boosts going while it still can. And actually, here's a parting shot coming out from Grimmsnarl on Mist side.
Yeah, parting shot going to lower that Electro Shot that Alex has been working so hard to get up. Going to go back to neutral attack, or special attack there. So the Swampert is going to be very well protected behind these Light Screens. Grimmsnarl not wanting to hard swap into something like the Vascular Legion or even parting shot into it, instead opting for a Reflect, which is still good against Swampert. Alex locking in that Electro Shot again, recognizing that the parting shot can only come out once from that Grimmsnarl before it has to swap in and do it again. Able to get off the special attack, but not actual damage into the Swampert on the opposing side. And for Mist, now there are Archaludon going to go for the Electro Shot here, going to fire off into assumably that Grimmsnarl and just knock it out.
I think the choice to target down Grimmsnarl there is actually a little bit deeper than it would look like. To knock out this low HP Grimmsnarl seems really good. However, as soon as you knock out Grimmsnarl, it is like throwing down the gauntlet. You know you're probably going to have to fight Charizard the moment that happens. That is going to lock in your Electro Shot boost the way you were, because I think Charizard is going to make Electro Shots a little bit harder for both sides to go for starting from now on. As I'd mentioned before, this is a Charizard that is running a Solar Beam, something that could knock out Swampert really easily, as in addition to moves like Weather Ball to go after the enemy Archaludon. So I think Charizard is absolutely tipping the scale in Alex's favor. However, they are going to have to figure out the right move to go for. If Charizard hit into one or two protects at the wrong time, it is a Pokemon that could find itself very vulnerable to Mist's Archaludon.
Yeah, Swampert here having the option to protect against a potential Mega Charizard and Solar Beam there would give Archaludon, even in the sun, a turn to charge up that Electro Shot and then force the Charizard to protect next turn. Alex burning a turn of rain here, not going for a Mega Evolution just yet. Swampert going for a Wave Crash instead. Archaladon on Alex's side trying to get one more special attack drop before setting up the Sun there. Going to be able to do a tiny bit of damage to this Archaladon through the light screen there, knowing not to target into the Swampert, being a ground type. Actually does more than I would have thought, to be honest, there, even behind the light screen.
Yeah, we're at that point in the game where the Archaladon have so many boosts up via their Electroshock that the Electroshots are actually starting to wear down on each other, and the Dragon Pulse are going to be doing even more damage when we see those come into play. So Charizard being doubled into, using up its own Protect in the process, but also not finding any Protect on Mist side, so it's still tough for this Charizard to figure out where it has to target.
Absolutely, as we do see the Mega Evolution finally getting rid of the rain here, setting up that Sun with its Drought ability is going to allow the Solar Beam to be a single turn of charge. We do see that is the move locked in. No Protect from Swampert. If this is Solar Beam into that Swampert slot, this is going to spell the end for it. Unfortunately, yeah, Light Screen is not going to be enough to stop that 4-time super effective move from knocking it out. And on top of that as well, Alex's Archaladon is going to continue to move, and with that Dragon Pulse, new Light Screen, critical hit, able to remove Mist's Archaladon and pretty much seal up this game.
Yeah, really decisive crit for Alex to be able to, and what was going to look like a game that I think favored them, but might have gone on for a couple turns. A little more decisively, Alex is saying, I'm done with this, Archaladon, it's time to wipe the board. We need to move on to top 16.
And top 16, Alex will move on to, with this full HP Charizard and Archaladon, this Grimmsnarl's only attacking move is Spirit Break. So you're either attacking into a Resist with Reflect or a Stamina boosting Archaladon. Goes for a Light Screen, recognizing these two special attacking Titans are in front of it and here to knock it down. Weather Ball does so much to Grimmsnarl. Archaladon here to finish off the battle and win the set for Lexicon. 2-1, moving on to top 16 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yup, Alex displaying absolute mastery of that Rain Mirror, potentially even playing it in a little bit of an underhanded way with access to that Charizard, giving Alex the tools to control not one weather, but two, maybe three more, and he can become the weather avatar.
Yeah, that Weather Ball, right? I don't think I've ever seen a snow Weather Ball. I think I've seen all of the other ones.
You're
but,
not watching enough of Michael Zhang's games.
Yeah, true, actually. Charizard is kind of the avatar, and, mastering at least the sun and the rain element there for Alex and doing a great job at it. I really think the patience of having that Charizard Mega Evolution be so delayed and setting up the Sun really when it was the perfect time, taking advantage of the fact that Mist had to bring the Pelipper because that's their only weather, giving that advantage to Alex, allowing to set up Electroshot, being essentially up a whole nother Pokemon in Charizard.
Yeah, patience is really the name of the game when it comes to these weather mirrors too, and something that Alex had essentially mastered in this last game. I think it's not only knowing when to play patiently, but also when to take a couple risks, when to, make plays like that Electroshot in this last game, which was really I think essentially maybe the most the most impressive play of the whole set, and it let Alex turn a game that was looking around even in a board state that looked like it was going to be pretty passive from both players into something that was just much more explosive for Alex. As soon as that Pelipper is out of there, Alex is really the one writing the story of the game with his own pen and paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Mist played phenomenally as well in that game too. Having the so much control of that Pelipper, being able to maintain that range so that the Swampert was able to clean up that game and getting that targeting with the Ice Punch as well into the Charizard, not allowing their Archaladon to really have a turn to breathe. Both players were just kind of playing Protect and pass back and forth to who's going to be able to damage. But really in that game 3, Alex Lexicon being able to really lock in and call that Pelipper swap, recognizing that's what Mist was kind of forced to do. Sometimes rain can be kind of telegraphed in that way, where the Pelipper has to come in at a very specific time if you want any sort of advantage, or for Archaladon to really be able to do anything. And getting an Electroshot into that slot, I think, is pretty much what sealed that advantage in Game 3.
Yes, Swampert itself also a Pokemon that really relies on having the rain up in this matchup, because without the rain, you were going to be a relatively slow, relatively tanky Pokemon, but not tanky enough to take anything like a Charizard Solar Beam. And as soon as that Sun is up on Lexicon side, Swampert just something that's really going to struggle to keep up with it.
Yeah, and even the 2 critical hits definitely sealed the advantage for Lexicon there. I think played phenomenally and was just able to really, really play a good game of Pokemon, especially against what seems like somewhat of a difficult matchup. I don't think Swampert is the easiest thing in the world to deal with, especially without a grass move on the Venusaur. It just does so much damage with the Earthquake, and as we kind of mentioned in all 3 of the games, the Grimmsnarl really has to choose, especially against when you lead a physical attacker and a special attacker. It kind of has to pick a screen or what it's going to do. Both players recognizing that and making that adaptation in Game 3, going for the parting shot, was a really cool adaptation to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure if for more than a couple of turns either of these Grimmsnarls actually had both of their screens up. I think we saw Miss set up like Reflect, or Alex set up Reflect at some point in Game 3, kind of past the point that it felt like it mattered much. But yeah, kind of focusing a little more on that light screen and parting shot combination. Absolutely, if you're Missed, you should be very happy with this tournament finish. I think leaving top 24 out of over 4,000 players entered is such a remarkable finish, and losing to a really talented player like Alex as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's going to be it from us for now. We're going to come back with top 16 action soon enough. Don't go anywhere, trainers. We'll be right back.
What a fantastic way to kick off the top cut here at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. If you told me that Mega Charizard Y would prove to be the superior Mega Evolution on a Rain team, I'd look at you like you have 3 heads. Turns out Alex does. So, everybody, thank you so much for sticking around. Our next match is going to be that Mega Gardevoir team you guys have been asking for in the Twitch and YouTube chats. Vovomax Ben versus Chelsea Fan. Chuppa, Courtney, let's get right into it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the top 16 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm Courtney Rogers, and instead of Chuppa, I'm here with Cedric. Come on, how's it going? How are you?
I'm so good. I'd be way better if I was Chuppa, though, but I am not. Of course, I'm Cedric Talon, VGC, but I am also another thing, and that is excited to be capping off the top 16 with you, Courtney.
I know. I'm so excited. And not only that, I'm so excited for these teams. We've seen a lot of Charizard, we've seen a lot of Pelipper, but guess what we've not seen a lot of?
Is it Gardevoir, by any chance?
You know what? You are so right with that. So yeah, really excited for Vovomax's team with this Gardevoir. I didn't really realize that it was getting so much momentum until I looked at the chat. So first of all, shout out to Twitch chat and YouTube chat, because without y'all, we would not have known about this menace of a Gardevoir wreaking havoc. Not only that, but in tandem with its Basculegion, Talonflame, Mousehold, Kingambit, and Komodo. So a very unusual team that we're seeing here, Cedric.
Absolutely. Yeah, shout out to the fans. You would think that a lot of the Twitch comments and the YouTube comments go into the void, but we're actually paying attention to them. So be kind if you can. But of course, yeah, that Gardevoir, a very interesting choice. I don't think we've seen a lot of it do especially well in the metagame. There was Chris Large's Mega Gardevoir team that felt more like a Mega Blastoise team, but this one, it has the Gardevoir front and center and also has a Komo on it, which we were discussing earlier in the day. Varying opinions on the Komo. I think largely negative aesthetically, but absolutely has an incredible incredible matchup spread in the metagame right now.
I think Cedric is calling us out a little bit because we were trying to figure out what our favorite pseudo-legendary Pokemon are. So Twitch chat and YouTube chat, let us know what yours are. I know mine is Dragapult. What about you, Cedric?
Hydreigon all the way. Just such a storied history going back into the 2012 metagame, of course, on that Ray Rizzo World Championship team. But yeah, I do like the Jangmo. I'm not a fan of the Como, but Vovomax definitely a fan of the Como here on a very interesting team with the Mousehold to follow me and allow it some turns to go for those. Actually, not a Clangorous Soul set. Very unconventional, running the Clanging Scales, Draco Meteor, and Aurasphere. An awesome set up against Chelsea Fan 8, who we're seeing on the screen now, has a solo Mega Staraptor team. A lot of people did not think that Staraptor had the juice, but contrary to their opinion, it is proving itself to be successful in this tournament with Chelsea Fan 8.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting, Cedric. When we got these new Mega Evolutions added into the game, I know, and I'm sure all of you have saw on social media, that Staraptor was wreaking havoc on the ranked ladder. And now it's like the Wild Wild West. Like, where did Staraptor go? So I'm really excited for Chelsea Fan 8 to go ahead and kind of show us a little bit about what Mega Staraptor can do. Because one thing to also note is that's their only Mega Evolved Pokemon on their team. So I feel like we're going to get a little treat seeing that Staraptor.
Yeah, it's a really interesting combination on their team. There's actually not a lot of obvious ways to activate the Contrary, but you can Parting Shot yourself with the Incineroar. You can also Strength Sap yourself to get the attack boost while also healing up your Sinistcha to full HP. We're going to see the leads. It is the Arcanine and the Ninetales up against the Gardevoir and the Mousehold. The Mousehold, of course, has the ability to go for those Follow Me's to redirect the attention, but of course the Hisuian Arcanine has the option to go for the Rock Slide, and the Alolan Ninetales can go for a Blizzard if it chooses not to go for the Aurora Veil.
Yeah, and for our amazing chatters, there you are. There is your Gardevoir front and center. So really excited to see that lead on that side as well. And especially with the Mousehold, it's like, come on, get some little friends with them. So this is a really interesting concept on this side. You have the Alolan Ninetales next to the Hisuian Arcanine. So kind of in a little bit of threatening aura, but I do think you have the Mega Evolution for the Gardevoir, and that Mousehold can just wreak so much havoc, especially when it's partnered up right next to a great Pokemon. It does have that Focus Sash, so it is going to go ahead and survive 2 different types of attacks. So we're going to see what's going to happen, but we are going to see the Gardevoir going for its Mega Evolved form.
Yeah, going for the Mega Evolution to boost the damage output of its Hyper Voice, going from the normal type to now the Pixelate boosted Fairy type Hyper Voice.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and see that Mousehold go for that Super Fang into the Ninetales, taking it down to half HP, while the Ninetales goes and lands a Blizzard onto both of its targets, going out and doing quite a bit of chip on both of them. The Arcanine is going to go for that Flare Blitz into the Gardevoir, and it's going to take it down to 8 HP!
Yeah, absolutely incredible usage of the Friend Guard. It allows it to survive, but really importantly for the future of the set, the Arcanine did outspeed the Gardevoir. That is likely going to hold for the rest of the set, so Arcanine having speed superiority really important. Means that in the future you could potentially go for Head Smashes to confirm that KO. It is a little inaccurate, but now that Chelsea Fan knows the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard are not a KO, important that they could go for that play in the future.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to be really careful. I think at this point, Chelsea Fan is going to have to bring out a Pokemon that is going to allow for a double target, because that Mousehold is running Follow Me, which can allow a little bit of dancing around from there, but we do see the Staraptor landing onto the field, having that Intimidate drop on both of their opponents. Now, keep in mind, their Staraptor is only running Brave Bird, Close Combat, Roost, and Protect. So if that Mousehold does opt for a Follow Me, it doesn't go down to a single type or a single attack move, the Gardevoir can probably land another attack really comfortably here.
Yeah, the problem is there is no Rock Slide on the Arcanine. However, I think given the Staraptor is running the Jolly Nature, should have the capability to outspeed and knock out the Mousehold with Close Combat for the Arcanine to follow up in suit with a Flare Blitz. If you could also go for an Extreme Speed. It is Jolly on the Mousehold, so likely would redirect the Extreme Speed, so maybe a trap that Chelsea Fan could fall into. But I think a fairly safe play on on Chelsea Fan's turn or on side is to go for the Close Combat and the Flare Blitz to take a double KO this turn if Vovomax decides to not go for a defensive protect.
And what we're going to go ahead and see is that beautiful Mega Shiny Staraptor going ahead and showing off right on the field. So excited to see that, and both love the Mega Evolution. That Mousehold is going to go for the Protect just to kind of figure out what's going on and also make sure that it's saving its friends, as well as the Staraptor kind of scouting out to see what's going to happen onto the field. That Arcanine is going to go for that Flare Blitz into that Gardevoir, knocking it out on Vovomax's side. So Chelsea Fan identifying, hey, I don't think you're going to go ahead and reroute my target, and if you do, that's okay, but I'm going to go for the Flare Blitz so I can go ahead and try to at least knock out the Mousehold or the Mega Gardevoir.
Yeah, interesting sequencing there, where it felt like Chelsea Fan did have the option to take a KO, but maybe was actually happy to only take one that turn and went for the Protect defensively to at least stall the turn. However, the Basque Legion is now on the field. The Mousehold, I'd say this position most likely still favored what Chelsea Fan was going for. However, the Basque Legion does throw a wrench in things. It can now go for a Aqua Jet to knock out the opposing Arcanine, or a Wave Crash to really start dealing a lot of damage to the Staraptor. Also, if the Mousehold goes down this turn, it can go for a full power Last Respects, but of course the Last Respects moving first on this turn.
Yeah, and you're going to go ahead and see that Last Respects is going to go ahead and send Arcanine back to its Pokeball, as that Mousehold is going to go for that Super Fang onto that Staraptor, bringing it down to half HP. That Staraptor is going to go for the close combat into the Mousehold, taking it out, making it so Vovomax only has 2 Pokemon remaining, but guess what? So does Chelsea Fan.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-2, and both of the trainers will now reveal their final Pokemon, which can be really important for the course of the battle. One thing to note, of course, the close combat came out, the Contrary has activated, and the Staraptor is at +1 on both of its defensive stats, which will be very important. The Goldango, that's really not the last Pokemon you want to see for for Chelsea Fan. Now Last Respects Basque Legion looking very scary. You can Last Respects into the Basque Legion if you want to take that knockout for sure into the opposing Goldango, or you can target into this Staraptor if you read the Goldango to go for a Protect. The combo is not looking especially strong into the Goldango, but yeah, the Basque Legion right now is looking really poised to take over this game.
Yeah, I feel like Basque Legion, as we've seen time and time again, is just such a havoc to most teams, and I think in this board state it is really just kind of reigning supreme. That Goldango doesn't really want to take anything from especially that Last Respects, and that Staraptor really doesn't have a lot of ammunition to go ahead and go after its opponents. That Komodo is running that Clinging Skill, Draco Meteor, Aura Sphere, and Protect, so not going to really do too much to its opponents, but it is pretty tanky. But that Basque Legion is going to go for the Last Respects into that Goldango, having a one-hit KO.
Yeah, Last Respects knocked out the Goldango, never really had a prayer surviving that, but the Staraptor does have a turn to go for the Brave Bird. Let's see if this is able to take a knockout. I think if it doesn't, the game will end here, and the Basque Legion is able to tank that. And with all that HP loss on the Staraptor at this point, with only single target moves, it has to target into one, and yeah, no way to even outspeed the Basque Legion, so Last Respects will come out and KO that Staraptor 100%. So looking like a convincing game one for Vovomax, the hero of Twitch chat. Although the Gardevoir didn't do a whole lot, looks like this Basque Legion was able to carry the weight of this match.
Yeah, what an incredible fast-paced game one. Really exciting to see in the top 16, so I think it really shows you how world-class these trainers are. Now, Cedric, talking about Chelsea Fan, I know it seemed like they really couldn't get that momentum. If you were them, I personally would not bring my Goldango into this matchup. I think that is something I'm going to keep away as much as possible. But what do you think you would bring?
Yeah, I think the challenge is that Basque Legion does fare so well into the rest of the team. Really the only thing that could easily tank those Last Respects are actually the Incineroar. But if you do that, you could be susceptible to if the Basque Legion had set up the Wave Crash. And I think, honestly, Tiago, Vovomax actually had that covered pretty well, because if the Basque Legion was locked into Last Respects into the Incineroar, you had the Como in the back with the Aura Sphere to cover that really well. So I think just a expertly game-planned game by Tiago, but there is something we do need to note, is that there was some missed opportunities for a KO in the first turn. Of course, there was no knockout into the Gardevoir, when there was the potential for Head Smash in combination with the Blizzard to take the KO. And then also on Chelsea Fan side, if you know there's no KO and you're actually happy to slow the pace of the game down and augment your bulk, you can go for an Aurora Veil uncontested on that same lead. But of course, Tiago also has the option to switch up the lead themselves.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be very interesting. I do think that Gardevoir being out front, it is very important to know that Hisuian Arcanine is outspeeding it too. So I know Vovomax is going to keep that in mind, especially for this next game. But they've got the momentum. They have game one. They are in top 16, and they are going to try to get into top 8. And we're going into game 2 of our top 16 match of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, we just saw it on the overlay, actually. The queen of the Grand Champions Festival Encore, other than you, of course, Courtney, is this Gardevoir, but it's not coming out at the top of this game. Vovomax switching it up to the Talonflame and the King Gambit, and it's meeting the Goldango head-on. This is a fantastic lead matchup for Tiago. Of course, the Talonflame on Vovomax's team is going to be running the Flare Blitz move option, so it potentially can knock out the Goldango. And then the King Gambit has the Iron Head. It is an expert belt set. We didn't even cover that. A very unconventional item choice, but a new addition to Regulation MD. I imagine even with Aurora Veil going up, that extra boost is going to be able to easily knock out the Ninetales with the Iron Head.
Yeah, I feel like I had to clean my non-existent glasses looking at that and saw the expert belt as well, Cedric. I am so shocked to see that, but really excited. I do think Vovomax really just has an incredible lead into this. That Alolan Ninetales definitely doesn't want to take any type of Steel-type moves, and obviously that Goldango doesn't want to take anything as they go for that Protect.
yeah, Goldango not going to be able to attack, but no bite actually from Tiago at all, just going for the tailwind, which is going to boost the speed of this Jolly King Gambit.
Yeah, and then we're going to go ahead and see that King Gambit go for the Iron Head into Golden Ninetales, getting a one-hit knockout on turn 1 once again. What is happening?
I mean, Tiago's a player who we saw just dominate the Latin American International Championships in 2023 with a very similarly offensive style, and we're seeing that in these games as an immediate knockout is taken in the game, up a game going into this top 16 set, really trying to close this out as, oh my goodness, the Staraptor activates the Intimidate onto this King Gambit's Defiant and is now boosted up. The Goldango has freshly gone for a Protect. That's an easy Kowtow Cleave if you want to, or if you aren't really scared of the Goldango, it's not threatening a knockout at this point, you could double into the Staraptor with a combination of Dual Wing Beat and Iron Head, which should be a fairly clean KO.
Yeah, if I'm Vovamax, I really am identifying that Staraptor, and I'm going to try to get rid of it as much as possible, because as we saw in the last match and going into this one, is that Goldango's just kind of hanging out, you know, maybe like spreading some gold around if it really wants to, but it's not really giving any threatening aura to its opponents. But we are going to go ahead and see that Staraptor is going to go for its Mega Evolution on Chelsea Fan's side.
Yeah, absolutely has some aura with that side bang. The Staraptor is out and it is ready to play, but the Goldango is not loving its place here. Oh my goodness, no targeting Protect on the Staraptor. It is going to be taken down to 50% with the Dual Wing Beat. Is it going to be an Iron Head follow-up from the King Gambit? It'll all come down to that if it can survive this turn.
And we're going to go see that King Gambit go for the Iron Head into the Staraptor, and it's going to take it down. That double up is going to KO that Mega Staraptor, and Chelsea Fan is just down to its 2 last Pokemon, a Shadow Ball from the Goldango going into the Talonflame, but only bringing it down to 13 HP.
Yeah, to its credit, it did a lot of damage with the Shadow Ball, and if it ever goes for a Flare Blitz, it feels like the Talonflame will go down, but damage feels done. Getting that Staraptor in range of a KO is really important, and just the Sinistcha, oh my goodness, even if yeah, it could survive any attacks against the King Gambit, either of these Pokemon. At this point, a Kowtow Cleave will easily KO either. It's just a matter of time until the King Gambit is able to secure the 2-0 victory for Vovamax Ben 10, and the time is now progressing into the top 8 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Cedric, what just happened? I feel like I've never spoken that fast in my entire life, going and watching those trainers. Those matches were incredible. Now let's break it down on that. So Vovamax, really just an incredible presence, just pushing onto the pressure, and it seemed like Chelsea Fan just couldn't get into the right board state to really start to actually amplify and utilize their Mega Staraptor.
Yeah, it felt like it was a missed opportunity in this game 1 as we're replaying that Gardevoir able to survive the combination of the Blizzard and the Flare Blitz. A Head Smash, of course, would have been able to take the knockout, but hard to risk that 80% attack, 80% accurate move in the game 1 of the top 16 set. Tried to play it a little bit safe and got punished for the bulk on that Gardevoir, but as you mentioned, I do feel like bringing this Goldango, maybe there was no better option, but it always felt like it was just locked down and really allowing for Vovamax to make these aggressive targets into the partner Pokemon, given there wasn't a lot of threat from the Goldango, which just prevented the Staraptor from being able to actually snowball pressure.
Yeah, and I think this turn especially, where that Talonflame did that Dual Wing Beat into the Mega Staraptor, and then the King Gambit going for the Iron Head and making sure it just knocked it out, really just sealed the deal for Chelsea Fan. And for Vovamax to go into that top 8, really Vovamax identified, hey, if I can just get rid of this, the Goldango's not a threat to me, and whatever's in the back, I can take care of it now with my Defiant boosted King Gambit, because that King Gambit's in there like, let me have him.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head essentially with the Goldango just being stuck on the field, and even if it just makes these targeting so much safer for Vovamax. In a way, it is a 50-50. Of course, there is the option to target into a Protect, but if the Goldango isn't actually providing any pressure, then the double targets are so much safer. You can actually go for them on the next turn, and you won't actually have lost that much ground. But I believe we are going to be passing it over to another competitor, Desu, who was able to qualify the first trainer to go 12-0 in the tournament. We're going to be featuring Davide versus another player who we're going to figure that out. That's a very interesting team with the Mega Blaziken Frostlass double Mega combination.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited to see this Whimsicott team, or from Whimsicott. So they've got the Mega Frostlass and Mega Blaziken, but they're also running a Dragonite with Life Orb on their team as well as the Toxapex, Sneasler, and King Gambit. So very interesting team on that side, and we all know Desu really good and well. I think I've casted maybe 2 of their games so far, but just so everyone knows, they are running that Choice Scarf Garchomp, Venusaur, Incineroar, the Mega Charizard, Toxapex, and Annihilate.
Yeah, interesting team from Whimsicott, who I believe is Zachary Weed, the EUIC 2025 international finalist. So an incredible pair of trainers here, truly have both dominated at the international level. You're seeing that tried and true Charizard with the less common but rapidly picking up in usage, especially in this tournament. Toxapex, it's a bit of a Toxapex mirror between these two trainers as we see the Dragonite. It's an interesting set. It's actually the Life Orb Inner Focus, so can't be intimidated, can't be flinched, which can be important against that Garchomp, but it's also offering delivering a lot of damage against this Charizard.
I think things are getting a little toxic around here, or maybe it's going to happen soon. Now, one thing I'm excited to see is a little bit of a difference with Dragonite. I think Dragonite has been such a present Pokemon throughout all of VGC, and so seeing it here without that Mega Evolution is really cool. However, we're going to go ahead and see that Desu is going to protect their Charizard and opt not to Mega Evolve just yet, while that Dragon Claw is going to go into that Toxapex, taking it down to 59%.
Yeah, a lot of HP done on that Toxapex. Just to note for the viewers, of course, Desu is up 1-0, and yeah, Zachary Reed is trying to take the advantage back in this game 1 with an aggressive read off the bat. Doesn't target it into that teeny tiny Charizard to protect, and just gets a lot of damage onto that Toxapex. Also locks it on the field with the Infestation, only trading the Toxic damage on the Dragonite, but the longer it sits on that field going for Life Orb attacks and the Toxic, the lower on HP it's going to get. Even though there's no immediate super effective damage being threatened against it, the lower it gets, the less that's going to matter.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think like having that Toxic is really interesting on that side of things too, because when you have that Dragonite, it's going to continue to take that chip on that side, but it's not going to be able to really do like too much. Like the Dragonite's still in a really comfortable position at this point.
Yeah, at this point it can safely target with the Dragon Claw into the Charizard. For this turn, it is going to take the Incineroar is going to try and intimidate it, but of course, as we pointed out, the inner focus on the Dragonite.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and say, Dragonite says, "You're trying to intimidate me? No, I don't think so. I think I'm going to Dragon Claw you and take you down to 56% HP, which is really exciting to see from there. Now we're going to see that Toxapex go from the Infestation also into the Incineroar, making sure that no one's leaving around here.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to see a bit of a slowdown in the pace of play just for a moment to all the Toxapex haters in the chat. Of course, both the Toxapexes have infested each other. Now it's going to be able to switch, which is, annoying for some of you in the short term. However, it means the Toxapex can't switch out easily and regain HP with the Regenerator. So only leftovers HP for the improvement of the future. But I really like the position for Desu. Getting the Infestation on the Incineroar is important because you are actually immune to the Fake Out in addition to the Intimidate. So you can go for a Dragon Claw and actually potentially chip this Incineroar out of into a potential knockout. It also has Low Kick actually on the Dragonite, which will deal a little bit more damage than the Dragon Claw, I believe, and potentially will be a knockout. It's going to be very close, but if the Incineroar wants to stay on the field, it'll have to take an additional Infestation.
Yeah, and one thing that's really interesting there, Cedric, is that Desu's Incineroar did have that proc of its Citrus Berry, and that Dragonite for that Dragon Claw is going to bring it down to 4 HP with that Toxapex, which pretty much means that Infestation is really going to do a lot. Now that Parting Shot is going to go into that Dragonite, lowering its attack and special attack, while it goes back to its trainer, just to say, hey, I'm going to go back home.
Yeah, I think the decision's actually really critical for Desu here. If you go into the Charizard, it's likely you'll take either an Infestation or the Toxic. Of course, no real reason that it's Infestation when there's already Infestation opposing Toxapex. Let's see what's the choice is. Infestation, Charizard will be locked in the field for the foreseeable future. And although Dragonite is taking a little bit of HP over time, the Charizard still won't love taking a Dragon Claw or an Extreme Speed if it gets low on HP and doesn't want to take an attack. So at this point, the Toxapex is very low on HP and should be susceptible to fainting this turn, I believe. The leftovers will activate first, but I think it's going to be very close if the shiny Toxapex is going to go down to this Infestation. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, Cedric, did you bring your bug spray? Because I feel like I'm getting beaten up by all of these bugs that are going around on this game right now. But I'm really fascinated to kind of see what happens. This Dragonite's not going to be able to stay on this field for very much longer, especially with the Infestation and the Poison Chip on their side. But let's go ahead and see if this shiny Toxapex is going to be able to survive, and it is not going to be able to. So we're going to see that Desu's Toxapex is going to faint.
Yeah, getting a knockout on the Toxapex, very important for Whimsicott to kind of accelerate the pace of the game. Of course, having your own Toxapex, no longer going to be taking any Infestation chip. So you have, you're the only Pokemon in this game that's going to have the capacity to heal up, which is really nice. Also, I do like their presence. We haven't really seen such an offensive game yet, but I think when it gets to that point a little bit later on, I think Whimsicott, Zachary, is in a little bit better of a position, given it's most likely a Blaziken in the back with the ability to go for those Rock Slides. And although that's usually not an immediate knockdown of opposing Charizards, Infestation is slowly chipping it down. But yeah, the Garchomp is going to hit the field. Desu knows it's time to hit the gas.
Yes, and I know one thing that Dragonite is not loving to see right now is that Garchomp, and I think we all know Garchomp good and well in this position. So I feel like Whimsicott is really going to have to be careful about what Pokemon that they have in the back, make sure that they don't swap into anything that is a little bit too dangerous. I think from here, you kind of have to let your Dragonite go down. Your Toxapex, you can keep wreaking a little bit more havoc, but I think you really have to be mindful of the Earthquake that can come from Garchomp.
Yeah, I think on this turn, really no reason to risk your Toxapex to any damage. Should be a safe full bunker, and then you can do what you will with the Dragonite, most likely going for an extreme speed on either of these targets to take some HP, but Desu actually decides to switch out the Garchomp, yielding that offensive pressure for Intimidate, or Fake Out pressure on the next turn potentially.
Yeah, very interesting swap out in my opinion. You know that Dragonite's not going to take any Intimidate on their side, while that target is going to go for the Protect on Desu's side, just to make sure that it sticks around a little bit longer and not take anything from their opposing Pokemon. That extreme speed from Dragonite is going to be targeted into the Charizard, but it's not going to do too much, while the Infestation from the Toxapex is going to land into the Incineroar.
Quite the aggressive call actually from the Toxapex, not going for Baneful Bunker, and just reads the Garchomp will either target into maybe either the Dragonite, or it's just not likely to go for a Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake this turn for whatever reason. Just wants to get some immediate damage into that Garchomp to potentially chip it in range for the Pokemon in the back in the future, and is able to tag the Incineroar for it. That's going to be kind of important depending on what the back Pokemon are for Zachary, which we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Pokemon that they're going to bring. As you said, Cedric, because that Incineroar now has that Fake Out pressure. So depending on what Pokemon come in, it is going to be Blaziken, which I have been streaming a few of these matches. You know, I've been yapping. I've not seen Blaziken yet.
Yeah, I think Blaziken's really impressive against these Charizard teams. This one in particular at this point in the battle, it has the speed boost ability before and after going for the Mega Evolution. That means after one speed boost, it's going to be close. It depends on the bulk train for the training of both these Pokemon, but after 2 speed boosts, we'll definitely be able to outspeed the Garchomp. It's more or less guaranteed to get with the ability to go Protect whenever the Garchomp hits the field. But at this present moment, has a fairly safe Rock Slide into the Charizard. Maybe won't take a knockout, but with the combination of the Infestation, going to be a clean KO there. And yeah, the Incineroar isn't going to love taking those hits either.
No, and what we're going to go ahead and see is that Charizard is going to go finally for its Mega Evolution, showing off that Mega Charizard Y onto the battlefield from Desu. Now, very fascinating to see what is going to happen next. We're going to go ahead and see that Sunlight is going to be a little bit harsh around here, and the Weather Ball is going to be launched into Toxapex. So bringing it down to about 56% of its HP and kind of taking it pretty well. Now, one thing we noticed is that Blaziken just went for the Rock Slide, no Mega Evolution on their side, but going to knock out the Charizard.
Yeah, not entirely sure why there was no Mega Evolution. Maybe it is actually the Mega Frost Blast in the back. Who knows? I think the Blaziken, the main thing is getting the speed boost, so it's actually kind of secondary to even get that. But of course, the double target into the Toxapex, yeah, the damage was just very limited from Desu. Running the uncommon Helping Hand on the Charizard means no Solar Beam and not a lot of immediate damage pressure against the Toxapex, as the Infestation chips into the Incineroar. I believe it does 1/8 of the Pokemon's HP. The Incineroar at the 12%. Really only Desu at this point able to see the exact HP. Is it a knockout? It is a KO.
Wow, what an incredible turn by Whimsicott. I think it really just shows this world-class player just figuring out, hey, I can get rid of this, and I can also get a speed boost with my Blaziken, as we see that Desu is going to go ahead and forfeit that match, so making this record 1-1.
Yeah, I think I would have honestly liked to see the Garchomp come in and at least try to go for a Stomping Tantrum into either of the Pokemon to reveal the final Pokemon on Whimsicott's side. We didn't see it. It could have been, I mean, I think Zachary either kind of feigning that there's a double Mega in the back, or just, you know, didn't want to go for the Mega for whatever reason. But yeah, I would have really liked to see a Stomping Tantrum into either on the next turn to figure out the back Pokemon, but Desu identifying, you know what, I don't actually want to give Zachary any more time to plan. Let's go into this game 3. That game 2 plan was pretty saucy, but maybe as, you know, of course, such a slow-paced game with those Toxapex, maybe at some point throughout the game, Desu decided, all right, this game is kind of going to be a wash. Let's try and figure out the next game plan. But what possible adjustments we could see. I feel like the Venusaur is a potential one. The combination of the Solar Beam with the Life Orb, there's no way to override that. Aside of the Frost Blast, actually, that could be definitely important. But I do feel like the Earth Power is a big weapon in dealing with the Toxapex very quickly that Davide otherwise doesn't really have outside of that Garchomp.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating. One thing that we noticed, Cedric, is that Blaziken did not Mega Evolve, so the possibility that Whimsicott was running the Mega Frost Blast in the back is something that we don't know because we weren't able to see it. So Desu really has to kind of play this cat and mouse game of like, are they going to bring the Frost Blast in the back? What are they going to do? But we're about to find out right now for Game 3.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting pin. I would not put it past Zachary to actually have the Blaziken in the back. Just threaten the Rock Slides with the Speed Boost to try and Blizzard the Garchomp and also Rock Slide the Charizard essentially in the same turn. But it is the Dragonite and the Toxapex. No switch up from Zachary, but a big switch up in the Garchomp with the Toxapex. Next to it, the Garchomp now immediately threatening lots of damage. Can go for the Dragon Claw to chip down that Dragonite. Likely not a KO. Dragonite, a very bulky Pokemon, but may put it in range of the Life Orb, especially if it goes for the Dragon Claw into the Rough Skin Garchomp. The Toxapex on Both of the Pokemon side, not really immediately threatened. You would think the Garchomp would be very threatening, but it's a very big risk to actually go for a Stomping Tantrum into the opposing Toxapex, given we could just see a double protect from the Dragonite and the Toxapex. And if it locks into the Stomping Tantrum, the Dragonite is basically a home free to start firing off powerful Dragon Claws.
Yeah, that Dragonite did a lot of work this last game, so it's one of those Pokemon that we really do have to respect in this matchup. But we're going to go ahead and see that Desu is going to swap out their Garchomp instead for their Incineroar. Now keep in mind, Inner Focus says nothing's going to happen for that Dragonite, but it is going to position Incineroar with that fake out pressure into this game state, which is such an important pivotal Pokemon for that. That Dragonite is going to opt to go for Protect just to make sure that nothing was coming its way, especially with that Garchomp on the field. The Toxapex from Whimsicott's side is going to go ahead and launch the Infestation onto the Toxapex on Desu's side and get a crit. Did the crit matter?
Maybe. We'll see. It's hard to project so far down the line with these Infestation Toxapex wars, but every little bit of damage is appreciated. But the Incineroar is now on the field, has the fake out pressure onto the opposing Toxapex. Of course, maybe not so high value given you are giving the Dragonite a free turn to go for the Light Core Dragon Claw, which it would love to hit into this Incineroar. Any damage you can get that Incineroar means that potential Rock Slide Blizzard combination or just a close combat from an intimidated Blaziken can take the KO later. So I really do like the position from Whimsicott.
Yeah, and what we're going to go ahead and see is that Dragonite go for that Dragon Claw onto that Toxapex again, bringing it down to just over half HP, which is really pivotal in this situation. The Incineroar going for the parting shot into the Toxapex on Whimsicott's side. Now, one thing I think we have to call out, Cedric, is that we've seen 3 other Pokemon, which the last one is probably going to be Charizard on Desu's side. So Whimsicott kind of taking in those notes, and because we don't know what they have in the back, but we do know that the Garchomp is going to re-enter the battlefield, get infested by Toxapex, and now be hanging around a little bit.
Yeah, won't have the option to leave the battlefield very easily in the coming turns. Now, we're once again in that situation. Of course, the Dragonite will be stuck on the field, so if you wanted to, you could fire 2 Dragon Claws into the Dragonite. You either KO it this turn, or you KO it next turn. So finally has a solid answer to the Dragonite on the field. But if you do that, you're actually buying some time for the Toxapex, for Whimsicott to go for a Toxic onto your Garchomp and really start chipping that down. I think even if the Dragonite does go down at some point, it's going to get an extreme speed off. And with the combination of all this passive damage looming against the Garchomp, I think, yeah, you're kind of in a situation where even if you go for the Dragon Claw, you're setting yourself up very poorly against the Toxapex on the coming turns.
Yeah, and I didn't really realize how much of a pest Toxapex can really be, and especially into these situations with the fact that they have Toxic and Infestation, and then can Wide Guard just to make sure that nothing comes their way, as well as the Painful Bunker. So it's really one of those piece Pokemon that it really is pivotal for this, but we're going to go ahead and see that Dragonite protecting, making sure that that Garchomp cannot do anything to it, as it went ahead and targeted into that Dragon Claw.
Yeah, locked into the Dragon Claw means the Toxapex for Whimsicott can be fairly safe here in the coming turn. A Dragon Claw will do a lot, but not so much as a Stomping Tantrum would. But kind of, yeah, like we said, had to lock into something. Unfortunately, the Dragonite did protect here, and the Toxic is going to fall onto that Garchomp. Not doing a lot of damage this turn, but in combination with most likely an Extreme Speed on the next turn, and the Infestation and the Toxics increasing, I think that's a very important factor in this battle. One thing I want to point out, a couple turns ago, of course we see an imbalance in the HPs between these Toxapex. That's because Whimsicott was way more aggressive in actually targeting the HP down, while also locking the Toxapex on the field. You could actually forego going for the Extreme Speed into the Garchomp and say, you know what, I'm actually fine with it staying on the field locked in the Dragon Claw, and target that Extreme Speed into the Toxapex to get it off the field even faster.
Yeah, I think if I was in this position, I would really want to get rid of that Toxapex, especially depending on what was in the back for my Pokemon. If I especially was running that Frostlass, I feel like I'd be in a really comfortable position, especially against this Garchomp. Now, this Toxapex, like you were saying, is so healthy on Whimsicott's side, which is just going to wreak so much havoc for Desu. Kind of moving on, we are going to go ahead and see that Desu is going to go for that Painful Bunker on their side just to protect their Toxapex from anything that's coming, but the Dragonite opts to go for an Extreme Speed into the opposing Garchomp.
Yeah, had to have been a read, the E-Speed would have gone into the Toxapex like we said.
Yeah, and so what we're going to see is it's going to take a little bit of damage, but that Dragon Claw is going to go ahead and swing back and knock out the Dragonite for Whimsicott. But I feel like, I don't know, Cedric, I think that Dragonite did a lot of work for Whimsicott.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a favorable trade. Another Infestation just to try and take that Toxapex down a little bit more. But now we are going to see the third Pokemon on Whimsicott's side of the field. If it is, I mean, there's nothing on this team that will actually be one-hit KO'd by the Dragon Claw, and the Garchomp has one remaining turn on the field. Just shy, unfortunately not going to be knocked out, but maybe that is actually what Zachary wants. Potentially bring in the Blaziken like we saw in the previous battle and start boosting up those that speed stat with the speed boost. You can actually just go go for a double protect in the face of that Garchomp if you want to. It's locked in the field, it'll faint for sure, and the Infestation is just steadily knocking down that Toxapex into potentially Flare Blitz or close combat range, but now we see the reveal of the Mega Frostlass entering the battlefield. Once again, can fairly safely go for a double protect. Probably don't want to burn the Mega immediately, given it's likely a Charizard in the back. But yeah, now things look a little more suspect against the Incineroar, but we're going to start to turn off here.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Toxapex is going to try to go for that protect, but it didn't work. But that Dragon Claw is going to be locked into the actual Toxapex on Whimsicott's side. Now that Shadow Ball is going from that Frostlass into the Toxapex, bringing it down to 6%, and the Infestation going ahead and bringing it down to 5%, which shows that Whimsicott just really wants to get rid of this Toxapex.
Yeah, I think maybe the only time I've ever seen a Frostlass not go for the Mega Evolution and not go for a Protect just went for the Shadow Ball, which would have knocked out had you gone for the Mega Evolution, but I think definitely a trade that you're happy to make to actually get this Toxapex Mega HP. It's now at 10, should go down to the Infestation, so we're going to see a double knockout from passive Chip after we get through this immediate Infestation to take the knockout. Oh, it was freed from Infestation this turn. I was not keeping a count on that. Oh, that is so enormous, actually. Not taking the knockout with the Shadow Ball proves to be really effective as the Charizard is now going to hit the field. And the Toxapex for Zachary is getting pretty low. Normally, you would be able to 1v1 this Fire Move only Charizard, but without the... I think you may need to go for a Regenerator at some point. However, you are invested on this upcoming turn.
Yeah, wow, that was actually very interesting. Usually we don't see anything like that on our side of things. So, and keep in mind that neither of these Pokemon have Mega Evolved yet, and both of them have Mega Evolution abilities that can really change up how the weather is feeling. So I'm fascinated to see how this is going to go ahead and play out. Is anyone going to stall for a second to see if they can get it up after? We're going to have to wait and see. Now, I will have to say, we don't really see Mega Frostlass too often, and against Charizard, it's actually kind of in a comfortable position. We are going to see that Charizard is going to go for the Protect on Desu's side, as well as that Toxapex.
Yeah, trying to stall the turn out, both of the Pokemon on the field going for a double Protect. Of course, the Frostlass did not go for a Protect. The Baneful Bunker outspeeding it didn't go for that. Went for the Shadow Ball into the Charizard and an Infestation with the Toxapex. So a bit of a passive turn, but I would really be... I'm more favoring Whimsicott's position here, having not gone for a Protect, while Desu has gone for the Protect. You can safely go for that Protect this turn, but honestly, there's not a lot of pressure for Desu to even go for the Mega Evolution, unless you just want to try and Weather Ball this Toxapex. But I think what's most important is who is in the back for Zachary at this point. If it's still the Rock Slide Blaziken at the end of the game, there's not a lot of damage threatening into it, but we don't know, neither of these players know. I think on Desu's side, you have to play and hope that there is no Blaziken, or later in the game it just misses a Rock Slide. Otherwise, it's looking very difficult if Zachary planned that game this way.
Yeah, that's really fascinating to talk about, because that Frostlass, since we haven't had that Mega Evolution, that Blaziken could be swapped in and go for that Mega Evolution from its side, and it's running that close combat and the Rock side, so it could wreak so much havoc here. But we're going to see that Toxapex from Desu's side go in the exchange for the Incineroar.
Yeah, an interesting opportunity here to go for the Mega Evolution and a Heat Wave, even if it is a... I mean, you could go see the Wide Guard would be such a read from Whimsicott, just given the options the Charizard has. But let's see if it's going to be the Heat Wave. Is the Frostlass even going to Mega Evolve? It looks like it didn't, given that it is the faster of the two. Shadow Ball goes in the Incineroar to start it off.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that the Shadow Ball is not going to do too much damage on the opposing Incineroar, but it is going to get the special defense drop. Now the Weather Ball targeting into that Frostlass, and one thing I know that Frostlass doesn't want to take is that it get a one-hit KO on Zach's Whimsicott. Or not Whimsicott, Frostlass.
Whimsicott's Frostlass, absolutely, but yeah, the Toxapex is going to end the turn off, getting a Toxic in the Incineroar. That damage mounting over time will be important, but once again, who's the Pokemon in the back? I think the Sneasel would be fine, the King Gambit honestly would probably be game over against these two fire types. If it's the Blaziken with that Mega Evolution still available, I think we still have a game here, but it's going to be up to Zachary to reveal that to us. The Blaziken is the last Pokemon on the field, but yeah, I think has a KO into the Incineroar with the close combat. Rock Slide's going to be pretty close, but maybe you just go for the flinch on that Incineroar and try and get a little bit of damage into Charizard. I think the main difficulty here is that Wide Guard Toxapex looming in the back. Perhaps Desu actually just decides to go for a Protect with the Charizard and then go for a Parting Shot into one of these Pokemon to try and get into that Rock or that Wide Guard Toxapex with the Regenerator healing fairly safely.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting board state. I think it's really going to depend on who's going to go for what, and I feel like that's going to be the really defining factor. I feel like Desu does have a little bit of momentum, especially with that Toxapex in the back now.
Yeah.
But the Blaziken, it's going to be here for a second.
Yeah, it's a fiery chicken and it's loving that sun. I think one thing we could see is, if the Incineroar switches out and Blaziken uses the power of the sun set up by the partner Charizard, goes for the Mega Evolution and goes for a Flare Blitz to knock out that switch in, that's one way to get away from this wide guard pressure. You will be allowing the Incineroar to come back in with Intimidate, but I think the defensive type from the Blaziken and the Rock Slide available to it would allow it to win the game. Let's see what it goes for. The Charizard is going for the Protect. What has the Blaziken locked into? Is it going to be the Flare Blitz or the Rock Slide or close combat? It is a close combat into the Toxapex. Does it KO? And is it going to be an Infestation follow-up? That is not enough damage. Needed to be the Flare Blitz, but read the Incineroar to stay on the field.
What a devastating turn for Whimsicott on that side, and we see that Infestation going into that Mega Charizard Y. So unfortunately, not the right move for the right Pokemon in that situation.
Yeah, game's definitely not over. Of course, it is the Charizard with the Helping Hand, Weather Ball, and Heat Wave, so no Solar Beam, which otherwise maybe would have been, probably not a knockout in the Toxapex, but at least you're in a sound defensive position still with the Blaziken and the Toxapex. You are susceptible to the Incineroar hitting the field, but you can start chipping away at this Charizard with the Toxic. You're still probably going to take a knockout with Flare Blitz into the Toxapex this turn, but one way that could go wrong is actually if the Baneful Bunker comes out, if Desu reads that and says, you know what, you're not going to Rock Slide in the face of my Wide Guard pressure, and Baneful Bunkering and poisoning your Blaziken and getting some extra damage off of my Charizard could be a big turnaround, but not going to happen as the Toxapex leaves the field once again.
Yeah, and Incineroar is going to come back out and intimidate its opponents just a little bit more, which is really devastating for that Blaziken. We are going to see it go for the Flare Blitz into that Incineroar, expecting that Toxapex is going to go ahead and stay in, only bringing it down to about 54%. Now that Charizard is going to go for that Weather Ball into the Mega Blaziken and do a very...
Oh my, what?
What?
I'm confused, Courtney. What? How did that knock out? That is a Weather Ball. There was a close combat on the Blaziken. Had to have been the deciding factor here. I wouldn't have expected that from the Blaziken. I thought, you know what? It's a Mega Pokemon. Surely even at -1 it's taking these attacks. Okay. But clearly not the case. Needed a Rock Slide flinch most likely to have a chance in this game. But now even though the Toxapex has gotten the Toxic on the opposing Charizard, there is the Incineroar. It's going to be able to Parting Shot around. And I think with the Toxapex in the back for Desu, I think there's a lot of clean ways to either win this game on damage or win it on timer.
Yeah, wow, what an incredible match that was. I think for us, we really saw that momentum was in Whimsicott's favor. They really kind of were keeping up with the pace of play, but Desu went ahead and made some really great calls, swapping out their Incineroar for their Toxapex back and forth to really put them in a great position. We are going to see that Desu is going to swap out their Toxapex, or their Charizard for their Toxapex, as that Incineroar is going to go for a Fake Out into Whimsicott's Toxapex.
Yeah, kind of seeing a ironic reversal of fortune late in this game, where in the start of this game 3, the Toxapex for Desu was a little lower, but now after spending so many turns on the battle, Zachary's Toxapex is now at the disadvantage. With the ability for Desu to actually switch in and out and get those regenerator chips, I actually don't think there is a feasible way to gain an HP advantage. Even if you knocked out all the Pokemon on Desu's side, the Toxapex would still always win this match. At this point, it's just hoping for Desu to make a mistake.
And we're going to go ahead and see that third chop going into the Toxapex on Zachary's side as the Infestation goes ahead and lands onto the opposing Toxapex. Now we're going to have to see how much this is really going to do, but as we know, Infestation doesn't do too much, but it does cause a little bit of pests to hang around.
Yeah, absolutely. You're healing off roughly half of the Infestations with the leftovers every turn, but with the Incineroar on the Charizard applying consistent damage pressure with the Throat Chop, you're already poisoned. They're not really going to be caring about the Baneful Bunkers, although you could start self-parting shotting to reset those toxic counters. I do think this is well in hand for Desu, and it's just a matter of time. And for Zachary to, I think a well-played game, but ultimately the key turn was when the Toxapex switched in, not going for the Flare Blitz, or actually I think it probably wouldn't have KO'd given the HP, but on the next follow-up turn, incorrect targeting on the Incineroar coming in, going for the Flare Blitz instead of the either Rock Slide or Close Combat, I think just gave Desu a little bit too much room to breathe in this end game. But going back a few turns as, Zachary stalling out a little bit further, I guess what the Toxic players are known at this point, just trying to, I'm sure Stream isn't. Stream chat, are you a fan of the Baneful Bunkers? Probably not, but I think going back a few turns, the turn that the Frostas actually hit the field, I'm not entirely sure why that was the decision point, given the Blaziken was really set up well defensively, and the Frostas was just so weak against the Charizard that came in that those few awkward turns of the Frostas staying non-mega'd seemed like it was where Desu crawled back into it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too. I think that Frostas was an interesting choice to bring into this matchup. I think I would have rather preferred maybe a different Pokemon, maybe that Gambit, where the Steamslar instead of that Frostas. Now I do think if Zach would have went ahead and Mega Evolved the Frostas, it maybe could have had a little bit more momentum, especially against that Charizard. But I do think that Blaziken was really well positioned if it was positioned properly on that side. But we're gonna see that Game 3 is over. Toxapex is down, and Desu is advancing to the top 8.
Ring the bell, Chad. Another Toxapex is out of the top 16, but unfortunately one was always going to progress to the top 8. I know y'all don't love it, but I'm honestly a fan of the pace of the gameplay. Definitely allows these players to express their skill at the highest level. But yeah, I do think that even though it was the Frost Blast, I felt like that kind of stalled that game 3 to an unfavorable game state later in the game. For Zachary, I do think I understand where he's coming from. Essentially, if the Garchomp is not traded by Zetsu earlier in the game, the Froslass is a really valuable Pokemon to actually be able to pair with the Blaziken, and you choose whichever Mega Pokemon you want to. The combination with the Blizzard and the Rock Slide should be able to clean up those games, and unfortunately didn't find themselves in that position. Maybe Desu sacrificing the Garchomp early on made things not according to plan, but I believe that is going to do it for our top 16 sets. We're going to be progressing to the top 8. Courtney, I believe, will be staying on the mic, but I think I'll be jumping off and then coming on a little bit later, but or maybe some reverse of that, I'm not entirely sure. But of course, we will be jumping on into the top 8 sets with a lot of action-packed Pokemon coming back soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Open That Pack. Experience virtual pack openings with real cards inside. Choose your packs and boxes. Open them online and see your pulls instantly. Love what you see? Get your cards shipped straight to your door. Not a fan of a card? Trade unwanted pulls for credits. Trade, collect, cash out. Start your online card opening journey today with Open That Pack.
from over 4,000 players. We're down to 8. We are the top 8 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. On screen now should be those players who have shown how strong they are. You might see a familiar face. Raghav Malavia, the winner of the first ever Grand Champions Festival. Are we going to have a title defense in a gigantic tournament like this? That would be insane. But they're gonna have to get through some pretty talented players. Get ready for our first top 8 feature matchup with Raghav Malavia versus My Stars. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Jacob, for introducing our top 8 of the Grand Champions Festival. I am Tyson Hughes, joined here by Cedric Bernier here to kick off our first top 8 match. And I'm feeling great. How are you feeling?
I'm super excited. I mean, we have some great players, of course. Raghav, the previous champion, and a friend who I've seen actually working on this team with Alex Lexicon throughout the tournament. And it's kind of going to be a little bit of a familiar face on the other side, or at least the team is going to be with a near mirror, at least in the Pokemon, going to be very similar between these two players. And it is My Stars. Just a very strong player who I believe is from the Thai circuit, has gotten very deep into the Master Ball circuit. In the Thai, I think a finalist in the 2024 season, and has been consistently involved in online tournaments throughout Scarlet and Violet and beyond that as well. But we are taking a look at the top 8 bracket, of course. Joaquin against Lexicon, and yeah, it just feels like there's just a large amount of these Archaladon and Charizard teams. Of course, Lexicon, Raghav, and Norwich. On that, of course, Norwich going to beat My Stars, and then Dave, Billy, and Flavio versus, Vovamax. Just a very strong top cut players.
Yeah, and a blend of all of these teams as well. I believe as well, William Brown, Billy, is also using that Grimmsnarl or the Charizard and Rain team as well. So, 4 of those making it into top 8 is kind of an absurd stat, just showing the prowess of this team. That, we've seen the balance of Big Six and the Rain teams and the different versions of each of those. And, they decided, why not just combine them both, get the best of both worlds, a Sun mode and a Rain mode on the same team. It makes a lot of sense, especially as well, Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that we really haven't gotten to see much of, really make a splash in this tournament, I feel like. It's showing that screens are still very, very good, and having access to Prankster Parting Shot is also phenomenal. As we get into Game 1 here of top 8. My Stars leading off with the Charizard and Venusaur, as well as Raghav with their own Charizard and Venusaur.
Yeah, best of both worlds for both of these players. The Venusaur on My Star side is the Focus Sash, while as Raghav's, I believe, is going to be also the Focus Sash. So it might be a speed tie on who is able to Sleep Powder first. Shouldn't really matter, but it's a situation where I think both of the players could actually delay the Mega Evolution if they wanted to, but choosing not to be the case, so the Chlorophyll will activate immediately for both of the Venusaurs.
And both of the Venusaurs here being modest nature means, assumably if they're both max speed there with the Focus Sash, are just going to be having a straight up speed time. The Charizards, though, have a little bit more flexibility in how they're trained, so we're going to have to see how those play out here as we see the Mega Evolutions on both sides activated there. Sleep Powder immediately from Raghav, getting it off first into My Stars Charizard, going to immediately set the pace of the battle. And another Sleep Powder also connecting on a Raghav's Charizard. Both of these Charizards now are going to have to, burn the turn of sleep that is mandatory for all of these both of these Charizards.
Yeah, I think these speed interactions from the Charizard are going to be important. More important is which is going to wake up first. If one takes a 3-turn sleep, the other is able to attack first.
Sludge Bomb, though, from My Stars. Venusaur going first this time. Actually choosing to go into the Charizard on My Stars time. And we do see a 1-turn wake up there from My Stars Charizard in combination with that Sludge Bomb from the opposing Venusaur, is able to take a knockout on Raghav's Venusaur, meaning no more Sleep Powder on the field for Raghav. Charizard, though, does stay asleep for Raghav, and meaning it's guaranteed to wake up next turn.
Yeah, guaranteed to wake up with both of these Venusaurs having the option to go, or rather, My Stars, the other Venusaurs on the field, it can go for the Protect and stall out that last turn of sleep, and then go for another Sleep Powder on the next turn. It is the Choice Scarf Basculegion for Raghav, so potentially could just be a really powerful Sludge Bomb and Earth Power on this Venusaur, so no option to hit the Basculegion very hard, but could throw a Sleep Powder out. But I think a fairly safe opportunity to go for 2 Protects in the face of the fresh to wake up Charizard, Sleep Powder that next turn, or just Sleep Powder the Basculegion on the next.
Yeah, and we are just going to see a swap out instead, turning off the sun for all the Pokemon on the field here. Pelipper for that Venusaur slot. Wave Crash from the Scarf Basculegion into the Charizard, especially with the rain, is going to be able to pick up the knockout on MyStar. So now rain is going to be the weather that is locked on the field as Rogov has not chosen to swap out the Charizard. Charizard guaranteeing wake up this turn. Heat Wave going to connect onto the Pelipper, doing pitiful damage even though it's single target in the rain. Does get the burn, will start to chip down the Pelipper bit by bit. He's going to have that Citrus Berry eventually though to heal up a good amount of damage. But what you've really done that turn is prevent the Focus Sash on Venusaur from being broken.
Yeah, I think the main option there, you could have gone for the Sleep Powder to get it onto the Basculegion, but MyStar is not wanting to take that risk. Would rather get into a stronger position next turn with the Pelipper, turning off the Firepower from the Charizard, now only a Water-type Weather Ball available to it if you want to do any meaningful damage. And the Archaludon set up perfectly. Wave Crash from the Basculegion, not going to do a lot of damage into it, and a free opportunity essentially to go for the Electroshot and start boosting up.
Charizard swapping out in the face of that Archaludon into an Archaludon of Rogov's own to take a potential Electroshot a lot better. Pelipper as well, recognizing the threat of this Basculegion, wants to swap out. Wave Crash going into that slot is going to remove the Focus Sash from Venusaur and do a good amount of damage. With Charizard off the field as well for Rogov, there's no reason to have to set Sun. You can continue to be faster than this Venusaur with the Choice Scarf and target down, but it's really going to be up to MyStars which slot they target down with the Electroshot. Is this the Basculegion or the Charizard? It's going to be the Basculegion, so that speed with the Choice Scarf is no longer going to be threatening into that Venusaur, and the Charizard is forced to come back in now for Rogov and give that Venusaur the extra speed thanks to that Chlorophyll.
Yeah, Chlorophyll active and now can go for the Sleep Powder to outspeed the opposing Charizard, or you could even just switch out the Venusaur if you don't want to take any risk with the Sleep Powder, get the Rain back active, and Electroshot into the Charizard. There's no Electroshot on Rogov's side, so you are unable to go for a Dragon Pulse to deal a lot of damage meaningfully immediately to the opposing Archaludon, but it'd also be a pretty big risk to go for an Electroshot. So depending on the training on MyStars, I believe it is the Modest, whereas Rogov's is the Calm Nature on the Archaludon. Maybe a Dragon Claw or Dragon Pulse is a 2-hit KO. Maybe needs to hope for that and actually get that 2-hit KO and be the faster to Archaludon to try and claw their way back in this game.
Yeah, the main difference maker is, as you mentioned there, Rogov is going to have the Calm Archaludon compared to MyStar's Modest Archaludon. So that is going to be the little bit of edge that you might have. Pelipper coming in for that Venusaur, as you said, not wanting to risk that that Sleep Powder Heat Wave coming out, trying to get a burn maybe onto this Archaludon, going to first proc the stamina and not get the burn. Electroshot from Archaludon on Rogov's side here, looking like it's going to be the faster one. If this is into the Venusaur, is going to be a great knockout onto that Pelipper, allowing you to bring it at least down to MyStar's last two Pokemon as well. And yeah, getting that Pelipper slot correctly brings the Venusaur back in under rain now. Charizard is going to be faster, but you know, if this Archaludon on MyStar's side doesn't, you know, try to go for an overprediction or anything like that, you will just be able to Electroshot down this Charizard and bring it down to a 2v1.
Yeah, I think your only hope is that the Calm Archaludon at +2 is not able to take the KO on the Charizard, which is a big ask. Let's see, and yeah, it's at 74% HP. That's going to be a clean KO. And now with the Pokemon count is 2-1 in MyStar's favor, we have a most likely faster Venusaur and a +2 on the Archaludon with the Calm Nature should be able to take a Dragon Pulse fairly cleanly. I think MyStars has a safe way out of this game without even having to rely on Sleep Powder at this point.
Yeah, Dragon Pulse in combination. The Calm Nature is nice and all, but when this Archaludon has stacked up so many special attack boosts with the Electroshot, it kind of doesn't really matter anymore, especially when you have the 2-1 advantage. As you mentioned, with that Earth Power is going to be able to do so much damage. Stamina only boosting the defensive Archaludon isn't really going to make much of an impact, as yeah, the Earth Power doing 58% to that Archaludon, and in combination with this Archaludon's Dragon Pulse at +2 is going to do massive damage. Rogov there does a good chunk to Archaludon and is still good information going into this game too, but MyStars, Archaludon is going to move second there and finish off Rogov's with a Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I think when you look at these mirrors, you have to look at a couple things when a matchup or a result doesn't go your way. Both of the trainers brought a lot of similar elements, but there were some differences. MyStars indexed into that Archaludon Pelipper mode and was actually happy to switch in and out, override their own weather to set up for more favorable positions for Archaludon immediately, whereas Rogov was a little bit reliant on MyStars Pelipper being on the field to set up their own Electroshot position, so it was a little bit less consistent, and because of that, MyStars was able to come out on top. Aside from a little bit of, there was good fortune on waking up a little bit earlier. We did also see MyStars Charizard being faster than Rogov's, maybe a potential smaller note that we could see be important later in the battle, but what do you think we're going to see as an adjustment from both these players, Dyson?
I think, a big thing is kind of that first turn, right, going for Sleep Powder. I think where MyStars really capitalized, even on the Sleep turns, is doubling into that Venusaur, recognizing how much of a threat that Earth Power could be later in the game to the Archaludon, as well as the Sleep Powder, just dictating the pace at which Charizard can move and, fire off attacks. And doubling into it that turn with the Sludge Bomb, as well as the Heat Wave, just, I think, gave MyStars so much momentum. And we see here on lead as well, MyStars leading off with the Charizard and Venusaur as well. And, Rogov's sticking to it as well. Maybe if I'm a little luckier this time, I can play out differently.
Yeah, at least on leads, no one's going back to the drawing board just yet. The Charizard and Venusaur could very likely see a similar game play out, where the Sleep Powders come out on this first turn to try and put the main offensive threats. The Charizard's asleep as we see it start to play out the same.
Yeah, and Mega Evolution there on MyStars Charizard, leaving us to believe, as you pointed out, Cedric, that it is indeed faster. Here, both of these Charizards are going to Mega Evolve. If one, Sunsetter wasn't enough, both of these Charizards are going to start the Sun to tick down. Venusaur here going to be the fastest thing on the field. MyStars getting the Sleep Powder first this time and connecting into the Charizard, putting it to sleep. And now Rogov's Venusaur actually misses the Sleep Powder. The string of bad luck plagues Rogov as this Heat Wave connects into both of these Pokemon, bringing Venusaur down to its Focus Sash and doing a good amount of damage to Charizard, and a critical hit to boot as well on this Venusaur.
Yeah, kind of sad not to see a burn just yet, but yeah, the Venusaur, things really couldn't have gone much worse for Rogov there. Double hit on the Heat Wave, and at this point you can fairly easily mop up the opposing Venusaur with the Sludge Bomb. If you're able to win that speed tie, of course, MyStars have been getting a little bit more favorable in the luck. If that continues here and the Sludge Bomb goes into the Venusaur and Charizard continues to sleep, this game may start to snowball away from Rogov, our previous champion.
Yeah, Protect on the Venusaur there, and an attempt to keep this hanging on the field just a little bit longer. Sludge Bomb into that Protect, correctly calling and assessing that this Venusaur needs to go. MyStars really wants to get rid of it. Heat Wave, again, is going to continue to be faster. Charizard on MyStars' side does connect on Rogov's Charizard, and here it stays asleep again. The two-turn sleep. Rogov is really fighting uphill against his RNG right now and has done no damage to MyStars.
Yeah, things are looking very tricky. At this point, I think MyStars has the capacity to just go up. You are up a game, you can potentially win the speed tie among the Venusaurs if it is a speed tie. Knock that out, and then, yeah, your Venusaur will not go down this turn. You have the Focus Sash. You're free to go for Sleep Powders in the rest of the battle. Sleep Powder does come out first, proving that it is a speed tie.
Yeah, and that's going to put Charizard to sleep on MyStar's side of the field. Venusaur is going to go for a Sludge Bomb, though, into Rogov's, and that's going to be a huge knockout there, removing that key piece that, has kind of put the game to sleep and dictated the way this Charizard can move. Heat Wave, though, is going to connect for Rogov on this guaranteed turn of Wake Up. A huge turnaround would be a burn on the Venusaur to maybe get your way back in the game. Focus Sash on the Venusaur is activated, but no burn, meaning that MyStar's Venusaur continues to stay on the field and be a nuisance.
Yeah, the only way to quickly clear out that Venusaur without risking a Sleep Powder miss at this point is bringing in priority, and the Vascular Legion does have the Aqua Jet, but it feels so bad to lock into that in the sun against a team that has a Pelipper and Archaludon potentially waiting in the back. That would be a huge loss of momentum just to clear out the Venusaur, but that is the state of the battle. Rogov has taken some losses to get to this position, and that Venusaur is still primed and ready to put things to sleep.
Yeah, Charizard here at 46% has been slowly chipped down by the sun, but MyStar swapping out the Venusaur into Pelipper here to eat a potential Aqua Jet as well is going to mitigate a lot of the damage that Charizard is going to be able to do. Flip turn, Rogov not getting baited by the Venusaur, correctly calling the swap, repositioning this Basculegion for later into a different Pokemon. If this is something like Archaludon, Rogov is able to bring this in, and now this is a phenomenal position. Charizard still asleep on MyStar's side of the field. Neither of these Charizards are going to have to come in. Weather Ball as well, using the rain to his advantage. Rogov is able to knock out MyStar's Charizard.
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly heads-up play. I'm not entirely sure why the Venusaur, with all that pressure switched out, maybe expected a Pelipper of Rogov's own to override the weather and take that KO, but it doesn't work out very well at all. Of course, we saw Flip Turn chip away at the Pelipper. Your Archaludon is primed and ready on the field, and we saw the Charizard go down in one hit. The Water-type Weather Ball. Now the Archaludons are on the field against each other. Of course, Rogov has a fairly free Electroshock into that Pelipper. It doesn't have Protect, and the Venusaur would go down with the Focus Sash in the back.
Protect on Charizard there, recognizing that this slot is very susceptible to a double up, knowing that Rogov maybe wants control of the Sun later in the game. Electroshock from the Sarchaladon being the fastest thing on the field, pretty much confirming that it is going to be faster than MyStar Sarchaladon, is going to fire off that Electroshock into the Pelipper with no Protect, taking the KO. Venusaur at 1 HP in the back as well is going to have to face down against the Sarchaladon. Electroshot from MyStar's Archaladon now, going to most likely target down into that Charizard slot, and if Rogov gets this turn correctly, I think Rogov's back in the game, and it is in a great position.
Yeah, absolutely. Protect goes, or yeah, the Protect blocks the Electroshot, and now you have your own +1 special attack Archaladon against the Venusaur. I think the speed's most likely still in MyStar's favor, where you can go for the Sleep Powder on either of these Pokemon, unless it is a max speed Charizard, which, given Charizard on Rogov's side has moved slower. Against the opposing Charizard, I think that's a fairly unlikely option, so the Venusaur should be free to go for a Sleep Powder if it wants to, or start chipping away at the opposing Archaladon with Earth Power. But I think really it's all about that Basket Legion in the back cleaning up the game for Rogov.
Sleep Powder, though, does connect onto the Archaladon on Rogov's side, meaning it's going to have to burn a turn of sleep. Weather Ball, Charizard here correctly identifying that, you know, if you double attack with both the Charizard and the Archaladon, you'll be able to remove this Venusaur this turn guaranteed unless it goes for a Protect. And notably, not going for a Heat Wave, not only do you not want to miss, but you don't want to give the Archaladon on the other side a potential stamina boost for your Basket Legion in the back. Electroshot, though, is going to give MyStar's Archaladon +2 special attack and remove the Charizard off the field here for Rogov. But this is a free swap in back into Basket Legion, and with no stamina boosts and a +2 on Rogov's, or excuse me, only a +1 on the Archaladon, having taken one turn of sleep this turn, the Basket Legion and Archaladon should be enough to clean up the game for Rogov.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. The Archaladon is sleep. It has taken its first turn of sleep. It can wake up this turn. I think if it does, it's going to be a fairly clean endgame with the last respects. And the Dragon Pulse, it's only 150 base power right now, so probably not a clean KO. But with Dragon Pulse to follow up, it will KO. It's just a matter of whether the Archaladon can wake up and buy some time for the Archaladon to win the mirror.
Yeah, and the stamina boost there going to go up to +1. Archaladon takes the 2-turn sleep. They're guaranteed to wake up next turn, but not before MyStar's Archaladon charges up to +3 with this Electroshot, most likely targeting down into that Basket Legion, recognizing how strong Last Respects is. Just going to be a clean one-hit knockout there onto the Basket Legion. And now it's an Archaladon versus Archaladon endgame, where Rogov's is faster and guaranteed to outspeed MyStar's Archaladon here. And with, you know, being able to guarantee wake up this turn as well, it's going to come down to if this Dragon Pulse is enough.
Yeah, it is only +1 on Rogov's Archaladon. It is a, yes, the Calm on Rogov's side, not the Archaladon on the MyStar side. I'd say at this point, the Dragon Pulse should be a clean KO. Of course, MyStars has the option to go for a Protect and stall out an additional turn and get a little bit more healing, which is what they decide to go for. It's going to be really dependent. The Archaladon is, of course, going to wake up, as you mentioned, Tyson. It is the faster of the two. Could have gone for an Electroshot to read this and get to guarantee the KO on the next turn, but would have been very aggressive and made yourself susceptible to a +3 Dragon Pulse, KOing you in one. So it's all going to come down to this. Is the Dragon Pulse going to KO Tyson?
Yeah, and it's very scary. I honestly believe as well Archaladon is going to be able to hang on regardless. Rogov has the faster Archaladon, and that's how it has been all game here. We have the Dragon Pulse follow-up, and yeah, it's honestly just enough there, and that's a knockout. Rogov is going to bring it to a Game 3, still in it, and still has a chance to run back the finals of the Grand Champions Festival Encore, fighting really, really hard to make it back to that spot.
Yeah, I think the crux of that game was, even though the Sleep Powders were missing early on, Rogov kept to it, decided, you know what, I need to win this speed time, and a Sleep Powder the opposing Charizard, gained enough ground from that to allow themselves to actually make a read flip turn off of the Pelipper and take a KO at the same time. I think if the Venusaur stays in and just goes for a Sleep Powder, that game probably ends on the spot. However, not the case. Excellent reads from our previous champion to convert into the Game 3, but both these players now know how they are both approaching it. I believe Rogov brought the same 4 in Game 1 and Game 2. Same for MyStars. It's going to be about how they adjust in either the Pokemon brings or their plays, or let's face it, the RNG.
Yeah, and the issue, right, is you have to bring Pelipper. One of the players has to bring Pelipper, or your Archaladon is unable to click Electroshot into Charizard, unable to click Electroshot into Pelipper or Basket Legion. One of the players has to bring it, and I think Rogov has the advantage of the Scarf Basket Legion compared to MyStars' Life Orb, where it is a lot harder to justify bringing that, where the Basket Legion with Scarf on Rogov's side has a lot more immediate pressure. But we do just see the same leads of Charizard and Venusaur from both of our players here in Game 3.
This is Prime VGC, baby. We got the Sleep Powders on the board, and let's see if they connect. Charizard against Charizard, Venusaur against Venusaur. It's just like Pokemon the original movie. They're about to go at it. Let's see if the Sleep Powders connect.
Yeah, Mega Evolution here from both sides. Once again, confirming that MyStar's Charizard is going to be the one that is moving first. But the Venusaurs, unfortunately, it is just a speed tie. And, you know, it is going to come down to if you can dodge a Sleep Powder or not is greatly going to swing the momentum for one of the players, as we saw in that game, too. Raghav was able to pull it back, but it definitely makes things a lot easier for either player. First Venusaur to move, though, is going to be MyStars. Connects the Sleep Powder on the Charizard. Going to have to burn that first turn of sleep this turn. Venusaur on Raghav's side does connect Sleep Powder this time. Absolutely huge. So even board state here, both of these Charizards, again, are going to have to take this one mandatory turn of sleep.
Man, Venusaur feels like it's got an X accuracy for MyStars. It has not missed yet. Raghav's, fortunately, felt like it had it on that turn, was able to connect as well. At this point, of course, both Charizard able to wake up on this turn, but we'll see if the Venusaurs, go for Protect, Destroy, and Stall out to confirm that.
Yeah, this Protect here from Raghav, very heads up. And a Protect from MyStars as well. Both players recognizing a Heat Wave and Sludge Bomb into that slot would be very dangerous. On MyStars' side, though, the Charizard is going to stay asleep, have a taste of Raghav's medicine now, having to take that 2-turn sleep. Charizard on Raghav's side, though, is going to wake up and do a good amount of damage to MyStar's Charizard, 30%. And, you know, now that both Venusaurs have protected, you know, they're still susceptible to that Heat Wave Sludge Bomb play.
Yeah, absolutely. The Charizard, of course, is going to be able to stay, you know, it's going to wake up for sure for MyStars, so you're fairly safe to go for the Sleep Powder into Raghav's. Having it, you know, it just woke up and the Venusaur has gone for the Protect, so you can go for Heat Wave with the Charizard for MyStars, chip down the Venusaur. Oh my goodness, yeah, Sleep Powder connects once again for MyStars.
Yeah, and that's going to put the Charizard to sleep, unable to move this turn at least with the guaranteed wake up on Charizard. It's not going to happen just yet. Sludge Bomb trying to get a little bit of value out of this Venusaur. Charizard does wake up. Heat Wave unfortunately connects on both of these Pokemon, brings Venusaur down to its Focus Sash, and Charizard to the same amount of HP that MyStars is at, that 70% there. Venusaur hangs on though with its Focus Sash once again, and no burn. Charizard taking its mandatory turn of sleep.
Yeah, I think these players are just so equally matched. These little differences in the RNG are so important. I think waking up first was actually so much worse for Charizard, given that it was so easy for the Venusaur to actually go for the Sleep Powder for the sleep again.
Pelipper coming in for the Venusaur, recognizing in the same spot as Game 1, where MyStars really preserved that Venusaur and made sure that was good. And calling, or using the rain to their advantage, Weather Ball, knowing that they were going to be faster than Raghav's Charizard, able to just get the knockout there with the Weather Ball, swapping in Pelipper. Sleep Powder does go off into the Charizard on MyStars' side, but it's a little too late. Your Charizard has now been removed.
That's actually such a critical speed interaction. The Charizard typically runs so slow and bulky in this metagame, and the Venusaurs run max speed, but because the Charizard outsped the opposing Venusaur, it was able to Weather Ball before the risk of Sleep Powder came out, and you set up the rain, you override your Fire-type Weather Ball to give Raghav a taste of their own medicine, Weather Balling the Charizard for the one-hit knockout. What a huge swing of momentum for MyStars. You do, of course, give out the position for the Archaladon, now poised to Electro Shot. Either of these Pokemon, I think if you can tag the Venusaur with the Dragon Pulse on switch in, that'd be really critical. Probably something MyStars is thinking, the one Pokemon that can fairly easily switch into the Electro Shot outside of the Archaladon of their own.
Raghav also preserving their Venusaur, recognizing how important it is. Basculegion able to come in a bit safely now. It's not staring down in our Archaladon. Electro Shot from Raghav's side here is going to go to +1 special attack. Either of these targets are going to be a great choice. Preferably the Pelipper here, trying to get rid of it, stopping it from doing much of anything is going to be the targeting that Raghav chooses. Getting rid of it completely. You really want to force, you know, MyStars in Charizard out to reset that weather for the Venusaur to be faster. Otherwise, the Scarf Basculegion will continue to reign supreme. And MyStars with the adjustment, no Archaladon of their own. Instead is going to be the Basculegion.
Yeah, and it's the Life Orb Swift Swim, so it will outspeed Raghav's Basculegion. Has a last respect. It's the Venusaur in the back. It's not going to love taking that. However, the Archaladon, I mean, you don't have the defense raises, and the last respects is going to do a lot of damage, but it is quote-unquote only a 100 base power last respects, and it's not coming off adaptability. It's coming off a Swift Swim, so you might be safe to go for an Electro Shot this turn to take the Charizard and at least take the Pokemon count lead.
Protect from Basculegion, though, protecting itself from a potential Electro Shot, but Aqua Jet locking in from Choice Scarf in front of the Charizard, knocking it out. Raghav has removed The Charizard and the Pelipper, both forms of weather, are gone for MyStars, and this Archaludon is left unchecked as this Electroshock brings it to +2 and is threatening into this Basculegion. Venusaur is the last Pokemon we know is at 50% about for MyStars. It's going to be so hard now for them to come back with no Archaludon of their own. I'm really not sure how MyStars is going to be able to get rid of this Archaludon.
I think that was actually an extremely savvy play from both of the players. You go for the Aqua Jet, make sure you get the Charizard before if the Basculegion goes for the last respects, and you cover for it not going for Protect with the Electroshot. Now you have the +1 Archaludon, you can Electroshot the opposing Basculegion. However, the Venusaur does throw a wrench in that. You can go for the last respects into the Basculegion for Rogov, take that KO given as a Choice Scarf, and Sleep Powder the Archaludon. Maybe buy yourself some time for this Life Orb Swift Swim Basculegion to close the game out. However, if you do that, the rain turns are ticking down, and unlike the Choice Scarf on Rogov's side, the Basculegion for MyStars is reliant on that speed from the rain.
Yeah, and if you get it to an endgame as well, where you're able to get outside of rain, this Scarf Basculegion is going to reign supreme. Instead, is going to stay locked in to that Aqua Jet to try to damage down this Venusaur. Last respects from the Life Orb, Basculegion does so much damage. If Venusaur here is able to follow up with an Earth Power into the Archaludon, that could be very dangerous for Rogov here. Who's going to move first? It's going to be the Venusaur. Earth Power doubling into the Archaludon, taking the knockout.
Yeah, decides not to protect, expects the last respects into the Basculegion, and as a result of that, now this Archaludon has left the field. The options to actually clear out the Basculegion for MyStars are essentially gone. There's one more turn of rain, maybe the last turn of rain the Basculegion needs to clean up the game. You can last respects the opposing Basculegion with no Protect on the field. I think to MyStars' credit, or Rogov's credit, tried to get the Aqua Jet on the opposing Venusaur to get it in range for 2 of those, so you can maybe Sleep Powder the Basculegion and win a 1v1, but at this point it's looking extremely dire with the Basculegion and a Venusaur on 1 HP, and a dream for the to try and return to the finals of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
MyStars going for a Protect there on the Basculegion, not risking anything, stalling out this last turn of rain, knowing that the Venusaur here on Rogov's side of the field is at exactly the 1 HP, brought down to its Focus Sash. Aqua Jet from their side is going to be very, very safe, and with Basculegion being Choice Scarf locked into the Aqua Jet now without the rain, is not going to be able to pick up the KO on this Venusaur unless you get a critical hit. Really coming down to the fact that the Venusaur on MyStar's side wasn't at 1 HP. You know, if you got the Aqua Jet last turn, it would have been a lot safer to swap at the Basculegion, but you had to make that play last turn and call if you had to Protect or not Archaludon. And we see the 4/5 there from Rogov. MyStars moving on to top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, throwing in the towel, I think, because, like you mentioned, the Aqua Jet, just such strong pressure against that Venusaur. You no longer have to take any risks. You just need to knock out the Venusaur, and then you have a Basculegion locked into Aqua Jet, and the game is it's going to be easy sailing from there.
Yeah, it was an absolutely huge call to make sure that Archaludon went down that turn, right? The game could have been completely different if we saw a swap from the Venusaur into the Basculegion and then Protect on the Archaludon, because then you're able to stall out the rain, reset your Basculegion, and just go for last respects and clean up the game. The Venusaur doesn't have a grass move. It has to go for Sleep Powder, if at all, and the game is way more favored for Rogov, but instead of choosing to stay in for Aqua Jet, assuming that MyStars would double that Basculegion to try to get rid of it that turn, get rid of the Venusaur, force the Basculegion back in, was just well played from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, we see the game that actually Rogov won was the one where the Sleep Powder missed, but in that game 3, it felt like the early wake on the Charizard just allowed for that Venusaur to take over the game. And yeah, I think this was a strong game too. We saw the Weather Ball plays for both players winning games 2 and 3, but this Sleep Powder on the Charizard keeping that asleep so effective for MyStars in that game 3.
Yeah, and, you know, Rogov's play was definitely a bit more forward, right, taking advantage of the fact that MyStars brought in the Pelipper. You know, MyStars being the one who brought in the Pelipper actually had a lot more control, right? You know the rain is coming in, so Weather Ball is a bit more of a safer play into the Charizard there. And, of course, as you said, really important to note that the Charizard waking up on that turn 1 actually was really bad for Rogov, making sure that the Venusaur was able to go for a Protect, as we saw, just to guarantee that the 2-turn sleep was able to activate and you could Sleep Powder their Rogov's Charizard. And so MyStars being able to play around that and getting the 2-turn sleep themselves as well was able to keep Charizard on the field. And, you know, Basculegion was the perfect adjustment that we saw in this game 3, when at first I wasn't too sure of it.
Yeah, I think it proved to be very effective, especially with the ability to switch moves, something that Rogov, we saw the disadvantage of that in that game 3, being locked in the Aqua Jet. Although it allowed you to take a knockout into the Charizard, you were in just such a difficult position compared to the flexibility of the Basculegion on MyStar's side. Incredible match, dethroning, I guess, the previous Grand Champions Festival champion, and now we are in the top 4 of the Encore for MyStars. But we are going to go, I believe, into another top 8 set. Tyson should remain on the mic. I will be stepping off for a little bit. But of course, stay tuned. We have a lot of great matches on the way.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore in our top 8 second match. I am Courtney Rogers here with Chuppa Cross the Fourth. How is it going, Chuppa?
Courtney, doing very good. I love being able to catch the end of that last set between Rogov and My Stars, as I believe we saw My Stars moving on to top 4. And we're hopping right into our game here. Oh, looking at a replay here, or...
Oh, I think that we just haven't changed the top of that graphic, but it looks like we've got an Incineroar paired up with that Toxapex on Desu's side, as we see WB with the Grimmsnarl and Archaludon. So an interesting setup from here to start this top 8B match.
Yeah, as the Toxapex and Incin on Desu's side, maybe are looking to find a way to wear down both the Grimmsnarl and Archaludon on William Brown's side.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Grimmsnarl is going to go for the light screen to make sure that it can kind of take those special attacks a little bit more, as the Archaludon is going to go for the Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar, taking it down to about 53%.
Yeah, this is an Archaludon that doesn't have access to that rain to boost up its Electro Shot just yet.
No, we're going to go ahead and see that Incineroar is going to go for the Parting Shot to go back to its trainer and kind of figure out, hey, I want Venusaur instead of in this situation. Now we're going to see the Toxapex on Desu's side go for the Infestation into that Grimmsnarl, making sure that it can't move around too much. But I feel like that Light Screen was a really kind of important item to get up in this match.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl being able to go for that. Toxapex can, wear you down with moves like Infestation and Toxic, but it won't actually be able to stop you from attacking. So Grimmsnarl able to get up that screen there. Venusaur over on Desu's side, a relatively safe Pokemon to hit in here. Grimmsnarl and Archaludon going to be very tanky, but also not threatening the most immediate damage until that Rain and that Pelipper here to enable access to Electroshock instead. So definitely still going to be something of a drawn-out early game for both sides here, as Grimmsnarl maybe looks to get off of the field with that Parting Shot.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting to kind of convey on that side. I think for Desu, one of the things that we have to see is, A, that the Venusaur is going to go back in place of that Incineroar, but also that the final Pokemon is probably that Charizard, because they can get that Mega Evolution. We are going to see the Intimidate go off on that Incineroar, but the Archaludon is going to swap out for the Pelipper instead.
Yeah, surprising to see Arch the Pokemon to leave there.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Grimmsnarl go for the Parting Shot, but it's not going to be very effective at all to that Incineroar, as the Toxapex goes for the Infestation onto the newly swapped in Pelipper.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crippling Infestation trap on that Pelipper. As you mentioned, it feels so likely that that Charizard is actually the last Pokemon to back here for Desu, absolute star player in some of these Sun versus Rain matchups that we've seen. So even though it doesn't look like that Infestation is doing the most damage to Pelipper, just that move hitting really does kind of move the needle in favor of the weather control towards Desu's side rather than William Brown's.
And one of the things I have been casting over a lot is this Toxapex, and I think it is just a very toxic Pokemon in these types of situations, not only with the Infestation, but also with the Toxic. And we're going to go ahead and see that Grimmsnarl is going to go for the Parting Shot so it can actually get off of the battlefield against that Toxapex. Now, it's going to be fascinating. Do we go ahead and bring the Archaludon back on, or we're going to see the Basculegion take its place? Now we're going to go ahead and see that Pelipper go for the Hurricane into that Toxapex, doing not too much damage. I'm quite surprised, as Incineroar is going for the Parting Shot into the Basculegion. Not a bad play from Desu.
Yeah, and at this point I have to wonder if Charizard is actually the last Pokemon, especially seeing William Brown potentially drop their own Charizard in the matchup. But no, it is actually just going to be the Charizard from Desu's side coming in, as Toxapex goes for another Infestation onto the Basculegion on William's side.
Chuppa, I think we both know Charizard is here to stay. And I feel like Mega Charizard Y is really one of those Pokemon that can be extremely crippling into this type of situation. Not only are these Pokemon trapped in here with this Infestation, but now Charizard goes ahead and Mega Evolves, the Drought comes up, and Pelipper and Basculegion really have nothing to swim through.
Nothing to swim through except that Sun. If there's anything consoling William Brown here, I think it's the fact that he does have that Light Screen up on his side, which I believe is going to make it a lot harder for Charizard to actually knock out this Pelipper from here, even though we do see it go for the Mega Evolution, turning into Mega Charizard Y.
I think we've seen Mega Charizard maybe a few times on stream, and I'm sure all of you trainers who are watching as well have seen it maybe a few times while playing Pokemon Champions. But we are going to see that Charizard is going to go for the Weather Ball into the Basculegion, doing a little bit of damage, not taking it down to a little bit over half HP. Now we're going to see that the Basculegion is going to go for that Wave Crash into the Charizard, taking it down just over half. So a little bit of a tit for tat between the two Pokemon.
Wave Crash and Life Orb, a lot of recoil for Basculegion here.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that opposing Pelipper is going to go for the Hurricane, but it's going to miss the Charizard. No more Rain, no more Hurricane, as we see the Toxapex go for the Toxic onto the Pelipper, making this Pelipper in a really bad position right now, Chuppa.
Yeah, Charizard choosing not to go the absolute hardest here just yet. Have to make sure that this is a Charizard that's actually running that Solar Beam as opposed to some of its other coverage, though, as it is the case that this Helping Hand Charizard set. So Weather Ball actually going to be Charizard's hardest hitting move against these two water types. Maybe choosing to wear them down a little bit more before actually trying to go for a knockout yet, which it does look like it's primed to get against the Basculegion at this point.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really tricky situation, especially knowing that we have that Grimmsnarl and our Chaludon in the back for William Brown. Now, one of the things is they're not rocking a Mega Evolution, so it's kind of in a difficult position. They've got the Infestation up. How are they going to be able to navigate the pressure that Desu has put onto this battlefield?
Seems like it's going to start by swapping out that Basculegion for a Chaludon, a relatively tanky Pokemon, but maybe not the ideal one to take Fire-type moves.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Charizard is going to go for the Protect, while the Pelipper is going for a Hurricane once again, but it's targeted into that Charizard who just recently protected. The Toxapex is going to go for the Toxic, but guess what? Our Chaludon says, hey, that does not work on me. And kind of an interesting turn. We got the Basculegion out, we brought the Archaludon in, we've got the Citrus Berry going ahead and being gobbled up by the Pelipper, but the Pelipper is going to take so much damage just from the Infestation and also that Poison.
Yup, seems like William wanted to swap out Basculegion there, knowing that that Toxic would leave Basculegion in range of actually getting knocked out that turn. Archaludon able to come in relatively safely. However, it does still have to deal with Charizard here, as that Pelipper, I fear that this may be one of its last turns on the field before it gets knocked out.
Yeah, and that Pelipper is only rocking that Hurricane, Weather Ball, Tailwind, and Wide Guard, so it's already used a Citrus Berry, so it's not in a great position, but we are going to see that Charizard be swapped out in case for that Incineroar, going ahead and putting out so much pressure with that Intimidate, that our Chaludon going for the Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar, taking it down to 20% HP, so quite a bit of damage, but hey, Pelipper eats a Citrus Berry, Incineroar eats a Citrus Berry, but Incineroar is going to have to eat this Weather Ball as well, and it does from that Pelipper. From there, we're going to see that Toxapex is going to go for the Infestation into that Archaludon. You know, not to do too much, but the damage that it goes ahead and builds up over time can just do so much there. And so I feel like Desu's just in a really commanding position right now.
Yeah, Charizard leaving the field does mean that there's not going to be quite as much damage here, but Toxapex really keeping this trap going on the Pelipper as well as the Archaludon now. And Instant, really one of Toxapex's ideal partners in the format for this ability to lock down the opposing Pokemon, not only with Infestation, but also with Fake Out to deny you your moves in addition to your swaps. It really seems like Desu has complete control over what's going on in the game, as this Pelipper is also going to feel forced to rely on moves like Hurricane instead of Weather Ball, because we have two fire-resisting Pokemon in the field right now.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Incineroar is going to opt for that Fake Out into that Archaludon, which is going to give it its stamina boost, but not too much right there that we're going to really have to worry about. Now that Pelipper is going to go for the Tailwind just to pick up the speed on its side. I think really, William knows, hey, this Pelipper is probably going to go down soon. Let me get Tailwind up so I can get the speed advantage. As we see that the Toxapex is going for the Infestation into the Pelipper, and now we're going to see all the different types of situations after. So many leftovers. Who doesn't love a little leftovers? Not a lot of people love a little poison or some bugs, but hey, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, who loves bugs, Courtney? You more than anyone.
That is true, Chuppa. But hey, I still wear my bug spray. I don't like the little tiny one. But this is...
We actually saw Pelipper make it out of the turn. Not sure if we expected that there. However, I'm not sure if we saw Pelipper be freed from the Infestation just yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's freed from the Infestation yet. And one thing that we have to also keep in mind is that Light Screens has one more turn. They do still have the Grimmsnarl on the back where they can go out and set it up back up again. And that Tailwind is still very healthy too. The Sunlight's about to go down next turn as well, so that Charizard is going to want to hit that field and bring it back up. We are going to see that Pelipper is going to be swapped out for that Grimmsnarl, and that Dragon Pulse is going to be aimed into that Incineroar to go ahead and knock it out. Now, one thing that William does have is the ability to bring Pelipper back in, put the Drizzle back up, especially against that Mega Charizard.
Yeah, however, that's going to be a Pelipper that's sitting in the wings, waiting to come back, but it won't be able to come back in just yet until this Infestation ends on the two Pokemon on William Brown's side. So even if I'm sure Desu would have loved to trap in Pelipper and actually see it knocked out there, having it with only a couple of HP left and not able to come in just yet must be pretty good news for this Charizard if it wants to come back out onto the field.
Yeah, and I think one thing too, Desu does still have the other remaining Pokemon of Venusaur in the back that we really haven't seen too much that can still come in and just start dealing so much damage into this case, because we do see that Venusaur is a Life Orb Venusaur running Sludge Bomb, Solar Power, Earth Power, and Protect.
Yeah, this is actually a Venusaur that's positioned very well onto the field right now, just not looking at the absolute most damage from the Pokemon on William Brown's side. Probably coming in yet because we know that Grimmsnarl can still go for Parting Shot into Pelipper to kind of get around that infestation trapping.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and see that our Charlodon is going to go and protect itself just to make sure it can survive another turn, while that Grimmsnarl is going to go for the Parting Shot into the newly swapped in Venusaur, going in and lowering its attack and special attack. Now, that's kind of crucial for the Venusaur because of just how much pack of punch it has. Now, we're probably going to see the Basculegion come in just because we want to retain that Pelipper a little bit longer. And that Sludge Bomb from Venusaur going to the Basculegion and knocking it out.
Yeah, showing us the power of Life Orb Venusaur, essentially ignoring that drop from Grimmsnarl and still getting the knockout. And every single knockout matters so much to Desu's game plan right now.
Yeah, and we're going to see how Toxapex going for the infestation because what else is really Toxapex going to do in this situation? And obviously go into the Protect. Now I feel like Desu just has such a commanding lead that our Chaludon's infested. You've got Grimmsnarl or Pelipper to choose from, and you still have Charizard in the wings.
Yeah, even if this Archaludon is going to be really tough to knock out, I can't say the same thing for its partners. However, Pelipper hitting the field is going to give that Archaludon access to a much scarier option with that Electroshock compared to just some of the Dragon Pulse we've seen over the previous few turns.
Yeah, I think maybe in this situation, maybe you swap back out your Pelipper and you bring Grimmsnarl back in, you start pushing out some damage with your Archaludon, you still have Tailwind up for one more turn, and then at that point, hopefully that you can get a knockout, see if that Charizard comes in and starts setting up that rain. And we are going to go ahead and see that Pelipper is going to be swapped out for that Grimmsnarl.
Courtney, I completely agree. This looks like a great turn for Pelipper to be leaving because it could come back and steal the rain back from Charizard just one turn into the future.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Venusaur is going for that Sludge Bomb into the Grimmsnarl, getting a knockout from there. Now, what is this Archaludon going to do? I think the one thing is you really have to get a knockout here, or else you face the consequence of Charizard being able to be swapped back out and brought back in to put up that sunlight. But we do see the Electro Shot, hoping, I think William on his side was maybe the Charizard doesn't come in just yet, and I can get this Electro Shot out, but unfortunately we're going to have to wait another turn to see it happen.
Yeah, maybe the kind of play that William had to try to make and try to hope would pan out their way at this point, but Charizard hitting the field, not taking any damage there is just not the turn that William needed. I'm not sure if Pelipper is going to be able to secure the game against a Life Orb Venusaur, which we have to assume has been trained to outrun it. However, if Pelipper is faster than Venusaur, it could be a way for William to get back into this game. I'm not sure if these trainers have seen that speed interaction just yet.
Yeah, that is very true. And that Pelipper is running Hurricane, and one thing that we know is that in the rain, Hurricanes love to wreak some havoc. But we're going to see that Charizard go back to its trainer and opt out for that Toxapex to go ahead and reinstate that Sun in another turn. Now the Sludge Bomb from Pelipper is going to land, and it is going to knock it out, showing that Desu's Venusaur is in fact faster than the Pelipper. Now this Archaludon did boost up an Electro Shot, so where is it going from now? As we see, it's going out and into that Toxapex, going ahead and bringing it down to 17 HP.
Toxapex showing us why it is absolutely one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format. No matter what that HP stat might imply, Toxapex's special defense, that is a lot more impressive, enough to take an Electro Shot from Archaludon. However, the Charizard in the back more or less spelling doom for William at that point, giving game one of the set to Nico Davide Colnieta.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing. I think William really understood, like, hey, these are the outs that I can play to. Let's hope that maybe Nico kind of has like a misstep and maybe keeps her Charizard in, and then I can get an Electro Shot out. But I think, as we've seen Desu over and over and over again on these streams, it's just a dominant trainer and really understood, hey, if I can get rid of these different types of Pokemon, I can go ahead and secure this game, go into game 2, and maybe try to put the same pressure into there. We are in top 8, and soon it's going to be the end of this tournament. So I know both of these trainers really want to push it to the end.
Yeah, Courtney, going into this next game, what kind of adjustments do you think we might see on William Brown's side, as they are the player that is going to have to come back from a deficit at this point? If I'm William, one of the first things I'm thinking about is whether it's the right decision to leave my Mega at home in this matchup.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to bring your Mega in this matchup. I think it's one of those Pokemon, even though it is Charizard, I know we all kind of know that, but it's one of those Pokemon that I feel like is still a pivotal part of this team. And I think what you realize is that I feel like William just didn't have the momentum and didn't have the power to go ahead and start knocking out these Pokemon on the opposing field. But we're going to go ahead and see. Let's see if they've changed it up. Maybe they've kept it the same. We'll find out soon.
Let's see, it's going to be Grimmsnarl and Archowlet on the leads for William, and Incineroar Prospects on the leads for Desu. Seems like some pretty similar faces at the start of last game, maybe a sign that both players are comfortable with their opening turns, and the chances to mix things up are going to come in the future turns, if not on turn 1 of the game.
And one thing I always wish I had a sneak peek on the rest of their Pokemon, just so I can see what's kind of going on. But I think, once again, William, identifying that Grimmsnarl is really important here to go ahead and start setting up the different types of screens in this situation. But I think William really needs to respect the Toxapex. I think Toxapex just caused them so much pain in the first game that they need to be like, hey, this Toxapex needs to go, and I need to figure out a way to do it. But William's going to go ahead and opt to swap out their Grimmsnarl in case for their Pelipper.
Pelipper hitting the field right away, activating that Drizzle ability immediately.
And the Electroshock going in from the Archaludon going ahead. And as we know, one thing Archaludon loves is some rain. And we're going to see that special attack boost and the Electroshock going out into the opposing Toxapex, taking it down to 7 HP. That Toxapex, it is living everything. But the Incineroar is going to go for the parting shot onto that Archaludon and go back to its trainer. Wow, I still cannot believe how tanky that Pokemon is, but we are going to see the Charizard return to the field on this side. Hasn't let Mega Evolve just yet, but the Toxapex is going to put some Toxic onto the Pelipper.
Yeah, William really getting that turn right, showing so much damage on this Toxapex as Desu isn't even able to connect anything like an Infestation Trap in exchange for it. Of course, this toxic damage is really going to add up on Pelipper over time, but already I think we've seen William make so many gains against this Toxapex that just we didn't ever really see in game 1 until the very end of the game. Could be a very significant reversal of fortune for him.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that we really talked about is we felt like William really had to put some pressure on it. We do see the Pelipper be swapped back out for that Grimmsnarl on William's side, as well as the Toxapex on Desu's side, opting in to bring the Incineroar back out into the field. Now, we're going to get the Intimidate drop on both of the opposing Pokemon, and the Charizard is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, making it A, Mega Charizard Y, and also B, a little bit sunnier outside.
Could be just what Charizard needs to begin throwing out some heavier damage against William. I wonder what play Desu wants to go for. Is this going to be the safe Heat Wave, or is it going to be a Weather Ball?
It looks like we're going to get that Heat Wave from that Mega Charizard Y, and it looks like it's going to land onto the Grimmsnarl, taking it down to 43%. I think William did a really good play that turn, protecting our Archaludon, saying, hey, I know I'm going to swap out my Pelipper, I'm going to bring this Grimmsnarl back in, and I know that the sunlight is going to go up, so my Electroshot's not going to mean anything in this situation, so let me go ahead, play it safe, move some pieces around, and then get back into the battlefield.
And I think William has enough health going on his side now to more safely make plays like swapping out Grimmsnarl and then beginning to click Electroshock over and over, which is a strategy that it is going to be relatively hard for Desu's side to respond to, as we see a parting shot come out into Venusaur.
Yeah, that parting shot's going to be a huge momentum picker. We're going to see the Grimmsnarl go back, probably opting in for that Pelipper to go ahead and set up another Electroshot. Now, one thing to note is that Desu is running the same 4 Pokemon the last time, so I feel like if William really knows how they work, he can go and start moving that momentum, but we do see the Archaludon going for the Electroshot, going ahead and boosting itself a little bit back up, and going to go and target. Well, we're going to have to wait and see, and it's going to go into that Venusaur, doing a little bit of damage, down to 71%.
Not the absolute hardest hitting Electroshot, as Incin responds with a parting shot of its own. Trying to keep this Archaludon close to neutral special attack and not actually let it hang on to those Electroshot boosts. Is this just going to be Charizard coming out? These players just having a total like, I beat you, no, I beat you, argument in response to the weather here. It's hard to say which player is going to get the better ends of it, but I wonder if we're going to fall into this pattern of just like Sun Attack followed by Electroshot on back-to-back turns. And I wonder if that is actually a game that William can play very long before their Pokemon start to faint to this Charizard's Heat Wave, as with that Grimmsnarl at half HP, Grimmsnarl is not actually going to be able to come in on another Heat Wave at this point.
No, not at all. And one thing, Chapa, I feel like I'm back in New Orleans with all this weather back and forth right now, but what we're going to see is we're going to see the Incineroar go back onto the field instead of that Venusaur going ahead and getting the Intimidate drop, as well as William swapping out their Pelipper just so they can retain that pressure with Drizzle. The Grimmsnarl is going to go ahead and make its place, as our Archaludon is going to protect as well. Is that Charizard going to go for the Heat Wave? If it does, and it does land, it's going to go ahead and knock out that Grimmsnarl.
Is a connect on the Heat Wave. Like you mentioned, this should be enough to get the knockout on Grimmsnarl, the first knockout of the game, going Desu's way and putting him up 4-3 against William.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen William's last Pokemon, but we are going to see that the Pelipper is going to return to the field. It's going to go ahead and set up the rain once again. And it might be getting a little humid out here, but we're just going to have to wait and see. The Electroshot now can go ahead and have a huge stake in this game. Is the Charizard going to swap back out into maybe Venusaur, maybe Toxapex? I think one thing too is that Incineroar is still causing some issues, but we are going to see that the Charizard is going to be swapped out for the Toxapex instead.
Yup, Incense Fake are going to be able to shut down one of these Pokemon, but not both of them. How does William execute on this safe turn of rain that he has going on?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that our Archaludon is going to flinch itself a little bit, but the Pelipper going for the Weather Ball into the Incineroar, which is going to be a super effective move, and taking it out in a one-hit KO.
Citrus Berry Pelipper showing us that is no slouch, perfectly capable of still taking one-shot knockouts against fire types, as you would hope that it would, and, giving Desu the chance to put Sun back up, but with one fewer Pokemon on his side.
Yeah, and I think Incineroar was a big pivotal piece in the last game, especially with the ability to go ahead and start shuffling things in and out with Parting Shot, or even just swapping in pretty safely. Now, this Pelipper, keep in mind, we still have another Pokemon in the back. Venusaur returns to the field on that side, which means that Desu is going to have to preserve that Charizard, because you gotta win this weather war right now. Is it gonna be rain? Is it gonna be sun? We've got to figure that out.
I really have to wonder what this last Pokemon on William Brown's side is. Like, if that's something like a Basculegion, which could get knocked out by something like a Solar Beam, or I wonder if it's something else like his own Venusaur, potentially a way to try and abuse the sun that Desu has actually been setting in this match.
Yeah, but what we're actually going to see instead is the Charizard from William's side opting to bring in their Mega Evolved Pokemon from there. We are going to see the Charizard from Desu's side go ahead and hit the battlefield as well. So it's going to be a little bit of some flying Charizards around here. The Archaludon is going to opt in for the Protect on its side, while the Venusaur is going to go for the Solar Beam. It's going to absorb some light, and where is it going to target into, Chumpa? It looks like it's going to land into that Charizard on William's side and only do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, if I have to have a Pokemon tanking a really powerful Solar Beam from Light Orb Venusaur, I'm going to have my Charizard, which is a 4x resist against that. I really like the reveal of the Charizard from William's side. That is a Pokemon that's going to be comfortable no matter which weather is up right now. However, it is also not, it doesn't mean the Archaludon is any more comfortable with what's going on the board right now.
Yeah, I feel like Archaludon has just kind of been hanging out. Honestly, it's at 100 HP. It's kind of just relaxing a little bit. It hasn't been really seen as a threat from Desu's side. Now, one thing you could do is you could swap back in your Pelipper, get another Electro Shot out. But now it's going to start getting to the point of where you're not going to be able to switch Pokemon in and out, because soon it's going to be to the final two on each trainer's side. And whatever ends up being it is, that's going to be what it is.
Courtney, something that's so important here is both of these Charizards potentially have access to a Water Weather Ball if that Pelipper hits the field again, and whichever Charizard moves first would probably be able to just get a one-shot knockout on the other. I think we might be about to find out which of these Charizards is faster than the other.
Hey, that is one of those things, especially when we're talking about Pokemon, is that whatever you invest in really matters, especially into these crucial moments, and especially with such a pivotal Pokemon. We are going to see that the Sunlight is going to come back out. The Venusaur is going to opt for a Protect to make sure that, hey, nothing's going to happen to me over here, while the Charizard from Desu's side is actually going to opt to go first and target into that Charizard, taking it down just over half. So seeing that Desu's is a little bit faster, now William has to really respect that as the Heat Wave goes into both the Venusaur and the Charizard, but the Venusaur protects.
Yeah, a bit of a give and take there. William being the player that is actually choosing to set up the sun there, making sure that his Charizard doesn't go down to a Weather Ball, but also handing this Venusaur on Desu's side a ×2 speed boost from Chlorophyll that it didn't have access to before, and making the option of something like a Solar Beam or a Sludge Bomb coming out from it so much faster and deadlier than it was a turn ago. Really having all the speed advantage on Desu's side right now.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really tricky situation for both trainers. We're going to see that Desu is going to opt to swap out their Venusaur instead of their Toxapex, while the Mega Venusaur or Mega Charizard on William's side being changed out for the Archaludon once again.
Another safe Heat Wave coming out from this Charizard, really just chipping down at Williams' health so efficiently.
Yeah, and we're going to see that Archelodon is going to get that Stamina boost, and that Pelipper is going to take a little snack, but it's still going to do so much damage. The Pelipper opting to go for the Weather Ball into the Toxapex, which is doing barely any damage, really just showing you that Pokemon is here to stay, and unless you can really get a super effective attack onto it, it's going to be really hard to take down, Chuppa.
Yeah, Toxapex so resilient, showing up at around 75% HP after taking that Electroshock, being knocked deep into the red on the first turn of the game, really displaying the full power of that Regenerator ability that it's known for. If you're Desu's side, I don't really see very much stopping this Charizard from just continuing to go for Heat Wave after Heat Wave right now.
Yeah, and I know that Williams going to go ahead and swap out their Pelipper for the Charizard and protect their Archelodon, probably trying to go ahead and set up that rain once again. However, we haven't really go ahead and swap out after this on Desu's side. The Weather Ball opting to go into the Charizard and taking it down to 1 HP!
Weather Ball, not quite enough to knock out that Charizard. Infestation will be, though. I think even a 1 HP Charizard is, okay, maybe able to survive the first hit of Infestation, but not the bugs come out after it.
Hey, as we talked about before, I love a little bug Pokemon, and guess what? They're investing themselves onto that Mega Charizard on William's side and going to go ahead and knock it out, making William go down to their final 2 Pokemon, both Pelipper and Archelodon. Now the thing is, Desu has the ability to go ahead and pivot out their Charizard, go ahead and set up that rain or the sun once again after this rain gets set up for Pelipper.
Yep, silver lining of a knockout in a Weather War like this is always having the rain on your side again, and William actually having a decent amount of health on their side to work with. It's not like this Charizard is looking at the knockouts that it was a turn ago and it is going to have to consider swapping. Let's think about what this Pelipper could do to potentially take advantage of this, because we could see something like a Tailwind to make sure that Williams' Pokemon are actually on the faster side, but that would mean not going for Hurricane damage.
Yeah, I think it's a really give and take that you have to deal with right now, Chuppa. I think you have to respect that you know that the Charizard's going to swap out for that Venusaur, but we do see the Toxapex is going to go for the Baneful Bunker, and the Archelodon going for the Electroshock as well. Going ahead and building that up, it has the rain that's going to be able to go ahead and use this move on 1 turn, which is incredible. That's going to be targeted to the Toxapex, which has protected itself.
Hurricane coming out from Pelipper to pet Venusaur as it comes in. Again, another knockout, another chance for one of these players to win the Weather War, and that is going to be Desu definitively winning the Weather War. Courtney, I want to talk about why I think Desu went for that play, and I think it's just to make sure that this Toxapex isn't actually taking an Electroshock in this game, making sure that with no rain up, Archelodon won't have any 1-turn Electroshots pointed at it, which means Pelipper can always Baneful Bunker if it sees that charge up coming from Archelodon on the previous turn.
I would 100% agree, Chuppa. I think that was an excellent play by Desu, and I think it really just showcases saying, hey, I can keep this Toxapex out here. I know this Electroshot is probably going to be targeted into it, and if it's not the Electroshot, it's going to be probably this Hurricane. So I'm just going to protect myself, make sure I can go ahead and survive. Then I can start doing some other things right with my partner Pokemon, Charizard, right next to me. We are going to see that Charizard on Desu's side is going for the Weather Ball into that Archelodon, knocking it out, leaving Pelipper all on its lonesome.
Desu knowing that he has just enough damage coming out from Charizard to get a knockout there. I don't think Pelipper is going to be able to follow up on a relatively healthy Charizard with this Hurricane.
But we're going to go ahead and see that Toxapex is going to go and have the Infestation onto the Pelipper. So Infestation plus that Poison is going to start continuing to chip down from William's side. And it just doesn't look like it's a really great battle for William from here. I think that Charizard just exudes too much pressure in this situation. And with all the chip and how bulky we know Toxapex is, it looks like the game has ended and Desu is going to be advancing into top 4.
Yeah, really well played set from Desu, even in a matchup like this where both players had some similar resources on their side with their Charizard, some of its preferred partners. Desu really displaying mastery over that Pokemon. Courtney, I think Toxapex made Infestation look so good in that set. What do you say, it's an honorary Bug-type Pokemon at this point?
I hereby declare, and so as Heracross, is that Toxapex is an honorary bug Pokemon for us, especially for this weekend. The amount of Toxapex that we've seen on stream has been so much, but I think we also have to give our flowers to William, not only getting up to top 8, but getting put into these really interesting situations and trying to find the lines to get out. But Desu, over and over again, really just thinking one step ahead and saying, hey, as long as I can keep my Charizard alive and I can get these protects and these like weather up and safe, I'm gonna be okay. And that is what they did.
Yep, just an incredibly well-played game by Desu there. Seems like they're going to be our final player advancing into the top 4 bracket right now. And let's see, earning their right to face off against Pato in a mirror matchup in top 4.
Yeah, and it's going to be so exciting to see. But trainers, stay here. Don't leave yet. Go grab a snack. We will be right back for top 4, and we'll see y'all soon.
Well, guys, we are actually going to have a little bit of a delay before our next match. Courtney, we could talk a little bit more about what we can expect to see in these top 4 matches. So on one side of the bracket, we have Desu, who you just saw win that match, facing off against Pato VGC, another top Italian player using the same 6 Pokemon as them, showing why this Charizard and Toxapex combo is something to be feared in the current metagame.
Well, I think, once again, that Toxapex is just causing so many problems throughout this entire tournament, but I think we also have to give our flowers to Charizard. I know we've all seen Charizard so much, but it just was showing just how much it can do into these matchups. And I think going through all of these different trainers and really showcasing just how much and how powerful it can be. Now, Garchomp is a Pokemon that we didn't see throughout the last 2 games, which I think is one of our top most used Pokemon as well. And so I think it's another Pokemon that we really have to start to respect. I know Desu is running a Choice Scarf variant of it, running that Earthquake, Rock-Side, Dragon Claw, and Stomping Tantrum. So it's just going to be a really difficult Pokemon to deal with, especially when you're looking at Venusaur and Incineroar and all those Pokemon in between.
I definitely think Garchomp is a Pokemon that will have more of a chance to shine in some of these more traditional Charizard mirrors. I can see why you might want to leave it at home against Pokemon like Archaludon, Pelipper, Grimmsnarl. That's not going to be able to do quite as much to. However, I think in that Charizard mirror matchup that those Italian players are looking at in top 4, a Pokemon that I might expect to see Charizard shine. Courtney, I also want to talk about the other half of the top 4 bracket because it is, I believe, also another 6-Mon mirror with the same team that William Brown had been using, not piloted by William at this point, but by Lexicon VGC and MyStars. That is going to be all teams in this top 4 featuring the Charizard and Venusaur combination.
And here's the thing, trainers who are watching, we did not write this script. Let me just say that first here. If I wrote it, you would see a different Pokemon in this top 4 right now. But I think it's all just showing the dominance of these teams and the dominance of these cores. I think one of the Pokemon that I think, like I was saying earlier, I think with Lorcy, is that I never really expected, as such a young girl playing Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, that Pelipper would have any competitive viability. And here we are, it's in multiple teams, and it's just truly just wreaking havoc throughout this entire tournament, Chubba.
Yeah, Pelipper just a sign of like what a glow up a different ability can be for a Pokemon. I think Pelipper more or less disregarded in every competitive sense before getting that Drizzle, and then after getting Drizzle, more or less a kind of competitive mainstay in most of these formats where it doesn't have to compete with something like Kyogre. Can't exactly say that's a stronger Drizzle setter than Kyogre, but one of the only other ones that we have to look at alongside Politoed, of course.
Wait, you're saying that Pelipper's not like Kyogre? Like, it's not a legendary Pokemon? Wait, what?
They're both from Hoenn. I think that's about where the similarities end.
Oh, well, I think Hoenn is legendary. So maybe kind of constitute under that. Tuff is like, get me off of the mic with her. But also, I think we have to talk about Basculegion. It is one of the Pokemon that we see over and over and over again. But it's fascinating how a few different Pokemon a few different trainers are utilizing the Pokemon. Some running Flip Turn, some running Protect, but all of them obviously running Last Respects, which is just such a strong attack.
Yeah, think about the different ways that we can run that Basculegion. That's actually going to be one of the differences between Lexicon and how MyStars is running it, with Lexicon on that classic Jolly Choice Scarf adaptability set, and MyStars over on the Life Orb Swift Swim set. Courtney, I think one thing that's funny about how heavily used the Pelipper is in this format is how few of the Basculegion actually go with that Swift Swim, usually choosing to go with adaptability for the power boost instead.
No, that is very true. I didn't even think about it on that side. And I think adaptability, we see that over and over and over again, but I didn't realize that MyStar is running that Swift Swim, which is going to be really well paired with the Pelipper on its team. Now, one thing also I think we've seen kind of over as well is that Venusaur has been brought quite often, but also running Sleep Powder. And I know there's some trainers out there that love to clip Sleep Powder, but I think we've seen, especially in Rogov's match, is that sometimes it can give, but it can also take. So what are your thoughts on Sleep Powder, Cheppa?
It's a really difficult move to feel forced to rely on with Venusaur. I can see why players like Desu are just foregoing the option entirely, focusing a little bit more on that, moves like Life Orb and Solar Beam instead. On the other hand, Sleep Powder is just so good when it actually works out for you. It's just such a big risk to click, and then, of course, with Sleep no longer being able to actually disable an enemy Pokemon for 3 turns, it's only going to be 1 or 2 turns on your Sleep anymore. Just not the most impressive that the move has ever been, but still coming off that really impressive Chlorophyll speed stat that Venusaur is known for, I can absolutely see why these trainers are continuing to run it.
Yeah, I know, and I'm so excited to see that. Now, kind of to take a breath away from this top 4, Cheppa, I know we've seen a lot of different Mega Evolved Pokemon throughout this tournament. What has been your favorite Pokemon to see that can Mega Evolve?
Favorite Pokemon? I'm trying to think. I think Mega Venusaur is a really cool one. It's a little bit too bad that we don't have any Mega Venusaurs making it all the way to top 4, but I think a Pokemon that I wouldn't describe as flashy is just like it can take almost any hit and come back with that really strong grass, poison, and ground coverage in the form of Earth Power. And I think something that maybe these weather teams could even consider running, maybe Mega Evolve your Venusaur matchups where you don't have to rely on your Charizard as much.
I really like that. See, for me, I think it's a toss-up between Mega Starmie, how we started the day, which is a Pokemon that we really don't see too often, except in Pokemon ZA. So it was really cool to see a Starmie really shine its bright little star there, but also I, once again, might be a little biased of yesterday, seeing Mega Heracross on stream as well. And not only that, but the shiny variant. It might be the only time we'll see Mega Heracross on a stream, but hey, I was really excited to see that. Now, talking about the Mega Evolutions and stepping away from that, talking about regular Pokemon, going throughout the entire tournament, is there any that surprised you?
Any that really surprised me, kind of going back again, like in terms of not exactly how it's being used, but in terms of how popular it's been, I have to say Venusaur again. We're just seeing Venusaur really take over this tournament. I think when we were looking at the top cut usage stats, seeing that Venusaur was, I want to say maybe 4th place with something like above 40% usage in the top cut phase of this tournament, that's ridiculous. I think if you looked at most tournaments leading up to this, Venusaur was a Pokemon that's like maybe around 10% usage. Very respectable, but just not something that you see on any of like the really top of meta teams. It's more on like some of the rogue teams, like let's say Arsol's version of the Charizard Floette team. But now for this tournament, Venusaur really taking its turn in the spotlight, and I have to wonder whether it's something that's going to continue to be quite as popular for this, or if it's a little more flavor of the week before it dips down to, respectable 10 to 20% usage.
Yes, very true. Well, now, Cheppa, you've talked about Venusaur a lot, so I just have to ask the age-old question. Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
I think Charmander is my favorite of the 3, but it's funny because Leaf Green was my first game. I think the cartridge is just a little bit cuter.
I totally agree, Cheppa, but what we also agree on is that we have to get into top 4, so we'll be right back to start our top 4s.
Yep, get ready to talk to Jacob Scraw.
We are down to our top 4 players. Who would have thought we'd see 2 Toxapexes and 4 Venusaurs in the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore? But, here's the thing, guys. The big thing people talk about in this format is what Mega Evolutions are good. So the question remains, what is going to win the Grand Champions Festival Encore? Is it Charizard? 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 Or Charizard? Yes, all 4 of our competitors are using exclusively Mega Charizard Y on their teams. No dual Mega, nothing like that at all. There are, I kind of miss Watchog, guys. I don't know about you. But we are getting ready for that our first top 4 match here at the Grand Champions Festival Encore, featuring Alex Underhill against, I didn't check who the other one playing the team is. It's on the screen, I'm sure. Everybody, I hope you keep enjoying. I hope you're ready for a lot of weather balls, heat waves. I called this event the Grand Champions Encore because we were doing it again, and I figured Whimsicott would probably be in the top 4. Maybe it should have been called the Grand Champions Festival Heat Wave. Anyway, let's get into the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. just a moment, we're getting our casters ready. I believe we have Tyson and Courtney bringing you that first match of the top 4 before we go to Cedric and Shuppa, who are going to be closing out the rest of our event. And while we're here, I just want to give one more shout out to Open That Pack. They're the reason we were able to do something so big and so wonderful on such short notice after the first event. Everybody who's watching Open That Pack, everyone in our support staff, our judges, our casters, our production team, thank you all so much. Now let's close out this event with a bang with the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Thank you so much, Jacob Squirrel, and I am so excited to be here to go ahead and cast the top 4 match of the Grand Champions Finals with my good dear friend Tyson. Tyson, how's it going today?
It's good. I mean, we haven't been on the mic literally all weekend. We finally get to do it in top 4 of all places. The first top 4 here of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. To be able to run it back here at this tournament here and already make it to the top 4 here, it's honestly been a blast. The games have been really exciting today, and we're going to get to see more of that Charizard rain action.
Well, hey, and it is action indeed, let me tell you. Like I was just saying, a lot of the weather is going back and forth, and it's getting this place humid. And one of the things that we have to really understand is that we've got Lexicon and we've got MyStar, and it's going to be fascinating to see. We're going to be kind of going back and forth with the Charizard and the Venusaur, but they're running pretty much identical teams. So how do you kind of feel about going into this match?
Yeah, so Lexicon actually has pretty much the exact pace as Rogov there. I mean, maybe they changed a couple things about their spreads and things like that, but where the real focus of the matchup and where the mirror really changes is MyStars has a Life Orb Basculegion with that Swift Swim, which we saw in top 8. Rogov lost to because of that Swift Swim. Basculegion was just so poised to win that end game, having the ability to switch moves as to where their Scarf Basculegion on Lexicon on Rogov's side can't do that when it's choice locked. It is something like the Aqua Jet, which is what lost them the game. That flexibility of the Life Orb and Swift Swim on the Basculegion really gives MyStars, I think, that small bit of edge that you really need in the mirror.
And I think especially with tournaments like these, and especially with Pokemon that are being utilized so much, is that these little nuanced changes really can affect the tides of the battle. And so having that Swift Swim ability compared to its counterparts that are typically running the adaptability allows it just a little bit of an edge, especially when you're facing that mirror. And so I'm really excited to see how MyStar is going to approach this match. Alex, we all both know, is a very competitive foe, so it's going to be interesting to see how we go into this back and forth of that. Now, we've seen a lot of Pelipper throughout the day as well, and I think it's a Pokemon that we're going to have to bring and we're going to have to respect. But kind of looking at this mirror, what do you think would be best, Tyson?
So honestly, it comes down to just Charizard and Venusaur, I think. Just how oppressive they are as a duo there, being able to immediately set up the Sun, recognizing that, you know, if the opponent wants to bring Grimmsnarl on and play the parting shot game, trying to get the Pelipper in against the Charizard, you're usually up a lot of damage and resources, because Venusaur, regardless if the Sun is up or not, is able to fire off those sleep powders and, you know, favor you if you get them off and get those 2 turn sleeps. And I mean, we see the leads immediately here in this game of top 4 of Alex versus MyStars. Both of these trainers leading off here with the Charizard and Venusaur.
Well, come on, hey, they're like best friends, right? Like Blastoise who? It's all about Venusaur and Charizard, and we're going to go ahead and see some Mega Evolutions. First, we're going to see MyStars going ahead and evolve, or Mega Evolving into that Charizard Y. So obviously, showing that it's a little bit faster maybe in this situation, or could potentially be speed tie on that side, as we see that Alex is going to go for that Mega Evolution as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the game of Rogov, if they are using the same pace, MyStars was able to outpace the Charizard every single turn, and I mean, winning the speed tie here is also phenomenal for MyStars, getting the sleep onto the Charizard. If this plays out anything like the other match, both of these Venusaurs here are just going to trade the sleep powders, and it's going to start ticking down which Charizard wakes up first.
Tyson, what is happening right now? I'm just saying this is like a little bit of a copy paste as we're seeing right now. So we've got 2 sleepy Charizards, we got some Venusaurs that are wide awake, and what action is going to happen? We've got a very interesting mirror. Now it's also going to depend on who's actually in the remaining Pokemon for these trainers to see, are we going to be able to swap out? Now we've got some Charizards that are sleeping. Is one going to wake up quick? Is one going to not wake up quick? I think this is really that cat and mouse game.
Yeah, and it's going to be a matter of which Venusaur is going to be able to move first, as we see Protect from Venusaur.
Yeah, and from there, we're going to go ahead and see that other opposing Venusaur is going to go for the Sludge Bomb into MyStar's Venusaur. So a little bit of not much happening, and we see the Charizards are going to stay asleep. So everyone's just taking a quick nap. It's been a long day. They want to relax a little bit. It's sunny outside. Maybe get a little tan. And you know what? Hey, the battle will resume soon. Come on.
Both of these Charizards here taking the 2-turn sleep, guaranteed to wake up next turn, is going to be phenomenal for Alex and MyStars here to be able to take a huge KO. Notably as well, Alex not going for Protect on the Venusaur, able to go for it this turn, blocking a potential Sludge Bomb and Heat Wave. Knowing the Charizard will wake up, you could protect your Venusaur and then go for a Sleep Powder next turn into the Charizard, knowing that it will guarantee wake up and you can put it to sleep next turn. Not even playing around with the sleep turns. MyStars taking that into account, preserving the Focus Sash on the Venusaur, swapping into the Pelipper to reset up that rain.
Yes, and it's going to go ahead and be a little bit humid out here as we see that Lexicon is actually going to swap out their Charizard and opt for their Basculegion themselves. Now, MyStar's Charizard is going to wake up and go for the Weather Ball into that newly swapped in Basculegion, which isn't going to do too much damage, but it does a little bit, and Chip is Chip, as we both know good and well, as that Venusaur is going to opt for the Sludge Bomb into that newly swapped in Pelipper as well, but the Pelipper says, let me have a little snack. Let me heal up a little bit, and I'm pretty okay at that point.
And Alex calling out that turn, not going for Protect on the Venusaur, notably calling MyStars to make the same play they made in top 8, going for a Weather Ball into that Charizard. Alex perfectly putting in the Basculegion into that slot, knowing that Weather Ball is coming its way. Also preserving the Charizard. It looks a bit weird that you didn't let the Charizard wake up, but it's actually great because now on Sleep Powder Swap and you can bring in your Charizard and you know it's guaranteed to wake up. So whatever Charizard wants to do, it can't get Sleep Powdered in the sun. It will be able to guaranteed move. And with this Scarf, this Choice Scarf on this Basculegion, you are threatening so much damage to both these Pokemon as we see the Pelipper swap out.
And it's going to be swapped out for that Archaludon. So we're going to see the 4 Pokemon that MyStars is going to bring, and the Basculegion going for a flip turn, returning back to its trainer and opting to go ahead and be swapped out for a little bit more. Archaludon, of course, getting its stamina boost, but now we're going to have to see is that's kind of going to bring back out their Charizard to go ahead and start setting up that weather again, or they got to opt in for their own Archaludon instead.
Archaludon here being a great swap in here to this Heat Wave. Normally, doing a ton of damage to Archaludon, but in the rain, not nearly doing as much as maybe MyStars is expecting. And Venusaur able to do, take that a lot better than it normally would. And, notably having that extra HP as to where before with the Focus Sash, it's just that 1 HP. It can get Aqua Jetted easier. It's in range of, other attacks from, other Pokemon on the team. Venusaur, though, be able to hang on and, potentially eat another Heat Wave from this Charizard. Can fire off an Earth Power and Archaludon, even go for Sleep Powders and things like that. And I really think Alex has done a great job of positioning this Venusaur and this Archaludon now on the board where you can fire off an Earth Power or just an Electro Shot into the Charizard.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that MyStars is going to opt to swap back in their Venusaur instead of their Charizard, really wanting to make sure that is preserved, as well as a Protect on their Archaludon, making sure that, hey, nothing's going to come my way, I'm going to be a little bit safe, as the Venusaur opts to go for the Sleep Powder into the Archaludon slot, but newly protected as well. The Archaludon from Alex's side is going to go for that Electro Shock, going in and building it up, also opting to have a little bit of a special attack boost as well, and targeting down into its opponent, and it's going to opt for that Venusaur slot and go and bring it down to just about 67%. So honestly, I think that's one thing that we have to keep in mind, Tyson, is that this is essentially almost a mirror match, and so these trainers really have to understand, okay, what would I do in this situation? I know these Pokemon really well. I know I have to swap these different things around, and I think they really know that they have to preserve their Charizard as much as possible.
Yeah, and Charizard being a key factor here to be able to threaten those Heat Waves and Weather Balls into Archaludon. Really your main piece at removing it as well, assuming that Venusaur goes down at some point in the match to something like an Earth Power Sludge Bomb. Not enough there from MyStars' Venusaur is going to be hanging on, able to get that Sleep Powder onto the Archaludon is going to be so crucial now. Archaludon is going to be forced to take a turn asleep here. We know Alex's Archaludon is going to be faster, and that +1 Dragon Pulse is enough to knock out MyStars' Venusaur and solidify the lead.
What an incredible turn for Lexicon. Going ahead, I can't believe that Venusaur survived on that 2%. What a crucial survival for them. And not only that, but and being able to land that Sleep Powder on our Chaludon, it is one of those things. I'm sure that Alex was crossing his fingers, making sure that all of this is going to happen. But we are going to see that MySource is going to bring back out the Charizard, go ahead and bring the Sun back up. But we also have to keep in mind is that we do have the Chlorophyll ability on Venusaur, so it's going to make it a little bit faster. And even though it's at 2% HP, it's still pretty quick at this point.
2% is all you need to throw off a Sleep Powder into MyStars' Charizard, forcing it into a turn of sleep here, forcing it to be unable to move there, going to take its turn of sleep. Dragon Pulse into our Chaladon there does a sizable amount of damage that looks like a clean to a KO, even with the leftovers recovery. MyStars' our Chaladon does wake up, though, on the second turn and fires a Dragon Pulse of its own back into Lexicon's our Chaladon, not doing nearly enough. Hasn't had really the turn to build up that Electro Shot. So with the leftovers there, is looking like a 3-hit KO on Alex's side, and it's definitely looking more favored for Lexicon at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum that Lexicon has is just pushing through so much, even though they have a sleepy Charizard in the back. Like you said, the moment it hits the field, it's going to maybe sleep for a little bit more and then wake back up. And unfortunately, MyStars only has the Pelipper, so if they get one more knockout on their Pokemon and they bring the Pelipper back out, and Lexicon goes ahead and saves and preserves that Charizard, they can bring it back out, bring the Sun back up, and just really start making it so that Pelipper doesn't have a lot of momentum on its side. But we are going to go ahead and see that our Chaludon is going to go for the Protect just to make sure it stays a little bit safe this turn, as well as the opposing one. So they said, hey, no bridges are going down right now. We're going to hang out, but we're going to go ahead and see the Venusaur opt for the Sludge Bomb into the Charizard. But MyStar's Charizard waking up, launching the Heat Wave, going ahead, going to the Protect, but is it going to land into the Venusaur? It is, and it is going to knock out the Venusaur on Lexicon's side.
Finally, removing the Venusaur is great for MyStars here. No more Sleep Powder is in play for either of the players here. I think a smart Protect as well from both of the Archaladons, recognizing that the leftovers recovery is going to matter in this Dragon Pulse endgame potentially from both these Pokemon, as well as living just a potential attack from the Charizard on the other side as well. But you're in a spot where if you are Lexicon, you can just bring in the Basculegion or Charizard of your own to start threatening damage. You know that Charizard is again guaranteed to wake up this turn, so without a Venusaur or anything else to really threaten you anymore, you can safely wake up with Charizard and not really be threatened anything other than, an Electro Shot from the Archaladon. But I think Basculegion might be the safer bring in here. You could just go for a Last Respects into this Charizard, or just a flip turn into your own Charizard and try to play around it. MyStar still does have technically the weather advantage with Pelipper in the back, being able to bring it in and set up Electro Shot whenever they want. Alex either has to make a call or wait for the Pelipper to, safely click Electro Shot.
Yeah, but we're going to see that Alex is going to opt in to bring in their Charizard. And I think I agree with you, Tyson. I think technically MySource does have the weather kind of control on that side, but I feel like Alex can really change this up. And one thing Basculegion really loves is water, and especially rain. And so being able to boost that flip turn and that wave crush, the Aqua Jet. So I'm sure Alex is feeling a little bit comfortable in this situation, right? Saying, hey, I really would love the Sun for my Charizard, but worst case scenario, my Basculegion is going to really love this rain. And not only that, but Last Respects is just such a crucial move, especially right now. But we are going to see that MyStar's Charizard is going to opt for the Weather Ball into the Archaladon, taking it down and getting a knockout.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely huge. They're not opting to swap into Pelipper and fire off an Electro Shot. Weather Ball of Alex Lexicon's own is going to fire up into Archaladon, and from that range as well is going to get a knockout. Both these Archaladons, which were normally the key piece to the matchup, are both going to be gone. But with it removed, no more Electro Shot is going to be threatening Charizard. Pelipper is going to be the last Pokemon for MyStars, and Basculegion for Lexicon. And with this Choice Scarf, I'm not really sure if MyStars has a safe way at dealing with this Basculegion. Pelipper left without Protect is going to have to take a Last Respects from this Basculegion, and Charizard without the Sun is going to be unable to, knock out this Basculegion in this turn.
Yeah, I think this is a really tricky situation for MyStars. I think the Pelipper is an incredible Pokemon to bring in these situations, but now the fact is that your Charizard is really not having a lot of fun right now. I think we all used to watch the Pokemon anime, and one thing we do know is that Charmander did not like being out in the rain, and I'm sure Charizard doesn't as well. But we're going to see that Basculegion going for the Last Respect into the Pelipper, knocking it out, leaving the MyStar only with their Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, you're really hoping there that maybe Pelipper hangs on by a thread, but that Sludge Bomb earlier in the game, and that's a huge reveal there. MyStars' Weather Ball not able to get the knockout on Charizard. That's huge information revealed. Weather Ball from Alex's, though, because of the range the Charizard was at, is going to be able to get the knockout. That was absolutely huge reveal at the end there, because in Rogov's game against MyStars, it was a clean one-hit knockout, and that's what allowed MyStars to win. And not seeing that now that there's a potential to live, there is a huge gap in maybe what could happen as well. And I think that Basque Legion was just a phenomenal end piece there that we saw kind of clean up in that end game. Sludge Bomb going into the Pelipper early, proccing that Citrus Berry, bringing it to the exact range whereas Pelipper might have been able to hang on before. Both of these Pelippers on both trainers are modest, so they want to get as much damage from their Weather Balls and Hurricanes, so maybe they're not as bulky as the bold ones normally are to live a last respects. But, if there's a will, there's a way. Pelipper doesn't have the worst defenses, so...
It doesn't have the worst defenses, which is kind of crazy because it is a Pelipper. But one thing I think we also have to keep in mind, and I was talking about this with Chappa, is that how you train your Pokemon is so crucial, especially in these high-stake matches, and especially against a mirror match, because you kind of know your Pelts really, really well, like knowing I can maybe survive this, I can maybe not do that. But Alex understanding, hey, even if I take this Weather Ball, I know I'm going to survive, which is something that makes a good trainer so great, being able to say, hey, I know these things might come my way, and I know I might be facing a mirror match, especially within our current metagame. Hey, now I can survive a Weather Ball, and I can go ahead and clean up the match once I'm done with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really interested to see how either of these trainers are going to adapt. We saw in Rogov's set versus MyStars, for example, swapping out that Venusaur for the Basque Legion instead, or excuse me, not the Venusaur, the Archaladon for the Basque Legion, and instead having and opting in for that Swim with that Life Orb, taking advantage of the rain in that way as well. But Archaladon, seemed to do great this game as well. Lexicon kind of switched up the game plan, was able to play around that Weather Ball in the early game from the Charizard, which kind of gave him the advantage and let him go up a game. But let's see how both trainers changed up this game.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that MySource is going to go ahead and lead the same, as well as Alex going and leading with their Charizard and their Venusaur also in the same spot. So I think they maybe are just like, hey, I think I'm going to lead Charizard Venusaur. I think you should maybe lead Charizard Venusaur. I think it'd be kind of fun for us. I know it's fun for us casters to see on that side, but now it really depends on what Pokemon they changed up in the back, if they did.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's fun for us necessarily. My heart stops a little bit when both players collect Sleep Powder, because I know if you do end up missing one, it could swing the game in the other player's favor. We see the Mega Evolution here from MyStars, once again confirming that it is the faster Charizard, which, actually does matter a lot here. Being able to be faster than Lexicons and play around that like a Weather Ball play is a very safe move you can go for MyStars here, though. Keeping in their Venusaur, Lexicon keeping in their Venusaur as well. Let's see the Sleep Powders. Come on, let's see the dice roll.
Make it sleepy, as we see that the Sleep Powder from Lexicon side is going to go ahead and hit that Charizard, making it take a quick nap, as the opposing Venusaur from MySource misses their Sleep Powder.
And that's going to be absolutely huge here as this Heat Wave fires off from Lexicon's Charizard, bringing the Venusaur down to the Focus Sash. Another bit of RNG that could happen here is a Heat Wave burn, which would immediately remove this Venusaur, but we do not see it. And we do see it! And the Focus Sash there is going to be null as the burn knocks out the Venusaur. That miss on the Sleep Powder is absolutely huge. MyStars' main piece, that Venusaur, is completely gone this turn one.
Can we get an F in chat? Can we get an F in chat for that Venusaur? That's so sad to see, but we are going to go ahead and see that MySource is going to opt in to bring in their Pelipper to start setting up the rain. MySource in a really in a pickle right now. Not only is their Charizard asleep, but now they've got their Pelipper on the field against a Venusaur and a Mega Charizard Y. And even though it's raining now, the Lexicon has the ability to start swapping out their Pokemon as well.
Yes, this Venusaur here is left unchecked here to click Sleep Powder by its lonesome, or even Sludge Bomb to get it in the Basque Legion later in range of that last respects to finish it off later in the game. Charizard from MyStar's side, though, swapping out, not wanting to take a Weather Ball. Basque Legion taking a page out of Lexicon's book, recognizing it as a resist. Lexicon, though, swapping out their Charizard as well into the Archaladon, perfectly posed against the 3 Electric-type weaks, and Sleep Powder from Lexicon landing into the Pelipper on MyStar's side. This Archaladon looks perfectly positioned now to click Electro Shot into the rest of this team.
I'm just saying, whatever Alex used to go ahead and train up this Venusaur to make sure that it hits all of its Sleep Powders, let me know, because this is crazy. This Archaladon is in such a incredible position right now. The rain is going, the Electro Shot's ready to go, and guess what? That Basque Legion and Pelipper definitely do not want to take it. Now, one thing we have to keep in mind, Basque Legion from MyStars is running that Swim, so it is going to go very fast, but I just don't think it has enough damage output to go ahead and take out either of these Pokemon from outside.
Yeah, without adaptability, Life Orb is a little bit of a damage multiplier, and you really rely on the Rain for your Wave Crashes to do more, and with only one Pokemon gone as well, Last Respects without the last adaptability is not going to hurt nearly as hard, and those stamina boosts are going to be that much better for Lexicon here in this game number 2. But Basque Legion is going to swap for the Charizard to try and burn a turn for this Pelipper to allow this Electric Shot to be a 2-shot move for this Archaludon there. Sleep Powder failing into the Charizard as it is already asleep, and actually Alex locking in the Dragon Pulse there, not wanting to risk the Electric Shot at all.
Which I think is a really great play by Alex, but we're going to see that MyStar's Pelipper is going to wake up and opt for the Weather Ball into the opposing Venusaur, and it's going to go ahead and bring it down to 8% HP, so hanging on there to make sure it can stand another turn. However, I think that was a really great play on Alex's part, going for the Dragon Pulse instead of going the Electric Shot, kind of knowing, hey, Charizard might come in and go ahead and start making it sunny again. So let me just make sure I can get a move onto this Pelipper as quickly as possible.
I think Electric Shot actually might have been safe, even though it was a two-turn move. The Pelipper not having Protect there. If you always target the Pelipper down with Electric Shot, even if it wakes up that turn, you have Electric Shot into that turn. And if Charizard wants to come in and set up that Sun, that means the only swap-ins you have for that Pelipper are either the Pelipper goes down or the Basculegion goes down. So even after that 2 turns, the Electric Shot is always getting a knockout there. Yes, Charizard removes the Sun, but your Archaludon also goes +1 special attack. Now the Charizard has a potential to wake up on this turn for MyStars here and get a way back in the game. Sleep Powder, though, going off into the Pelipper, and Charizard taking the place of Archaludon, recognizing that Weather Ball is a potential move from MyStars. However, it is going to take the 2 turns of Sleep and Pelipper its first turn as we start seeing, the game start to tick down to its final turns.
Yes, and that is just a critical thing. I think that turn 1 really decided how this match was really going to go. It was at that point a really uphill battle for MyStars. Losing their Venusaur, which is such a pivotal Pokemon for these different types of Sleep Powders, is so devastating from here. But we might be down, but we're not necessarily out. We got 2 sleepy Pokemon. We know that Charizard is going to wake up, but we do see that Venusaur opting go for the Sludge Bomb, allowing the Pelipper to survive on 3 HP and eat up their Citrus Berry, even though it's taking a nap. Hey, why not? But we're going to see that MyStar's Charizard is going to opt for the Heat Wave, going ahead and connecting onto both Pokemon, knocking out the Venusaur, and taking a little bit of chip onto Alex's Charizard.
Charizard, they're going to have to take a little bit of damage from that Heat Wave on MyStars' side. Solar Beam most likely doubling up into this Pelipper. Again, not having Protect is going to be unable to have to take this Sludge Bomb and Solar Beam combination, also covering for something like a Basculegion coming in on that slot. I think what, Lexicon has done a great job at doing is preserving his Charizard HP as well as the Archaludon, because now it is perfectly positioned to deal with the rest of MyStars' team. You do have to worry about Weather Ball still and this Life Orb Basculegion, but this Charizard here with the Solar Beam is perfectly, in a spot to deal with this Basculegion. Charizard, I don't think, is going to have enough momentum on MyStars' side to really deal with the rest of Lexicon's team and deal with the Charizard. You're going to need to get really, really lucky. You do have the speed advantage. If maybe you could get something like an Aqua Jet and Weather Ball double up in Lexicon's Charizard, that I could see being a way back in the game, but Basculegion being the last Pokemon for Lexicon here is looking really, really rough.
Yeah, I think it is looking really, really rough for MyStars, but once again, down but not out. One thing we also have to keep in mind, though, MyStar is running, once again, that Swift Swim and not the adaptability, which is going to cause us some issues from this side. But Last Respects, as we both know, is an extremely powerful move in this game. And so maybe we can get rid of that Charizard, like you said, maybe with an Aqua Jet, and then going ahead and doubling up from there. But I think it's going to be really critical, maybe a potential miss, we'll kind of see. But I think MyStar is really crossing their fingers to figure out and identify, how can I bring this game back? Because not only that, it's game 2, so if they do lose this one, they're out of the tournament. We do see MyStars opting to go for the Protect on their Basculegion just so that they can preserve it, while the other Basculegion is going to target into it.
That's very surprising. Last Respects into that Protect on the Basculegion. Solar Beam from MyStars' Charizard here is going to be targeting into the Basculegion. Normally they survive, but no, this one gets knocked out by MyStars' Charizard, and that's a huge piece for Lexicon removed. And Solar Beam or Weather Ball here from Lexicon's Charizard not falling for that Protect is going to bring Charizard down to 35%.
What an incredible one-hit KO. I think that was an incredible play by MyStars. Getting that Solar Beam, identifying, hey, I'm going to protect my Basculegion, I'm going to start pushing the pressure onto your opposing one. The Solar Beam, hey, I think I maybe have calculated this right. It's going to get a one-hit KO. And now it's a really dicey game. MyStars still has a little bit of health on their Charizard, but now we do have the Archaludon back. It is at full HP, which is going to cause some problems, but Basculegions pretty healthy as well for my stars.
This game is so scary because this turn, it really comes down to if My Stars' Charizard is going to protect here. We see the Aqua Jet into the Charizard there in combination with a Weather Ball from the My Stars' Charizard, which we know is faster. If this is able to pick up Lexicon's Charizard, this is a game still. Let's see here as it fires off into the Charizard. It is not enough. It hangs on at 13%. That means Solar Beam is going to be able to be activated from Lexicon's Charizard here, taking the knockout on My Stars' Basculegion. And if this is able to do the job, then Lexicon has secured their spot in finals. As we see it get the knockout on the Basculegion, confirming that it is, game over for My Stars.
What an incredible match. Oh, the Charizard survives on 4%. Don't get me wrong. This Charizard's not going to be able to make it out of this Archaludon and this Charizard from Alex's side. But what an incredible, play from that. I think that was really an incredible match between both trainers. I think Alex just really identified, these are my win conditions. This is how I'm going to actually optimize this. And I think, like you said, Tyson, being able to preserve your Mega Charizard Y and being able to position it correctly really allowed Alex to go into that game and exert his dominance. And now, I think going into the next round, which round is that, Tyson?
The other top 4 game?
I'm just saying, but I mean, after that.
The finals?
The finals? Wait, no way. And I think I'm going to be so excited for that to see going into our next top 4 game and then into finals. Come on. What an incredible game for Pokemon.
And I'm super excited because, that game obviously was very much decided by the Heat Wave burn there on that turn 1. Being able to not only hit it, you dodge the Sleep Powder, you're able to fire off the Heat Wave, and you get the burn onto the Venusaur just gave Lexicon so much momentum. And the fact that, it was almost able to come back for My Stars with the Aqua Jet and the Weather Ball double up into the Charizard, if that gets the knockout, it's still very much a game, right? The Basculegion is able to 1v1 the Archaludon outside of the sun. It can't charge up those electro shots. It's still very much was the game. So huge props to My Stars for making it as close as they did in the mirror. But a huge congratulations to Lexicon first and foremost for making it to the finals of the Grand Champions Festival. Using Rogov's team, so maybe Rogov can live a little bit vicariously through Alex's time in the finals, and say they want it together. Kind of it counts.
Hey, they could Rogov could just be in the background, be like, woohoo, go Alex. And I think maybe in the crowd as they're in the game from there, I think that'd be really cute. What can we say? But what an incredible tournament this has been, Tyson. And it's also been, I'm so glad that we actually got to cast together. It's been at the end, but hey, saving the best for last, what they say.
Of course, and that is going to be it from us for today. Now we're going to kick it to Cedric and Choppa here to wrap up for the next top 4 game and finals. But don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break while we rotate to them. But hopefully you guys enjoyed our commentary. That's going to be it from us. Talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We are now into the second set of top 4 after Alex Lexicon was able to convert to the finals on the other side of the bracket. My name is Cedric Bernier, and of course I have Chupa Cross the 4th on the mic with me. How you doing, Chupa?
Doing really great. Got to enjoy watching that last mirror matchup, and now we have yet another mirror matchup ready for you guys. On the other side of the bracket, we are going to have Pato facing off against Desu to decide which of them will be able to move on to finals with this Charizard Toxapex team that both of them have been piloting.
Absolutely. Mirrors on both sides of the bracket. Now oh my goodness, we have those 4 Charizards, just showing that of course it is the top 4 Charizards. The players are in the team preview already. Of course it is a mirror. I'm sure they have a lot of familiarity with each other, both being Italian players, so they're going to have a lot of familiarity against their fellow countrymen. But looking at the teams, of course, both have these same options. What do you think these players are going to opt into early on in this Game 1, Chupa?
Trying to think. I mean, I feel like the Toxapex could absolutely be something of a star player here. I think it's something that could be pretty difficult for these teams to knock out, short of hitting it with a big Garchomp move, but ultimately the Garchomp with that Choice Scarf on, I believe, both teams is going to be a little bit hard to figure out what the best move for it is, and regardless of what it locks into, Toxapex's partners could take advantage of it. So I'm definitely imagining a little bit of a drawn-out game with this Toxapex slowly wearing down at the Pokemon on both teams with moves like Infestation and Toxic.
Yeah, I'm looking at these 2 team lists, and actually if you do a quick tab between both of the teams, there is precisely 0 difference. So at least on the open team sheet, these teams are identical. Maybe some EV spread changes, but it looks like these players may have had influence from the same team building group and are bringing that to the Grand Champions Festival top 4 here. So like you said, I think, yeah, the Garchomp could be a key element. There's not a lot of ways to immediately damage the Charizard from either players, unless you bring that Annihilate. So I imagine that Garchomp with the Rock Slide is going to be a good offensive weapon, and also just really strong at clearing the Toxapex relatively quickly, but not that quickly.
Yeah, let's see. So it looks like on Pato's side, that's going to be a lead of Toxapex and Incineroar. On Desu's side, Charizard and Toxapex. So leaning a little bit more into offense for Desu. Though I might have to give a bit of an edge here to Pato with the Incineroar.
Yeah, not a lot of immediate offensive pressure from the Mega Charizard. Why? It's the Helping Hand variant, so no Solar Beam available for both of these players, which means the Toxapex makes sense. Both of them led them. It had to have been the Garchomp on the field to actually immediately offer offensive pressure outside of that Venusaur, which of course doesn't pair well against the many fire types on the team.
Yeah, Incineroar are also a pretty powerful Pokemon here. One of the relatively few Pokemon here that's actually going to be able to use a Parting Shot to get out of Infestation.
Yeah, Protect starts off the turn, doesn't want to take a Fake Out, as the Fake Out does ring true into that Charizard, so no damage and critically no Toxic or Infestation. The Toxapex start the game off, going for the Infestation, starting off those counters. They do eventually end, even though the Toxapex mirrors feels like they are never ending. It is important to get those off early. They are both locked on the field, so don't have the opportunity to switch out and regain health through the Regenerator.
Yup, Infestation really coming down on both these. Something to note is with leftovers on both these Toxapex, the damage isn't going to be adding up quite as quickly as it would be on most other Pokemon, so I'm not sure if these Toxapex are very likely to actually get knockouts on each other, but they will sure try.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that ticking down over the course of the battle. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of time to be talking between these turns. A little bit unconventional for champions with the breakneck pace of the battles, but right now the Incineroar still poised well defensively.
Yeah, and this Charizard poised to throw out some moves like a Weather Ball or Heat Wave. Ultimately, even relatively low damage like Weather Ball could move the needle in terms of these Toxapex knocking each other out, because if they're both locked on the field, they're not going to be able to enjoy the benefits of Regenerator. Toxapex is usually a Pokemon that likes to withdraw to try and get its HP back.
Absolutely great point, but the Charizard is going to leave the field, doesn't want to start applying that pressure to the opposing Toxapex. As the Incineroars hit the field, I mean, this is just the mirrors that you would expect. Of course, the Parting Shot is going to go into the opposing Incineroar, so Pato no longer has the Fake Out priority, but Desu will, but at least gets the option to switch into a Pokemon. What is in the back going to be very important, whether it's the Garchomp, Venusaur, or Charizard, and it is going to be the Venusaur. That's a big matchup piece, especially against the opposing Toxapex. You can get infested, so good selection from Desu not going for a Toxic, but now the Life Orb Venusaur poised really well to go for really strong Earth powers into both the Incineroar and the opposing Toxapex.
Yup, on the other hand, the Incineroar on Desu's side is a Pokemon that is not immune to that Toxic, so looks like on Desu's side the damage is going to start to add up a little bit quicker. Ultimately, if you are to have one of your Pokemon get Toxic, I'd probably most want it to be the Pokemon that can swap out with a Parting Shot, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, great amount of value and sustained value, like you said. If it Parting Shots out, the Infestation goes away, but Toxic is forever. The Venusaur, on the other hand, is stuck on the field with no recourse to switch out, but Earth Power looking mighty fine against both of these Pokemon. However, also looking mighty fine, a Flare Blitz into the opposing Venusaur, where it was Life Orb, so not the Focus Sash that we're more comfortable seeing on the other other side of the bracket. But yeah, it's going to take a lot of damage from this Flare Blitz.
Yeah, Venusaur also finding itself on the field against pretty slow Pokemon that it doesn't actually need a Chlorophyll speed boost to be very likely to outrun.
Yep, going to see the Venusaur protect in the face of either Fake Out or Flare Blitz pressure, as that Toxapex also going for a Baneful Bunker, just trying to stall out some turns with the Toxic and the Infestation to keep this battle moving along slowly, but it is moving, getting some forward progress, at least on the Incineroar, maybe putting it in range for an Earth Power KO. Also an Infestation, so now taking both the second turn of Toxic and an Infestation, both should be a 1/8 tick, so 25% HP per turn on this Incineroar. It does have the Citrus Fairy, but yeah, that healing is not going to last forever.
Yeah, and with this Incineroar being trapped with Infestation, it's also going to be, this Venusaur really has its pick of the litter in terms of who is going to get hit with an Earth Power. Might be Venusaur's final move on the field, but I'm sure Pato wants to make sure that Desu is taking as much damage on this turn as humanly possible.
Yeah, I think it is an impish Incineroar on the side of Desu and Pato, of course, Amir, but the Earth Power, I think if it were careful, it would have a great shot to survive this Earth Power. At this point, it's going to be very close.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't get the knockout, just that combined damage from other things like the Toxic, the Infestation, potentially even another little Toxic chip from the opposing Toxapex, it could be really tough for Incineroar to actually make its way out of the turn. So we might see some of Toxapex's partners on both sides start to faint, at the end of this turn.
Yeah, I think keeping track of the Infestation turns, I believe it's been 4 now, so both of the Toxapex should be freeing themselves at the end of the turn and will have the ability to switch out. This Incineroar may not have that same luxury if it gets knocked out by the Earth Power. Going to be really dependent on the decisions of these trainers in the training, but it is a modest Life Orb Venusaur against an impish Incineroar. I think it might have the edge in the Venusaur, but both these players, of course, have the same teams. They probably, they're surely familiar with that, but it is a Sludge Bomb into the Toxapex. I'm not sure if it had been freed from the Infestation in the previous turn, but extremely interesting targeting from Desu here as the Life Orb takes away and potentially you're susceptible to a Flare Blitz for a KO, as Flare Blitz is going to strike into that Venusaur and take the knockout.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb definitely not the move we would have expected there from Venusaur, paying for its life, going down to that instant Flare Blitz. Instant still taking a lot of recoil in the process and going to be activating that Citrus Fairy.
Yeah, not sure if I missed the Infestation being dropped on the opposing Toxapex, but looked like a prediction of a switch. Otherwise, Earth Power seems just strictly better, but the Toxapex is going to apply Infestation on the opposing Toxapex. On Pato's side, going to continue to chip away at that, but the Incineroar has a little bit of extra lease on life here.
Yeah, Desu going up a whole Pokemon. One thing that I was going to talk about was if both of those partners go down, which player would be getting the better end of the deal. But ultimately, Desu still has an Incineroar, and Pato has no more Venusaur to speak of. Cedric, one thing we haven't seen is Desu's last Pokemon. I have to wonder at this point whether that's going to be a Venusaur of his own, or if it could be a different Pokemon, like, potentially a Garchomp.
Yeah, I think both strong choices. Of course, the Garchomp going to be a little bit better at clearing out a potential Charizard on Pato's side. Both of these players having not revealed that, I think, very critical. The Garchomp more immediately pressuring Desu's Pokemon, of course, both ground weak at this turn.
Yeah, and this Incineroar is still stuck on the field, still not able to do anything like Fake Out or Parting Shot after having reset its position because it felt the pressure to go for that Venusaur knockout. So whatever Pato sends in here could actually be poised to remove the Incineroar.
Yeah, the Incineroar has taken, I believe, 3. The Toxic turns are stacking up rapidly. It also takes another Infestation turn, and because of the Infestation, the only way to Parting Shot consistently would be to Parting Shot your own Toxapex in the faces of the Double Protect, but it is the Charizard reveal on Pato's side.
Yeah, Charizard might actually not be a Pokemon that's able to knock out Incineroar in one hit, and I'm really glad you brought up the side Parting Shot, because if I'm to drop a Pokemon on my team stats, I don't think I mind dropping Toxapex's special attack very much for that Infestation.
Absolutely. Instead of doing less than 1%, you are doing a fraction of less than 1%, so going to be pretty happy about that. The Charizard, it's going to be really dependent on the offensive training, but maybe could take a knockout on the Incineroar with the Weather Ball. I think Heat Wave is out of the question on both, but the Toxapex, it may be good to just chip that down and break that defensive stalemate between the two and knock that in range of an Infestation in 1 or 2 turns, but going to be on Pato to figure out how to progress with the Charizard.
Heat Wave could actually be a really good way to spread some damage here. If you don't think you're going to get either knockout, even with the Weather Ball, why not spread some love onto both of these Pokemon?
Yeah, Charizard is finally taking the offensive. First Mega Evolution of the Charizard Y. On this side of semifinals, I bet you didn't think, or I bet you thought it was going to take a way less amount of time. The Charizard sets that up. The Sun is active and now going for a Solar Beam, going to deal a lot of damage coming into a... I was looking at Pato's. Incorrect.
Yeah, I think the Solar Beam might be one of the relatively few differences between the two teams here.
Yeah, that's actually critical. You don't have to go for the Weather Ball. You put the Toxapex potentially in range of... the Infestation still shouldn't take a KO. It's doing so little damage, but critically the Incineroar is able to switch out.
Yeah, that was the side parting shot that we talked about, just not wanting to play any games in case Pato tries to go for a double protect there. As we're about to see if these Toxapex decide how they want to respond to some of the offensive threats on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Toxapex at least starts to chip away at this Charizard. We see there is no Garchomp in the back. There is a Life Orb Sludge Bomb that you could bring into that Charizard later on in the game. That Sludge Bomb with the Life Orb is going to do a lot of damage, but not going to be a knockout like a Rock Slide would potentially be.
Yeah, so the Toxapex on Desu's side deciding to Toxic the Garchomp, probably because it's on lower HP and is going to feel more immediate pressure to swap out once it is freed from that infestation, which I believe we're going to be seeing very, very soon here if we haven't already. Yeah, it looks like at least one more turn.
Yeah, the leftovers will heal first, so it should be able to survive one additional turn of the infestation. We are going to see neither is freed from the infestation, still locked in the field. I think the Venusaur, yeah, there is 4 turns of Sunlight left, so we'll be able to at least get one Sun boosted attack. The Charizard needs to get a little bit lower for Life Orb Sludge on the KO.
Yeah, Venusaur can try pretty hard to go after Charizard, but ultimately a Pokemon with pretty high special defense that Mega Form. I don't think this Venusaur is looking at either knockout yet. I wonder if we'd want to consider an Earth Power onto Pato's Toxapex to try and get a little bit closer to that knockout range, but with the potential for Regenerator after this infestation ends, I'm not really sure which is the better target for Venusaur right now.
Yeah, looking at Desu, yeah, I think the Poison was kind of interesting, given that Desu actually is not Sleep Powder. That is one of the differences between the team as well, Pato being the Sleep Powder on the Venusaur, but wanted to just chip that in range of the Sludge Bomb over time. One advantage Desu has is the Pokemon count. Of course, you have the ability to switch out the Incineroar later on, install some turns with the Venusaur going for Protect to potentially stall an additional turn. Baneful Bunker coming out from the Shining Toxapex, that would be Desu, so stalling the turn additionally and another Baneful Bunker. Both of the players just trying to delay the game a little bit, allow those ticks of Poison and Infestation to continue taking them out.
Yep, Charizard really the only Pokemon that's comfortable attacking here, but not finding any good targets due to this double protect on Desu's side. Cedric, I think we're going to see in a moment whether these infestations are actually ending so that these Toxapexes will be free to leave the field. However, I cannot say the same for Venusaur, as that infestation has only just been set up on it. I think Venusaur is going to be here to stay with us for very possibly one more turn.
Yeah, and the important thing is it just went for the, one of the Toxapexes was ended from the infestation. Both of them. That's pretty important. You could finally get the Regenerator on Desu, kind of safely switching the Incineroar to some level, and also you have Earth Power into the opposing Toxapex. There's only Incineroar in the back, so you can pretty much guarantee get a very powerful Sludge Bomb into that.
I wonder if Pato's Toxapex is actually going to want to leave the field, or if it would prefer to renew the infestation on Desu's. Seeing as it's in the red, it feels like it's the Toxapex with a lot more pressure to leave. I think that's something that Pato can actually take advantage of just because his Toxapex is so much healthier here.
Yeah, I think that's a big call out. And also, if you did switch into the Incineroar and you just get Earth Powered for your troubles, that could be game ending. It might be time to turn out the pressure and predict Desu to try and preserve that off the HP and Pokemon count advantage and try to switch it out.
Yep, Charizard actually not having Mega Evolve yet, so this is something like a Heat Wave. It could actually be taking a lot more than it would be normally. Venusaur going for Life Orb to knock Pato's Charizard pretty low, taking the Life Orb refill in the process. Actually going to be a Weather Ball instead of a Heat Wave. Enough damage here to knock out Desu's Venusaur.
Yeah, Venusaur goes down, but the no move coming out from the Toxapex yet going to be either the Toxic or the Infestation. But the Charizard critically not taking Heat Wave before it went for the Mega Evolution would have done a lot of damage, as you mentioned, Chumba. But the Infestation will lock that Charizard on the field and deal steadily 1/8 damage over the course of the battle, which is important. Of course, there's only Fire-type attackers left on Pato's side, so the ability to chip down the opposing Charizard very valuable. But Pato's Charizard very low, in range of one more Toxic to knock it out.
And this is a Charizard that isn't actually trapped on the field, is it? It's been hit by Toxic, but not Infestation, I believe, so it could swap out into that Incineroar on Pato's side in the back, as we see Desu reveal their Toxapex coming back in, though still not quite as healthy as Pato's even after activating that Regenerator.
Yeah, I don't recall. I think the Incineroar possibly healthier on Pato's side. I'm not entirely sure of the HP pool, but still not going to love taking sustained Weather Balls over the course of the battle. But like you said, the Toxapex on Desu's side, even though a Solar Beam can come out from that Charizard, on Pato's side, we've seen it's not going to be able to take a knockout, even in combination with an Infestation, so a fairly safe position that Desu's found the Toxapex in.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard for Pato to do anything with this Charizard. Even if it swaps out to reset that Toxic counter down to 1, it's only going to be with us for one or two more turns at absolute most. So going to be hard for that Pokemon to actually achieve anything more with its Fire-type coverage.
Same 4 Pokemon remaining, the Charizard, Incineroar, and Toxapex, and the Incineroar now enters the field. Going to be able to resist any Fire-type attacks, but the Toxapex for Desu going to go for that Baneful Bunker. Didn't want to take a Solar Beam potentially or an Infestation, as there's no Mega Evolution from Desu's Charizard. Misses the Heat Wave anyways, but would have done a lot more damage into the Toxapex for Pado, maybe looking to delay the Mega Evolution to get some, go for the reset the Harsh Sunlight, sorry about that. But yeah, targeting of Infestation into the Toxapex is going to be proving to be ineffective into Baneful Funk.
Yeah, knowing when to Mega your Charizard and when not to, just to make sure that you have that Sun up when you need it the most. And again, if your Charizard is on 75% health and your opponent's is on 11%, almost certainly you are going to be the side that needs Sun for a little bit longer into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. Yeah, the Heat Wave wasn't going to take a knockout either way, so just trying to delay that Mega Evolution for the Sun. However, the Toxapex, now, although it's not going to take a whole lot of damage from a Darkest Lariat, or rather the Throat Chop on the Incineroar from Pado, not going to do, can't really answer back a whole lot anyways. You can go for the Toxic, which will be valuable in winning the War of Attrition, but no Infestation is a parting shot.
Yeah, I don't believe either of these Toxapex have been able to connect an Infestation on each other yet. If anything, the Incineroar on Pado's side is going to make it a little bit easier for him to have a say in what's going on here, choosing which of these Pokemon it might prefer to shut down with a Fake Out.
Toxapex leaves the field, activates the Regenerator, going to be 33% HP healthier than when it hit the field now. Incineroar is going to apply that Intimidate and Protect from the Charizard, still delaying the Mega Evolution, of course, this being the last turn of the final turn of the Harsh Sunlight. Fake Out, valuable chip into that Incineroar, honestly, after the Toxic continues to chip away at it. But no Infestation, double up, a critical opportunity for Pado to potentially lock down that Incineroar, at least in terms of damage. Missed, as the Incineroar is now intimidated for Pado, as the Toxic starts to chip down, as the Infestation also brings the Charizard a little bit lower, maybe in range for the opposing Charizard later in the game.
Yeah, Desu trying to be as careful as possible with his Pokemon's health, really not wanting to take any more chip damage than he can, and being the side that actually has access to Incineroar's Fake Out at this point. Cedric, one thing that I'm really worried about for Desu's side is just the fact that we are throwing down a full HP Incineroar on Pado's side, just not a Pokemon that's going to be easy for a combination of Incineroar, Charizard, and Toxapex to knock out, and a Pokemon that we could absolutely see swapping out, potentially a couple more times in this match.
Yeah, I think earlier in the battle, Pado did have the Pokemon disadvantage 3-4, however, got the Toxic into the Incineroar before Desu has been able to. Still no Toxic, no Infestation on the Incineroar. Like you pointed out, there's very limited ways to actually meaningful damage the Incineroar on Pado's side, so really trying to drive that as the main matchup piece. But the Toxapex is going to enter the field, has healed up from that Regenerator, but it is finally time for Desu to go for the Mega Evolution and get a damage boost. We'll see where the Weather Ball, or whether it's a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, to start chipping off damage. Of course, Solar Beam not available to this Charizard, it being the Helping Hand variant Heat Wave. Oh goodness, that's a miss on the Toxapex. Every piece of damage matters into this Goliath of a Pokemon defensively. At least you hit the Heat Wave, but man, that's 24% HP. That's not doing a lot at all. As the parting shot is going to make sure it deals even less damage in the future turns, but also forces the Incineroar out into the Charizard, which has 11% HP remaining, so this will take it down to roughly 5% and one Toxic tick left for the rest of the battle, whether it comes in fresh or it stays in the field on the next turn.
Yeah, Charizard's HP being so low is extremely critical here. Here's a Toxic making sure that Pado's Charizard does not feel too left out in terms of being the only Toxic Charizard. That is just going to be both of them chipping down over time.
Yeah, we have total time. I think that's important to note for both of the players. Pado at 141 on your time should be able to close out the battle, but that 4 minutes remaining is important just in terms of Pokemon count. Even if you can't beat the Incineroar for Desu, like you can't beat Pado's Incineroar, if you have the Pokemon advantage, you still will be able to win the battle.
Yeah, and I was already going to say, I wonder if this game is just going to come down to a Toxapex like one-on-one mirror, but like you said, that total time taking down. Still, I wonder if Desu's side is even going to have the resources to, survive for that long, or Pokemon like the Incineroar and the Toxapex are going to be able to wear him down by then. Just seeing as how Charizard is in the orange and the Incin in the back is really starting to run pretty low on its HP as well.
I think it was we're going to see the Solar Beam start off this turn, just trying to get a little bit more damage on the Toxapex. Pado into Desu. Going to do roughly 30% HP, bring it down to 50. That could be important later on in the mirror, but of course the Charizard left uninterrupted for Desu, goes for a Heat Wave, connects on the Charizard, not importantly, would have gone down to the Toxic anyways, but does finally get a little bit of chip on the Toxapex. It's going to be the Infestation finally going to be coming out onto Pado's Toxapex. So that's going to start ticking down on HP, thankfully. And I think the Incineroar it's going to be interesting. Of course, only one of them is Toxic, and there's a big HP advantage for Pado's, but the Charizard is steadily going down, so maybe able to eke out some damage through that.
Yeah, and this is both of Desu's Pokemon being afflicted by that infestation at this point. Just no more switching available on Desu's side right now, right?
Yeah, that is correct. I think we do need to keep in mind, the your time for both of these players. Davide can take 45 seconds every turn for the rest of the battle without, timing out. There are 2 minutes, looks like. I mean, these infestation and toxic ticks are actually taking a meaningful amount of time. It's going to be most likely 45 seconds for Davide to take the switch, unless Davide is thinking of a more accelerated pace to close the battle out. But it is the Incineroar coming out very quickly for Pato, of course. That was the player who hadn't taken a knockout and is at the disadvantage, so wants to switch quickly.
You know, Cedric, I'm not actually sure if Desu is the side that wants to be trying to wrap up the game as quickly as possible, just seeing as how his Incineroar is so much lower than the one on Pato's side right now. Especially with this Charizard, I think potentially being just locked out by a fake out here, not able to do anything else before it feints the chip damage this turn. Yeah,
gonna go down to the Toxic and Infestation this turn. Desu, to his credit, trying to get some Infestation with the opposing Incineroar, but the timer is ticking down. I'm certain the Toxapex won't be able to knock each other out, but whoever has the HP advantage between the Incineroars and the Toxapex will win the battle. And like you said, the Incineroar has such low HP from the combination of those Toxics and Infestations early in the battle and the Flare Blitz recoil. Things might have shifted in Pato's favor substantially.
Yeah, as we see the chip damage at the end of this turn start coming to play, Charizard making to turn this into an Incin and Toxapex mirror to the bulkiest Pokemon in the matchup, so maybe not too surprising to see them staring each other down at the very end here.
Yeah, it looks like there are 44 seconds remaining for Pato at the end of this battle. We'll be able to take a full turn of your time, a little less, but effectively with 1 minute left of time should be enough for 1 full turn. We're going to see the Incineroar come out from Desu very quickly. Needs to get in quickly and try and get some damage. If the timer stops before 44, there will be an action this turn. Desu does have the opportunity to deal an attack, but I think unless you're able to do a lot of damage with Flare Blitz against the opposing Incineroar and maybe take a knockout somehow, it's going to be tough to actually win this on HP total.
Yeah, if I'm Desu, I wonder if I'd want to go for something like a Fake Out and Infestation combo against the opposing Incineroar, just one of the ways to do the most damage against it. Here's the Fake Out part of that. Let's see with the Incin flinching, what are these Toxapex doing? I think this might just be a double Infestation we're looking at.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of immediate damage coming here, but we're going to have probably a half a minute of animations at the end of this turn with the 2 Toxics and then, 4 Infestations, but the HP total as it stands right now, absolutely in Pato's favor. This will be the final, there will be no turns of the battle remaining. It will come down to who has the HP advantage. And I think it's pretty clearly in Pato's favor. Not sure if they pick the spectator mode glitch, but essentially, even if it says draw, Pato will likely be the victor in this battle.
And Cedric, remind me, are our players not taking an extra turn when the timer comes to 0 in Champions, as they have in some of the other generations?
I think we're about to find out, but I do believe that's the case, that at the 0 timer, the game does end automatically.
Infestation coming down onto that Toxapex. We see some of the last chip damage that we were going to see for the match. Looks like game wrapping up, and like we said, I think things look pretty comfortably in Pato's favor. Yep, his trainer seems to be the one celebrating about this.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever spoken as quickly as I have for as slow-paced of a match. 20 minutes of absolutely rapid-fire inputs between both of these players had to have been at least a 15-turn battle between both of them. They're comfortable doing this. I think both players have played towards these slower-paced teams. In the past, they're comfortable doing that. However, both also have those really offensive options that weren't able to really get a hold in the battle. I look at that Venusaur with Life Orb particularly, wasn't able to take the KOs that we would expect or really want from either of them in this battle.
And I think I can see why. Toxapex is just such an extremely difficult defensive Pokemon to break, even further than, Pokemon like Incin or Friggraps, regularly very tanky Pokemon. Toxapex is so tanky that it's like almost for trying to break through it, you're kind of wasting your time if it's just going to be able to swap out, hit you with Infestation, Toxic, and then just reset the process later. I think both players understanding that that's the case, not even really trying to push for a knockout on the opposing Toxapex at really any point in the game.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting decision early on in the battle to go for Sludge Bomb instead of an Earth Power in the opposing Toxapex. Pato ended up winning the game regardless, so was maybe confident that the progression of the game would favor him, but do you see any adjustments, at least in the pace of, I guess some of the plays from the players? I think they're probably at least settled on the brings. They've played this mirror surely a couple of times in this tournament. Do you see any adjustment to the brings or more focused on play?
I feel like, at least in terms of the leads, it's a little bit hard to imagine the players deviating from Toxapex plus one of the fire types. I think either of Charizard and Incin can work, maybe slight nod to Incin for the flexibility of that parting shot and the fake out on the lead. Interesting that both of them chose to go for the Venusaur as well, as opposed to something like a Garchomp, maybe appealing a little bit better just because it can go for things like Protect. It can change up its moves, and with that Life Orb and special attacking, it's not going to be worried about an opposing Instant coming in. Really, I expect to see a lot more of the same strategies from both players here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see for ourselves, at least on the lead, we see those 4 Charizards. There's only 3 remaining, but at least 2 in this top 4. Both of the players getting into it. I like the music selection, actually. Desu or Pato trying to keep us lively. It is Charizard and Toxapex hitting the field right away. And then Annihilate Toxapex. That's a big switch up. It being the Rock Tomb, or sorry, this not being the Rock. Desu is, of course, the Rock Tomb on this Annihilate.
Yeah, another one of the small changes between these two teams. Rock Tomb could actually be a really nice way to catch out that Charizard lead on Pato's side, especially with this Annihilate trained to be Jolly, and the Charizard on Pato's team, I believe, yep, it is trained to be Modest, so this is very likely an Annihilate that can outrun that Charizard and is threatening significant damage with the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, significant damage, and even if you don't take the KO, these Toxapex can easily mop that up over the course of a couple of turns, but the Toxapex are both pretty unthreatened by both these Pokemon. Likely going to see them trading some infestations once again.
Yep. One other thing to note about this Annihilate is its Ghost Leaping. It's going to be the only Pokemon on these teams that can naturally actually swap out of that infestation trapping, and with how driven the game has been by Toxapex, could be a really good bring.
Yeah, that's an incredible call out, Chubb. It's also so strong against the Incineroar if it does come once again for Pato. Charizard going for the Mega Evolution, immediately going to get a damage boost, so maybe an indication it's going for an attack. Annihilate goes on the defensive, goes for a Protect, doesn't want to lose the Focus Sash or take any damage, any smoke this turn, doesn't want to catch it. Heat Wave is going off, going to attack into the Toxapex if it can connect, which it does. Let's see the damage. That could be critical for later in the battle. About 75% HP, and it is important, of course, what the Toxapex is. They're targeting mainly. The Infestation is going to activate for the first turn, of course, on the Toxapex for Desu, and we'll see if it's a Toxic or an Infestation. Yep, trying to keep things the same. We are locking the Toxapex on the field. Desu's taking a little bit more damage from that Heat Wave, kind of immediately chipping away at that full HP.
Yeah, even if the Heat Wave damage might not look like much yet, I think just slowly watching those add up over time is going to tell the story of which of these Toxapex has to leave the field first to activate that Regenerator, and if there's enough damage from Pato's side, we might actually not even see that Regenerator come into play, as, like you said, it's not like Annihilate is a Pokemon that can actually remove the Toxapex on Pato's side to kind of end the Infestation trap on Desu's own Toxapex.
Yeah, I believe it is a Phantom Force Annihilate. If you want to get really cute, you could actually dodge any damage coming out from the opposing Charizard if you don't want to go for the Rock Tomb, but there's another way to dodge the damage, and it is switching out to the Incineroar. Going to not take a lot of damage, but potentially could take a Toxic or an Infestation, which, as we saw in the previous battle, ends up being pretty important in the late games. Pato going for the Solar Beam, one of the differences between the team, going to chip away even further at this Toxapex, so just making a concerted effort to have less of a stally game. That's getting very low. That's definitely in range of another Solar Beam after the next Infestation, and Toxapex hitting that Incineroar, going to take away at it over the course of the battle.
Yeah, Pato making some really stellar plays to wear away at this Toxapex as much as possible. I know we have talked about how difficult of a Pokemon it is to knock out, and I think Pato has actually found a very likely sequence of plays that is going to result in the Toxapex on Desu's side falling before, like, way before Pato's would.
Yeah, and also both. Yeah, the Toxapex for Desu is locked in the field. Doesn't have any opportunity to switch due to the Infestation on it.
We saw a Toxic come out as opposed to Infestation, I believe.
I think on the first turn there was Infestation into both of the Toxapexes, so both are infested.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said the Incineroar.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Must have misspoken. But essentially the Toxapex is stuck on the field, will have to either take another turn of Infestation. You can fake out the Charizard, but you're taking Toxic HP. But essentially that Toxapex at some point is going to have to take some Solar Beam or get even lower on HP from the Infestations.
Yeah, even with Incineroar being able to buy time with Fake Out, just like, what exactly are you doing with it? The Charizard could protect, it could choose to take the chip damage. Regardless, I think we're very likely to see a Solar Beam coming out to finish out that Toxapex 1 or 2 turns from now, exactly like you had said.
Yeah, I think, to your credit, you could potentially fake out this turn, not go for a Baneful Bunker, and then on the next turn you go for that, and then maybe you, at that point, have broken the Infestation lock and have the opportunity to switch out. It's going to be, I believe it's random between 4 and 5, so you hope for the 4, and then you just switch out the next turn, but that's really the kind of a big ask. But this Incineroar and Toxapex are not threatening a lot offensively.
And if you're the Toxapex on Pato's side of the team, seems very likely that you might just want to do something like Infest the Incin this turn.
Yeah, as you said, the Infestation locking that. I mean, it can Parting Shot, so not so locked, but is at least doing 1/8 plus the 1/8 from the Toxic on this turn. I think Toxic goes into the Charizard. That's going to deal a lot of damage over the course of the battle. Going to put it into Rock Tomb most likely after 1 or 2 more of those in combination with the Infestation.
I'm actually a little surprised to see the Charizard not go for a Protector. That seemed like a turn where it's very obviously the target of these two Pokemon, just because the Toxapex on Pato's side it was going to be taking very little this turn, even if Desu made a read went for both of his attacks into it.
Yeah, it is going to be taking that damage, as you said, Fake Out, and now the Toxic stacking in addition to the original Infestation, and the Incineroar taking those also in turn. But like we said earlier, at this point now a Solar Beam can't hit into the Toxapex, but it may just try and Baneful Bunker to try and stall out that final turn, or potentially final turn, to switch out and get rid of that pressure for later turns.
Cedric, something that's interesting about how low the Toxapex is now is that if you were to Baneful Bunker, you wouldn't actually be able to do a side parting shot into yourself. So one play that Pato could consider is actually going for a double protect, and then, potentially to look for a Baneful Bunker on Desu's side and trap this Instant in for another turn where it potentially like to reset that Infestation, reset that Toxic.
Yeah, definitely a potential option. Also, I think you could, the Toxapex is so low, maybe you just go for a Heat Wave with the Charizard and chip that Incineroar down even further. So even if there is a cute parting shot play, you have at least gotten a fair amount of damage on that Incineroar for later in the battle. Toxapex does start the turn off with the Baneful Bunker, trying to stall out that counter. I believe it's now the 4th turn, so could potentially get out of that. Wow, perfect targeting Weather Ball, not even risking the Heat Wave miss. Huge call out from Pato into the Incineroar, and that is getting low. It's at 32%. Citrus is going to activate. It stays on the field, going to take a Toxic and Infestation, but it is, of course, parting shotting out, trying to reset those counters, which is going to be really important. But a Pokemon is, of course, going to have to switch in. There's not a lot this Toxapex is going to be wanting to do other than Infestation and Toxic for that slot. It's going to be on the lookout what the choice is between those two options. The Annihilate can hit the field and threaten Rock Tomb on the future turn, but that Focus Sash is fine to broken.
Yeah, interesting to see Toxapex actually able to break this Focus Sash on Annihilate. Annihilate will be able to switch out of this Toxic, switch out of anything like Infestation if it comes out, but the damage is going to stick to it. Ooh, Annihilate coming out here is interesting because this is actually a Pokemon that can threaten a knockout on that Charizard, making it harder for it to actually finish off the Toxapex.
Yeah, we're going to see whether the Infestation on Desu's Toxapex ends, but regardless, like you said, Rock Tomb is threatening a knockout, so it shouldn't be as consequential as if the Annihilate hadn't hit the field. So great parting shot. Good positioning, making sure it happened exactly on this turn so that you're threatening a Charizard with the knockout, as I don't believe the Infestation ended. But
No.
Regardless, doesn't matter. The Rock Tomb really threatening a lot.
Yeah, I don't really think losing that Charizard to a Rock Tomb is something that that Desu is going to be comfortable here with yet. I think we're going to see another potentially pretty defensive turn. I don't think these players really need to begin losing their Pokemon just yet. They want to stall things out as much as possible and hope that the Infestations on their side begin to end.
Yeah, but Pato, of course, has the Toxic on the Charizard. It's been on the field. It feels like since the start of the battle, I think it actually has been. So that Toxic is going to be very close to a KO in combination with the Infestation. If it doesn't end, it might actually be a KO in this turn. It could be very close, but yeah, the HP still firmly in Desu's favor.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder what else this Annihilate could do. It's just going to be a Rock Tomb to finish off the Charizard.
Yeah, huge KO, outspeeding, just confirmed. We knew, of course, it was Jolly, but it could have been Train Slower, but absolutely huge to hit the 95% accurate Rage Fist, or Rock Tomb to take the KO. Now, there is no way for the Toxapex, outside of a super duper crit from the opposing Toxapex into the other one, to take a knockout this turn, so it should be able to regenerate over the course of the battle. As Infestation, at least we're taking a second turn of Toxic plus an Infestation, so 25% HP, but having to lose your Mega to do so, Pato can't be exceptionally happy about that.
Yeah, and the Sunlight ending there means that this is the 5th turn of the game, which means that this should be Infestations ending, its Harsh Sunlight ending, and both of these Toxapex at the end of this turn should be free to swap out and activate that Regenerator if they want to.
Yeah, that's going to be super important, more so for Desu's, but Pato having that positional option is absolutely important as well. Toxapex freed from the Infestation. We're going to see who Pato actually chooses to bring in. The Incineroar not going to be an ideal candidate against the Ghost type on the Annihilate, so naturally brings into Venusaur, so confirming that is one of the Pokemon in the back. Though, of course, we don't know if it's the Incineroar on Pato's side as well.
Yeah, Venusaur not the worst Pokemon to bring out here. Seems like it is going to have a little bit of a tough decision in terms of what to go for it, as obviously something like an Earth Power could be enough to finish off this Toxapex on Desu's side, but obviously would not do anything to a Charizard if it was to come in.
Yeah, the Venusaur looking pretty solid outside of, the Annihilate can go for a Phantom Force, but it's going to delay the damage a little bit. Annihilate is not loving that delayed damage, goes off the field into the Charizard. It is a potential target for a Sludge Bomb or any other really powerful attack from the Venusaur. Baneful Bunker starting off, doesn't want to take an Earth Power, wants the opportunity to switch out later. Wow, Sludge Bomb expected the Toxapex to finally try and get off the field, which it had wanted to for so many turns before. A double up into the Toxapex. Huge call from Desu not to switch out. Would have been punished immensely for not going for Baneful Bunker, but now gets the Charizard in fairly free. I wonder if there's actually not going to be a Mega Evolution to deny the potential to go for the Chlorophyll Venusaur.
Yeah, and I wonder if Charizard's Heat Wave. Ooh, actually, because of the wide guard on Pado's Toxapex, if the Charizard wasn't to Mega Evolve, Pado does have an option to just stop this Charizard from hitting Venusaur with any fire type damage.
Yeah, absolutely right. You could, you could maybe get the Incineroar in as a consolation prize, but one thing to note, the Pado is running the Sleep Powder on the Venusaur, so while the Sludge Bomb, the Sludge Bomb is the only option on Desu's side, Pado has the option to go for a Sleep Powder to buy your way out of some time, but I do really like the wide guard call. It could be huge on this upcoming turn. But the Toxapex starts the turn switching out to the Annihilate. Once that Regenerator finally gets it, the Annihilate could potentially threaten the Venusaur somewhat, although it looks like there's a Mega Evolution immediately. Maybe speed rolling to dodge the Sleep Powder and get a clean, crispy 1-hit KO with the Weather Ball into the Venusaur, as we see that come out.
Yeah, this could be a turn where Venusaur really needs to respond with something like the Sleep Powder to shut down the Charizard, as it does connect, rolling that 3 and 4 odds to lock out Charizard for at least this turn. We will see Charizard take its first turn of sleep and see what Pado's Toxapex is doing to respond. Just going to be an infestation into the Ghost-type Annihilate, though.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. That was, of course, the Toxapex previously. It's not going to be locked in the field, as you mentioned, the Ghost-type having the opportunity to switch in and out, but I think that is kind of the intention. Although the Annihilate isn't threatening a lot of damage immediately, it is a Pokemon that you can switch in and out and get those Regenerator turns. However, it's a little bit telegraphed if you want to go for that, and the Venusaur is the Life Orb. It has the option to go for a Berry Power or Earth Power if you do switch.
And if I'm Pado, I'm still terrified of the turn where this Charizard wakes up. Only 1 in every 3 times is that going to happen on this turn, but still, if Charizard wakes up, that's just going to be something like a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, immediately able to respond to this Venusaur and potentially set the game to a 4-2 score in Desu's favor.
Yeah, I think up a game, Pado definitely incentivized to try and take that risk and go for the 2-hit KO on the opposing Charizard. Annihilate is going to switch out, so if you did read that, you could have an Earth Power and probably take very close to a KO. I would honestly expect it to certainly KO, but the Sludge Bomb, is that going to be the choice? Yeah, just gambling on it, not waking up. The Charizard will move second. Wow, not a 2-hit KO. That's important here. The Charizard could survive another attack regardless, but the Charizard is able to wake up. Does it go for Weather Ball, Heat Wave? Weather Ball is going to knock out the Venusaur. That's a huge tool on Pado's side offensively. Although the Toxapex is still sticking around and very difficult to clear for the rest of the team, we are going to finally see the last Pokemon on Pado's side, with the Sleep Powder not proving to be effective against this Charizard.
Yeah, Desu getting a little fortunate with that 1-turn wake, making sure that Charizard can actually take out the Venusaur before being knocked out by that other first partner Pokemon itself. However, eating an infestation for its troubles as we see this chip damage come down on both of Desu's Pokemon. And on Pado's side, we're going to have to see that reveal of the very last Pokemon in just another moment.
Yeah, if it was Incineroar, probably would have loved to have the Annihilate on the field, but at least you have the potential to go for Fake Outs. I wonder if we're going to finally see the speed interaction between these Incineroars, whether they both go for Fake Out or delay that. But yeah, the Incineroar really incentivized to go for the Parting Shot to get off and shed those passive effects for Desu.
Yep, being able to withdraw Incineroar is a huge advantage that Desu has just due to the extra number of Pokemon that he has remaining here. It's a little bit hard to see Pado getting back into this, especially with that Incin not having access to Protect or anything. Might only be a matter of time until Annihilate hits the field again, is able to connect a close combat against it. However, the Pado on Toxapex, the Toxapex on Pado's side still looking extremely bulky and difficult to knock out for Desu.
Yeah, I think going to be important to potentially tag that Incineroar with a Weather Ball to confirm a close combat KO. It's an Impish Incineroar, so could have the potential to live a close combat without that, as Fake Out is going to start the turn off. Let's see if Desu goes for Fake Out as well. Yeah, it is. So Pado potentially the faster of the two. If it is not a speed tie, we're probably going to have to determine that later in the game, but the Infestation is going to rack up on the Charizard. I think it would have been close if it was able to KO with a couple more with 3 precisely Infestations before, but with the Fake Out chip, it's now going to be cleanly in these next 2.
Yeah, Charizard really running on borrowed time here, only going to be able to go for one more Weather Ball or Heat Wave potentially before fainting to a combination of Infestation. Really, any one other move that could be thrown its way. I think you're absolutely right. Being able to connect an attack onto this Incin to guarantee a close combat knockout is one of the best things Charizard could think about doing here, especially if that's just something very safe and reliable like a Weather Ball, where there's just going to be no doubts about it hitting that Incineroar.
Yeah, and if you're the slower Incineroar, it's hard to see a downside from just going for a Weather Ball and a Parting Shot with your Incineroar to get it off the field and get the Annihilate in cleanly while not risking a Flare Blitz. Weather Ball doing a lot of damage to that Incineroar, definitely in range of the close combat, as we do see the opposing Incineroar goes for the Throat Chop, so does not want that Parting Shot to come out. The advantage of the faster Incineroar in this mirror, of course, but Desu not falling for it, does not go for the Parting Shot, at least gets a little damage into the opposing Toxapex, but yeah, the Incineroar locked on the field may actually get knocked out. It's going to be very close. I think that's the second turn. If it's the third turn, that's going to be a clean knockout. But the Incineroar, very close to getting a knockout, although the Charizard should survive at least one more turn. Yeah, that's going to be a knockout on the Incineroar at least.
Yeah, not Charizard, though. And I believe Charizard has another turn of Infestation after this. I don't believe it's been long enough on the field to think about being freed by the Infestation just yet. I think that Throat Chop play from Pato is just so clever to make sure that that Incin wouldn't be able to leave the field and would be doomed to that Toxapex head.
Yeah, I think you probably, if the parting shot comes out, you almost certainly lose just on Pokemon count. With 5 minutes remaining, I think you are probably able to stall that out fairly easily, but now the Annihilate hits the field and does have a clean close combat KO lined up.
Yeah, and so let's see. Annihilate can pretty comfortably knock out the Incineroar on Pato's side. The Charizard on Desu's side could go for something like a Weather Ball into the Toxapex. If the Toxapex wasn't going for a Baneful Bunker, that is.
Yeah, I think a savvy Baneful Bunker, like you said, don't want to take a Weather Ball. That you don't have to, and Charizard should go down this turn. Close combat does take the KO. Of course, it is Impish Incineroar, and Incineroar is known for doing insane things, but not insane enough to survive that attack. The Annihilate is, there are only 2 Pokemon remaining after this Charizard goes down, so the Annihilate is going to take sustained toxic damage over the course of this battle.
Yeah, and with Annihilate being locked on the field here, it isn't actually something that Pato necessarily needs to think about connecting an Infestation against if it's already going to be, essentially locked on the field by virtue of being one of the only 2 Pokemon remaining and already seeing that toxic damage come down on it. I think it's very likely that we're going to see these Toxapex face off against each other to decide who will come out on top. But because Desu still has the advantage of Toxapex and its good friend Annihilate, I have to wonder whether Desu doesn't have a pretty significant advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Phantom Force also having the benefit of breaking through any Baneful Bunkers on future turns means you have at least a guaranteed Phantom Force in addition to the Infestation damage. I'd imagine it's able to do the, 18% going for the close combat, just knowing that its time on the field is definitely very limited. Wants to delay the Phantom Force until the last possible turn. Definitely makes sense, but at this point it's at 55% HP. The HP advantage is in the Toxapex for Desu. I think this is starting to look like game in hand for Desu.
Yep, Infestation coming out onto both of these Toxapex here, you have to imagine. Yep, just an Infestation mirror. Yeah, even with Annihilate's Phantom Force, I think that's just going to be really, really difficult for Pato to get through. Something to note about these Toxapex being like kind of slow damage over time Pokemon is that they can't even try and crit each other out of the end game. It's like, okay, congrats, your Infestation crit did 2% damage instead of 1% damage.
Yeah, absolutely. At 47%, as we said, there's just HP advantage for Desu's Toxapex. The leftovers is healing fast enough that neither Toxapex will go down over the course of the battle if both players stall out the battle appropriately. They're both at the talent level, I'm sure, to be able to do that, but it really should just be a Phantom Force to maximize damage from the Annihilate to close this out.
Yep, with Phantom Force being able to break protect, just a little bit of damage like that is going to be enough to kind of move the needle in your favor and ensure that you would, have more HP. But I think these Toxapex will probably be knocking each other out too, or one of them will be getting knocked out to Infestation before we get to that timer.
Yeah, gonna be a Baneful Bunker, just trying to hope that there's a close combat and you bait Pato or Desu into that, but it is the Phantom Force, appropriate selection here. Wouldn't, even if there is a double protect, able to break through that, and since you haven't taken that much toxic damage, you're gonna be set up to execute on that Baneful or that Phantom Force and have the HP damage, the advantage in HP even more on your own Toxapex.
Yep, Phantom Force, a unique move that takes a turn to charge up as your Annihilate escapes into the Shadow Realm before it can go for that protect breaking Phantom Force on the next turn.
Yeah, one final turn for the Annihilate, though the Toxic will knock it out on this next turn. However, you are just going to see, I'm sure, just probably a Baneful Bunker from Davide. It doesn't particularly matter, but the Phantom Force for sure will come out from the Annihilate to chip down the Toxapex.
Yep. Pato will have nothing to do about the damage coming out, even if this Annihilate doesn't have any defined boost in play. I think this is going to be doing enough damage to move that needle in Desu's favor in this match. Kind of showing why Annihilate is such a strong bring in this matchup. I think, being able to swap out of Infestation, but also chip away Pokemon like Toxapex and, of course, the Incineroar very efficiently.
Yeah, I think it was interesting. Pato made an extremely concerted effort in this battle to knock out the opposing Toxapex, but because of this, Annihilate was not able to execute that pin, as the Phantom Force doesn't take a KO, but after 2 more Infestations, roughly going to be the KO. Maybe that Infestation damage is that a critical hit? I think it actually might be. I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh, chunky. Good job, Toxapex.
Yeah, absolutely. But now after 2 Infestations for sure, the damage will mount and the Toxapex will fall. Probably could have gone to timer regardless, but at least Desu might be able to actually take a match on KOs instead of by timer.
Yup, as we see both these Toxapex recover a little bit of hit points with their leftovers. I am actually checking the natures on both these Toxapex, as it looks like they're Impish and Bolt respectively. I just wanted to see if either one was running something like a minus speed nature, potentially to try and take that infestation damage later in the turn and be the second Toxapex knocked out if they were in an extremely close HP race. Not what we're going to see this game, but could potentially come up in a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is over for Desu, whether it's by timer or this final turn of Infestation. Going to be the winner of the Toxapex. Of course, it is the shiny one, so exactly what you would expect, but it's an interesting choice. Pado stuck to their guns in this game too, went with the same Pokemon brings, but Desu switched to the Annihilate, proved to be really effective.
Yeah, when you're playing a mirror like this, it's always really interesting to see, like, you know, when your opponent mixes things up and you have to wonder, like, oh, does my opponent have such a great idea that I have to think about copying it myself for the next game, or am I going to stick to my guns and keep bringing the same 4 Pokemon that, that Pado has used in both of these games at this point, winning one and losing one?
Yeah, I think one of the key differences between the teams is actually Pado running the Rage Fist and Phantom Force, no Rock Tomb, so less easily able to dispatch that Charizard. Maybe why Desu was prompted to bring that Pokemon and it proved to be so effective, while Pado may not have that same option. I did like the Venusaur. I mean, looking back on that turn, of course, if the Charizard stays asleep, there's just the potential for the Venusaur to knock out that Pokemon very easily and then kind of sweep through the rest of the battle. So absolutely no fault to Pado for risking it was 2/3 in your favor up a game. I think you absolutely take those odds a lot of the time, but unfortunately didn't pan out, and now it's time to look towards the game 3 in the top 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Cedric, the only Pokemon that we haven't seen in this matchup on the teams at this point is the Choice Scarf Garchomp. I guess if Pado does want to have a Pokemon that's going to be threatening some Rock-type damage, he is going to have to rely on that Garchomp and its trusty Rock Slide.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if you want to do that, if the Toxapex is on the field, you're kind of, incurring that Pokemon just taking over the battle again. But I think the issue with the Garchomp in this matchup is definitely the having to lock into a move. If you lock into the Rock Slide in front of a Toxapex switch, suddenly you're forced off the field. If you lock into the Stomping Tantrum and the Toxapex is able to leave the field, the Charizard is just able to wreak havoc with no damage potential into it. So I see why both of the players have kind of steered away from it, but maybe it's time to make a risky call in Game 3 and switch that up.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to guess right now, I'm expecting to see the same 4 Pokemon from Game 2. I think you really hit the nail on the head calling out the lack of the Rock Tomb on Pado's version of the Annihilate, just making it a much less scary Annihilate than this matchup where you really need that coverage to go after a potential early game Charizard.
Yeah, it was interesting. The Sleep Powder ended up making it winnable for Desu, but the lack of the Rock Tomb ended up, for Pado, but Pado's lack of the Rock Tomb made things a little bit difficult, but we are going to see the adjustments from these players. Going into Game 3, everything on the line, finalist berth for both of these players. Game 3, Italian Countryman, and a big switcher from Pado in this Game 3 as Toxapex and Annihilate coming out once again. Of course, the Toxapex is once again really well poised, but the Venusaur doing a lot more damage at the start of this battle.
Yeah, Venusaur potentially a pretty big adjustment, as there's not really any Pokemon on the group of Pokemon that Desu brought last game that are going to be immune to that Sleep Powder, so Venusaur really having a lot of say in whether it wants to try and put any of these Pokemon to sleep. I guess in this case, Pado taking advantage of one of the changes on his team that potentially gives him an advantage here.
Yeah, not a lot of damage being immediately threatened from the Annihilate. Could go for a Phantom Force, which is going to get damage on the next turn, but not a fast amount of damage on either of these Pokemon. Probably not even, maybe even a 2-KO on the Venusaur, but the Toxapex would love taking that, so just buy some opportunities to go for Infestations.
Yeah, Annihilate and Toxapex ultimately just not afraid of too much. Toxapex opening up the turn with a Baneful Bunker.
Likely doesn't want to take an Earth Power from that Venusaur, probably why it was led, but the Annihilate is going for Phantom Force, just trying to chip down, maybe take away some of the bulk on that Venusaur, so you don't need to net a Weather Ball into it. Earth Power strikes into that Protect, not going to work out, as the Infestation also goes into the Toxapex. Pado happy with that Game 1, thought, you know what, I didn't have the right Pokemon to knock out this Toxapex quickly. Charizard was a little bit slow. Let's go with the super effective Earth Powers from Venusaur.
Yep, can totally see Pado going through this. And I think Desu's turn 1 play, though, is just very safe. If your Annihilate is going to disappear and not do any damage, you might as well just go for Protect with Toxapex to, mitigate the risk of it being doubled. As we see Phantom Force just do barely over half to this Venusaur.
Yeah, that's important. I think and even 40% would have been good, but Sleep Powder misses the Toxapex. That thing is going to get to act this turn, and it's going to act first, infesting the Venusaur. If there were any doubt, there wasn't. There was doubt because it didn't go for the Life Orb chip that turn, but now Phantom Force for sure will knock out on the next turn. Going to be fairly safe if you want to go for another Baneful Bunker and Phantom Force, or we could get more aggressive now that Pado has gotten support RNG and taken advantage even further.
Yeah, that combination of the Phantom Force followed up by the Infestation into Pado's Venusaur has essentially already resigned it to its fate. It's not going to be able to do anything about another Phantom Force coming out, as it is just stuck on the field waiting for it to come out. Truthfully, the only way that this Venusaur could actually escape that is Toxapex withdrawing for a Charizard who Mega Evolves to let Venusaur act. I think that is a convoluted play that is not even worth going for, and that's the only thing Venusaur can do to get off another attack before fainting to a Phantom Force here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a awful miss. But yeah, I mean, you went for the Sleep Powder when the Earth Power was there, maybe looking for a Charizard on switch in to avoid that attack precisely, but doesn't get it, and now the Venusaur's life is limited.
Yup, Venusaur going to be able to do really little here. I guess one silver lining of this is the Toxapex on Pado's side hasn't been hit by an infestation of its own yet. It's going to be free to stay in or swap out as it likes, but probably staying in is going to be a pretty important way to, make sure that Desu's Toxapex is stuck on the field, which just went for a Baneful Bunker.
Yeah, seeing a repeat of the game one. You pointed out, or the turn one of this game, you pointed out it was safe then. It's looking way safer now as the Venusaur tries to get an Earth Power off. It can't switch. I mean, even it can't protect even in the face of the Phantom Force. But at least you do get a Toxic into the Annihilate. Oh, that's a fun interaction. So Toxic is completely skipping the accuracy check and also able to hit the Phantom Force Annihilate in the air. Choppa, I didn't know that one. I don't think you knew that one either.
I knew that you could Intimidate through Phantom Force, which is like already pretty funny to me. I didn't know a Poison type could Toxic through. That's even sillier. Good on Pado to kind of understand his mechanics well enough and get up, there's the only thing that he could have gone for that turn. Just a nice way for him to load up a little bit of damage on the Annihilate. Cedric, I'm not sure if either of these players have very much variety in what we're going to see from this turn. I have to imagine this Phantom Force coming out for that Venusaur, and then the Toxapex on both sides. I have to imagine it's going to be something like an Infestation from Desu's side and an Infestation from Pado's side, except point at the Annihilate. Just both players trying to maximize the way that chip damage is being added up on the other side.
Absolutely, just trying to maximize that chip, but a KO being taken on Desu almost certainly this turn, like you said. I mean, it'd be a crazy play to Phantom Force into the opposing Toxapex when you have that KO cleanly locked in. The Toxapex is going to go for the Baneful Bunker, but the Venusaur no option to switch because of the Infestation on previous turns. Phantom Force will strike first to knock out the Venusaur. One of the main options to knock out the Toxapex of Desu's team. The Earth Power was never able to connect, despite it really being looking like that was what Pado was angling for. The KO does come out. No Infestation into the Annihilate this turn, so only taking Toxic Chip after that cheeky Toxic in the Phantom Force Nether Zone. But now, I mean, it wouldn't have stopped the switch anyways, but would have been some nice chip. But we are going to see Pado's final Pokemon revealed shortly.
Yeah, I suppose that Baneful Bunker on Pado's side was a good way to mitigate how much chip damage his Toxapex is saying, especially when, the cost of being hit by Infestation maybe yourself would be infesting an Annihilate that could just swap out of it whenever it wants to anyway.
Yeah, Charizard finally hits the field, but I mean that Annihilate, it's still fairly healthy. It's going to take a lot of Toxics to actually knock it out, and the Toxapex for Desu still very safe. You could see something like you could switch out the Toxapex for Pado. It hasn't been infested yet, but hard to imagine anything but a Rock Tomb coming out to keep that Charizard honest. You could Infestation into the Toxapex to lock down that slot on future turns, or follow up into the Charizard to lock a KO down.
Cedric, I think we could even see Desu think about going for that same Phantom Force and Baneful Bunker combination to ensure a safe Phantom Force followed up by an Infestation on Charizard the next turn. Desu sees better than that, though, and chooses to withdraw Annihilate for his own Incineroar.
Yeah, want to reset that Toxic counter. The Incineroar hits the field. Charizard starts the Sunlight counter, of course, 1 of 5. Going to try and maximize his damage on these upcoming turns and activate the ability to go for Solar Beam. Damage into that Toxapex is very limited. It has to come from somewhere, and the Charizard is the start of that game plan for Pado. But Desu denying that entirely. Going for the Baneful Bunker. Could be a Heat Wave on the Incineroar switch in. Most likely the case. Oh no, not the case. Solar Beam into the Baneful Bunker. And the Incineroar comes in safely. Let's see what the Toxapex goes for. It is an Infestation, so at least you have to force it to go for a Parting Shot to switch out. But, I mean, defensively, Desu just has Pado walled out here.
Yeah, I guess the Infestation hitting the Incineroar not the worst thing that Pado could see, but again, this just does not feel like very relevant damage for him right now. If anything, the Charizard still hasn't been hit by an Infestation of its own yet. It is going to be free to swap out if it wants to, but if you're Desu here, I don't know if there's very much stopping you from just kind of focusing down that Charizard slot with an Infestation to begin to watch it really tick down to that move.
Absolutely. Infestation almost certainly the move of choice from Desu, but the Incineroar, I mean, Fake Out Pressure is looking strong against the opposing Charizard. Maybe you just Parting Shot out against the Toxapex to switch that out.
Yeah, the Charizard Protect here is so telegraphed almost on Pado's side that maybe you don't want to send something like a double target into it. We could even see Desu think about going for an Infestation on Pado's Toxapex, which is still sitting pretty at 100% HP. Even if it's not likely that Desu actually wants to try and take a knockout on it early, limiting the option of a switch could be nice for him.
Yeah, good to call it out. The Charizard does protect under the pressure of the Incineroar and the Toxapex, as Incineroar does go for Fake Out. It did bite. Unfortunately, not going to get a juicy Fake Out there. Infestation, yeah, doubled into the Charizard. Effective for Pado to try and take an advantage back in this game as Toxic starts the counter down on the Incineroar to make that a little bit easier of a Pokemon to KO. Of course, most likely, if it's the same Incineroar in the back, going to be a Mammoth to deal with the HP on the Incineroar, shy of that stacked up passive damage.
Yeah, now that Pado's side is looking at it at an Infestation that he can't easily go for a double protect against, I wonder if Pado would want to think about giving up his Charizard pressure on the field and swapping into something like Incineroar, which would be able to use a parting shot to get rid of a potential Infestation. The thing is, I just don't see this damage adding up very nicely coming out from Pado's end at this point. Just being down a whole Pokemon at this point, while Desu still has all 4 of his Pokemon, including a completely unrevealed one in the back, is starting to look very, very uphill for Pado right now.
Yeah, I think also if the Incineroar in the back and the Annihilate is able to get in cleanly on a parting shot, it's going to be very difficult to shy away from that pressure. Solar Beam coming out, going to start chipping away on that Toxapex. It's taken a lot of turns of Infestation, got to be getting close to healing or freeing itself from that, but 28% and a Solar Beam on the next turn should KO. Parting shot, going to make it a little dicey even after the Infestation damage, but the Incineroar critically gets off the field, no more Toxic Infestation stacking. We may see a reveal of the final Pokemon if Desu tries to close this out quickly, or we could see the Annihilate come back, able to go for those really potent Phantom Forces where you can't protect in front of them, or the Rock Tombs a little bit more aggressively against the Charizard.
I think Annihilate is the exact right Pokemon to go into if this is the Infestation into Charizard that we were talking about, because this is the Charizard that we assume is slower than Annihilate, is 4 times weak to Rock Tomb, and now can't even swap out against it. However, it's not like the Rock Tomb is going to be a one-shot knockout or anything. Desu still has to be a little bit careful to make sure that his own Toxapex isn't actually going down to something like a Solar Beam from Charizard. And even with that Rock Tomb speed drop, I think Toxapex is way too slow to ever be moving before a Charizard.
Yeah, 100%. We did confirm in the previous battle, Toxapex finally freeing itself from the Infestation, should it actually want to free itself from the Regenerator. However, the parting shot into the Charizard means it should fairly safely stick on the field, even if a Solar Beam comes out.
Yup, the parting shot drop making it even less likely that this Charizard is going to have much impact on the game at this point. I'm curious what Pado is going to try and do to shut down this Annihilate. Just starting to look, again, very, very difficult for them to find a way to do about it. Annihilate just really exerting complete control over this game.
Yeah, even if Rock Tomb does not take a knockout, if you can't KO the Toxapex, the Infestation on that or the next turn should do the trick. So really just about navigating about that. But Desu delaying the pressure even further, switches out into the Incineroar, maybe trying to bait out a Protect from Charizard that turn, but yeah, denied the pressure from the Annihilate. Happy to keep pivoting around as the Toxapex goes for a Baneful Bunker. Another turn of leftovers will strike it. Of course, there is no Infestation taking away on Pado's Toxapex, but maybe the intention is actually just to deal with the partners and then 4v1 this Toxapex if you can. But Incineroar takes a Heat Wave, which is going to add up with the combination of the Toxic and Infestation if it does strike into it. And it is just an Infestation trying to reset onto that Toxapex. But the Incineroar relatively cleanly doesn't love taking the Heat Wave and the Poison Tick, but at least can go for a Fake Out.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised to see Annihilate swap out there, but considering, like, I think Rock Tomb probably wouldn't be enough to knock out the standard relatively bulky Charizard yet, so you would be guaranteed to take a Heat Wave if you're not able to get the knockout. I think there's probably not that much reason for Desu not to play this as defensively as possible, just really be patient with wearing down this Charizard, because saving that Annihilate for a potential Incineroar on the back on Pado's side could be really important for him.
Yeah, I think also maybe not wanting to risk the Rock Tomb miss. If you can get this Charizard lower and lower with the combination of, yeah, no Fake Out into that, but an Infestation is going to keep going. Weather Ball into the Toxapex, definitely not going to knock out shy of a critical hit, still did a lot of damage. Wow, even with the parting shot, that is not a critical hit. Wow, Charizard's way stronger than it really should be, but Toxic strikes on the Charizard. Now I think what Pado may be game planning for is actually trying to get the Charizard in Phantom Force range rather than the 5% miss Rock Tomb. At this point, I think probably after this next turn it's going to be very close, most likely in range.
Yeah, and I wonder when we're going to see this Infestation run out on Charizard. I mean, I guess probably not anytime soon. The Infestation would probably run out after the Toxapex has been forced off the field, and again, with the Sunlight ending, this Toxapex just doesn't seem like it has plans to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, we're in an interesting spot actually. The Sun has ended, so Solar Beam and Weather Ball no longer an offensive option. You could actually go for a parting shot into your own Toxapex to get a clean switch into the Annihilate if you want it.
Yeah, and the Toxic Hex on Desu's side, remind me, is it even being affected by Infestation right now, or was it freed and we haven't seen it renewed just yet?
On Desu's side, I believe it has not taken an Infestation, but
yeah,
not entirely
that's
sure.
just so critical because it means that this Toxic Hex is only recovering HP turn after turn with its leftovers.
Yeah, seeing the Baneful Bunker start off, it's going to be Charizard going for that Heat Wave. Of course, not going to do a lot of damage without the Sun. Into the Fire type Incineroar. Let's see if it's able to maybe get a critical hit. I mean, it's a -1 special attack. No Sunlight. This thing is dealing pitiful damage as the Throat Chop comes out, not wanting to go into the Annihilate. You know what? We can just deal with it with the strong defensive Incineroar. Throat Chop brings it very low. I think it may actually be this turn that the Charizard goes down.
Yeah, due to that combination of Toxic and Infestation hitting at the same time, Charizard may not be long for this world. Desu's Incineroar really being taken down relatively efficiently by itself. Yep, Charizard going to be with us for one more turn as this Infestation will leave it on just 2% HP remaining. However, it's just going to be another pretty weak Heat Wave that we're likely to see from this Charizard.
Yeah, extremely weak, and no matter what happens, even if somehow you could knock out the opposing Toxic Hex, the Toxic will take down. It doesn't need the Infestation. That Pokemon will be gone from this world. I believe the Incineroar doesn't have Fake Out Pressure active this turn. It went into Toxapex on the previous turn, so you can maybe take that KO, but the Toxapex finally switches off the turn. Its job is done. The Charizard will go down for sure, and we finally see Charizard from Desu entering the battle. Heat Wave, just for good measure, going to miss the Incineroar, allowing it the opportunity to go for another attack, whether it be Parting Shot or the Throat Chop. Remains to be seen, but the Charizard loves taking that Heat Wave on switch in. The Parting Shot once again, insult on injury. That Charizard is going down. It's at -2 special attack, and yeah, an opportunity to either switch into the Annihilate. If it's Incineroar in the back, I think that might be curtains. If it gives it the Intimidate, that's going to be a clean close combat KO, and looks like that's what Desu maybe thinks is going to be the case, as the Infestation is one move into the Charizard. Going to deal some damage over time, but maybe not quick enough.
Desu has been playing this game absolutely surgically, just saving this Annihilate until the perfect moment. Like you said, if that's Incineroar on the back, it is going to have no say in whether it's choosing to activate this Annihilate's Defiant, and I believe even a relatively bulky Incineroar is somewhat likely to feint to a +1 Annihilate close combat. I don't think this is like, you know, last generation where we saw some of these Focus Sash Annihilate max out their HP training for a big final gambit. I believe these Annihilate are probably just, you know, training to go on the offense with big close combats.
Yeah, it is that Incineroar enters the field, Intimidate into the Defiant on the Annihilate, close combat. I mean, as you said, it's Impish Incineroar, it's bulky, but is it bulky enough? This is probably max attack on the Annihilate, and even if you can't take the KO, Charizard outspeeds and should be able to follow up with a Weather Ball for the KO, and then it's Toxapex against the world. And I've seen it do a lot of things, but the ability for the Ghost-type Annihilate to switch out the remaining Toxapex makes this a tall order.
Yeah, Desu just playing, these last couple of turns have been absolutely beautifully played. Charizard going for a Mega Evolution to bolster its damage and really put the pressure on the Incin to go for a Fake Out against it, or else risk eating a close combat and something like a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball at the same time. It could even be the helping hand, but no, it's just going to be a close combat to attempt to knock out this Incineroar in one hit.
Yeah, close combat takes the KO, and now it's a +1 Annihilate with Phantom Force against this Toxapex. If you wanted to keep it in, Desu seems to have a penchant for wanting to switch that guy out a fair bit, but we'll see how much Weather Ball is doing. If it's able to, oh my god, that's a fair amount of damage. I truly see no way for this Toxapex to close it out against Pado's country.
Yup. Toxapex, you know, being able to connect another perfectly accurate Toxic, but probably just not going to be the move that Pado needs to be going for to try and come back from a 1-4 deficit.
Yeah, if you ever go for a Phantom or a Baneful Bunker, that's turns that the Annihilate is buying to load up the Phantom Force essentially. And if you don't go for the Protect, the Weather Ball is going to do a clean 33% to you and chip you even further. This looks like game over for Pado. It's been an incredible run, 16-1, but it looks like Desu is going to proceed to 17-1 in the finals of the Grand Champions Festival Encore against Lexicon.
Yup. Toxapex might be staring at us for another turn or two here, but I don't like its odds of being able to take, you know, some of these Phantom Forces.
Yeah, Phantom Force is going to start initiating, Pado knowing, I mean, I can't stall that. It's just going to allow it to load up. Weather Ball is going to start chipping away at that. I mean, the game might just end on the next turn. The Phantom Force, that +1's going to do a lot, but you should have the opportunity, oh yeah, going for the Infestation, no opportunity to go for the Toxic, not really anything that the Toxapex could have done that turn.
Yup, I completely agree with you. I think one more Phantom Force and Weather Ball combination is going to be more than enough to deal with this Toxapex at this point. I think Desu's game plan here is just really good. Essentially, like, ignoring the Toxapex on Pado's side saying that he doesn't have any intentions of trying to knock it out early in the game, and just really using all of his resources on the other Pokemon on Pado's team, and essentially isolating the Toxapex, saying like, hey, I don't care about you, your partner is going to be fighting a 2-on-1 against me for the entire game.
Yeah, to his credit, the Venusaur did miss the Sleep Powder earlier in the game, which made things a lot easier to lock down that Venusaur, which otherwise could have introduced lots of damage with the Earth Power or more variants through the Sleep Powders. But thankfully, you know, sometimes in a tournament you take those, and obviously the game was not over if the Sleep Powder had connected. But Pado locks in the forfeit. That is going to be a victory for Desu, proceeding to the finals of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yup, and he will be soon to face off against Lexicon, our waiting Grand Champion finalist. You know, kind of staring at him with another Charizard team, but not just a Charizard and a Pelipper. I think this is probably going to be a slightly more dynamic matchup, a little bit less Toxapex stalling, only one more Toxapex for us to look at.
Absolutely, but it is the final one. Thankfully, it's not a mirror, but of course we are going to see a Venusaur and Charizard mirror of sorts. Of course, the Life Orb, I think, makes things a little bit less, you know, we're trading the Sleep Powders a little bit more, and actually Desu, thankfully, is of the two the Venusaur that did not have the Sleep Powder. So we're only going to be seeing one of those to reduce the variance even further, but it's going to be an incredible match between these two players, and I, for one, am extremely excited.
Yeah, really excited to see what these two trainers get up to. I think, like, seeing these really high records, like, you know, the fact that you can be 17-1 in a tournament just displays such a mastery over everything that's going on, playing all these games and only having lost to one person so far. If Desu was to win this tournament, what that would put him at an 18-1 record. Might have to be some kind of record. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been an incredible finals. I think we are getting... Yeah, we are going to possibly pass it over to... Yeah, we're going to throw it to Jacob just before the final. It's going to be an incredible finals, but of course we need to hear to our ringleader, Scraw.
Finally, after 2 days and countless battles, we are down to 2 last players. Underhill, Lexicon, and Desu. 2 Charizard players, one with a Toxapex, one with a Pelipper. It's come down to 2 Charizards. Who could have seen that coming? I cannot wait to see who is going to win the Grand Champions Festival Encore. That being said, Chuppa, Cedric, let's get into the finals of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We are in the finals, Lexicon versus Desu Chuppa. My name is Cedric. I just told you his name is Chuppa. Let's get into it.
We're not getting any break before going into this finals. You know what? After the pace of the last game, I think I can appreciate that. I want to see our trainers keeping up the pace. I want to see our production keeping up the pace. Cedric, I want you and I to keep up the pace. We have to figure out who is going to be the winner of this huge 4,000-player tournament. Figure out who is going to be taking home the lion's share of this $5,500 prize pool.
Chuppa, I am tuckered out after that match, and I can't imagine Desu being any less tuckered out, and it's what, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. after playing all night in the Italian time zone. Alex has the benefit of the West Coast time zone, but absolutely has been playing a long and grueling tournament himself. So excited to see what these players are able to cook up, the level of play they're able to accomplish even after a grueling weekend of Pokemon. I mean, we were mentioning before, the winner of this tournament will have gone 18-1 in total.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible amount of Pokemon. So they've got to be tired, but they have to keep in mind the finish line is in sight. Time to enter a full sprint.
Yeah, these are both players that have been honing their gameplay over the course of a week, and you don't get to, you know, these records like 17-1 like we see for Desu and 16-2 on Alex's side without really displaying mastery over your team. Maybe these players have just been warming up the whole day, getting ready to fight their absolute hardest in their final match of the day.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I know both of these players have played similar, they've played similar teams across. I think actually Alex has played Desu one time in the final round of the Swiss portion of the tournament, ended up losing that match, so at least Desu has the experience advantage. Also had the benefit of playing My Stars, mixing it up, but essentially both these players have matchup experience into both of each other's teams, so going to be an interesting series of decisions on how they're going to approach the matchups.
This is really interesting. So not only was Desu able to beat Lexicon the final round of Swiss, you know, that X-1 record, so both of them being able to advance the top cut, maybe not the highest stakes game for them. However, Desu is also able to beat William Brown in top 8 of this tournament in a matchup that, both players had to take fully seriously to figure out which of them would be moving on to the top 4. So I wonder if Desu has a little bit of a matchup edge, seeing as they've been able to beat this team twice in the tournament already.
Yeah, perhaps a matchup edge. However, I know a lot of the team builders behind this Pelipper and Charizard team do work closely together. I know Raghav took a loss to MyStars that Lexicon was able to win shortly after, so they're passing information back and forth. They're trying to strategize to overcome their opponents. And with the stream nature of this event, we just saw, we saw Desu actually able to overcome this matchup on stream, I believe. So that's something that should work to Alex's advantage.
Yeah, Alex at this point getting all the information that he needs from a Discord group chat that probably has a Pelipper icon, talking with his friends and figuring out all the game plans to go into this finals. Like I was saying, figuring out the best game plans in Pokemon isn't just about honing your impulses on your own, but it's about talking with your friends and figuring out the absolute best plans, putting as many minds to work on solving the problem of an optimized Pokemon plan as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great team, of course. Raghav, the previous Grand Champion of the Festival Encore, but Alex trying to bring it home for himself this time. It's cool to see your friends do well, but it's even cooler to see yourself come out the champion. Isn't that right, Chuppa?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome match. I think the interaction between the weathers is going to be really interesting, whereas Alex has the option to turn the Fire-type Weather Ball into a Water-type Weather Ball by switching in the Pelipper. That's not an option. It's an option Desu has, but has to be a little bit more proactive about predicting that Pelipper switch in, whereas Alex has the ability to control that very precisely.
Yep, and figuring out which of these Charizards is going to be the faster one, flinging out those faster water weather balls is really important. I kind of have to assume it's going to be the one on Alex's team, considering that's something that his team is actually built around. I don't think Desu ever went into team building expecting to fling many water weather balls in the Charizard mirror.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to point out the Grimmsnarl on this team. I think the only new Pokemon, I don't know, actually, both these players, a lot of people saying, you know what, it's just Regulation MA+. However, we are seeing a Grimmsnarl and an Annihilate in the finals, so kind of proving a lot of the doubters wrong. About the nature of the Charizard teams. Kind of a huge experiment for both of these players with the Annihilate and the other Rain mode, as opposed to the more common Big 6 teams.
Yeah, this weekend really showing the diversity of different Charizard teams that we're seeing, especially with this new Annihilate build. As we get into the leads here, figuring out what these two players are going to be leading in Game 1 of the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Pelipper Archaladon right off the bat. Maybe Lexicon assuming there's no Charizard on lead, and that is the correct call. Maybe getting some information from his friend William, who fell in the top 8. We are not in the quarterfinals, of course. We are in the finals of this tournament. Lexicon against Desu, coming into the finals.
Yeah, Pelipper and Archaladon a very decisive lead on Lexicon's side, threatening this Toxapex with the boosted up Electro Shot right away. However, Incin able to slow this down. Ultimately, though, if you're Lexicon, I see two very juicy targets in front of me. It's going to be tough for Desu to find a way to respond to a potential Weather Ball point at Incin and a Electro Shot point at that Toxapex at the same time right now.
Yeah, maybe not a 1-hit KO on the Electro Shot, but absolutely going to set up for the next one with the second Electro Shot. Of course, it being a special attacking move that also boosts your special attack the turn you use it. It normally charges, but in rain, not going to need to do that charge, so really valuable against the Water-type Toxapex. And the Weather Ball a clean KO at Incin, or if it stays on the field, but it's going to switch out, foregoing that pressure, going into your own Charizard. Yeah, that's going to be really important to Toxapex. Leaves the field as well, doesn't want any of that Electro Shot as the Venusaur takes the field. It's going to be susceptible to that Electro Shot. Fake out into the Pelipper, or rather, previously the Pelipper. Charizard doesn't love taking damage at any point. Of course, it's not super bulky of a Pokemon, but the Electro Shot is going to come out and deal a bit of damage to the opposing Venusaur and maybe chip it in range of a Heat Wave. It's going to be pretty close. I mean, it won't be close after you go for the Mega Evolution, but maybe out of range to maintain the speed advantage if it is trained to be faster.
Yeah, definitely some pretty significant damage coming out on the Venusaur there. Alex making a really good call, saving his Pelipper in the back to be able to set up that rain whenever he wants, and also giving himself the ability to set up Sun whenever he wants, and putting this Venusaur in a little bit of a tricky place. Thinking about it, I wonder if Charizard actually wants to go for that Mega Evolution here, and I kind of have to think, no, I think I'd probably rather my Archaladon keep access to a boosted Electro Shot against this Incineroar slot, even if it means that the Venusaur is going to be a little more comfortable without having to worry about actually being knocked out by anything.
Yeah, one benefit of the training for Alex, I believe it is the Archaladon running the Calm Nature, should easily take an Earth Power, not easily, but it's not going to be able to. No Mega Evolution, goes for the Weather Ball. I was really hoping to see this play, maintaining that, not a knockout, but absolute absolutely going to be in range of an Archaladon follow-up, even through the Citrus Berry if that's what's going to come out. And no Sleep Powder as an option on this Venusaur. It is running 3 attacks, no Sleep Powder. Earth Power, yeah, the Calm Archaladon able to take that reasonably enough and should be able to follow up with either a Dragon Pulse to KO the Venusaur or an Electro Shot to KO this Incineroar and get rid of some of the pivotability that Desu has been relying on so much in this top cut. Electro Shot is coming. Who is going to be the target? The Venusaur will, of course, be able to tank another one, but the Incineroar will most likely go down unless it is that more defensive Archaladon, making it unable to take that KO. Is it able to knock out +1 Incineroar? Oh, that's able to take a KO at the +2, of course, having gone for the Electro Shot on the previous turn. Big gain of advantage for Lexicon.
Yeah, I think that was a really good play from Alex, knowing that the Weather Ball was kind of going to move the needle against that Incineroar even more. I think that was just a true pin on that slot. If that's a Charizard in the back, Desu did not have a Pokemon that was going to be able to survive that double. Again, he didn't need to play any games with, the Venusaur, potentially going for Protect. Charizard hitting the field, but Desu is going to have to figure out a way to come back from this 3-4 Pokemon deficit right now. However, Charizard hitting the field is going to give Desu the opportunity to flip the weather back, turn off things like Electro Shot, turn off that Water Weather Ball, and give his Venusaur a bit of a speed advantage. I think this might be the Pokemon that Desu needed to send out to get himself back into the game.
Yeah, I think it may depend a little bit on the speed training between these Pokemon. If you go for a Heat Wave and a Sludge Bomb, and you are the faster Charizard for Desu, you might have the opportunity to KO Lexicons.
Yeah, on the other side, I'm not sure, it's a little bit tough to say whether this Charizard on Lexicon side is actually going to be threatened by a knockout, just because Charizard is such a bulky Pokemon. The Sludge Bomb Heat Wave combination might not be quite enough.
Yeah, we're going to see the Charizard is going for the Mega Evolution, overriding the Rain, so no Water-type Weather Ball funny business. On this turn, neither Pokemon has the ability to give it out, but we are seeing from the Mega Evolution interaction, Desu's has Mega Evolved first, will most likely be faster between the two unless it was a speed tie. Let's try and confirm it this turn. The Venusaur goes for Protect, doesn't want to strike with the Sludge Bomb, maybe wants to delay that one additional turn, get 2 Heat Waves off, as the Archaladon also replying in turn with a Protect to stall a turn. Going to be the Charizard going for the Heat Wave. We'll see if it's able to connect and how much damage it's able to accomplish on Lexicons. Heat Wave does come out. It's doing a lot of damage. I think Heat Wave with the next Sludge Bomb should be a clean KO if we're able to connect, as Heat Wave, Lexicon going for that as well. But one thing we need to keep in mind, the weathers are set here. Those Mega Evolutions have been burned, so if you want to, you can switch in to the Pelipper.
Yeah, I think in some ways that turn looks like it probably went a little bit better for Desu here, because even with this Archaladon's recovery, I don't think it's actually going to be able to take up another Heat Wave. So if Sun stays, Lexicon is potentially looking at both his Pokemon being knocked out. So I wonder how Desu is going to try and cover for the potential of the Pelipper in the back to show itself. Do you want to fling a Water type, or a Weather Ball at the enemy Charizard and say like, hey, if you send out Pelipper, there's going to be a Water Weather Ball that you have to worry about right now. Seems really tough for Desu to consider, potentially multiple possible weathers at the start of this turn. Venusaur just going for an Earth Power to finish off the Archaladon.
Yeah, no double target into the Charizard. It will have the opportunity to act this turn. Weather Ball, no way going to knock out shy of a critical hit from Desu, so let's see what the option is. Life Orb ticking away, most likely going to be hit by a Fire move, so not so impactful. Charizard goes for the Weather Ball. Is it going to get a critical hit and knock out Lexicons? No, even with a critical hit, probably would have been able to survive. What's the option from Lexicon? Heat Wave or Weather Ball? It is the Heat Wave, a double connection, knocking out the Venusaur to get rid of its pesky, it being a pesky threat. And now it's just Toxapex and Charizard against Pelipper and Charizard on the field for the rest of the battle, and then the final Pokemon that Lexicon has not yet revealed.
Let's think about how this game is going. So even if Desu is down to just 2 Pokemon, Alex has 3. I think one thing that's actually really scary for Alex's side is as soon as his Pelipper comes out, he is going to be worrying about a faster Water Weather Ball from the opposing side, actually choosing to go into Pelipper right away and make Desu's Charizard the much scarier one of the two. However, the bright side of that is just, I don't think this Pelipper is exactly worried about very much right now.
Yeah, absolutely not. The Charizard it's a helping hand. It's only Weather Ball, so Heat Wave and Weather Ball has no chance to knock out the Pelipper. You can start chipping away with the Toxics, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. But essentially, yeah, has a couple turns to fire Weather Ball into the Charizard and secure a more favorable endgame throughout the course of the battle for that last Pokemon in the back. Charizard goes to Protect, doesn't want to take that Weather Ball, wants to make sure on future turns you can keep that guy alive. Going for the Tailwind, potentially reading a Protect from Desu to set itself up to go for a Weather Ball on future turns. And the Toxapex starts the counter with the Toxic into that Pelipper. It is running the Citrus Berry, so should be able to heal up consistently, or not consistently, but at least once of those Toxics won't add up as fast. But yeah, definitely what Desu needed to start getting back in this battle.
Yeah, and that Tailwind ensuring that Lexicon's normally slower Charizard will suddenly be the faster one, and really setting him up to just wail on Desu's Pokemon with something like a Weather Ball pointed at the Charizard and a Hurricane pointed at the Toxapex. This is a little bit like the last game where we saw where Toxapex is about to become very, very isolated.
Yeah, absolutely. Weather Ball, a safe play into opposing Charizard, now having the speed advantage, but you can go for those powerful Hurricanes, which have the benefit of potentially getting a confusion over the course of multiple. Let's see if it is able to execute one here, and it is 1-for-1 on that Hurricane. Confusion, let's see if it's an instant confusion. Yeah, immediately 30% on both of those. Very, very valuable for Lexicon. Make sure that the Charizard does not get infested, no toxic, so we'll be able to follow up on the next turn with a Weather Ball.
Yeah, Desu's Charizard about to have to put in some overtime with these double and soon to be triple protects if it wants to withstand the tailwind that's going on Lexicon's side. I think really the only hope that Desu has of victory here, and the confusion on Toxapex is not making it any easier for Desu to stall this out.
Fails the double protect. It's going to be a Weather Ball from one of these Pokemon. It chooses to be the Charizard. That's going to be a clean knockout on the Charizard from Desu. So one Charizard has fallen. I know you guys have been loving seeing all the Charizard. That's at least one in this 3-game set to go down. It's going to be the Pelipper falling off the Hurricane. We haven't seen the last Pokemon on Lexicon's side. I think this game is more or less over for Alex to convert to a victory, but Desu probably wants to see that last Pokemon. Gets a head start by going for the Infestation. With the combination of a Baneful Bunker, I think you're going to need 2 of those Baneful Bunkers. I'm not sure if it's going to have the HP to actually see that last Pokemon.
Yeah, and if this Charizard doesn't faint, Desu is going to have to rely on his knowledge of previous matchups against this team to guess as to what that last Pokemon is. I wouldn't be able to tell you if Alex is going for a new strategy in this game compared to in previous games, but, you know, even if Desu is able to find out what this last Pokemon is, I do not think Toxapex is going to be able to beat that last Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely not. Whether it be, I think Grimmsnarl would be your only hope, but Venusaur or Basculete is going to be a clean closeout. Toxapex does hurt itself in confusion once again, 2 for 3, quite unlucky, but what is, the Lexicon Weather Ball just going to chip it in range for the Hurricane and close this game out a little bit sooner rather than later, allowing him to go up 1-0 in the set above Desu in the Grand Champion Finals Encore.
Pelipper connecting a finally decisive Hurricane into that Toxapex. What a well-played game by Lexicon. I think just taking full advantage of the rain conditions at the start of that game, taking advantage of Desu being forced to spend a couple turns repositioning that Charizard, and until then have to worry about things like, you know, the Water-type Weather Ball from Charizard and Electroshock from Archaludon in the meantime.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that you see over the course of these very long tournaments, especially when you someone has played your friend with a very similar team. You can kind of figure out their tendencies, and that really felt like that was what Alex did, leading the Pelipper and the Archaludon against a team that has the option to go for a Drought Charizard Mega Evolution immediately. Very risky in some contexts, but when you know your opponent's tendencies, like we've seen so much from Desu leading defensively with the Incineroar and Toxapex, ended up being a great call in next game 1.
On Desu's side, I wonder what kinds of things we could see to kind of, you know, see a closer game 2 than we did there. Maybe one obvious thing is trying to use Charizard a little bit earlier in the game to really fight Alex for that weather control right away, prevent any Electro shots from coming out quite as easily, or at least stop 2 of them on back-to-back turns like we saw in that game. Or do you have any other ideas for things that Desu could do to slow down Alex's offensive sweep at the beginning?
Yeah, I think getting rid of that Pelipper and Archaludon, you addressed at least the Archaludon quickly, but the Charizard entered the field and was a little bit too difficult to knock out quickly, so maybe we haven't seen Garchomp come out a lot in Desu's tournament thus far, but maybe now is the time to bring it out, deal a lot of damage to the Archaludon quickly. If Pelipper isn't on the field, start going for those rock slides to make sure you don't have to opt into those Charizard Weather Wars, which can be volatile. I think maybe the Garchomp could be an adjustment, but Desu hasn't shown a proclivity towards that Pokemon across the streamed run.
Yeah, and even then, I'm not exactly sure what Pokemon Desu would want to drop there. Like, I guess Toxapex didn't look too impressive. Maybe you want to avoid, like, if you think your opponent's going to open up with Archaludon, you don't want to send in your Water type against it if you can help it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an adjustment we could see. Toxapex in the back to switch in on those Heat Waves and Water moves that are so powerful for Lexicon. We are going to see here 2 Charizards. Of course, the tournament could end here. Lexicon up 1. It is a best of 3. Lexicon winning this match would end the tournament. Desu trying to fight for tournament life and get to a game 3. It is a Charizard and Venusaur adjustment, as both players have now led their Charizard and Incineroar from Desu.
Alex just alternating between the most classic weather leads in the format, Pelipper Archaludon game 1, and now Charizard Venusaur in game 2. These seem like they're positioned at least decently against the Charizard and Incineroar on Desu's side. You know, Venusaur very worried about these 2 Fire-type Pokemon, maybe feeling left out, that it's not the only Fire-type on the field itself. However, Sleep Powder could be the perfect move for it to actually shut down one of these Fire-types.
Mega Evolution coming out immediately from one of the players. That is going to be the Mega Evolution from Lexicon, indicating indicating that there was no Mega Evolution from Desu, delaying that just a little bit as the Venusaur goes for a defensive Protect. Maybe trying to preserve that to make sure there was no double Protect plus Mega this turn. Yeah, as it's coming out from Lexicon to queue up into a Weather Ball in the next turn. Just wants to make sure there is Fire-type damage coming out. It is Fake Out coming into the Charizard, locking that out of any attack. Of course, it went for the Protect. And Charizard going for the Heat Wave. I'm sure very happy that it is Blaze at this point instead of the Solar Power. Wouldn't love taking that chip for no value.
Yeah, not too common to see a Charizard Mega Evolve and Protect at the same time, but in this case, I have to assume Alex did that to give his Charizard the freedom to swap out in the coming turns if it wants to, and also because I have a feeling like the Weather Timer might not actually matter that much in the set if Alex wants to send in his own Pelipper and kind of take over the weather control in that way anyway.
Yeah, also really wise, you could, if you switch out your Charizard into Venusaur, you're going to remove any of its Fire-type damage, or you would add Rain if the other Charizard had gone for the Mega Evolution, but not the case. Really wise a restraint from Desu to not go for that. Finally going for it on this turn. No more Fake Out pressure active, but you do have the Venusaur, having gone for a Protect and 2 Fire types on the field, could potentially just take a knockout with a Flare Blitz no matter where a Sleep Powder comes. It is going to go into the Incineroar, so stopping it from moving this turn. Of course, it is going to burn that first turn of Sleep. We'll have the opportunity to wake up on the next. It is going to be Heat Wave striking first. As always, I think at this point, comfortable. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is the Focus Sash, actually. One of the differences between the teams, the Focus Sash on Lexicon's Venusaur compared to the Life Orb on Desu's. Guess that's going to be super important, but it is the burn. Effectively no Focus Sash at all. That Pokemon is going to go down. We saw that prove to be effective for Lexicon in the top 4 set. Not going to be effective here. The fortunes reversing entirely as Heat Wave does a lot of damage, but unfortunately not as much damage as the Heat Wave and Burn combo.
Yeah, the Focus Sash was going to be such an important part of Venusaur's lifeline, being able to hang out for at least one more turn against these 2 Fire-type Pokemon, but Charizard just saying, nope, I want you out of here to Venusaur instead, forcing it off the field. That is a really, really critical Pokemon for Alex's side to be losing, and we'll have to see what he wants to replace with it. I wonder if this would be the Pelipper potentially coming out again to abuse its position against these 2 Fire-type Pokemon, but no, it's going to be our Chaladon first.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to open up the Charizard immediately to take a Weather Ball. If it sticks on the field, the faster Desu Charizard Weather Balling the Charizard for Lexicon. And now at this point, you can fairly safely switch into Pelipper for the Charizard and then go for an Electro Shot into that slot. Unless it is, like we mentioned, the Garchomp that switched up, you might be able to nail a Toxapex, most likely not going to switch in, or at least start chipping away at that Venusaur to make it easier to KO with an Electro Shot and hope the Incineroar stays asleep on this upcoming turn.
And seeing the Archaladon come in like this is very much telegraphing a Pelipper switch in. I think it would be hard to not swap in your Pelipper and have to worry about potentially taking some Heat Wave damage in the meantime. Of course, unless you read Desu's Charizard to swap out itself and want to take a really risky play yourself.
Yeah, Switch is coming out, and this the Toxapex would be quite interesting if it's a Charizard Switch with the Pelipper and an Electro Shot into that. That would be an incredible amount of damage. Not a knockout immediately, but would be able to follow up on the next turn. Pelipper hits the field, Drizzle activates, overriding the Sunlight, and Electro Shot begins to come out. Most likely going to target into that Charizard slot, or you could have covered for the Protect or some other defensive play by going into the Incineroar and trying to knock it off the field as fast as you can. I think a parting, it is going to be the Electro Shot going right into that Toxapex. Going to do a lot, but critically not a KO. He'll be able to recover over the course of several turns with the leftover Regenerator, and Incineroar stays fast asleep. That is such an important, that's super important at this point now. You can at least override the weather this turn with your Charizard, but if you do that, you're going to be susceptible to taking some Dragon Pulses at +1 from the Archaladon.
Yeah, leaving the Incineroar isolated there on the field wasn't such a bad play by Alex at all, seeing as that Incineroar is more likely than not to take another Sleep Turn, just not a Pokemon that he necessarily had to address right away. Might as well focus on connecting this Electro Shot on Toxapex as it comes in instead. However, now that Desu has that Charizard in the back, he's going to be able to turn off the Water-type Weather Balls, turn off the Electro Shot, really, be the player in control of the weather again.
Yeah, I think that control is super important. If you didn't have it, it'd just be very simple, Electro Shot and Weather Ball. But at this point, if the Charizard wants to come in on the Toxapex, it's definitely a strong play. You can get the Regenerator healing on your own Toxapex. Make sure you're not being knocked out by a Weather Ball. But Alex trying to be a step ahead, switches out the Pelipper, doesn't want the Sun to be the Rain to be overridden, and just overrides it himself. Goes into the Charizard as the Toxapex is leaving the field, and it is the other Charizard. Incineroar will wake up this turn, but the Archaladon is going to get a free swing with the Dragon Pulse, chipping that Charizard lower and lower. Not quite a KO, but getting closer.
Yep. I really like this play from Alex, sort of just knowing that if this Charizard was going to come out, Pelipper didn't necessarily have too much to do that turn. Could have gone for something like a Tailwind, but I think just getting it out of there to reset the weather in the future turns was going to be a little bit more important. Ooh, we're actually going to see a reveal of the Annihilate right now.
Yeah, the Annihilate looking pretty well poised against the Charizard that exists on the field right now, and it can go for a close combat against the Archaladon, but Archaladon known for a high defense stat, so it'll take a lot, but if you switch into the Pelipper, I have to imagine you should be able to survive the combination of close combat and Heat Wave, maybe even Weather Ball, and allow yourself the opportunity to KO the opposing Charizard, but I think knocking out the Annihilate with the Focus Sash is going to prove to be pretty difficult. Just it should be able to attack several times in a row.
Yeah, with Alex's side already at a bit of a Pokemon disadvantage. I think Focus Sash Annihilate is actually a pretty dreadful Pokemon for him to see, just not being able to stop it from going for probably 2 close combats at this point in time. And with the Archaladon not having any stamina boost yet, absolutely seems like it's going to be a powerful player right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Charizard, I mean, you could hope that there's no Rock Tomb that comes out and try and get a Heat Wave off, but not going to be the case. Lexicon going on the defensive from Protect. We'll see if it's close combat from the Annihilate. It is the Rock Tomb, so you at least get value out of that turn. However, you've left the Charizard alone and going for the Weather Ball. Wow, it targeted into the Pelipper, trying to catch that Pokemon switching in. And that's a big turn for Lexicon, able to chip down this amount. Oh, yeah, because of the parting shot, it was only at neutral, and because it's an impish, a calm nature on the Archaladon, not even a 2-hit KO on this Annihilate. Things are looking even worse for Lexicon now.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Lexicon was able to get that play completely right, load up some damage on the Annihilate, but just doesn't even have enough to show for it because this Archaladon is still working with that neutral special attack stat right now.
Yeah, I think that's really the reason that Desu felt safe going for that, knowing that they're likely to take that damage, and even if the Charizard does go for the Protect like that happened, the Annihilate really isn't any danger.
Yeah, I wonder if at this point Alex is maybe going to prioritize a knockout on the Charizard instead, potentially something like, swap Pelipper and go for a Dragon Pulse into the Charizard just to shut out the game. But if I'm Desu and I hit into the Protect that turn, I have to imagine Desu's going for the same play right now.
Yeah, the Pelipper hits the field, activating the Rain, so no more really powerful Fire-type Weather Balls, but maybe Wave's going to go for... Oh, that's a great show of the helping hand on the Charizard. Is it going to be the close combat from the Annihilate? It is going to be close combat. Does Archaladon survive this attack? It's a lot of damage. It's able to take the knockout. Archaladon on Lexicon, 1 hit knocked out by the helping hand. That is a huge swing of momentum. Now the Pelipper has hit the field, and the Charizard is going to be forced to override its own weather on the following turn, and this Annihilate is still the fastest Pokemon on the field, threatening a Rock Tomb into the opposing Charizard, as the Pelipper is just threatening piddly damage with Weather Ball into the Charizard, but really just starts to have to roll with those 50% accurate Hurricanes.
Yeah, very rare that you actually see an Archaladon going down in 1 hit, just so remarkable whenever it happens, but a huge swing of momentum to make sure that Desu actually stays in control of this game. I think Alex's only hope at this point is getting some very precise plays right in terms of which Pokemon to protect in front of Annihilate's offenses, and if Annihilate doesn't want to mess around with Protect, it doesn't even have to. We could see Annihilate go for moves like Phantom Force to safely load up damage.
Yeah, Phantom Force would get that consistent damage that maybe you need to close the game out. It is a Protect from the Charizard. No Protect it looked like from Annihilate, so going to be swinging this turn. And it is the Phantom Force like you pointed out, Chuppa. The Charizard being the faster on Desu's side, I think enables this play a fair bit, unless it's a Tailwind from the Pelipper. To Alex's credit, you're able to go for that. But now the maybe unintended consequence of that is you've set up the Tailwind, you're faster on both your Pokemon, which means Annihilate is able to attack last and is immune to damage on the turn.
Yup, Annihilate disappearing at the start of one turn and not appearing again until the very end of the next turn. Really getting away with this sequence.
Oh my goodness.
Charizard giving it a helping hand. Annihilate is going on the offense from the Shadow Realm here.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it's going to be close, but absolutely has done what it needs to try and knock out this Charizard in 1 hit. The Weather Ball knocking out Charizard for Desu, but doing what he needs to try and win this game 2 and bring it to a game 3. Phantom Force should be moving after this Hurricane. Absolutely would have missed anyways, but the Phantom Force does come out. Is it going to KO the Charizard? It's going to fall shy. That Charizard is so bulky. However, the damage may be done to allow the Toxapex hiding in the back to be able to close this out, even shy of the Incineroar also waiting in the wings.
Yeah, regardless of everything else, like this Toxapex just looking like such a difficult Pokemon for Lexicon side to knock out. Even though it's like not in the absolute healthiest shape, the Pelipper and the Charizard are just absolutely going to struggle to do very significant damage to it. And of course, this Annihilate, if it's able to go for another Phantom Force, that could just easily be a knockout on the Charizard at this point. So something that Lexicon absolutely has to be trying to stop here. It just seems like there's a couple too many resources on Desu's side to get through at this point.
Yeah, also the capability to switch out the Annihilate. Could have gone for a Protect there as well, just defensively to stall those Tailwind turns. I think as soon as that ends, this battle may just be over. It allows a Phantom Force to target into Charizard, but we are just seeing another defensive play, trying to stall out those Tailwind turns. Toxapex goes through the Baneful Bunker. Doesn't want to get Hurricane Confusion, I have to imagine, as the Heat Wave. Going to do a fair amount of damage to the Incineroar on switch in, but no way, I mean, 0 damage actually, as we see the Hurricane also going to not miss, but at least goes into Toxapex, so Baneful Bunker activates. Leftovers, yeah, it looks like Desu is just driving towards that Toxapex, gaining HP to close this endgame.
And you're so right. I think it makes a lot of sense for Annihilate to swap out and hope to maybe hit the field again after Tailwind, and so it can actually connect a safe Phantom Force instead of hoping to survive attacks before connecting that Phantom Force. I think Desu just has all the tools to play a really safe, drawn-out endgame like this and win it with almost 100% certainty if he clicks his moves correctly.
Yeah, driving towards that 100%. The Charizard doesn't have a Hurricane on it, so can't get a Confusion. That'd really be the only way to do this. Heat Wave is doing a lot of damage, but I don't think the damage is mounting quickly enough. Toxapex has the opportunity to go for a Toxic or an Infestation onto either of these Pokemon, goes for Infestation into the Charizard, reads there's not going to be any Protect, and in 2 turns the Charizard will faint as long as the Toxapex remains standing on the field by the end of that second turn.
Yep, this Infestation on the Charizard is going to be absolutely critical. Toxapex also just a Pokemon not under any threat, doesn't have to think about clicking any move other than something like a Baneful Bunker this turn to ensure that the Charizard will go down. If anything, Alex could try to take advantage of this and focus his attacks on the Incineroar slot, maybe try and make it so that the Pelipper is only fighting 2 Pokemon at the end of this turn instead of 1, but I think knocking out this Incineroar is a really tall order for a, multi-Citrus Pelipper set and a Charizard that doesn't have any Rain Weather Ball to speak of.
Baneful Bunker to start the turn. Let's get those leftovers healing going. And Alex, to his credit, is starting to double down into that Incineroar Weather Ball. Starts the turn. Is that a critical hit? My good, I'd probably not. Charizard's just crazy. Is that a? Oh, it is the critical hit. Finally,
your Calx.
Is Hurricane going to be a KO? It is able to KO in the sun. So the Charizard is going to go down, but at least instead of a 1v3, it's going to be a 1v2. But I still like the odds for the Annihilate and the Toxapex at the end of this turn after Infestation. Strikes into that Charizard and takes it down.
Yeah, with Charizard going down to Infestation, let's think about the HP that Desu has remaining. So we see Annihilate in the green, so it's only going to go down to the Hurricane, which Pelipper would have to successfully hit against it. Annihilate is guaranteed to be able to connect it with 1 more attack here. And the Toxapex is not something that's going to be going down to 1 Hurricane, maybe shy of a critical hit right now. I think Alex is really going to need to get pretty lucky with those Hurricane hits and potentially Confusions or critical hits against Desu's side at this point.
Yeah, one potential opening Davide could lead is trying to go for those double protects to try to get Baneful Bunker up to allow a Tailwind to go up, but no, it's just going to be the Rock Tomb right away. Interesting choice. Didn't want to go for the Phantom Force, just lowers that Pelipper's speed. I imagine the Toxapex is still going to be slower than that, but the Pelipper does connect the Hurricane to its credit, going to be able to chip down that Toxapex, not a knockout. With a critical hit would have been close, but you do get the poison. That's one way you could come back in this win, in this battle. Is the Toxapex going to hit itself? It does execute on the Toxic. Does have the opportunity to fail or hit itself in Confusion as it tries to go for a Baneful Bunker on the next turn, but I think that's probably Lexicon's only hope, and still, even with that, might not have the gas to be able to beat this Annihilate.
Yeah, I think seeing the Toxic connect on that Pelipper probably just stalls, spells the end of the game. I think between, going for Protect and then Phantom Force, I just do not know if this Pelipper has enough turns to get over the Annihilate. Maybe if it's able to connect the Hurricane on Annihilate, then we see the Toxapex
confused. It hits itself in Confusion. Is it going to be able to hit a Hurricane? The Phantom Force is coming out this turn, so no damage this turn. I believe it's the Citrus Berry still active on the Pelipper. Is it going to oh my goodness, the Hurricane out of Rain and out of Sun now. Still 70%, but not able to connect on the Toxapex. Would have been the opportunity that Alex needed. I think if you connect there and you connect on the Annihilate on the next turn, that could have been the game, but would have been a lot that needed to go their way. Looks like we're most likely going to go into a Game 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Pelipper is going to be able to do anything to come back at this point. Maybe shy of connect a Hurricane against Annihilate and make its way out of the turn, but seeing that Pelipper fall down to 12%, this is a Pelipper that can knock at 2 more knockouts before fading to poison at this point.
Yeah, Hurricane going to bring that Annihilate down for a KO, thankfully, but I mean, yeah, it's an Infestation. If the Infestation connects, it can be a very clean KO, but really, outside of a lot of poison, Confusion, it doesn't look like this is winnable. Infestation, the final bit of damage you need into the Pelipper to close it out. The Toxic would have been enough, but now the Infestation just sealing the deal. As we go into Game 3 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore, as it's been throughout a lot of the set, of course, we have one more game going to be coming down to the Toxapex, just bringing it home.
Yeah, figuring out which of these players is going to be going home with all the marbles in this Grand Champions Festival Encore. Just a really well-played set by both these trainers so far. Seeing some adjustments, almost like the top 4 where we saw Desu kind of return to this Annihilate almost as his ace in the hole, realizing that he's down a game, coming back with some of that, you know, star power from Annihilate. I wonder if we're going to see it again in this last game of the entire tournament like we saw in his top 4 set.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. We saw Alex switch out away. You know, the Sun mode was the decision for the game 2. That ended up being a loss. But in the game 1, he went for the Rain, and that ended up being the win. However, the game 1 adjustment, the Pelipper Chaladon, probably loses to the Incineroar and Charizard that Desu led there. So I think a big decision for Alex is what options do you lead in this game 3?
Yeah, on Alex's side, I'm not sure if the Venusaur is something that I expect to see used quite like last game. I mean, I guess that Heat Wave into Burn was something that set Alex back really far in that game, almost like the other top 4 set that we saw, where Venusaur getting a little bit unlucky did kind of spell the end for one of our trainers. Besides the Venusaur, I'm not sure what other plans do you think Alex could try and execute on here?
We could see the Grimmsnarl try and come in and execute the Parting Shot just to gain a little bit more pivoty, basically weather control. I don't think that's entirely necessary. I think Lexicon's been playing really excellent, switching in and out the weather when it's appropriate, kind of preempting the obvious defensive plays from Desu, but I think you do just need to make sure that, yeah, you're getting a little bit more value from that second Pokemon. That Venusaur proved to be really ineffective in that game. Part of that was the burn, like you mentioned, but I think having a way to actually put a cap on this Annihilate is going to be really important. Vascular Legion could be one way to do that. We haven't seen that in this set yet. It does have the capacity to, if you gain the weather control and knock out the Charizard, knock out the Incineroar, that deal a lot with last respects to the remaining 2 Pokemon of Annihilate and the Toxapex. So that's a Pokemon I imagine is on Alex's mind coming into this game 3.
Yeah, I'd be really worried about that Annihilate if I was Alex. Not that I don't think his team has the tools to handle it, but it is something that I would expect to see on Desu's side. Just such a decisive way to get the knockout on that Archelodon, which is otherwise such a difficult Pokemon to knock out in the rain.
Absolutely. Desu versus Lexicon, Game 3, the final game of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. 2 Charizards come in. One will be walking out with their trainer as the victor, as we see a mirror, or we see a bring it back to the game 3. We see the Charizard and the Venusaur and the Charizard and the Incineroar.
Yeah, last game, so we saw Lexicon open up with the Mega and Double Protect, or at least the Protect on the Venusaur side, and on Desu's side, I don't think there's like too much reason not to just go on the offensive with your Fire type moves. Force Venusaur to connect the Sleep Powder.
Yeah, same options available to both of these players, and this as they were in game 2. Charizard goes for the Mega Evolution. Looks like it was on Alex's side once again. Desu has delayed once again, knock on for the Mega Evolution, as was able to win the game 2. Now it's Protect from Venusaur. As thus far, we're seeing an exact repeat. The Charizard is also going for a repeat Double Protect. Let's see what Desu went for. I mean, outside of a Parting Shot, you're not really going to see anything different regardless of what happens into your own Pokemon, but most likely not the case. The Charizard goes for the Heat Wave as the Incineroar went for the Fake Out. What do you make of that, Chuppa?
I think Alex really thinks that game plan from game 2 is going to work out for him if he gets a little bit luckier this time, if his Sleep Powders still cooperate with him. Again, I can definitely respect the interest in doing that, but it's just like it can be scary letting some of the game kind of just come down to chance like this, as your Venusaur is absolutely going to need to cooperate with you on Sleep Powers. I think missing even one of them would be a really critical setback for Alex at this point in time, seeing as this Charizard isn't actually going to be doing that much damage to these 2 Fire-type Pokemon.
Totally agree. Nothing stopping the Venusaur from going from a Sleep Powder but itself. If the Sleep Powder misses, it's going to be a huge setback for Lexicon. And the Sleep Powder does connect in the Incineroar. It is able to connect as in game 1, but is the Heat Wave going to burn as in game 2 as well? That's going to be really important to see. Heat Wave does connect on both of the Pokemon. Great damage into the Charizard to get it started off and potentially in Rock Tomb range. As the Venusaur, let's see if it's going to... I mean, the Focus Sash is activating, Chuppa. Is it going to burn? I'm waiting with bated breath, and it's not going to be burned this time. And they double connect on the Heat Wave. Might not look so extraordinary, but the more HP you can chip away on that Incineroar, the easier it's going to be to clean up in the late game. And now the Charizard for Desu, susceptible to a Sleep Powder.
Alex finding the first turn that he really wanted there, but it's only going to be part of the puzzle for him, because if you're Venusaur here, I wonder, are you thinking about swapping out, or are you going to test your luck, fish for a Sleep Powder on that Charizard, and hope that Incineroar stays asleep in the meantime?
Yeah, the possibility of switching with the Pelipper, you could go for the Weather Ball, but if Desu reads that, you could get your own Charizard Weather Ball, so it would be a risky proposition and potentially risky game on it. So let's see if Lexicon risks game on, a read, putting things in your own controller, going for the Sleep Powder coming into this next turn. Earth Power could be some solid damage in the Incineroar, but I mean, the Sleep Powder is just the highest value option you can go for here.
Absolutely the highest ROI option that Alex could be looking at. And Venusaur is getting some return on its investment with Charizard falling asleep to this Sleep Powder.
High ROI Venusaur. You think it's the Goldango, but it's actually the Venusaur. Heat Wave is finally going to miss a Pokemon. Is that a double miss? No. Thankfully, you connect into the Incineroar. Although it is healing up with the Citrus Berry, every bit of damage is appreciated, as we mentioned. But the Incineroar has the option to wake up this turn. 1 in 3.